Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by SherryBro on Wattpad. Now let's start. Strength slowly returning, Izuku felt a mix of emotions. His mind was buzzing with thoughts about the upcoming match, but something personal lingered in the back of his mind. He glanced at 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who seemed more at ease now, though still visibly exhausted. His heart raced as he contemplated what he wanted to say. It wasn't easy to express, especially after everything they had just gone through. But as the silence stretched on, he realized that if he didn't say it now, he might never find the courage. Swallowing hard, Izuku rubbed the back of his neck nervously. He began to speak, his voice a bit shakier than he intended, and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 turned her head to look at him, her eyes filled with warmth and curiosity. Gathering his thoughts, he took a deep breath and asked if she could start calling him by his first name. His words came out in a rush, and he felt his face heat up as he awaited her response. He couldn't bring himself to look directly at 𝗧𝗵𝗲, so he stared down at the floor, his heart racing as if he had just run a marathon. For a moment, there was silence, and Izuku wondered if he had made things awkward. Perhaps he had been too forward. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's soft voice broke the stillness as she called his name for the first time, making his heart skip a beat. He finally looked up, meeting her gaze, and noticed the faintest hint of pink spreading across her cheeks. She gave him a shy smile and asked if he wanted her to call him Izuku. He nodded, trying to keep his blush under control, and replied that they were good friends and he would like it if she called him that, but only if she wanted to. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's smile grew a little wider, and she chuckled softly, her blush deepening. She then said his name again, testing it out like it was something new and special. In that case, she suggested he could call her 𝗧𝗪𝗀. Hearing it made Izuku's heart flip, and despite his embarrassment, he couldn't help but smile. He thanked her, still blushing but feeling a warm sense of happiness spread through him. There was something incredibly comforting in hearing her use his first name. As they sat together, the announcement system crackled to life again, announcing that the stadium would be ready in 10 minutes for the final round. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 chuckled weakly, acknowledging that it was almost time. Izuku stood up, nodding in agreement, and said he should go get ready. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 gave him a tired but encouraging smile, wishing him luck and expressing her confidence that he would win. He returned her smile, thanking her and telling her to get some rest before leaving the room to prepare for the final match. His mind was clear now, his focus sharpened. He knew what he had to do. The sports festival wasn't over yet, and the next battle would be the toughest one for his opponent. As Izuku exited the recovery room and headed back into the bustling arena, 𝗧𝗵𝗲's gaze followed him for a moment before she turned her attention back to the small bedside table where her phone lay. The aftermath of the match and the overwhelming emotions had left her feeling drained and vulnerable. Just as she was about to pick up the phone to call her parents, it rang. Seeing her father's name on the screen, she took a deep breath and answered. Hesitantly, she picked up the phone and greeted him. Her father's warm and proud voice came through, praising her performance in the match. His words hit her like a tidal wave, and for a moment, she couldn't find her voice. The encouragement she had yearned for was finally here, but instead of making her feel better, it only made the tears she had been holding back threaten to spill over. She finally admitted to her father that she felt she hadn't done well, that she had almost hurt everyone. There was a brief silence on the other end as her father processed her words. When he spoke again, his tone was gentle and filled with understanding. He reassured her that she hadn't failed, emphasizing that she had given it everything she had and that her effort mattered. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 expressed her frustration at losing control and how she felt she could have hurt many people, questioning what kind of hero would do that. Her father sighed, his heart aching for her pain. He reminded her that she was still learning and that no one expected her to be perfect right away. He encouraged her to see that mistakes were part of growth and that what mattered was what she learned from them. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 struggled to hold back her sobs as she expressed her longing to win for her parents, to make things easier for them. When her father spoke again, there was a deeper emotion in his voice. He told her how proud they were of her and that she had done more for them than she could know, simply by being the wonderful person she was. He had no doubt she would become a great, caring hero who would help everyone. Achiko's breath hitched, and before she could stop it, the tears started to flow. She clutched the phone tightly, her emotions pouring out in a torrent of sobs as she apologized for feeling weak. Her father soothed her, reminding her that it was okay to cry and that she didn't have to carry everything by herself. They were there for her and they were proud of her. As she cried, the weight of her fears, guilt, and self-doubt finally broke, and she let it all out. Her father stayed on the line, offering quiet words of comfort, assuring her she wasn't alone. After what felt like an eternity, her sobs began to subside, and she took a few shaky breaths, trying to calm herself. She thanked her father, expressing her longing to be strong enough for him, her mother, and everyone else. He affirmed her strength and reminded her that true strength was about knowing when to ask for help and lean on those who loved her. Achiko nodded, promising to remember his words. There was a moment of silence, filled only by her breathing as she tried to regain her composure. Her father then suggested she get some rest, acknowledging that she had had a long day and deserved a break. She whispered her agreement, a small smile tugging at her lips despite her tears, and told him she loved him. He replied that he loved her too, more than anything. As the call ended, Achiko held the phone tightly in her hand, her tears slowly subsiding. The weight of her emotions felt lighter, and she experienced a renewed sense of determination. She understood she had a long way to go, but her father's encouragement had given her the strength to face the challenges ahead. In the waiting room, Izuku sat with his hands resting on his knees, his head slightly bowed as he tried to calm his racing thoughts. The tension from the previous battles clung to him like a heavy fog. The memories of his friends who had suffered at the hands of Katsuki gnawed at him, filling him with a quiet, simmering rage. He wondered why it had to be like that. Izuku tightened his fists, taking a deep breath to settle his nerves. The finals were next, and he needed to focus, but it was hard to let go of the fury bubbling just beneath the surface. Suddenly, the silence shattered as a door slammed open. Izuku's head snapped up to see Katsuki storming into the room, his expression twisted in irritation and frustration. Katsuki demanded to know what Izuku was doing there, his voice dripping with disdain. Izuku remained unfazed, his cold eyes tracking Katsuki's movements as he stomped further into the room, ignoring him completely. Katsuki's gaze darted around, realizing he was in the wrong waiting room. His scowl deepened, but he made no move to leave. Instead, he directed his frustration entirely at Izuku. The irritation from his earlier fight, the growing frustration over Achiko, and the looming finals boiled over into a longing to lash out. As he approached the table in the center of the room, Katsuki sneered, accusing Izuku of ignoring him and claiming he had gotten cocky. Still, Izuku remained silent, which only seemed to stoke Katsuki's fury. With a quick motion, Katsuki raised his hand, a flicker of orange light sparking from his palm. A small explosion erupted, sending a blast of heat and smoke toward the table. The table rocked violently, leaving scorch marks on its surface as the air filled with the acrid scent of burnt wood. Katsuki yelled at Izuku to wake up, insisting he wasn't someone who could be ignored. Finally, Izuku raised his head, meeting Katsuki's gaze with an intensity that froze the air between them. There was no fear, no uncertainty, just cold, steely resolve. His voice was calm but laced with venom as he warned Katsuki that he had been warned earlier but had not listened. Katsuki blinked in confusion, demanding to know what Izuku was talking about. Izuku stood up slowly, his movements deliberate, as if the weight of what he was about to say had settled into his bones. His cold eyes never left Katsuki as he stepped around the table, each footfall steady. He accused Katsuki of causing Yaoyorozu and Jiro to suffer, both physically and mentally. He expressed that because of Katsuki's arrogance and need to prove something, they had been pushed beyond their limits and hurt in ways they didn't deserve. Katsuki's face twisted into a sneer, but he remained silent, feeling the pressure of Izuku's anger more palpable than ever. Izuku continued, stating that because of Katsuki, Uraraka had lost control, nearly destroying the entire stadium and endangering everyone. Katsuki scoffed, crossing his arms and dismissing Izuku's blame, claiming it wasn't his fault 𝗬𝗧𝗏 couldn't handle the heat. Izuku's jaw tightened, and for a moment he was silent. Then, his voice dropped to a deadly whisper as he declared his intention to crush Katsuki. Katsuki's sneer faltered, and he narrowed his eyes in suspicion, demanding to know what Izuku had just said. Izuku stated that he would break every bone in Katsuki's body for what he had done to Yaoyorozu and Jiro, and for pushing 𝗬𝗧𝗏 to the edge. He promised Katsuki would feel every ounce of pain he had inflicted on them. The room fell silent, the tension thick and suffocating as unspoken rage buzzed in the air. Katsuki's hand crackled with energy, and his expression twisted into a grin as he questioned if Izuku was making a threat. Izuku remained unfazed, responding that it was a promise. Katsuki felt a chill run down his spine, unaccustomed to this cold, unyielding side of Izuku that seemed ready to tear him apart. His grin faded, replaced by a scowl as he tried to brush off the unsettling feeling. With a frustrated growl, he turned sharply and left the room, slamming the door behind him. As Izuku stood alone in the waiting room, the faint roar of the crowd echoed through the walls, but he barely heard it. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the upcoming match, the battle that would decide everything. The image of Katsuki sneering, his overconfident grin mocking him, played over and over in Izuku's mind. He vowed to stop Katsuki and make him pay for what he had done. His hands moved instinctively, fingers tracing the familiar contours of his gauntlets and greaves, Beowulf. They had been with him through countless battles, but today he was ready to unleash their full wrath. As if responding to his thoughts, the gauntlets and greaves began to glow, a brilliant white light emanating from them. Izuku's eyes widened slightly, watching in awe as the light grew brighter, enveloping his arms and legs in a radiant aura. The glow was almost blinding, but he didn't look away. He could feel something changing, awakening within the very core of his weaponry. The light pulsed, and then, as suddenly as it had started, it began to fade. When the glow finally dissipated, Izuku looked down to find that Beowulf was gone. The once classic design had been replaced by something far more high-tech, sleek, and lethal. Izuku's eyes widened as he scanned the new gear, taking in its stats. A grin spread across his face as excitement raced through his heart. He had been prepared to face Katsuki before, but now he had something that would make the fight far more satisfying. As his fingers flexed within the new gauntlets, Izuku's mind raced with possibilities, strategies, and ways to punish Katsuki for everything he had ever done. The thought of defeating Katsuki, leaving him humbled in front of everyone, sent a thrill through Izuku. This was his moment, his chance to give Katsuki a taste of his own medicine. He muttered to himself about enjoying this, a face mask appearing on his face. The anticipation, the sheer thrill of what was to come, sent a shiver down his spine. He was ready, more than ready. This time he would not hold back. This time, he would let Bakugo feel the full extent of his determination. The final match was about to begin, and Izuku couldn't wait to unleash everything he had. The crowd buzzed with excitement as the final match of the 𝗬𝗧𝗏 sports festival was about to begin. The arena, freshly repaired from the previous battle, stood pristine under the bright stadium lights, ready to witness the culmination of everything the competitors had fought for. The tension in the air was palpable, with murmurs rippling through the spectators in anticipation of the final showdown. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 voice boomed across the stadium, snapping everyone to attention. He announced that it was the moment everyone had been waiting for, the final round of the 𝗬𝗧𝗏 sports festival. His voice reverberated off the walls, firing up the crowd even more. As the spectators erupted into cheers, 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 continued, his enthusiasm uncontainable. He highlighted the amazing fights that had taken place and introduced Katsuki Bakugo, the one who had blasted his way through the competition with explosive power. The crowd responded with a mix of laughter and cheers, but Bakugo's expression was anything but pleased. His eyes twitched as his hands crackled with small explosions, clearly irritated by the remark. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 ignored Bakugo's outburst, a wide grin on his face as he introduced Izuku Midoriya, the underdog-turned rising star who had been hiding his true strength. Izuku walked onto the field with a calm, composed demeanor, exuding a quiet confidence that contrasted sharply with Katsuki's fiery intensity. The crowd erupted once again, their cheers mixing with whispers of anticipation. It was clear that this fight was going to be different, and the tension between the two was electric. As both competitors faced each other in the center of the arena, the air crackled with anticipation. Midnight stepped forward to initiate the match, her voice authoritative as she reminded them to fight with everything they had while adhering to the rules. However, Izuku raised his hand, cutting her off mid-sentence, surprising both Midnight and the crowd. He scanned the audience before shifting his gaze toward Katsuki, making a bold request. He declared that he didn't want this to be a normal match, he wanted a real fight with no restrictions or rules. He aimed to show everyone present, every pro, every student, what he was truly capable of. A ripple of shock and excitement surged through the stadium, and the crowd murmured amongst themselves, their curiosity piqued by Izuku's declaration. Izuku raised his voice, addressing the crowd directly. He called out, his voice echoing through the stadium, asking if they wanted to see a fight where both competitors could go all out without holding back. The crowd roared in approval, their cheers creating a wave of exhilaration that swept through the stadium. The prospect of witnessing an unrestricted battle thrilled them. Midnight glanced around, slightly taken aback by the response. She raised her hand to quiet the crowd, her voice firm as she addressed Izuku. She acknowledged his bold request but informed him that Principal Nizu had given his approval for a no-holds-barred match, contingent on Katsuki's agreement. The attention shifted to Katsuki, who stood still, his hands sparking as he narrowed his eyes at Izuku. He could feel the challenge in the air, the way the crowd was watching his every move. Izuku's calmness gnawed at him, igniting a fire of anger within. Katsuki's lips curled into a snarl as he considered his options. He was not about to back down. He never backed down. Yet, there was something strange about Izuku's demeanor that made him suspicious. His crimson eyes flicked over Izuku, sizing him up, trying to understand what he was planning. Why would Deku ask for something like this now? What was he hiding? Before Katsuki could voice his response, Izuku smirked, a cold, taunting expression on his face. He lowered his voice to a chilling tone, just loud enough for Katsuki to hear. He questioned if Katsuki was scared of a challenge. That provoked Katsuki further. His fists clenched tightly, sparks flaring from his palms as he glared at Izuku with seething anger. He barked that he was not scared and that he would blow Izuku to pieces, rules or no rules. Stepping forward, he exuded an intimidating presence, teeth bared in a fierce snarl that transformed into a cruel smirk. He accepted the challenge, warning Izuku that he would regret this. The crowd erupted into even louder cheers, their excitement reaching a fever pitch as the stakes for the fight skyrocketed. Everyone knew this would be the most explosive and intense fight of the sports festival. Midnight hesitated for a moment, glancing between the two boys, before nodding slowly. She announced that the final match would be fought with no restrictions, wishing the best fighter luck. Izuku's cold smile remained as he prepared himself, confident that Katsuki did not know what was coming. The air in the stadium thickened with tension, the crowd holding its breath in anticipation of the explosive battle about to unfold. Izuku and Katsuki stood across from each other, their eyes locked, the entire stadium trembling with the weight of what was about to happen. There would be no holding back this time, no limitations, and no mercy. As Izuku and Katsuki squared off in the arena, the rest of Class 1A watched from the stands, tension gripping their hearts. Each of them had a different reaction to the sudden turn of events, their eyes fixed on their two classmates as the excitement of the crowd surrounded them. Denki remarked that no rules would make this fight ugly, exchanging glances with Mina and Shiro. He wondered if this had anything to do with what Katsuki had said to Uraraka earlier. Mina crossed her arms, agreeing that it wouldn't surprise her. She noted that Izuku looked furious after the earlier incident, and Katsuki had been treating everyone like his personal punching bag since the tournament began. Meanwhile, Momo and Jiro, both a little worse for wear but determined to witness the final fight, made their way through the rows of seats to join their classmates. Denki called out, spotting them, and the rest of Class 1A turned their heads, their faces lighting up at their arrival. Mina waved them down enthusiastically, and Ijiro stood to make room for them, expressing his happiness that they could make it. Momo smiled warmly, though her face showed signs of weariness, stating that they didn't want to miss the match, no matter what they had been through. Jiro nodded in agreement, rubbing her neck as she sat beside Momo, expressing her anticipation for the intense final round. Meanwhile, Uraraka, still recovering from her earlier fight, watched the arena with wide eyes, her hands clenched tightly in her lap. A sense of guilt gnawed at her, mixed with concern for both Izuku and Katsuki. She whispered Izuku's name to herself, noticing the cold determination radiating from him. She knew he wasn't the type to let things slide, especially after witnessing her loss of control in her fight with Katsuki. As the conversations buzzed through the class, a hush fell over them as they turned their attention back to the arena. The excitement and tension were rising to unbearable levels, and everyone could sense that this match would be different. There was something dangerous in the air, indicating that this wasn't just about proving who was the strongest. Jdra bit her lip nervously, recalling how Katsuki had treated both Momo and herself during their matches, not holding back. Kyoka expressed her concern, noting that Izuku was taking this personally and had never been this intense. Momo sighed, her expression conflicted as she worried that Izuku's motivations might be more about revenge than proving himself. She remembered her own battle against Katsuki and how ruthless he had been. Ida adjusted his glasses nervously, standing with his usual formality, emphasizing that Izuku should know better than to engage in such a reckless battle without restraint, especially considering what had happened in the previous match. Denki interjected, reminding everyone of Katsuki's behavior throughout the day and how Izuku had finally had enough, expressing that he understood Izuku's feelings. Bakugo had gone too far, and now Midoriya was determined to show him who was in charge. Ijiro watched intently, muttering under his breath that this was going to be an incredible fight. The crowd held its breath as Midnight raised her hand, signaling the start of the match. The tension between Izuku and Katsuki was palpable, with every eye in the stadium focused on the two competitors, waiting for the first move that would ignite the action. With a sharp command, Midnight declared the match to begin. In an instant, Katsuki sprang forward, his hands crackling with explosive energy. He charged at Izuku, his right fist aimed directly at him, unleashing a powerful blast of energy. The explosion sent shockwaves through the arena, but Izuku remained still, not moving an inch. At the last moment, he tilted his head slightly, allowing the explosive punch to graze past him. The explosion roared, but Izuku's expression remained calm, his eyes fixed on Katsuki with unsettling focus, which only fueled Katsuki's anger. Katsuki shouted in disbelief and followed up with a spinning kick aimed at Izuku's ribs. Izuku swiftly raised his left arm, blocking the kick with his forearm. The impact was solid, ringing out with a sharp sound, yet Izuku stood firm, unshaken by the force of the blow. Katsuki's eyes widened in disbelief before he jumped back, reigniting his hands for another attack, the air thick with smoke and the acrid scent of burning debris. Katsuki snarled, demanding to know if Izuku thought he could just stand there and take it. Izuku remained silent, his gaze calm and calculated as he stepped forward with deliberate precision, as if each step was a strategic move in a game of chess. Frustrated, Katsuki launched himself forward again, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches, each accompanied by small bursts of explosions. The sound of the blasts echoed throughout the stadium as Katsuki unleashed his fury, but Izuku dodged with calm, methodical precision, weaving around Katsuki's attacks effortlessly. As Katsuki's left fist came toward Izuku's face, Izuku ducked low, feeling the air ripple from the missed punch. Katsuki's follow-up right hook came fast, but Izuku twisted his body, stepping back just enough to avoid the blow. Katsuki shouted for Izuku to stand still, furious as Izuku evaded every attack with ease. Izuku's calm demeanor remained unshaken. Instead, he countered with a swift strike to Katsuki's wrist, redirecting an explosive punch upward before landing a solid jab into Katsuki's midsection. The impact forced Katsuki back a few steps, knocking the breath from his lungs. Katsuki gritted his teeth in pain, but before he could recover, Izuku stepped forward again, delivering a precise kick to Katsuki's left thigh. The kick was sharp and powerful, causing Katsuki's leg to buckle slightly. He stumbled but regained his balance just in time to see Izuku closing in for another attack. Katsuki demanded to know why Izuku wasn't using his quirk, igniting an explosion right in front of Izuku's chest. The blast sent shockwaves through the air, forcing Izuku back, but he flipped mid-air, landing gracefully on his feet, seemingly unaffected by the explosion. Katsuki yelled in rage, charging again and using his explosions to propel himself faster. He aimed another punch at Izuku, but Izuku met him head-on, blocking the punch with his forearm. The explosion sent out a shockwave, but Izuku remained unmoved. Katsuki, wide-eyed with fury, tried again, throwing another punch, but Izuku countered, grabbing Katsuki's wrist and twisting it sharply. Katsuki howled in pain as Izuku forced his arm down, using his momentum against him. Before Katsuki could react, Izuku struck him in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. The crowd gasped as Katsuki hit the dirt, dust and debris flying into the air. Before he could fully hit the ground, Izuku stepped back, giving him just enough space to recover. Katsuki groaned, pushing himself up with one hand while wiping blood from his lip, his eyes wild with disbelief and anger. He accused Izuku of messing with him, questioning if Izuku thought he was better now. Izuku's cold eyes flickered for a moment as he gazed down at Katsuki. Slowly, he shook his head and stated that he wasn't messing with him. Katsuki simply wasn't as strong as he thought. That single sentence ignited Katsuki's fury. He exploded, both literally and figuratively, lunging at Izuku again, his palms glowing with an intense blast. He continued to push Izuku with smaller explosions, trying to wear him down. Izuku remained composed, blocking and countering every attack with mechanical precision. Each time Katsuki threw a punch or kick, Izuku was already there, redirecting the force and punishing him with quick jabs or swift kicks. Katsuki's movements became more erratic and desperate as Izuku maintained his relentless defense. Every time Katsuki tried to provoke him, Izuku remained calm, his expression unreadable, driving Katsuki mad. In the stands, Class 1A was fixated on the match, unable to look away from the intensity of the fight. Ijiro leaned forward in his seat, shocked by the display of power. Bakugo was giving it everything he had, yet Midoriya appeared unfazed. Mina exclaimed that Izuku wasn't even using his quirk, questioning what he was doing and why he wasn't fighting back for real. At the front of the class, Shoto observed with a calm, focused gaze. He noted how Izuku moved with precision, every block, dodge, and counter efficient. It was clear to him that Izuku was holding back, but he pondered the reason behind it. He muttered quietly to himself that Izuku was testing Bakugo. Momo, overhearing his remark, inquired about what he meant. She had been watching the fight intently, but the subtlety of Izuku's movements seemed lost on her. Todoroki glanced at her, his expression thoughtful. He noted that Midoriya was not just dodging. He was ensuring that every attack Bakugo threw was met with minimal effort. It was as if he were toying with Bakugo, forcing him to exhaust himself. Momo's eyes widened as she processed the analysis and wondered why Midoriya would do that unless he was planning something significant. As the fight raged on, Present Mick's voice boomed over the stadium, providing commentary with his trademark excitement. He exclaimed that Midoriya was effortlessly evading Bakugo's attacks, showcasing incredible precision without even using his quirk. Aizawa, sitting next to Present Mic in the announcer's booth, observed the match with a calm yet discerning expression. He remarked that Midoriya was holding back for now, controlling the fight without relying on his quirk. Bakugo's strength depended on his explosiveness, but Midoriya was ensuring he wasted all his energy before the real fight began. Present Mic expressed his excitement, likening the match to a cat-and-mouse game, with Bakugo going full force while Midoriya remained composed and cool. Finally, Katsuki pulled back, breathing heavily as sweat dripped down his face, his body aching from the series of counterattacks Izuku had delivered. His hands still sparked with energy, but his fury was boiling over. Izuku, on the other hand, remained unnervingly calm, his cold, calculating eyes never leaving Katsuki. He stood ready, waiting for the right moment. The crowd had fallen silent, watching in awe as Izuku deflected and countered Katsuki's relentless onslaught with precision and ease. Then, sensing the perfect time, Izuku's stance shifted slightly. His eyes narrowed, and a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. It was time. A soft, metallic hum filled the air, initially so quiet that only those closest to the arena noticed it. But then the hum grew louder, filling the entire stadium with the sound of mechanical whirring and power surging through the air. Present Mick's voice boomed with excitement, wondering what Midoriya was about to reveal. The arena fell into stunned silence as the transformation was complete. Izuku stood tall, now clad in something far more imposing than before. His hands were encased in high-tech gauntlets with small cannons that shimmered with a metallic sheen, and his legs were similarly armored in powerful greaves. A fearsome mask covered his face, and sleek back armor shaped like wings completed the transformation. Izuku flexed his fingers, feeling the raw power surging through the gauntlets, and looked at Katsuki with a smirk that sent chills down the spines of everyone watching. Katsuki's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the new gear adorning Izuku's body, his voice tinged with something bordering on fear. Without warning, Izuku lunged forward, closing the gap between him and Katsuki in the blink of an eye. Katsuki barely had time to react, bringing up his hands to defend himself, but it was too late. Izuku's fist connected with Katsuki's face, creating a powerful impact that reverberated through the arena. The explosion that followed was deafening, sending a shockwave rippling out from the point of impact and shaking the very foundations of the stadium. Fire and smoke erupted from the collision, and the audience gasped, some even screaming as they felt the ground tremble beneath them. Katsuki was launched backward, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. He skidded to a halt, leaving a deep groove in the dirt. Present Mick's voice cracked with excitement as he exclaimed that Midoriya had just unleashed an incredible punch that caused a massive explosion. The crowd erupted in an uproar, unable to process what they had just witnessed. They knew Izuku was strong, but this was something entirely different. Denki muttered in disbelief, unable to comprehend the explosive punch that had sent Katsuki flying. 𝗧𝗪 leaned forward, his face pale, realizing that it was more than just a punch, it was a powerful attack. Momo reasoned that Midoriya's gauntlets must have some kind of built-in explosive mechanism, her voice shaky as she struggled to believe what she was seeing. Present Mike continued to express his astonishment, questioning the kind of technology Midoriya was using and marveling at the force behind that punch. In the arena, Katsuki groaned as he tried to push himself up, his vision swimming from the impact. His face was bruised, and he wiped away the blood dripping from a cut on his lip, glaring at Izuku through blurry eyes. Despite the chaos, Izuku stood a few feet away, the smoke from the explosion slowly dissipating around him. His posture was relaxed, almost casual, as if the punch had required no effort at all. With a cold, dangerous glint in his eyes, he flexed his fingers again, the gauntlets humming with power. He calmly held up his hand, inspecting the gauntlet, and revealed that it was called 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝗄, a little upgrade. 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝗄 was a formidable set of gauntlets and greaves, complete with a fearsome face mask, capable of unleashing devastating attacks with immense power and precision. As the awakened form of Beowulf, 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝗄 enhanced the user's strength and agility, making them a formidable force in close-quarters combat. Each punch and kick generated small explosions upon impact, causing additional damage to enemies. Izuku was ready for the next phase of the fight, and the crowd could only watch in anticipation of what was to come. The impact generated a spiraling explosion that launched enemies skyward, dealing significant damage. The earth-shatter stomp created fissures and explosive shockwaves that destabilized foes. With the Blitz combo, a rapid series of powerful kicks delivered in quick succession generated small explosions with each strike, culminating in a larger explosion that sent enemies flying. The incineration cannons transformed the gauntlets into powerful weapons, channeling massive energy beams adjustable from 5% to 100% power. At full strength, the beams could nearly obliterate anything in their path. Izuku lowered his hand, locking his gaze onto Katsuki. He declared that Katsuki would be the first to feel the full power of his abilities. Katsuki's eyes widened, his heart racing. He sensed the power radiating from Izuku, unlike anything he had experienced before. There was a calm confidence about Izuku, who looked down at Katsuki as if he were merely an obstacle to be overcome. This infuriated Katsuki. He forced himself to his feet despite the pain, declaring that he didn't care about Izuku's gear and that he would blow him to pieces. Izuku chuckled coldly, sending chills down Katsuki's spine. He reminded Katsuki that he had been fighting girls throughout the festival and that now he was facing someone who wouldn't hold back. The words stung, twisting Katsuki's face in fury. He shouted for Izuku to shut up, but Izuku continued, stating that Katsuki had hurt others and bullied them into 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. He proclaimed that today he would break Katsuki. Katsuki's rage boiled over as he threatened Izuku, vowing to kill him. Izuku's smirk faded, replaced by an icy stare, and he challenged Katsuki to try. With that, Katsuki charged forward, explosions roaring in his hands, launching himself at Izuku with everything he had. This time, Izuku was ready, and the real fight had just begun. In the stands, the audience was divided between awe and disbelief. Chant after chant of Izuku's name echoed through the stadium, growing louder with each passing second. Fans expressed their shock at the intensity of the fight, while some murmured unease about Izuku's unwavering focus. Izuku met Katsuki head-on, his gauntlet-covered fists blazing with power. Each punch connected with a thunderous boom, small explosions erupting with every impact. Katsuki struggled to keep up with the relentless onslaught, as Izuku's speed and strength overwhelmed him. With a powerful uppercut, Izuku sent Katsuki spiraling into the air, a follow-up explosion trailing behind him. The crowd erupted in cheers and gasps, unable to believe what they were witnessing. One commentator shouted in excitement, marveling at how Izuku was dominating the fight with explosions from his own punches. As Katsuki crashed back down, Izuku awaited him, his gauntlets humming with energy. He coldly commanded Katsuki to get up, stating he wasn't finished yet. As Katsuki stood again, Izuku lunged forward, moving faster than before. Katsuki barely had time to react as Izuku closed the distance, delivering a rapid series of punches that landed with heavy booms, generating small explosions on impact. Katsuki attempted to block, but the sheer speed and power of Izuku's strikes overwhelmed him. Each punch sent bursts of energy through him, forcing him back. The final punch came with a thunderous explosion, sending Katsuki flying across the arena and crashing to the ground. Dust and debris flew as he hit the stadium floor, struggling to breathe through the pain. The commentator marveled at the unbelievable combo, noting how Izuku unleashed a series of punches effortlessly, with explosions more powerful than Katsuki's own attacks. Aizawa watched with narrowed eyes, commenting that he wouldn't be surprised if Midoriya upgraded his gear to counter Bakugo's explosions. Katsuki, despite the pain, refused to give up. With a roar, he propelled himself back into the air, fists outstretched, vowing to blow Izuku to pieces. Izuku advanced without hesitation. Katsuki tried to meet him head-on, blasting the ground to propel himself forward. As he prepared an explosive strike, Izuku deftly weaved past him, delivering a punch that sent a shockwave rippling through Katsuki's torso. The impact flared, throwing Katsuki sideways, pain surging through his side as he struggled to recover. Before he could regain his footing, Izuku struck again with a brutal kick to the gut, lifting Katsuki off his feet. Gasping for air, Katsuki was grabbed by Izuku, who used his momentum to spin and slam his elbow into Katsuki's back. Katsuki crumpled forward, the air forced from his lungs. Clutching his stomach, he gasped for breath, but Izuku was relentless. His movements were fluid and seamless, as if every strike had been meticulously planned and executed with precision. Izuku pulled back and stomped down HRD on Katsuki's right leg. A shockwave shot through Katsuki's leg, the impact resonating painfully. Katsuki roared, explosions erupting from his palms in a desperate attempt to push Izuku away. But Izuku barely flinched, twisting away from the wild blasts with grace. A second later, Izuku's knee crashed into Katsuki's side, hitting him directly in the lower ribs. Another explosion followed as Katsuki screamed through gritted teeth, the pain radiating throughout his torso. His hands spasmed as he tried to form another explosion, but Izuku was moving too quickly. Izuku grabbed Katsuki's wrist with both hands, twisting sharply before planting his foot in the middle of Katsuki's chest and pulling him forward. With a powerful motion, Izuku swung Katsuki over his shoulder and slammed him into the ground with a thunderous crash. The ground beneath them cracked, leaving a crater on the arena floor. Katsuki's body shook from the impact, pain shooting through him. Yet, he tried to fight back, forcing an explosion from his left hand to propel himself upward. Izuku stepped back, dodging the blast effortlessly. Just as Katsuki attempted to rise, Izuku closed the gap once more. This time, his fist drove straight into Katsuki's right shoulder. Katsuki's arm jerked back unnaturally, the force nearly dislocating his shoulder. The subsequent explosion sent Katsuki skidding back, but Izuku's relentless assault continued. Izuku followed up immediately, delivering a spinning kick to Katsuki's abdomen. Katsuki's body twisted in the air before he hit the ground hard, rolling across the arena floor as dust and debris scattered everywhere. His breathing was ragged, each inhale a painful reminder of the blows he had taken. Izuku's gaze remained unwavering as he stalked forward, his fists crackling with energy. His steps were slow and methodical, almost taunting as he closed the distance. Katsuki, shaking from the pain, forced himself to his feet, trembling all over. He declared he was not done, wiping the BLD from his mouth as he raised both arms. Explosions sparked from his hands, wild and erratic. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, his right fist glowing with energy as he drew it back. Katsuki charged, explosions bursting from his hands, but Izuku sidestepped again, moving like a blur as he ducked under Katsuki's arms. Before Katsuki could react, Izuku drove his fist into his side once more. The explosion sent Katsuki spinning through the air, his body crashing into the ground with a heavy thud. His vision blurred, and the world spun around him. Every inch of his body ached, his muscles screaming in protest. But he refused to stay down, forcing himself up again, his eyes wild with anger and frustration. Izuku's calm voice cut through the chaos, noting that Katsuki was still getting up and must be in a lot of pain by now. Katsuki responded with an incoherent snarl as he charged forward with all the energy he could muster. He attempted to throw a punch, his right arm shaking from the effort, but Izuku caught it mid-air, twisting it sharply. Katsuki's face contorted in pain, and before he could react, Izuku delivered a swift elbow strike to his sternum. Katsuki stumbled back, clutching his chest as the air was knocked out of him. Izuku advanced again, driving his knee into Katsuki's side with brutal precision. Katsuki's body lurched to the side, pain screaming through him. His vision was growing dim, and it was getting harder to keep his balance. But Izuku wasn't finished. With a powerful motion, he slammed his fist into Katsuki's stomach, sending another shockwave rippling through his body. Katsuki doubled over, gasping for breath, his knees buckling from the sheer force of the punch. His body shook uncontrollably, but Izuku wasn't giving him any time to recover. He grabbed Katsuki by the collar of his uniform and pulled him up, looking directly into his eyes. Izuku stated that Katsuki had asked him to go all out, so he wanted to see how much more he could take. With that, Izuku delivered a powerful kick to Katsuki's thigh, causing the muscle to spasm violently as Katsuki cried out in pain. His leg gave out beneath him, and he dropped to one knee. Izuku stood over him, his cold, unrelenting eyes watching his opponent struggle. Katsuki was breathing heavily, his entire body bruised and battered, explosions still sputtering weakly from his hands. He glared up at Izuku with all the hatred and defiance he could muster, but deep down, he knew this fight wasn't going his way. Izuku raised his fist one last time, but instead of finishing the fight, he simply stood there, his hand trembling with restrained power. He questioned if this was really what Katsuki wanted, to be humiliated in front of everyone and to see the difference in their strength. Katsuki's glare wavered for just a moment, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to give up, declaring he would kill Izuku. Just as Izuku raised his fist to deliver the final blow, he stopped. His cold, calculated expression remained unchanged, but something else clicked in his mind. Without warning, he reached into his inventory and pulled out a small vial, a glowing, red liquid swirling inside. The crowd's murmurs intensified as they wondered what he was planning. In one swift motion, Izuku tossed the vial toward Katsuki, who instinctively caught it midair, his battered and trembling hands barely able to hold onto the item. Katsuki stared at the vial in confusion, still hunched over, his breathing ragged and uneven. For a moment, silence settled over the stadium. Katsuki questioned what this was, his voice laced with exhaustion and confusion. But before he could finish, the vial cracked open, and the healing liquid seeped into his hands, quickly spreading across his body. His bruises began to fade, the swelling in his muscles and the sharp pains in his bones dissipating as the potion worked its magic. The crowd gasped in disbelief, and the pros watching from the stands exchanged glances of confusion and shock. Present Mick's voice suddenly boomed over the speakers, breaking the stunned silence. He exclaimed that Izuku had healed Katsuki and questioned if this was even allowed, noting that it was unprecedented. Izawa, standing nearby with his arms crossed, narrowed his eyes but maintained his usual calm demeanor, muttering that it seemed Izuku was full of surprises. He had been toying with Katsuki until now, but giving him another chance to fight at full strength raised questions. One of the pros in the crowd exclaimed in disbelief, wondering why Izuku would give him a potion in the middle of the fight. That was a perfect opportunity to finish it. Midnight observed the scene, unsure if Izuku was mocking Bakugo or if he was confident enough to give him a second chance. Her eyes locked on the two competitors. Back in the arena, Katsuki stood still, feeling his body rejuvenate as the pain and exhaustion melted away. His breathing became steady, his muscles relaxed, and his strength returned with a rush of adrenaline. Slowly, he clenched and unclenched his fists, feeling the newfound energy surge through him. He looked up at Izuku, still seething with rage but also confusion. Katsuki demanded to know what was wrong with Izuku. Izuku, his face obscured by the mask of Gilgamesh, gave a faint, cold smile and stated that he intended to break every bone in Katsuki's body, insisting on no excuses and no holding back. The audience roared in excitement at Izuku's bold declaration, their cheers echoing across the stadium. The tension was palpable as everyone realized Izuku wasn't merely fighting to win, he was fighting to utterly defeat Katsuki, leaving no room for doubt. Katsuki's eyes flared with rage as he declared that he didn't need Izuku's help and threatened him. Flames sparked in his palms again as he stomped forward, his body now back at full strength. Present Mike was still reeling from the shock, his voice crackling over the speakers, announcing that they were about to witness a match on a whole different level. The crowd continued to roar as Izuku lowered his fists, his entire body glowing faintly with the power of Gilgamesh. His mask concealed the smirk on his face. As he stared down Katsuki, eager to continue the fight. The tension in the air was palpable as the crowd watched with bated breath. Izuku stood calmly amid the chaotic battlefield, his hands forming precise seals at a speed that left the pros in the audience whispering in confusion and awe. Suddenly, the ground beneath Izuku trembled. Cracks splintered out from his feet, spreading across the arena in jagged lines. Then, with a deafening rumble, massive stone pillars erupted from the earth, towering above both Izuku and Katsuki. The stone pillars formed an almost maze-like structure, cutting through the arena in towering formations, their sheer size casting long shadows over the battlefield. The audience gasped as the transformation unfolded before their eyes. Izuku announced his technique, declaring that he had created the pillars not to hide behind, but for a purpose. In a blur of movement too fast for the untrained eye to follow, Izuku dashed forward, putting on the mask again and closing the distance between him and Katsuki in a fraction of a second. Katsuki barely had time to react before Izuku's hand shot out, wrapping tightly around his ankle. Katsuki's eyes widened as he realized too late what was happening. With no effort, Izuku yanked Katsuki off the ground with brutal force, his grip unyielding. The world seemed to slow down for a brief moment as Izuku swung Katsuki's body, the power in his arms magnified by the strength of Gilgamesh. The entire stadium shook as Izuku slammed Katsuki into the ground with enough force to create a small crater beneath him. The sound of impact echoed through the air, leaving the audience in stunned silence. 𝗵𝗃 coughed. The wind knocked out of him as his body lay half buried in the earth, his mind spinning from the impact. He tried to push himself up, but before he could regain his bearings, Izuku was on him again. This time, Izuku reached down, his gloved fingers wrapping around 𝗵𝗃's face. 𝗵𝗃 barely had time to register what was happening before Izuku yanked him up off the ground and began dragging him. With terrifying strength, Izuku pulled 𝗵𝗃 through the dirt, his body skidding against the ground as Izuku moved forward with purpose. Without warning, Izuku smashed 𝗵𝗃's body straight into one of the towering stone pillars he had created earlier. The sound of the collision was thunderous, bits of stone and debris shattering and raining down around them. 𝗵𝗃 cried out in pain, but Izuku wasn't finished. Izuku continued dragging him, slamming him into another stone pillar with equal force, and then another and another. Each time 𝗵𝗃's body collided with the pillars, the impacts reverberated throughout the stadium, leaving the audience in stunned silence. It was a relentless display of strength, one that left no doubt about the power difference between the two fighters. The pro heroes watching from the stands exchanged uneasy glances. This level of raw power and precision was beyond anything they had anticipated from the final round. 𝗵𝗃, now dazed and battered, tried to gather his bearings, but Izuku wasn't finished. He dragged 𝗵𝗃 toward the last pillar with frightening speed before slamming him into it one final time, the stone crumbling from the sheer force of the impact. As the dust settled, Izuku let go of 𝗵𝗃's face, his body slumping to the ground, barely conscious. He stood over 𝗵𝗃, breathing steadily as if the entire ordeal had barely taxed him. The stadium was dead silent for a moment, the sheer intensity of the display leaving everyone in awe. 𝗵𝗃 coughed, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glazed with pain and fury. But even through the haze of pain, there was fear. 𝗵𝗃 had never seen Izuku like this, so cold, so calculated, so devastatingly powerful. 𝗵𝗃 declared that he was not done yet, his voice a harsh rasp of fury and pride. He insisted that he would not lie down after all that and that he would not give up. His hands began to crackle with energy, sparks igniting as sweat poured from his palms. Izuku stood silently, his expression impassive as he watched 𝗵𝗃 continue to charge up power, the air vibrating with the intensity of his explosions. 𝗵𝗃's pride kept him standing and fighting, but Izuku was unmoved by his words. His stoic face revealed no sympathy at all. 𝗵𝗃 roared, his eyes blazing with determination and frustration, accusing Izuku of being mad over the support of their classmates and vowing to wipe out the weak power Izuku believed in. Without warning, 𝗵𝗃 aimed his right arm, not at Izuku, but at the stands, where spectators sat wide-eyed and horrified at the chaos below. He declared that he would show them what true power looked like. Momo's eyes widened in horror as she realized his intent. She shouted that he was aiming at them, her voice trembling. Her hand instinctively reached for her quirk, ready to create a shield, but she knew it would be futile against something that powerful. Jiryu stood frozen beside her, heart pounding as she watched the glowing energy ready to burst forth, questioning if 𝗵𝗃 was crazy. Mina clutched her seat, her voice shaky as she wondered what he was doing. Meanwhile, Todoroki leaned forward, his normally stoic face reflecting concern. His mismatched eyes glinted with worry as he muttered that 𝗵𝗃 had really lost it. He debated whether to intervene, knowing time was short. Iida stood up, panic etched into his rigid stance, insisting they had to move. But before anyone could react, a deafening explosion rocked the air, tearing through the arena as 𝗵𝗃 unleashed his blast toward the stands. Aizawa, who had been watching closely, narrowed his eyes at the unfolding situation. His hand hovered over his goggles, ready to activate his erasure quirk, expressing frustration at 𝗵𝗃's reckless actions. All Might, sitting in the VIP section, instinctively tensed, his hand clenching around the armrest of his seat as he prepared to move. 𝗬𝗵𝗲, standing on the sidelines, raised his hands, ready to form barriers to protect the crowd, glancing toward Midnight and Aizawa in disbelief. Even Midnight had a brief moment of shock, her 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗵 poised and ready to lash out if necessary, declaring that 𝗧𝗵𝗃 had gone too far. The tension in the air reached a boiling point, and it seemed several pro-heroes were about to spring into action to protect the audience. But Izuku's reaction was instantaneous. In a flash, he dashed in front of the beam, his hand outstretched. The air rippled as he summoned the raw strength of Gilgamesh, forming a barrier of energy around his hand. With a swift motion, he deflected the beam, sending the destructive blast veering off course and crashing harmlessly into the empty ground far from the spectators. The audience fell silent, shocked by Izuku's sheer speed and power. The explosive beam that could have wreaked havoc on the crowd had been dealt with effortlessly. Izuku's hand still crackled with energy as he turned his cold, unfeeling gaze back toward 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅. His calm expression twisted into one of controlled fury, the weight of his emotions breaking through his cold exterior. He stated that 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅 had crossed a line. 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅 breathed, the smirk fading from his face as he sensed the shift in Izuku's demeanor. Something in Izuku's eyes burned deeper than mere competition now. It was anger, not for himself, but for his friends. Izuku declared that he might not be a hero yet, but anyone who threatened or hurt his friends would pay. The aura around him exploded. He charged at 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅, his fist glowing with ominous light, charged with the force of Gilgamesh. Izuku's punch connected with 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅's face in a devastating blow, an explosion erupting on impact as 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅 was sent flying backward with tremendous force, crashing through the remaining stone pillars. The ground shook with the impact as 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅's body skidded across the arena floor, debris scattering in all directions. 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅 coughed, struggling to push himself back to his feet, but his body trembled under the weight of the damage he had taken. Still, the fire in his eyes hadn't dimmed. He refused to stay down, knowing that giving up would mean rejecting everything he believed in. His strength, his pride, his longing to surpass everyone. 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅 growled through gritted teeth, stumbling as he charged back toward Izuku, explosions propelling him forward in a desperate last attempt, insisting he was not done yet. But Izuku stood his ground, expressionless, the power of Gilgamesh swirling ominously around him. 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅 lunged, unleashing a flurry of attacks, aiming to take Izuku down by sheer force. Explosions went off at point-blank range, each blast sending shockwaves through the arena. Yet every punch from 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅 was either dodged or deflected by Izuku's swift movements. Izuku's counters were precise and calculated. Each time 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅 threw a punch, Izuku was there with a block or a strike of his own. The sound of fists connecting filled the arena. A punch to 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅's stomach sent him staggering back, followed by a swift kick to his side, resulting in a loud explosion as the energy erupted on contact. 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅's eyes widened as he felt the overwhelming power of Izuku's blows. Each hit felt like being struck by a freight train, compounded by the explosive energy of Gilgamesh. He was losing ground fast, and he knew it. But 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅 wasn't the type to go down quietly. With a loud roar, he gathered every ounce of strength he had left and launched himself into the air, his gauntlets crackling with energy. He prepared to unleash one final blast, a move that would end the fight once and for all. However, Izuku, with a calm yet terrifying expression, raised his arms, his gauntlets shifting and transforming, the air around him growing dense with energy. He declared it was over. With a single motion, he raised his gauntlets toward 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅, the transformation complete. Energy crackled around them, charging up with power as they shifted into their ultimate form, the incineration cannons. The cannons hummed with energy, growing louder with each passing second. Izuku's eyes flashed with determination as he aimed them directly at 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅, who was still soaring through the air, preparing his final attack. With a voice filled with resolve, Izuku activated his power at 25% output. The cannons unleashed a massive beam of raw energy, tearing through the air with incredible force. The beam collided with 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅's final blast, obliterating it instantly and engulfing 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅 in a blinding surge of power. The explosion shook the stadium as 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅 was sent spiraling out of the sky, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. The shockwave rippled through the arena, scattering dust and debris in all directions. When the dust finally settled, 𝗧𝗍𝗄𝗅 lay on the ground, motionless, his body smoking from the aftermath of the blast. The entire arena fell silent, save for the faint hum of Izuku's cannons powering down. Izuku stood at the center of the battlefield, his cold eyes fixed on Katsuki, who had finally been defeated. The match was over. Present Mick's voice trembled as he declared the winner of the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Festival final round to be Midoriya Izuku. The roar of the crowd that followed was thunderous. But Izuku remained still in the center of the arena, his chest rising and falling steadily as the adrenaline from the fight began to fade. His fists, still crackling faintly with residual energy, clenched and unclenched, as if he was still processing the intensity of what had just happened. His cold eyes scanned Katsuki's unconscious form, lying several meters away, bruised and battered from the relentless onslaught. Pro heroes in the stands, particularly those from Yu, exchanged glances, their expressions ranging from shock to concern. Aizawa, watching from the observation room, narrowed his eyes in thought, contemplating the level of power displayed. Endeavor crossed his arms, his face a mixture of stern admiration and wariness, acknowledging that Izuku was not just strong but terrifyingly efficient. Midnight sighed, her expression somber, noting that they should have expected this after what Izuku had said about no rules or restrictions. All Might stood in the back, his serious demeanor reflecting a heavy heart, torn between pride and concern. He recognized that Izuku's strength had grown significantly, but there was something unsettling about the way he fought Katsuki. The coldness in Izuku's eyes and the calculated intensity were not traits of the wide-eyed, hopeful boy he had known. As medical teams rushed into the arena to attend to Katsuki, Izuku finally unclenched his fists and took a deep breath. He glanced at the staff approaching him, one of the medics checking if he was injured, but Izuku dismissed them with a nod, signaling that he was fine. The pro heroes on standby were unsure of what to say. Even though Izuku had won, the victory felt unsettling. His display of power was unprecedented among students, and that raw strength lingered in their minds. The crowd's cheering began to subside as recovery crews started repairing the damage to the arena, resetting everything in preparation for the award ceremony. It would take time before the ceremony could commence, and many spectators used the break to process what they had just witnessed. After leaving the arena, Izuku headed to the waiting room, his footsteps echoing down the hallway. The fight had taken a toll on his body, but his mind was still racing with the lingering intensity provoked by Katsuki. He flexed his fingers, feeling the weight of his weapon receding as it deactivated, and his gauntlets and greaves vanished. Pushing the door open to the empty waiting room, he sat down on one of the benches. His heart still pounded in his chest, but the cold mask he had worn during the fight began to slip away. Emotions threatened to resurface, but he forced them down, focusing on his breathing instead. He reflected on the necessity of his actions, acknowledging that Katsuki had been out of control and had threatened everyone in the stands. He had to stop him, but Izuku couldn't shake the feeling of guilt creeping in. Katsuki had always pushed him, yet this time, it had gone too far, not just for Katsuki but for him as well. If he had ended the match quickly rather than letting his emotions take over, this situation might have been avoided. Before he could lose himself in those thoughts, the quiet creak of the door interrupted the silence. Izuku's eyes flickered open as Momo entered, her face flushed with concern. She stepped inside, closing the door quietly behind her, her gaze flicking to the gauntlets on his arms. She asked if he was okay, her voice gentle but filled with worry. Izuku gave a small nod, though weariness was evident in his expression. He reassured her that he was fine, just catching his breath. Momo approached him cautiously, scanning for any signs of injury. Just then, Jiryu appeared at the door, leaning against the frame, her earphone jacks twitching slightly as if trying to gauge his heartbeat. She asked if he was sure he was fine, noting that from where they had been sitting, it looked like he was about to tear Bakugo apart. Izuku sighed, lowering his head. He explained that Katsuki had put everyone in danger and had gone too far. Jiryu's eyes softened, but before she could respond, the door opened wider, and Achiko stepped in. She had a faint bruise on her cheek from her earlier match, but her concern for Izuku overshadowed any thoughts about her own injuries. She hesitated before stepping into the room, her gaze darting between Momo and 𝗓𝗪 before settling on Izuku. Achiko expressed her worry for him, acknowledging that the fight had been intense. Izuku blinked at her, feeling a slight twinge of guilt for having worried them. He admitted that he hadn't meant to, but he couldn't let Katsuki continue as he had. Momo placed a hand gently on his shoulder, her touch warm and reassuring. She affirmed that he had done what he had to do but noted that he seemed different during the fight. 𝗓𝗪 crossed her arms, agreeing that she had never seen him fight like that before, and it was unsettling. Achiko added that it was as if he had become a completely different person. She understood that Bakugo could be a handful, but they had never seen him fight with such intensity and anger. Izuku leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, the weight of their words sinking in. He hadn't realized how much his emotions had bled through during the fight. He was always careful to maintain his calm and cold exterior, but Katsuki had pushed him to a place he hadn't wanted to go. Izuku admitted that he wasn't proud of his actions, his voice low as he reflected on the moment. When Katsuki threatened the crowd, something inside him snapped. He couldn't allow Katsuki to hurt anyone, especially not his friends. The room fell silent after his revelation, and for a moment, no one spoke. Momo, 𝗓𝗪, and Achiko exchanged glances, their expressions softening with understanding. They recognized the heavy burden Izuku carried, one of power, responsibility, and the constant pressure to be better than the threats they faced. Katsuki's reckless actions had been the tipping point. Achiko, kneeling slightly to meet his gaze, reminded him that he didn't have to carry all of this alone. Izuku looked at her, his expression softening as he acknowledged her words. He understood that he had this power, and if he didn't control it properly, people could get hurt. 𝗓𝗪, with a gentle tone, teased him about his control, noting that he had certainly taken down Bakugo. She reassured him that no one blamed him for it. After all, Katsuki had it coming. Momo tightened her grip on his shoulder, offering reassurance and expressing their relief that he was okay. She reminded him that he always protected everyone. Izuku felt the weight of their concern and care, and for a moment his usual cold exterior melted away. He appreciated that he wasn't alone in this. He thanked them quietly, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. Achiko smiled warmly, standing back up and affirming that they would always be there for him as they were a team. Momo nodded, her elegant posture calming the room, and expressed pride in him, calling his fight incredible. 𝗓𝗪 chuckled, leaning against the door frame, playfully cautioning him not to go overboard again, suggesting he save that energy for Bakugo. Izuku managed a small smile, feeling the tension ease as the presence of his friends brought him a sense of normalcy. Just then, footsteps approached the waiting room, drawing their attention. A voice rang through the slightly ajar door, announcing that it was almost time. Aizawa stood at the entrance, his calm and no-nonsense tone breaking through their camaraderie. He informed them that the awards ceremony was about to begin, glancing at Izuku before nodding to Momo, 𝗓𝗪, and Achiko, urging them to be ready. Izuku stood up, rolling his shoulders as he felt the weight of the gauntlets and greaves again. He took a deep breath and glanced back at his friends one last time. Kyoka quipped that it was time to face the music, smirking. Izuku gave them a grateful look before heading toward the door, expressing his readiness to get it over with. The air buzzed with excitement, even after the intense matches that had unfolded. All eyes were focused on the large podium in the center of the arena, where the top contenders of the festival were about to be celebrated. The grand platform was divided into 3 levels. On the highest stood Izuku, the undisputed champion of this year's event, his face calm but resolute, hands behind his back. His white hair blew lightly in the breeze, contrasting with the vibrant energy surrounding him. To his right, on the second level, stood Achiko, who looked both proud and anxious, still recovering from the emotional and physical toll of her own matches, and Shoto, whose face was stoic but contemplative, seemingly lost in thought about the path that had brought him to second place. His dual-colored hair hung low, and his icy blue eyes flicked briefly toward Izuku. On the third level stood Momo, radiating poise despite the toll her battles had taken on her body. Before the ceremony could officially start, the crowd whispered in anticipation, wondering about Katsuki Bakugo's absence. His wild behavior and intense matches had captivated and shocked the audience, making his absence noticeable. Present Mick's booming voice broke the silence, welcoming everyone to the closing ceremony of this year's 𝗬𝗧𝗏 Sports Festival and inviting applause for the top contenders. The crowd erupted in cheers as the spotlight shone on Izuku, Shoto, Momo, and Achiko. Midnight, standing at the center of the stage in her characteristic outfit, raised a hand to quiet the crowd. She thanked everyone but noted that they needed to address a matter concerning Katsuki Bakugo. Whispers surged through the audience as curiosity grew. Midnight continued, her tone serious, explaining that due to Katsuki's wild and destructive behavior during the final match, as well as his attack directed toward his classmates, he had been officially disqualified from the festival. His actions posed a danger to everyone involved, and such conduct could not be tolerated in a professional setting. The audience gasped, many unable to believe that the fierce competitor had been disqualified. While Katsuki's reputation had always been intense, this level of recklessness surprised even his admirers. However, those who witnessed the extent of the destruction he had caused understood the decision. Midnight allowed the murmurs to die down before continuing, informing them that Katsuki was currently recovering from the injuries sustained during the final match, courtesy of Izuku's overwhelming strength, but he was receiving proper care. As soon as she mentioned Izuku's name, the spotlight shifted back to him. Izuku stood on the highest platform, his expression sad as he recalled a conversation with Ida. In a flashback, Tenya had hurriedly informed Izuku that he needed to leave early because a villain had targeted his older brother. Izuku expressed concern for 𝗫𝗫𝗏, Tenya's brother, and learned that Tenya was going to visit him directly to see how he was doing. Tenya admired his brother, who honored the rules and led people, and aspired to be a hero like him. The flashback ended as Midnight brought everyone back to the present. She announced that it was time to award the medals, and the presentation would be made by none other than All Might, the symbol of peace and #1 hero. As he landed beside Midnight, there was a brief moment of awkward silence. Midnight apologized for speaking over him, and the ceremony continued. All Might sighed, shaking his head with a smile as the crowd chuckled at the exchange. His larger-than-life presence filled the arena as he waved to the cheering audience, his trademark grin radiating warmth. He turned his attention to the 4 students on the podium, his face softening as he approached them. He expressed his pride, stating that they all fought with incredible heart that day. No matter the outcome, they were shining examples of what it meant to be a hero. He approached Momo first, his signature grin softening into a look of encouragement. He praised her for her incredible performance, noting that reaching 3rd place in such a competitive environment showcased both her intelligence and willpower. He handed her the bronze medal, and before she could respond, he pulled her into a quick hug, patting her shoulder and encouraging her to keep training and trust her instincts. Momo blinked, tears brimming in her eyes as she hugged him back, nodding in gratitude. Next, he turned to Shoto and Achiko, who stood side by side on the 2nd-place podium. All Might approached Achiko first, offering her the silver medal with a proud smile. He commended her for her incredible growth and bravery, noting how she pushed herself beyond her limits. He encouraged her to keep that fire burning while remembering why she became a hero in the first place. Achiko accepted the medal, her heart swelling with gratitude, and All Might pulled her into a gentle embrace. All Might then moved toward Shoto, holding out the other silver medal. His expression was a little more serious as he spoke, acknowledging Shoto's brilliant performance but noting that he didn't use his flames in the final match. Shoto's eyes shifted to the ground for a moment before he quietly expressed his doubts about himself and his path to becoming a hero. All Might placed the silver medal around Shoto's neck and hugged him, reassuring him that it was okay to have doubts and that what mattered was to keep moving forward. Finally, All Might approached Izuku. The tension between them was palpable as the symbol of peace stood before the young man who had just won the entire festival. Izuku's gaze was intense, a subtle resentment simmering beneath the surface. All Might hesitated before placing the gold medal around Izuku's neck. He acknowledged Izuku's journey, expressing how far he had come and apologizing for any doubts he had cast upon him. As All Might placed the gold medal around his neck, Izuku felt its weight, both physically and emotionally. He had fought harder than ever before, and this victory was a testament to everything he had overcome. All Might then turned to face the rest of the freshmen, declaring that they were the winners this time but emphasizing that anyone could have ended up on those podiums. He encouraged them to keep competing, improving, and climbing further, proclaiming that the next generation of heroes was definitely sprouting. He then rallied everyone to shout together, but a humorous mix-up ensued as All Might and Izuku shouted in unison, leading to laughter in the crowd. As the celebrations continued, the roar of the crowd and the lively energy of the stadium filled the air. Medals gleamed on the necks of the top 4 winners, but for Izuku, something else was on his mind. Amidst the loud cheering, he suddenly turned, stepping down from the podium and making his way toward Kyoka, who had been watching the awards ceremony unfold. She blinked in confusion as he approached, unsure of what he was planning. With a quiet smile, Izuku took off his gleaming gold medal and gently placed it around Kyoka's neck. Kyoka's eyes widened in shock, her hands instinctively reaching up to touch the medal resting on her chest. She stammered in confusion, questioning why he would do such a thing. Izuku gave her a soft pat on the head, his expression warm and affectionate, much like an older brother showing care for his younger sibling. He expressed that it was thanks to her support that he made it this far and that she deserved the medal more than he did. Kyoka froze for a moment, processing his words. Her heart swelled with emotion, tears pricking at the corners of her eyes. All the pressure, hard work, and support she had shown him throughout their journey had led to this moment. Unable to contain her emotions, she let out a quiet sob as she wrapped her arms around Izuku, hugging him tightly and whispering that she didn't deserve it. Izuku chuckled softly, gently patting her back as he returned the hug, reminding her that she had done more than she realized and that they were all family, carrying each other forward. The heartwarming scene didn't go unnoticed by Class 1A, and the girls in particular couldn't hold back their reactions. Squeals of joy and excitement erupted from them, their faces lighting up at the sight of the bond between Izuku and Kyoka. They chimed in with coos and exclamations about how adorable the moment was. Even Momo couldn't help but smile at the tender moment, recognizing how much they had all grown as a family. Other students from different courses who had gathered to watch the awards ceremony also whispered among themselves, some smiling warmly at the heartfelt display while others marveled at the bond they were witnessing. The crowd's chatter grew louder as people marveled at the wholesome moment between the 2 young heroes. As Kyoka pulled back from the hug, her eyes were still glossy with tears, but a smile had found its way to her face. She gently touched the medal around her neck once more, her fingers tracing its edges as if to remind herself it was real. She expressed her gratitude to Izuku, her voice shaky but filled with appreciation. With the tender moment concluded, Izuku turned and made his way back down to the stadium floor, where his aunt and uncle were waiting. Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo, who had been watching the entire exchange, approached him with a mix of pride and concern. Mitsuki had tears in her eyes as she saw Izuku approaching. She reached out, placing a hand on his cheek as she looked him over, her maternal instincts kicking in. She told him he did amazing, though she admitted he had scared them today, noting they had never seen him like that before. Masaru, standing beside his wife, nodded in agreement, his expression equally concerned. He asked Izuku what had happened out there, noting that he had been unusually aggressive. Before Masaru could finish, Izuku bowed his head, guilt weighing heavily on his heart. He quietly apologized, filled with regret, acknowledging that he had let his anger take control and had hurt Katsuki more than he should have. Mitsuki looked at her nephew, her heart aching at the sight of him so troubled. She pulled him into a tight embrace, holding him close as she stroked his hair. She reassured him that he was a good kid but warned him to be careful, as that anger could destroy him if he let it. Masaru placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder, offering him a kind smile. He reminded Izuku that he had a good heart and encouraged him to use his strength to protect, not to harm. Izuku nodded, feeling the warmth and support from the only family he had left. He promised them he would do better and wouldn't let it happen again. Mitsuki pulled back, wiping her eyes as she gave him a stern look, though her love for him was evident. She teased him to make sure he wouldn't, but assured him that they were proud of him. She believed his parents would be proud too. Izuku's heart tightened at the mention of his parents, but he nodded, feeling a sense of peace. Before he could go back to his classmates, a new chant began to rise from the crowd. People started shouting, their voices growing louder as they cheered for something unexpected. They wanted to see the dragon again. Izuku blinked in surprise, hearing the excited crowd's request. All of them had witnessed his shadow dragon, 𝗕𝗁, during the cavalry battles of the sports festival, and now they were eagerly chanting for his return. Present Mike, who had been keeping an eye on the crowd, chuckled into his microphone as he addressed the rising excitement, noting that the crowd was hungry for more and wanted to see Midoriya's dragon again. The stadium was alive with cheers and claps as the crowd's demands grew louder. Even the pros sitting in the stands were intrigued, some nodding in approval at the crowd's enthusiasm. Midnight raised an eyebrow, grinning as she glanced at Izuku, commenting that he had become quite the sensation. Even Kyoka nudged Izuku playfully, smirking as she noted that they wanted an encore. Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. He looked around at the cheering crowd, then nodded slowly, deciding to give them what they wanted. Taking a step forward, he raised his hand into the air, the shadows beneath him beginning to swirl and shift ominously. With a surge of dark energy, a massive figure began to materialize above him. The shadows coiled and twisted until they formed the fearsome, majestic shape of 𝗕𝗁, Izuku's shadow dragon. The dragon let out a powerful roar as it appeared, its glowing blue eyes scanning the crowd, and the sheer size of the creature cast a long shadow over the arena. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers as 𝗕𝗁 soared above the stadium, his wingspan enormous as he circled once before coming to rest beside Izuku. The sight of the dragon, dark yet obedient to Izuku's command, left the audience in awe. Even Kyoka, now standing beside Izuku with the gold medal hanging proudly around her neck, couldn't help but grin at the spectacle. The once serious atmosphere of the awards ceremony had shifted into something far more celebratory and exciting. As the dragon hovered in place, Izuku reached out, gently petting its head. 𝗕𝗁 lowered its massive snout, nudging Izuku affectionately, the bond between them as strong as ever. For the first time, Izuku felt what it meant to have a real family. After the adrenaline of the sports festival had died down, the students of Class 1A were still basking in the afterglow of victory and the intense emotions of the battles they had fought. However, their tired bodies and weary minds were not lost on their homeroom teacher. Gathered in their classroom the next day, the exhaustion was evident in each student's expression. Bruises, bandages, and yawns filled the room, though the buzz of excitement and pride still lingered. Aizawa, standing at the front of the room, looked at them with his usual stern but concerned demeanor. He began by acknowledging their performance during the sports festival, noting that they had pushed themselves beyond their limits and some were probably still processing everything that had happened. His gaze swept over the class, lingering on some of the more battle-worn students, like Izuku, Achiko, and Shoto. He announced that he was excusing them from school for the next 2 days. A chorus of surprised gasps and relieved sighs echoed through the room. Even though they had fought like pros, they were still students at the end of the day, and they needed rest. Aizawa continued, stating that whether they spent that time at the dorms or visited their families was up to them. When they returned, they would review the draft forms they would receive. This was their chance to recover and reflect on what came next. The class erupted into chatter, many students already making plans. Some, like Achiko and Shoto, would head home to see their families, while others planned to stay at the dorms to catch up on rest or personal matters. The weight of the festival was behind them, but now they had time to think, to process, and to recuperate. Elsewhere, Iida moved with urgency, his heart pounding as he hurried into the pristine halls of Hosu General Hospital. He had visited this place many times over the past few weeks, but each time felt just as heavy as the first. His brother, Tensei Iida, lay in a hospital bed, his body still recovering from the severe injuries inflicted by the villain stain. Tenya rushed to his brother's side, his footsteps echoing in the sterile room. Tensei looked up at him, his face weary and lined with pain, but there was a glint of recognition and warmth in his eyes. Tensei acknowledged Tenya with a soft, weak voice. Tenya felt a tightness in his throat as he struggled to hold back his emotions. Seeing Tensei like this was always difficult. He had always been his role model and hero, and now, to see him confined to a hospital bed was unbearable. Tensei expressed his regret, whispering that he had failed to live up to the ideal he had set for Tenya, unable to be the role model his brother deserved. The following day, Shoto stood in front of the psychiatric ward, taking slow, deliberate breaths. He had been here before, but never to visit. His mother had been a distant figure in his life for so long, a ghost overshadowed by his father's relentless training. The thought of seeing her and speaking to her after years of avoidance filled him with a strange mix of anxiety and determination. His older sister, 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗲 𝗺𝗏, had tried to dissuade him from coming, arguing that it might be too much for their mother and that seeing him could reopen old wounds. But Shoto knew this was something he needed to do. He couldn't move forward or fully embrace his path to becoming a hero without confronting the past and understanding his mother's pain as well as his own. Taking one last deep breath, he stepped through the doors, his mind resolute. Inside, the ward was quiet and peaceful in its own way, with soft, calming colors on the walls and a serenity in the air that felt almost surreal. When Shoto finally reached the room where his mother resided, he hesitated. His heart pounded in his chest, and for a moment he almost turned away. But he forced himself to open the door and step inside. His mother sat by the window, gazing out at the garden beyond. The light filtered through her soft, silver hair, and though she looked older than he remembered, there was still a gentleness in her face that made his heart ache. She turned at the sound of the door opening, her eyes widening in recognition. Shoto stood there for a moment, speechless. His heart was in his throat, and all the words he had prepared seemed to slip away. But then he walked forward, his steps slow and deliberate. He expressed his longing to talk with her, and she smiled, though it was a sad, wistful smile. She apologized for everything, and Shoto interrupted, stating that he was the one who was sorry for avoiding her for so long. He needed to understand and find closure to move forward. His mother's eyes filled with tears, but there was a sense of relief in them, as if the weight of years of silence was finally lifting. They talked for hours about the past, their father, and the future. By the end of it, Shoto felt lighter, as though a burden he had carried his whole life was finally starting to fade. Meanwhile, Achiko was making her way home, her thoughts filled with the encouraging words Izuku had shared with her after the festival. He had reminded her of her strength, how far she had come, and the importance of believing in herself. When she arrived at her family's home, she was greeted with open arms and warm smiles. Her parents had watched the sports festival with bated breath, cheering for her as she fought her heart out in every match. Her father exclaimed how amazing she was, pulling her into a tight hug, expressing their pride. Her mother smiled, her eyes glistening with pride and tears, acknowledging how much Achiko had grown. The warmth of their embrace and their words made Achiko's heart swell. She had come so far, but she knew her journey was only just beginning. With her family's support and the lessons she had learned from the festival, she felt more ready than ever to continue pursuing her dream of becoming a hero. 2 days later, the lively chatter of Class 1A filled the room as the students gathered after their brief break. The excitement of the 𝗬𝗧𝗔 sports festival still lingered in the air, making the atmosphere electric with energy and anticipation. Mina commented on how different it was when the matches were broadcast on TV, sharing how many people had talked to her on the way. Ejiro agreed, grinning and flexing his muscles, recalling how people had complimented him. Toru chimed in, humorously noting that people had stared at her too, despite her invisible form. Ojiro chuckled at her comment, while Shiro sighed heavily, sharing his own experience with elementary schoolers offering him encouragement. Tsuyu, with her usual straightforwardness, reassured Shiro, but he groaned, feeling that it wasn't helping. Kaminari leaned over to Mineta, asking if anyone recognized him. Mineta, seemingly deep in thought, smirked, claiming that a few people had recognized him and that 𝗬𝗧𝗧 was amazing, likening them to celebrities. As the students laughed and shared their stories, a noticeable absence lingered at the back of their minds, Bakugo's empty seat. Though no one openly mentioned it, it cast a quiet, uneasy shadow over their otherwise enthusiastic conversations. The tension began to rise as more students took notice. Before anyone could voice their concerns, the door slid open, and Aizawa entered the room, looking completely recovered, his bandages gone, and his usual stern expression back in place. The class quickly quieted down, the buzz of conversation fading as everyone returned to their seats. Aizawa walked to the front of the room and turned to face them, his gaze sweeping across the students. He seemed to sense their unspoken questions about the empty seat. He acknowledged their curiosity, stating that some of them were worried, especially regarding Bakugo's absence. Aizawa's eyes swept across the room, and though his face remained unreadable, there was a heaviness in the air. The students waited with bated breath for the explanation. Aizawa then announced that Bakugo Katsuki had been transferred to Class 1B. The announcement hit like a shockwave. Murmurs broke out across the room, but Aizawa raised his hand, instantly quieting the noise. He continued, explaining that the decision regarding Bakugo was made due to his behavior during the sports festival. Principal Nizu believed Bakugo's temperament posed a danger to himself and others, especially in combat scenarios where heroes were expected to protect people, not endanger them. The students exchanged glances. Bakugo had always been intense, but none of them had anticipated such drastic consequences. Aizawa's voice remained steady but firm as he informed the class that Bakugo would undergo additional training in Class 1B, focusing not only on combat but also on mental 𝗕𝗫𝗄𝗄𝗧𝗔𝗄𝗏. Hound Dog, the school's counselor, would oversee these sessions to help address Bakugo's aggression and tendencies toward violence. Several students shifted in their seats, visibly uncomfortable at the thought of what Bakugo might be experiencing. Kaminari looked worried, voicing the question that lingered in everyone's minds about what would happen if Bakugo did not show improvement. Aizawa paused for a moment before sighing and explaining that if Bakugo did not improve and continued to pose a threat to others, he would face expulsion, not just from you, but from all hero schools in Japan. A heavy silence fell over the room as the weight of those words sank in. Bakugo's path as a hero was in serious jeopardy, and it was clear that for someone like him, being a hero was everything. However, Aizawa added that this was not a foregone conclusion. Bakugo had been given a chance to correct his behavior, and Aizawa expected all of them to respect that decision. The school's job was to teach and help students grow, and that applied to Bakugo as much as it did to anyone else. The class remained silent, each student processing the news in their own way. Bakugo had always been a difficult person, but no one could deny his strength or drive. The thought of him being at risk of expulsion felt like a shock to the system. Izuku, who had been quiet throughout the entire conversation, sat with a complex expression. His thoughts swirled. He had clashed with Bakugo, fought him fiercely, and even beaten him, but this situation was different. Despite their rivalry and Bakugo's harshness toward him, Izuku never wanted to see him expelled. Jiro leaned closer to Izuku, wondering if he thought Bakugo would change. Izuku didn't answer immediately, looking down at his hands and recalling the intensity of their final exchange. Finally, he expressed his hope that Bakugo would improve. The tension in the classroom shifted when Aizawa changed the subject. He adjusted his stance, giving the class a break from the heavy topic of Bakugo's absence. Aizawa announced that today's homeroom class would focus on hero informatics. The students collectively stiffened. Hero informatics sounded far too much like hero academics, which almost always meant a test. Sensing their apprehension, Aizawa quickly reassured them that there would be no test. Instead, they would be choosing their hero names that day. The announcement hit the class like a lightning bolt, and the room erupted into cheers and excitement as every student jumped up from their seats, thrilled at the prospect of finally solidifying their hero identities. Kirishima shouted in enthusiasm, expressing how long he had been waiting for this moment. Mia practically squealed in excitement, spinning around. Aizawa let the excitement settle for a moment before continuing. He reminded them that these names would follow them throughout their careers, so they should choose wisely. This decision also had significant implications for the pro-hero draft picks, causing a few students to pause and refocus on the reality of the situation. The draft picks were a big deal, and having the right hero name could influence how professionals remembered them. 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝑟 tilted her head and asked if they would need to prove themselves once they got picked. Aizawa confirmed that as first years, any offers they received could be retracted before graduation, emphasizing that the real work began once they were accepted. Minato groaned loudly, grumbling about adults being selfish. Ignoring Mineta's complaints, Aizawa picked up a remote and pressed a button that caused a large screen to descend from the ceiling. He revealed the totals for those with internship offers, and the screen flickered to life with a comprehensive list of all the students who had received offers from Pro Heroes. The numbers appeared before the class, and the students reacted with shock and awe, particularly at the staggering number of offers that Izuku had received. The gap between him and Shoto, the next closest in line, was astronomical. Kyoka exclaimed her disbelief at Izuku's total, knowing he would receive offers but realizing this was on a whole different level. Shoto, who had also received a significant number of offers, raised an eyebrow at the sheer size of Izuku's total, recalling the overwhelming power Izuku had demonstrated during the festival. Meanwhile, Kaminari threw his head back in frustration, feeling disheartened by the difference in their numbers. Yuga dramatically lamented that the pro heroes didn't recognize a good thing when they saw one, clearly feeling overlooked when he didn't see his own name on the board. Izuku, however, sat quietly in his seat, not overwhelmed by the number of offers but concerned about how he would manage an internship while dealing with other responsibilities. Aizawa, sensing the collective unease, spoke up again, explaining that in previous years, the offers were usually more spread out, but this year, all eyes were on the top three, Izuku, Shoto, and Hachiko. Still, Izuku smiled for his friends, glancing at Shoto, who remained stoic but seemed to have a tiny smile, and Hachiko, who was still staring at the board with a mix of pride and disbelief. Momo leaned over toward Shoto, offering a congratulatory smile and expressing her admiration for his performance. Shoto returned her smile politely but shook his head slightly, acknowledging her compliment while remaining grounded. Most of the offers were likely due to the influence of Izuku's father rather than anything he had done himself. Meanwhile, Hachiko was practically bouncing in her seat, her usual exuberance shining through as she shared her excitement with the others. She expressed her disbelief that they all received offers, emphasizing how significant this was for them. The prospect of internships filled her with happiness, and she was thrilled that they could all experience this opportunity together. Even students who hadn't received offers remained hopeful, as Aizawa reassured them that they would all have the chance to intern with pro heroes, regardless of their offers. His words helped ease the minds of those like Hantashiro and Masahiro Ojiro, who felt they had received fewer offers compared to their classmates. Aizawa reminded them that before diving into the excitement of internships, they needed to choose their hero names. He emphasized the importance of selecting a name that reflected their identity and aspirations. As he spoke, the door to the classroom opened, revealing the R-rated heroine, Midnight. Kaminari, Shiro, and Mineta perked up instantly, their eyes widening as Midnight sauntered in with her usual confidence. She announced that choosing a hero name was a crucial step, reminding the class that many student names would eventually become their professional names. She warned them that if they picked something silly or immature, they might regret it later. While the boys struggled to contain their excitement, the girls admired Midnight's presence. She commanded attention, her confidence leaving a lasting impression on everyone. Aizawa, meanwhile, made his way toward his sleeping bag, preparing for a much-needed nap. He mumbled that Midnight would assist with the names, admitting he wasn't particularly good at it. He briefly reminisced about his own hero name, Eraserhead, which he had received during his time at U. Midnight passed out canvases to each student, encouraging them to write down their ideas. She instructed them that once they had chosen their names, they would present them to the class, and she would judge their acceptability. The room buzzed with nervous energy as the students contemplated their hero names. Some were unsure of what to pick, while others hesitated, worried that their choices wouldn't meet expectations. Aoyama was the first to step forward, standing confidently before his peers. He raised his canvas high and announced his name, which left the class in stunned silence, with some snickering quietly. Midnight considered the name for a moment before smiling and suggesting they shorten it to Can't Stop Twinkling, which Aoyama beamed at and accepted. Next was Ashido, who proudly declared her name to be Alien Queen. However, Midnight quickly intervened, explaining that she couldn't allow a name associated with a villain. Tsuyu stepped up next, confidently presenting her name, rainy season heroine, 𝗵𝗃. The class cheered, and Midnight approved without hesitation. Kirishima stood tall and confidently declared his name to be Sturdy Hero, Red Riot, honoring his idol, Crimson Riot. His name evoked strength and determination, reminding Izuku of his childhood hero names inspired by All Might. Standing at this crossroads, Izuku realized he needed to forge his own path rather than simply emulate All Might. Kaminari struggled to pick a name, and Jiro, noticing his frustration, teasingly suggested 𝗵𝗵𝗻𝗄. Initially excited, Kaminari's enthusiasm faded when he realized she was joking. Kyoka then confidently declared her name as Hearing Heroine, 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗪𝗏, receiving approval from Midnight. Other names followed in quick succession. Shoji chose Tentacle Hero, 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗪 picked Tape Hero, Cellophane, Ojiro settled on Martial Arts Hero, Tailman, Sato selected Sweets Hero, Sugarman, and Mina revised her name to Pink Heroine, Acid Queen, giving Izuku a thumbs up for his suggestion. Denki went with Stun Gun Hero, Charge Bolt, Toru selected Stealth Heroine, Invisible Girl, Momo confidently chose Everything Heroine, Creati, and Tokoyami picked Jet Black Hero, Tsukuyami. When it was Shoto's turn, the class eagerly awaited his choice, given his unique quirk. After a pause, he declared his name as Elemental Hero, Frostburn, reflecting both his quirk and the internal struggles he faced. As more names were chosen, Ochako finally stepped up, brimming with excitement. She proudly announced her name as Gravity Heroine, 𝗬𝗏𝗏, her enthusiasm contagious as the class cheered her on. That left only Tenya and Izuku. Tenya stepped up next, his mind still on the hospital visit to his brother. Although Tensei had wanted him to take on the name Ingenium, Tenya ultimately decided to stick with his own name out of respect for his brother's legacy. The class waited in anticipation as Izuku stood up, walking to the front of the room. Holding his canvas firmly, he revealed the name he had chosen, which surprised everyone with its uniqueness. Seeing their reactions, Izuku explained that for most of his life, he had felt powerless. He compared his journey to a game, stating that every player starts from level 1, but for him, it was from 0. He chose this name to remind himself of where he came from and how far he had come, declaring it as the gamer hero, 0. The room fell silent for a moment before applause erupted. His classmates respected the meaning behind his name, recognizing its significance. Midnight smiled approvingly, affirming that it was indeed unique and fitting for him. As lunchtime rolled around, the cafeteria at 𝗬𝗏𝗏 buzzed with lively conversation. The topic of internships was on everyone's mind, and naturally, the students of Class 1A couldn't resist discussing their agency choices. Mina brought it up first as they gathered around a table, asking if everyone had picked an agency yet. Mineta eagerly pointed to himself, excited to share his decision, announcing that he had chosen MT Lady's agency, highlighting her popularity and experience. His voice trailed off as he noticed the disapproving stares from some of his classmates. Tsuyu didn't hesitate to voice her opinion, bluntly stating that Mineta had only picked the girl because of his inappropriate interests. Mineta recoiled in mock offense, insisting that she was a professional and one of the best when it came to giant rescue missions. Tsuyu rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced. Ojiro chimed in thoughtfully, scratching his chin. He remarked on how surprising it was that Mina didn't receive any offers, especially since she made it to the first round of the finals. Mina shrugged it off with her usual upbeat attitude, though there was a slight edge to her smile as she expressed her determination to prove herself in other ways. Nearby, Izuku was engaged in his helpful mode, offering advice to his friends about which agencies might be a good fit for them. He had already talked to several classmates, helping them weigh their options. Kyoka leaned in, looking a bit unsure, and asked for his opinion on her situation. She had received offers from smaller agencies but was uncertain if they were the right fit. Izuku smiled thoughtfully, tapping his chin as he considered her choices. He suggested that she go with Present Mix Agency, pointing out that they both had sound-based quirks and that he could provide valuable pointers. Kyoka's eyes lit up, and she nodded gratefully, realizing it was a great idea. Momo, sitting across the table, hesitated before sharing her thoughts. She mentioned considering 𝗬𝗵𝗲𝗇's agency due to her experience. Izuku's expression became serious as he reviewed her drafts and considered her choice. He acknowledged 𝗬𝗵𝗲𝗇's talent but cautioned that she often prioritized her modeling jobs over hero work. He recommended Magic Hero, Majestic instead, emphasizing that he was a powerful support hero who could teach her more about strategy and teamwork. Momo blinked, surprised by his suggestion. She had been leaning toward 𝗬𝗵𝗲𝗇's agency because of her popularity, but now she saw the merit in Izuku's advice. She thanked him for his insight. As they continued discussing their internship choices, Achiko finally spoke up with excitement, announcing her decision to join battle hero Gunhead's agency. She expressed her longing to grow stronger and gain a different perspective on hero work, noting that he was known for combat training, which would help her control her astral gravity better. Izuku nodded approvingly, affirming that Gunhead would indeed help her strengthen her skills. However, as he skimmed the list of offers she had received, his eye landed on one name in particular, causing him to pause in surprise. He pointed out that Achiko had received an offer from Dragoon hero Ryuku, the number 9 hero, known for her dragon-like quirk and leadership skills. The entire table seemed to freeze at the mention of her name, as she was not just any hero but one of the best. Kyoka exclaimed in disbelief, while Mina cheered, practically bouncing in her seat, amazed that Achiko would be working with a real top 10 hero. Momo expressed her admiration, noting Ryuku's impressive abilities. Izuku added that Ryuku could help Achiko with her quirk, especially in controlling her astral gravity and managing its energy output, given her experience with large-scale combat. Achiko's smile brightened even more, her excitement palpable as she considered Izuku's suggestion. As they continued discussing their internship choices, it became clear how much the sports festival had changed their lives, bringing them recognition from pro heroes and opening up new opportunities for growth. As Izuku scrolled through his offers, something unexpected happened. A familiar alert echoed in his mind, and a quest notification appeared before his eyes. He instinctively froze, knowing exactly what it meant. The quest details outlined an objective to clear a dungeon and retrieve an ancient relic, with a time limit of 7 days. The vague penalty for failure loomed ominously in his mind. He thought about the limited time he had to prepare for whatever awaited him in the dungeon. Kyoka's voice snapped him out of his thoughts as she pointed out that he had been staring at the page for quite some time. He quickly closed the quest screen, shaking his head and offering a small smile, apologizing for being lost in thought. Denki chimed in, commenting on the overwhelming number of offers Izuku had received, still in disbelief at the opportunities before him. Izuku nodded absent-mindedly, trying to refocus on the conversation. Yet, his mind kept drifting back to the quest, feeling a sense of urgency that was different from previous missions. After school, Izuku found a quiet moment to himself in the courtyard of 𝗬𝗵𝗲𝗇, sitting under a tree where he could think without interruption. He opened his menu again, scanning through the quest details. He pondered the nature of the dungeon, aware that each one presented its own challenges. The stakes were high, and he couldn't afford to fail, especially with the unknown penalty hanging over him. With a sigh, he closed the menu, steeling himself for what lay ahead. He had made a decision. As much as he wanted to work with the pro heroes who had extended their hands to him, this quest, his quirk, demanded his full attention. His quirk had always been unpredictable, but it had also been his greatest teacher. No pro hero could help him develop in the way his quirk could. With a determined stride, he made his way to Principal Nizu's office. As he walked through the corridors of 𝗬𝗵𝗲𝗇, students bustled around him, discussing their upcoming internships with excitement. He caught snippets of conversations, students eagerly chatting about which agencies they had chosen and the heroes they would work with. Izuku felt a pang of guilt but reminded himself that this decision was necessary. Finally reaching Principal Nizu's office, Izuku took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Nizu's cheerful voice came from the other side, inviting him in. Izuku stepped inside, finding Principal Nizu seated behind his desk, surrounded by stacks of papers and a warm cup of tea. Despite the clutter, Nizu's sharp eyes immediately locked onto Izuku. He greeted Izuku with a curious smile, asking what brought him there at that time of day. Izuku stood at attention, trying to find the right words. He explained that he needed to talk to Nizu about his internship offers. Nizu's ears perked up as he leaned forward, clearly interested in what Izuku had to say. He noted that Izuku had been quite the popular choice that year, recalling 8,000 offers, which was quite a feat. Izuku nodded, expressing his gratitude for all the opportunities the pro heroes had given him. However, he felt compelled to decline all of them. Nizu blinked, his expression unreadable for a moment before he placed his tea down and folded his hands on the desk. He asked why Izuku would decline all the offers. Izuku took a deep breath, preparing to explain that he had received a new quest from his quirk that was important. He had to complete a dungeon within a week, and if he didn't, there would be consequences. He understood that the internship was an incredible opportunity, but his quirk was his biggest asset right now. He needed to focus on getting stronger, and the only way to do that was by following the path his quirk had laid out for him. No pro hero could assist him with this. Nizu's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly processing the information carefully. After a brief moment of silence, he leaned back in his chair, his face softening into a thoughtful expression. He acknowledged that Izuku believed this quest was vital to his growth, more so than any internship could offer. Izuku affirmed this, explaining that his quirk had always been different and unpredictable, but it had also guided him to become stronger. He had faced dungeons before, and each time, he had emerged stronger because of them. He believed this was the next step for him. Nizu hummed in thought, tapping his fingers against his chin. He agreed that Izuku's quirk was unique, and the challenges it presented were unlike anything anyone had ever encountered. It was understandable that he would want to prioritize it, given the circumstances. Izuku stood there, feeling both nervous and hopeful as he awaited Nizu's response. He knew this was a significant request, but he had to stay true to what he believed. Finally, Nizu smiled and nodded, expressing his support for Izuku's decision. He stated that if this quest would help Izuku grow and become stronger, then it was the right choice for him. He accepted Izuku's request. Izuku's shoulders relaxed, and he let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, thanking Nizu and expressing his appreciation. Nizu smiled warmly, reassuring Izuku that there was no need to thank him. His dedication to becoming stronger and mastering his quirk was commendable, and Nizu was simply helping him achieve his goals. He added that perhaps this quest would unlock even more potential within Izuku. Just before Izuku turned to leave Nizu's office, the principal called out to him, asking for one more thing. Izuku stopped and turned back to face Principal Nizu, curious about what else he had to say. Nizu reached into his desk drawer, pulled out a small slip of paper, and wrote something down before handing it over to Izuku with a thoughtful expression. He explained that this document was important, especially given the nature of Izuku's quirk and the quest he was undertaking. It was an official document, signed by Nizu himself. Izuku carefully took the slip and examined it, his eyes widening slightly as he read the text. High authorization slip, student, Izuku Midoriya, quirk, Ready Player One, permission. This document authorizes Izuku Midoriya to use his quirk in public only in cases of extreme emergency, signed by Principal Nizu, approved by you. High school. His heart skipped a beat. This was an incredibly rare privilege, typically reserved for high-ranking pro heroes or students in very specific situations. The weight of it settled on his shoulders. Nizu continued, noticing Izuku's reaction. He explained that given the unpredictable nature of Izuku's quirk and the dangerous situations he might encounter during the dungeon quest, he wanted to ensure that Izuku was legally protected should the need arise. This permit granted him the right to use his quirk in public, but only under emergency circumstances. Izuku looked up at Nizu, filled with gratitude but also an acute awareness of the responsibility that came with the document. He promised to be careful with it and not to use it unless absolutely necessary. Nizu smiled and nodded, expressing his trust in Izuku's excellent judgment when it came to using his quirk responsibly. He reassured Izuku that this was just a precaution. The last thing they wanted was for him to be penalized for protecting himself or others during a critical moment. Izuku felt a wave of relief, knowing that he had the principal's trust and a safety net in case his quest put him in a difficult position. Having this document would give him the freedom to act without worrying about legal consequences as long as he followed the conditions. Nizu wished him good luck with his training and quest, believing that he would achieve great things. Izuku bowed respectfully, filled with determination, and expressed his commitment not to let Nizu down. As he left Nizu's office, slip in hand, Izuku felt an even stronger sense of purpose. Not only was he preparing for the upcoming dungeon quest, but now he had an official permit that allowed him to use his quirk if the situation became dire. He tucked the permit safely into his pocket, understanding that while it was a powerful tool, it came with great responsibility. The clock was ticking, and Izuku knew he had to use every resource available to him wisely. He needed to plan and prepare mentally and physically. If there was one thing he knew about these dungeons, it was that they were unpredictable. But even so, he couldn't help but feel excited. The opportunity to unlock his full Devil Hunter abilities meant that Izuku was one step closer to becoming stronger. The countdown was ticking, but he was ready. With each step he took, he felt more confident in his path forward. Meanwhile, Aizawa stood in his usual slouched posture, reviewing the placements. Something caught his attention. Ida had chosen an agency in Hosu City, but not one of the more prominent heroes. Instead, it was a lower-tier hero, someone who typically didn't attract much attention. Aizawa frowned, his instincts telling him that something wasn't right. Ida was a diligent student, someone who took his future seriously. So why would he choose such an obscure offer? His thoughts drifted to the recent news reports. Ingenium, Ida's older brother, had been gravely injured by the notorious hero killer, Stain, in Hosu City. The connection between Ida's choice of internship and his brother's condition was too glaring to ignore. Aizawa's frown deepened. He suspected Ida wasn't going to Hosu just for the internship. There was something more, something personal driving his decision. A revenge quest, perhaps. He muttered under his breath. He knew that such a path could be dangerous for a young hero in training. Personal vendettas often clouded judgment and led to rash decisions. He made a mental note to keep a closer eye on Ida, perhaps even have a word with him before the internships began. 2 days later, the sun hung low in the sky as the students of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Class 1A wrapped up their morning discussions and headed toward their respective internship preparations. Aizawa stood at the front of the class, his expression as unreadable as always. He dismissed the students with a few words of advice, his tone measured but unmistakably firm. He reminded them to stay sharp, stating that internships were an extension of their training and that they represented the school. His eyes scanned the class, lingering on each student, but briefly pausing on Ida. There was something in Ida's demeanor, a tension that even Aizawa couldn't ignore, but he chose not to comment on it. He urged them to meet their mentors and absorb as much as they could, emphasizing that this was the only way they would grow. With that, he waved them off, and the students began to disperse. As everyone filtered out of the station, Ida moved with purpose, heading straight for his train. Izuku and Achiko exchanged a quick glance, having noticed Ida's behavior growing more distant over the past few days. They couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. They quickened their pace, catching up with their friend just before he reached the door. Izuku called out to Ida, and Achiko followed closely behind, her expression full of concern. Tenya paused for a moment, his shoulders tense. When he finally turned around, his face was calm and composed, almost too composed. He greeted them formally, adjusting his glasses, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Achiko stepped forward, asking if he was okay. Her voice was gentle, but the worry in her eyes was unmistakable. She noted that he had been quiet lately, and both she and Izuku were a little worried about him. Izuku nodded, watching Ida closely. He insisted that Ida didn't have to handle everything alone, stating that they were his friends and that he could always talk to them if something was bothering him. Ida looked between the two of them, his posture stiff but polite. He expressed his appreciation for their concern, but his voice was steady yet distant, as if rehearsed. There was a weight in his words, something heavier than he was letting on. Achiko glanced at Izuku, both sensing the same thing, though neither could quite articulate it. Izuku insisted that whatever it was, Ida didn't have to face it alone, stepping closer with quiet determination. Ida raised his hand, signaling Izuku to stop, and offered a small, tight-lipped smile. He assured them he would see them after the internship and thanked them for their concern. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, his back straight. As he passed through the doorway, thinking himself unseen, the warm expression fell from his face, replaced by something darker. His eyes narrowed, filled with determination, not born from heroism, but from vengeance. Achiko let out a small sigh, watching him go. She asked Izuku if he thought Ito was really okay. Izuku replied that he didn't know but had a bad feeling. Later that evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the skies shifted from orange to deep purple, Izuku found himself sitting side by side in the car with Aizawa, who had taken him from Present Mic to his desired location at the request of Principal Nizu. Aizawa remarked that Izuku didn't have to do this alone, suggesting he could bring someone with him, which might even make the dungeon go faster. Izuku shook his head immediately, his expression resolute. He explained that as he grew stronger, so did the monsters inside the dungeons. The difficulty increased with each level he gained. If he brought anyone with him, they could get seriously hurt, or worse. He clenched his fists, emphasizing that he couldn't risk anyone else's life. This was something he had to do alone. Aizawa studied him for a long moment, his eyes unreadable. After what felt like an eternity, he sighed, acknowledging that Izuku had thought this through. He respected that but cautioned him not to let his longing to grow stronger lead to danger. If things became too perilous, he needed to get out. Izuku gave a firm nod, understanding the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, Izuku held his hand out in front of him, summoning the familiar interface of his quirk. A translucent screen appeared, displaying his inventory where he had stored essential survival items like a tent and food for a week. As he took the wooden key for the dungeon, he glanced at Aizawa, who gave him a small nod of approval. Activating the portal, a red gate of the dungeon appeared. His heart raced with anticipation as the swirling red energy opened before him. When the energy dissipated, the scenery shifted dramatically, enveloping him in an eerie atmosphere that was vastly different from anything he had experienced before. Instead of the molten, hellish landscape he had imagined, Izuku found himself in a twilight forest. The sky above was an endless gradient of dark purple and deep blue, scattered with dim, shimmering stars. A dense mist clung low to the forest floor, winding through the trees like ghostly tendrils. The trees themselves were massive, their twisted trunks black as onyx, and their branches extended high into the sky, gnarled and intertwining as if trying to block out the faintest traces of light. The leaves were dark and translucent, reflecting a faint glow from the bioluminescent fungi scattered around the forest floor. The air was cool and damp, and Izuku could hear the faint rustling of leaves and distant howls, though no creatures were immediately in sight. This was the Twilight Grove of 𝗲𝗏𝗏, a dungeon of shadows and mystery. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of foreboding, and even the faintest movement of the mist felt like it concealed danger. Izuku stood still for a moment, taking in the dark, haunting beauty of the place. Despite its peaceful appearance, he knew the dungeon would be far from serene. The monsters here were likely more cunning than those in the dungeons he had faced before. He could feel it, the weight of the danger that lurked beyond the trees. His hand instinctively gripped the sword of Omen, ready for battle. The blade hummed faintly with a familiar power, shimmering slightly as it attuned itself to its wielder's will. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the ground beneath his feet crunched softly with each step, the dense mist parting as he moved. Shadows flickered just beyond his sight, and the air carried a strange, otherworldly scent, floral, yet tinged with something more sinister. Suddenly, monstrous roars echoed from deeper within the forest, a cacophony of snarls and growls that signaled the presence of beasts far beyond the realm of normality. These were no ordinary foes. They were creatures born from myth, feral spirits bound to this twisted place, and they were hungry for 𝗵𝘃𝗲. Izuku smirked, feeling a thrill of excitement. He taunted the creatures, eager for the challenge ahead. Without warning, a horde of monstrous creatures burst from the underbrush. They moved with unnatural speed, their grotesque forms illuminated only by the faint glow of their red eyes. Some had elongated limbs, others multiple heads, and all of them were covered in thick, dark fur that made them nearly indistinguishable from the shadows. Izuku wasted no time. His hand shot to his back, drawing the sword of omen in one smooth motion. The legendary blade shimmered with power, and as he gripped it tightly, he felt it hum in response to his will. The monsters were fast, but he was faster. With a single step, he dashed toward the nearest creature, his movements a blur. The sword of omen cleaved through the first creature with ease, the blade slicing through its dark form effortlessly. As he moved again, he twisted on his heel, bringing the sword around in a wide arc, dispatching two more creatures in a single, fluid motion. Izuku felt a surge of confidence as he taunted the remaining beasts, expecting more from them. As if on cue, more of the beasts surged forward, their claws and fangs bared. Izuku's eyes gleamed with excitement as he sidestepped the first lunging attack. He ducked low, letting the creature sail over his head, and with a flick of his wrist, he threw the warp dagger toward another approaching monster. The dagger embedded itself in the creature's chest, and before it had time to react, Izuku disappeared in a flash of lightning, reappearing right next to it. With a grin, he dispatched the creature in one swift motion, feeling exhilarated by the thrill of the battle. Suddenly, two more beasts lunged at him from either side. With a quick spin, Izuku planted his feet firmly into the ground and channeled mana into his lungs. Forming the necessary hand signs, he quickly gathered air into his mouth, focusing his mana. He unleashed a massive orb of flame, sending it roaring toward the oncoming enemies. The flames consumed them both in an instant, crashing into the ground with a deafening whoosh. The surrounding trees were set ablaze as the creatures were reduced to ashes. Izuku laughed as he leaped backward, flipping through the air to avoid the claws of another beast. His feet landed lightly on the ground, and he immediately sprang forward again, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As he moved, his body was a blur of speed and precision. He dodged one attack after another, narrowly avoiding claws and fangs with the grace of a dancer. Every strike he made with the sword of omen was deadly, each slice perfectly aimed to take down his enemies. The sound of the blade cutting through the air echoed as more monsters fell around him. A particularly large creature charged toward him, its massive jaws open wide, ready to attack. Izuku smirked and activated one of his favorite techniques. Electricity crackled around his right hand, the air sizzling with power as the energy built up. He dashed forward with blinding speed, moving his electrified hand straight into the creature's chest. The sound of impact was accompanied by a flash of energy that spread through the creature's body, paralyzing it. More creatures came at him, but Izuku was already on the move again. Holstering the sword of omen, he reached for his trusted twin pistols. With a confident grin, he unleashed a barrage of bullets, the sharp sounds echoing through the forest. He aimed with pinpoint precision, each shot hitting its target perfectly. One bullet took out a charging monster's kneecap, causing it to collapse to the ground. Another shot hit the next beast between the eyes, dropping it instantly. He twirled the pistols in his hands as he moved, firing with one hand while dodging attacks with the other. Seeing the sheer number of enemies, Izuku quickly leaped into the air and holstered his guns. His hands moved in rapid succession, forming the necessary hand seals. A powerful gust of wind erupted from his hands, slamming into the oncoming creatures and sending them flying backward. Their bodies were tossed around as the force of the wind scattered them across the battlefield. Izuku laughed as he landed gracefully on the ground, watching the monsters struggle to get back to their feet. He drew the sword of omen once more, feeling its power surge through him. With a quick mental command, the blade transformed into its katana form, elongating into a sleek, deadly weapon. Izuku grinned, admiring the blade's elegance as he rushed forward, closing the distance between him and the scattered enemies. The katana cut through the first creature with ease, the blade's precision unmatched. Izuku moved like a blur, darting from one enemy to the next, his movements too fast for them to follow. He taunted his foes, mocking their slow reactions as he danced around their attacks. One of the monsters, a hulking beast with massive claws, managed to get close enough to swipe at him. Izuku barely dodged the attack, feeling the rush of air as the claws passed inches from his face. He smirked, spinning around and bringing the katana down in a swift arc. The creature's arm fell to the ground, and without hesitation, he followed up with a powerful move that pierced straight through its chest. He twisted the blade before pulling it out, watching as the monster crumpled to the ground. The remaining creatures circled him, but Izuku was unfazed. He sheathed the katana back into the omen's heath and cracked his knuckles, ready for the next challenge. With a grin, he activated the Gilgamesh gauntlets and greaves, feeling the familiar weight of the legendary set settle over his hands and feet. The ground beneath him cracked slightly as he clenched his fists, his strength enhanced by the gauntlets. The monsters hesitated for a moment, sensing the power shift, but Izuku wasn't going to give them a chance to recover. He shouted a challenge as he dashed forward, his fists crackling with energy. His first punch connected with the closest creature, sending it flying backward and crashing through a nearby tree. The impact created a small shockwave that knocked back several other monsters. He laughed, adrenaline coursing through him as he spun on his heel, delivering a devastating kick to another creature. The sound of bones breaking echoed through the air as the monster crumpled to the ground. Izuku didn't stop, his movements a blur as he punched, kicked, and blasted his way through the horde. Each hit was precise and powerful, enhanced by the explosive force of Gilgamesh. A particularly large creature roared and charged at him, but Izuku simply smirked, knowing it was in for a world of hurt. He leaped into the air, flipping over the beast's head, and as he descended, he brought both of his fists down onto its skull. His fists slammed into the creature's head with tremendous force, sending a shockwave that rippled through the air. The ground beneath the creature's massive form caved, forming a small crater. The beast let out a garbled roar before collapsing in a lifeless heap. Izuku landed gracefully, surveying the battlefield. The ground was littered with the fallen bodies of the Twilight Forest's monstrous inhabitants, but even more emerged from the darkness, growling and snarling, undeterred by their fallen comrades. He cracked his neck and grinned, relishing the challenge. He flexed his fingers, the Gilgamesh gauntlets gleaming with a faint glow. Several monsters darted toward him in unison, trying to overwhelm him with their numbers. Izuku responded by moving into a blur of speed, sidestepping their wild strikes with ease. His enhanced reflexes allowed him to weave through their attacks as if they were moving in slow motion. Lightning crackled in his hand once again, and with a quick pivot, he drove his Chidori into the chest of the nearest creature. The lightning surged through the beast, causing it to convulse before exploding into charred pieces with a loud crack. Two more creatures tried to flank him, but Izuku was already prepared. In a single fluid motion, he dismissed Gilgamesh and drew Ebony and Ivory once more. The twin pistols fired in rapid succession, the bullets tearing through the air with sharp, thunderous blasts. The first bullet struck one creature squarely in the forehead, dropping it instantly. The second round hit another creature directly in the shoulder, spinning it around before the final shot pierced its chest. As more monsters swarmed him, Izuku twirled Ebony and Ivory in his hands, the metal gleaming in the dim light. He taunted them, confident in his abilities. Several smaller, faster monsters charged at him from the front, trying to catch him off guard. Izuku quickly slid backward on his heels, dodging their slashing claws with ease. As the creatures barreled toward him, he dropped to one knee, crossing both guns over his chest. A rapid barrage of bullets erupted from his pistols, shredding through the oncoming creatures with pinpoint accuracy. Their bodies collapsed into lifeless heaps before they could even touch him. The sheer speed and ferocity of his shots left nothing but smoldering remnants in his wake. Still moving, Izuku quickly holstered Ebony and Ivory and sprinted toward the remaining group of monsters. They growled and snarled, but he could see the hesitation in their movements. They knew they were outmatched, but their primal instincts drove them to attack anyway. Izuku grinned, again, relishing the thrill of battle. He reached behind him and grasped the hilt of the sword of Omen, pulling it free with a sharp swish. The blade gleamed in the dim light, its power resonating with him. As he raised the sword, he focused his mana, channeling energy into the blade. In an instant, the sword transformed, extending into its katana form again. Izuku vanished in a blur of speed, reappearing in front of the largest creature. He swung the katana in a perfect arc, the blade slicing through the beast's thick hide as though it were paper. BLD sprayed into the air as the creature let out a guttural cry and collapsed to the ground. Without pausing, Izuku spun around, performing a series of rapid slashes, each one hitting its mark with deadly precision. Every strike was fluid and seamless, the movements of a true swordsman. Izuku's eyes gleamed with intensity, the thrill of combat driving him forward. The remaining creatures tried to surround him, but he was too fast. He danced between the creatures, skillfully dodging their strikes and countering with precise slashes from his katana. One of the monsters managed to swipe at him, its claws barely grazing his shadow hunter attire. The enchanted fabric absorbed most of the impact, and Izuku chuckled, a smirk forming on his lips. He twisted his body and launched himself into the air, his hand moving in a flurry of gestures. He unleashed a powerful gust of wind from his palm, knocking back the surrounding enemies. As they stumbled to regain their footing, Izuku landed gracefully, his katana gleaming in his hand. But he wasn't finished yet. With a flick of his wrist, he sheathed the katana back into the omen's heath and summoned Cavalier. He revved the engine, the dual blade spinning and roaring to life with a thunderous sound. He mounted the Cavalier, and the motorcycle roared as he sped forward, the spinning blades cutting through the monsters with ease. As he reached the edge of the battlefield, he pulled the bike into a sharp turn, drifting back toward the remaining enemies. The ground shook beneath him as he accelerated, leaning into the turn with perfect control. The creatures lunged at him, but Izuku was ready. He leaped off the Cavalier and swung the massive weapon in a wide arc. The dual blades spun with a deafening whir as they cut through the oncoming monsters, sending them sprawling. The final creature let out a desperate roar and charged at him, but Izuku sidestepped the attack effortlessly. As it passed by, he planted the Cavalier into the ground and used the momentum to flip over its back. In midair, he reached for the sword of Omen once more. With a swift motion, he slashed downward, the blade cutting clean through the creature's spine. It crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Izuku landed softly, the sword of Omen in hand, and surveyed the battlefield. The once threatening horde of monsters now lay in ruins around him, their bodies scattered across the forest floor. He let out a satisfied sigh, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. He sheathed the sword of Omen, his heart still pounding with adrenaline, but the battle was over, at least for now. However, the forest around him remained eerily silent, and Izuku knew there was more to come. Deciding to call it a night, he made a small camp in an open area, cooked dinner, and after eating, he went to sleep. As the sliding glass doors of Ryuku's agency opened, Achiko stepped inside, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and determination. The towering building exuded professionalism and power, and she felt a surge of pride knowing she had been accepted into such a prestigious agency. Despite her nerves, there was a spark in her eyes, a confidence that had been growing since her training with Izuku and her victory during the sports festival. Achiko straightened her posture and took a deep breath as she entered the large, polished lobby. It was bustling with activity, sidekicks and staff members moving efficiently in and out of offices. There was a buzz of energy that filled the air, a palpable sense that everyone here was striving to be better, stronger, and more capable. As she approached the front desk, a woman with sharp features and short, professional hair glanced up. She confirmed Achiko's identity and gestured toward the elevators, indicating that Ryuku was expecting her. After thanking the woman, Achiko headed toward the elevators, her heart racing as she glanced at her reflection in the polished metal doors. The moment felt surreal. She had dreamed of working under a top hero, and now it was happening. The elevator ride was quick, and when the doors opened on the 12th floor, Achiko stepped out into a spacious hallway lined with framed photographs of Ryuku in action, battling villains and saving civilians. She admired the strength and grace captured in each image, feeling a deep sense of inspiration. As she approached the large oak door at the end of the hall, she steeled herself for the meeting. With a firm knock, she was greeted by a deep, calm voice from within, inviting her to enter. Achiko pushed the door open and stepped inside, immediately greeted by the sight of Ryuku seated behind a large desk. Her calm yet imposing presence filled the room. Despite her dragon-based quirk, Ryuku had a soft, approachable demeanor, yet her power was unmistakable. Beside her stood Natsuko, Ryuku's assistant, who motioned for Achiko to come closer. Ryuku welcomed Achiko to her agency, acknowledging her by name. Achiko shook her hand firmly, expressing her gratitude for the opportunity. Ryuku noted Achiko's performance at the Sports Festival, recognizing her promise and the potential of her quirk for both rescue and combat scenarios. This acknowledgement filled Achiko with pride. She expressed her longing to grow stronger and to control her quirk better, believing she could learn a lot from Ryuku. Ryuku nodded approvingly, explaining that throughout the internship, they would focus on refining her abilities for more effective use without exhausting or losing control. She emphasized that being a pro hero is about more than power, it's about discipline and balance. Natsuko chimed in, holding a tablet in her hand, ready to assist in Achiko's journey. Natsuko explained that the focus would be on various field missions, but training would also be a core component of their time at the agency. Ryuku's agency handled everything from rescue operations to combat situations, providing a taste of dealing with the unexpected. Achiko felt her nerves fade, replaced by a thrill of anticipation. The prospect of facing real-world situations where she could grow as a hero was precisely what she had hoped for. She expressed her readiness, clenching her fists with determination. Ryuku smiled, a hint of pride in her eyes, and encouraged Achiko to settle in. The day would primarily serve as an introduction to the agency, but tomorrow would mark the beginning of serious training. Ryuku acknowledged Achiko's combat abilities and expressed her longing to see how she handled various scenarios, rescue work, crowd control, and refining her quirk. With a wealth of potential, Ryuku was eager to see how far they could push it. Achiko's heart swelled with determination. This was her chance. She had come far in her training before the sports festival, but there was still so much more she wanted to achieve. Mastering her quirk under Ryuku's guidance would bring her one step closer to becoming the hero she always dreamed of being. She expressed her gratitude for the opportunity, vowing not to let Ryuku down. Ryuku placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, affirming her confidence in Achiko. Just then, the office door swung open, and a girl with bright blue hair burst in, radiating energy. She greeted everyone with a cheerful wave before heading toward Ryuku's office. Dressed in a form-fitting blue and white hero costume with energy bands circling her limbs, she looked as if she had just come off patrol, her demeanor glowing with joy. After exchanging a quick greeting with Ryuku, her eyes landed on Achiko, and her excitement surged as she rushed over. She recognized Achiko from the sports festival, and her enthusiasm was palpable. Achiko blinked, slightly taken aback by the girl's sudden burst of energy, and confirmed her identity with a polite smile, though her nerves began to kick in. Before she could say more, the blue-haired girl launched into a rapid-fire series of questions, her words flowing so quickly that Achiko struggled to keep up. The girl asked about Achiko's quirk, if it was the same as at the sports festival, whether it made her feel dizzy, and how she controlled her abilities. Achiko's eyes widened in surprise, overwhelmed by the barrage of questions. She stammered, trying to respond, but the speed of the inquiries left her heart racing. The girl continued, asking if Achiko could pull asteroids from space and if there was a limit to her floating ability. Achiko opened her mouth to answer, but the words caught in her throat. The overwhelming flood of questions was too much, and her nerves intensified. Ryuku, amused by the situation, stepped in with a soft chuckle, introducing the girl as 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝗧𝗧, one of her interns and part of the big three at U. She advised 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝗧 to give Achiko some breathing room since she had just arrived. 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝗧 blinked, her bright expression shifting as she realized she had been overwhelming Achiko. Her smile softened, and she laughed, rubbing the back of her head sheepishly, apologizing for her excitement. Achiko let out a small breath of relief, grateful for the momentary reprieve. She reassured 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝗧 that it was okay, explaining that she wasn't used to being asked so many questions at once. To answer the first question, she shared that her quirk was called astral gravity, allowing her to push and pull objects with immense gravitational force, creating shields for protection and firing energy blasts from her hands. 𝗕𝗓𝘁𝗗𝗏's expression turned to one of pure fascination as 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 elaborated on her abilities. She explained that her quirk enhanced her strength and speed, making her faster and stronger than before, and that she also had telekinesis, enabling her to move objects with her mind and fly. At the mention of flight, 𝗕𝗓𝘁𝗗 practically bounced on her feet, her excitement reaching new heights. She shared that she could fly too, thanks to her quirk, wave motion, and declared that they would be flying partners. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 couldn't help but laugh, feeling warmth at 𝗕𝗓𝘁𝗗's infectious energy. The blue-haired girl's genuine enthusiasm made 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 even more excited about her own abilities. She admitted that she was still getting the hang of flying but looked forward to improving. 𝗕𝗓𝘁𝗗 leaned in closer, her curiosity radiating as she asked what else 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 could do and if she could show her later. After a moment of hesitation, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 decided to reveal the last part of her quirk. She explained that when she pushed her abilities to their absolute limit, she entered what she called 𝗵𝘃𝗲 mode. At this revelation, both Ryuku and 𝗕𝗓𝘁𝗁's expressions shifted slightly. The excitement remained, but a layer of understanding crossed their faces, recalling the moment 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 unleashed her raw power at the 𝗬𝗧𝗏 sports festival, creating a meteor and nearly launching it at Bakugo. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 explained that in 𝗵𝘃𝗲 mode, she sometimes lost control. All of 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁's abilities surged to new heights. She could manipulate the landscape within a certain limit using gravity. She could create weapons from pure energy, unleash massive energy blasts, and even cause powerful explosions. 𝗕𝗓𝘁𝗗's eyes widened in amazement, while Ryuku folded her arms thoughtfully as 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 continued to explain her newfound power. The overwhelming sensation of control was exhilarating, but it came with a price. It drained her quickly, and she could only maintain it for a short time before exhaustion set in. Caution was essential when tapping into that power, as it was risky. Ryuku nodded, her expression serious yet understanding. It was clear that 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 was pushing her quirk to new heights, and the challenge lay in learning to control it without losing herself in the process. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 acknowledged Ryuku's wisdom, aware of the potential dangers of her 𝗵𝘃𝗁 mode. The memory of nearly losing control during the sports festival lingered in her mind. 𝗕𝗓𝘁𝗗, brimming with excitement, exclaimed how incredible it all sounded. The importance of control was paramount, but 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁's abilities made her feel like a gravity 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗁. They could practice together and become the best flying duo. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 laughed, feeling the tension dissipate in the face of 𝗕𝗓𝘁𝗗's enthusiasm. She welcomed the idea, eager for any help to improve her flying skills. Ryuku smiled confidently, assuring 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 that she was in the right place. They would help her refine her control, and by the end of the internship, she would have a better grasp of her abilities. Grateful for the warm reception and support from both Ryuku and 𝗕𝗓𝘁𝗗, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 felt her earlier anxiety about the internship fade away, replaced by determination. She was ready to make the most of this opportunity, push her quirk to new limits, and learn everything she could from her new mentors. On the second day, Izuku stepped into a clearing, the morning sun casting a warm glow over the dense, towering trees of the forest. After a hearty breakfast, he felt prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The eerie silence was broken only by the distant rustling of leaves and occasional growls from unseen creatures. As the fog parted, he discovered a large goblin village. The goblins, armed with makeshift weapons and primal fury, spotted him immediately and charged at him in a chaotic swarm. Izuku smirked confidently, rolling his shoulders as he prepared for the incoming onslaught. He was ready to engage. The first goblin lunged at him, swinging a chipped sword aimed at his head. With a subtle shift of his body, Izuku sidestepped the attack, delivering a powerful uppercut with his Gilgamesh gauntlets. The goblin was sent flying back into its comrades. Izuku was already in motion, ducking beneath another wild swing and countering with a swift 1-2 punch to the goblin's gut and face. The goblin crumpled, wheezing in pain as Izuku continued his relentless assault. Another goblin rushed in from his left, spear poised to strike. Izuku spun gracefully, using his Gilgamesh greaves to deliver a powerful roundhouse kick that sent the spear snapping in half before he incapacitated the goblin. 3 goblins leaped at him simultaneously, brandishing crude weapons. Izuku ducked low, evading a sword swipe and weaving through the chaotic barrage of attacks with uncanny precision. He dodged a move aimed at his chest, twisting to avoid another goblin swinging down with a club. Time seemed to slow as his 𝗕𝗄𝗄 analyzed each movement, every muscle twitch of the goblins clear to him. Izuku's response was a whirlwind of counters. He slammed his fist into the gut of one goblin, sending it crashing into another with bone-crushing force. He twisted to avoid a club, then grabbed the attacking goblin's arm, delivering a knee to its face that sent it staggering back. More goblins surrounded him, desperately trying to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Izuku such tactics, drawing the sword of omen in a single fluid motion. The blade gleamed with an ethereal light, and he wasted no time in putting it to work. He cut through the goblins with surgical precision, every swing of the sword leaving a mark. Izuku moved like a phantom, evading a spear move and retaliating with a horizontal slash that incapacitated 3 goblins in a single slide. A larger goblin attempted to catch Izuku off guard with a heavy swing of its oversized club. Izuku parried the attack with his sword of omen, the clash ringing out as he held his ground. With a sharp twist of his wrist, he disarmed the goblin, sending the club flying into the air. He taunted the larger goblin, challenging it to a duel. Grabbing it by the throat, he hoisted it off the ground effortlessly, watching its eyes widen in fear as it struggled. Before the goblin could react, Izuku slammed it into the ground with a force that shook the earth beneath them. The goblin gasped for breath, clawing at the dirt as Izuku loomed over it, tightening his grip. With disdain, Izuku declared that the goblin was not worth his time and hurled it into a group of its allies, knocking them down like bowling pins. He then turned his attention back to the remaining goblins, twirling the sword of omen with casual confidence. As a group of archers aimed from the rooftops of the goblin huts and released a volley of arrows, Izuku glanced up, his 𝗕𝗄𝗄 tracking every projectile. He dashed forward, evading the arrows with fluid movements, twisting and turning as he closed the distance. With barely a moment to react, Izuku leaped onto the roof, his sword of omen flashing through the air. He cut through the archers in a blur, each strike precise and effective. Izuku cleared the rooftop, his expression unchanging as he faced the remaining goblins. One archer, trembling with fear, attempted to flee. Izuku smirked and pointed his sword of omen at the goblin, feeling a rush of adrenaline. He launched forward, closing the gap in an instant and striking the goblin down. The creature let out a pitiful sound as it collapsed, and Izuku flicked the blade clean with a casual motion of his wrist. He jumped back down to the main courtyard, landing gracefully amidst the remaining goblins, who had gathered their courage for a final stand. Izuku sheathed his sword of omen and clenched his fists, the Gilgamesh gauntlets glowing faintly as he prepared to finish the job. He charged into the fray with explosive speed, delivering a powerful punch that sent one goblin sprawling. He spun on his heel, backhanding another goblin and sending it skidding across the dirt. Another lunged at him from behind, but Izuku ducked low, delivering a swift elbow to its stomach before launching it skyward with an uppercut. Izuku laughed, his tone mocking as he moved with fluid grace. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each blow sending goblins flying as he tore through the remaining horde. His enhanced senses kept him one step ahead, allowing him to evade every attack with ease. Suddenly, he felt a surge of magical energy. Before he could react, a powerful gust of wind slammed into him, sending him hurtling through the air. Izuku skidded across the dirt, coming to a stop against a stack of wooden crates, which shattered upon impact. He groaned but quickly rose to his feet, eyes blazing with determination. A group of goblin mages stood before him, their staves crackling with elemental energy. The leader, a particularly fierce-looking goblin in tattered robes, cackled as he prepared another spell. Izuku sneered, cracking his neck as he summoned flames that roared to life in his palm. The goblin's eyes widened in horror as they realized what was coming. With a vicious grin, he unleashed a torrent of molten energy, consuming everything in its path. The goblins poured all their mana into their defenses, desperately trying to hold back the oncoming wave. For a moment, it seemed they had managed to contain it. But Izuku wasn't finished. Smirking through the thick smoke, he formed a series of hand seals. Fireballs erupted from his mouth, searing through the air towards the struggling goblins. Each fireball exploded on impact, igniting the ground and sending goblins tumbling. The mages attempted to counter with water spells, but the relentless assault of flames overwhelmed them. The smoke and fire disoriented the goblins as Izuku vanished from sight. Amid the chaos, Izuku reappeared within the smoke, his sword of omen gleaming with a deadly light. He moved like a specter, slicing through goblins with ruthless precision. His blade cut through their defenses effortlessly, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. One goblin mage attempted to strike him with a blast of wind, but Izuku sidestepped it, driving his sword through the mage's defenses and twisting the blade free as he turned to face another wave of attackers. Izuku roared with excitement, challenging them as he prepared for the next strike. Just as he was about to engage, a sudden surge of sand erupted from the ground, wrapping around his legs and pinning him in place. A goblin mage, standing atop a makeshift platform, sneered as he maintained his spell, tightening the grip of the sand. Before Izuku could break free, the Goblin King stepped forward, towering over his minions. Clad in crude armor and wielding a massive club, the Goblin King's presence was overwhelming. He bellowed a command, and the remaining goblins gathered around, pooling their mana for one last, desperate attack. They chanted, their combined magic forming a swirling vortex of elements: fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning, all merging into a single, devastating attack aimed directly at Izuku. Izuku assessed the situation, his EMS mapping out every possible move. The air crackled with power as the goblins prepared to unleash their full might. With a cold and resolute voice, he summoned his 𝗧𝗵𝗲, a massive ethereal warrior forming from pure energy around him. Its giant hand gripped a spectral sword that gleamed with deadly energy. As the Goblin King and his mages unleashed their ultimate attacks, Izuku swung his 𝗧𝗵𝗲's sword, cutting through the magic effortlessly. The sheer force of the swing sent shockwaves across the battlefield, leveling the remaining goblins. The Goblin King staggered backward, eyes wide with shock as Izuku's 𝗧𝗵𝗲 loomed over him. With another mighty swing, the 𝗧𝗵𝗲's blade came slicing through, obliterating the Goblin King and the remaining mages. The ground beneath them cracked and shattered, leaving nothing but a desolate surface where they once stood. As the dust settled and the battlefield fell silent, Izuku stood victorious, his 𝗧𝗵𝗲 fading away into an ethereal mist. He looked around at the destruction he had caused, wiping the remnants of battle from his cheek with the back of his hand, taunting the fallen foes with a smirk. Better luck next time, he thought, relishing the thrill of victory. With the threat eliminated and the goblin village reduced to rubble, Izuku turned on his heel and continued his journey, leaving behind the wreckage of those who dared to challenge him. The dungeon was vast, and many battles lay ahead. But as long as Izuku had his skills, his weapons, and his unbreakable will, no foe stood a chance. Catching his breath after the battle in the goblin village, Izuku thought he could finally rest. The afternoon sky hung heavy with dark clouds, and the landscape around him was silent, save for the occasional rustling of the wind. He took a moment to appreciate the stillness, sheathing his sword of omen and letting the adrenaline ebb away. However, his calm was shattered when the ground began to tremble beneath his feet. A low, rumbling sound echoed through the air, growing louder and more menacing with each passing second. Izuku looked up, his eyes widening as massive, armored figures emerged from the thickening fog on the horizon. 3 colossal monsters, towering like living mountains, advanced toward him. Their bodies were made of dark, jagged armor, with glowing orange cores that pulsed like fiery hearts. Their eyes, burning with a sinister crimson light, locked onto Izuku, who stood alone on the desolate field. Each step they took shook the earth, and their sheer presence seemed to warp the very air around them. Izuku's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword of omen, his expression shifting from surprise to a defiant smirk. He thought to himself that it looked like he had company and that he had expected the day to be boring. One of the giants raised its enormous, molten fist, ready to strike. The other 2 lumbered closer, each radiating an ominous, almost overwhelming aura. The sight of these titanic beings would have made any normal person flee in terror, but not Izuku. To him, they were just bigger targets. He cracked his knuckles, stepping forward with unshakable resolve. He taunted the giants, challenging them to see if they could handle his strength. Izuku's battle against these towering foes was about to begin, and he was ready to unleash everything he had. As the nearest giant raised its molten fist to strike, Izuku made his move. His body erupted in a surge of brilliant blue energy as he activated his Super Saiyan Blue transformation. The power coursed through his veins, magnifying his strength, speed, and senses beyond anything humanly possible. His aura crackled with electricity, the sheer force of his energy causing the ground beneath him to crack and tremble. One of the giant's fists came crashing down where Izuku had been standing, pulverizing the earth with a thunderous sound. But Izuku was already high above, his Super Saiyan Blue form blazing like a 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍𝗔 through the sky. With his enhanced strength and speed, he easily evaded the slow, lumbering movements of the giants. But he wasn't just going to dodge, he was going to take the fight to them. He summoned his Susanoo, the colossal spectral warrior materializing around him, its massive form almost matching the size of the giants below. He prepared to unleash a powerful attack, and the Susanoo reared back, its mouth glowing with intense, fiery light. The energy coalesced into a massive fireball that burned with the heat of the sun. With a thunderous roar, the Susanoo unleashed the fireball from its mouth, sending it hurtling toward the nearest giant. The fireball tore through the air, a blazing comet of destruction aimed directly at the giant's chest. The impact was immediate and devastating. The fireball struck with explosive force, engulfing the giant in a torrent of flames. The searing heat melted through its armor, and the giant staggered backward, its body writhing as it tried to shake off the inferno. But Izuku wasn't done. The Susanoo continued its assault, unleashing fireball after fireball with unrelenting fury. Each fiery projectile struck with pinpoint accuracy, battering the giants and setting the battlefield ablaze. The giants roared in defiance, but their massive size made them easy targets for Izuku's devastating onslaught. The ground shook with each explosion, and the sky was filled with the roar of flames as Izuku's Susanoo kept up the pressure. The giants, though resilient, struggled to keep up with the barrage. Their slow movements and large size made them vulnerable to Izuku's relentless firestorm. One of the giants, more agile than the others, managed to catch Izuku off guard. It swung its massive arm in a wide arc, aiming to swat him out of the sky. Izuku barely had time to react as the arm came crashing toward him. But instead of retreating, he grinned and pushed forward, meeting the attack head-on. He summoned a crackling bolt of lightning in his Susanoo's hand and moved it forward. The lightning-infused strike collided with the giant's arm, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The giant howled as its arm was blown away, the stump sizzling with residual energy. As the giant stumbled, trying to regain its balance, Izuku decided to up the ante. He deactivated his Susanoo and channeled even more of his Super Saiyan Blue energy into his next attack, the power building up within him like a raging storm. He brought his hands together, forming the iconic stance as a brilliant orb of energy gathered between his palms. The dual-colored energy swirled and pulsed, growing brighter and more intense until it was almost blinding. With a mighty roar, Izuku unleashed the final Kamehameha, the beam of pure energy shooting forth with unstoppable force. The two giants tried to shield themselves, raising their arms in a futile attempt to block the attack. But the final Kamehameha was too powerful. The beam tore through their defenses, punching a hole straight through their chests. Their roars of defiance were cut short as their bodies began to disintegrate, the energy reducing them to ashes. The explosion that followed was cataclysmic, the shockwave flattening the surrounding terrain and sending debris flying in all directions. The sky itself seemed to shudder under the force of the blast, and for a moment, it looked as though the battle had been won. But Izuku knew better. There was still one giant left, the largest and most dangerous of them all. It stood at the edge of the battlefield, watching as its brethren fell. Its eyes burned with hatred as it gathered its power, the air around it crackling with dark energy. Izuku landed on the ground, breathing heavily but still ready for the final showdown. He could feel the immense power radiating from the last giant, and he knew this would be the toughest fight yet. However, he wasn't afraid, he was exhilarated. This was the kind of battle he lived for. The giant unleashed its power, sending a massive wave of energy surging toward Izuku. The ground shook violently, and the air filled with the deafening roar of the giant's attack. But Izuku didn't flinch. He clenched his fists, and his aura flared even brighter as he prepared his next move. He thought about ending this battle once and for all. He raised his hand to the sky, his eyes locking onto the storm clouds that had gathered above. He could feel the raw power of the elements and knew exactly how to harness it. The clouds began to swirl and churn, darkening as the storm intensified. Lightning flashed across the sky, followed by the deep rumble of thunder. With determination, he called upon the storm. The clouds split open as a massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, taking the shape of a colossal dragon made of pure electricity. The Kirin roared as it plummeted toward the giant, its body crackling with enough energy to obliterate anything in its path. The giant tried to brace itself, raising its arms to shield its body, but it was too late. The Kirin struck with tremendous force, tearing through the giant's defenses and overwhelming it. The giant's roar of pain was drowned out by the deafening crack of thunder as the Kirin consumed it in a blinding flash of light. When the light finally faded, the giant was gone. All that remained was a smoldering crater, the earth scorched and blackened by the sheer power of the Kirin. Izuku stood at the edge of the crater, his aura flickering as he caught his breath. It was over. The giants had been defeated. As his transformation faded, Izuku allowed himself a moment of relief. Looking around at the aftermath of the battle, he couldn't help but smirk. He had faced overwhelming odds and emerged victorious once again. The giants had been formidable foes, but in the end, they were no match for his power, skill, and unbreakable will. He knew there was something even stronger out there, and he would be ready for it. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, fading into the deep blues of approaching night. The battlefield was littered with the remnants of the titanic clash, charred ground, scattered pieces of molten rock, and the still smoking craters left behind by his powerful attacks. He glanced at his stats, a glowing blue screen materializing in front of him, displaying his current status. He studied his stats carefully, a small smirk forming on his lips. He was far beyond the limits of most beings, a powerhouse forged through countless battles and unyielding resolve. His strength and agility were unparalleled, each stat honed through rigorous training and life-threatening encounters. His vitality ensured his body could endure the most brutal of attacks, and his intelligence sharpened his tactical mind in the heat of combat. But it was his sense that had proven invaluable in his most recent battle, allowing him to read the giant's movements and respond with almost preternatural precision. The enhancements he had gained sharpened his already formidable senses to levels that rendered most opponents powerless against him. He mused about his progress, acknowledging that there was always room for improvement. Despite the incredible power he wielded, he knew that greater threats lurked in the shadows. His journey was far from over. He had climbed to incredible heights, but every step forward only revealed how much further he had to go. He dismissed the status screen with a flick of his wrist, the glowing display vanishing into the night. Taking a deep breath, he gazed out into the horizon. The stars began to emerge, tiny points of light scattered across the vast expanse of the sky, and the first hints of a crescent moon hung low, casting a faint silver glow over the landscape. The sight was calming. He found solace in the silence, letting the tranquil atmosphere wash over him. But in the back of his mind, the thrill of the fight still burned brightly. There were more challenges ahead, stronger foes waiting to test his limits, and he was eager to meet them head-on. He resolved to keep pushing forward, determined to become even stronger until no one could stand in his way. After surveying the battlefield one last time, he ventured toward an open field away from the destruction. The land was still and quiet, a perfect place to set up camp for the night. He dropped his gear and stretched his tired muscles, feeling exhaustion finally catching up to him. Despite his immense power and stamina, even someone like him needed rest, especially after the intense battle with the giants. He gathered some dry wood and kindling, quickly constructing a small fire pit. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned a small, controlled flame, lighting the campfire in seconds. The warm glow of the fire spread, pushing back the creeping darkness and filling the air with the soft crackling of burning wood. He rummaged through his pack, pulling out rations and a few ingredients he'd scavenged along his journey. It wasn't anything fancy, some dried meat, bread and a few wild herbs, but it would be enough to replenish his energy. With practiced efficiency, he skewered the meat on sticks and set them over the fire, letting the flames cook them to perfection. The aroma of roasting meat filled the air, a comforting scent that reminded Izuku of simpler times. As he sat by the fire, his eyes flickered with the dancing flames, lost in thought. Despite the day's battles, there was something peaceful about this moment. Just him, the crackling fire, and the quiet of the night. It was a rare break from the constant fighting and challenges he faced. Moments like these were few and far between, and he cherished them, however brief. Once the meat was cooked to his liking, Izuku assembled his makeshift meal. He ate quietly, savoring each bite. The food was simple but satisfying, filling him with warmth that went beyond just replenishing his body. As he chewed, he reflected on the day's events, analyzing his fights and considering ways he could improve. Every battle was a lesson, and Izuku was determined to learn from each one, no matter how small. With his meal finished, Izuku tidied up his campsite. He ensured the fire was contained and safe, then turned his attention to setting up his tent. The tent was compact and sturdy, designed to withstand harsh conditions, an essential piece of gear for a wanderer like him. He set it up quickly, the practiced motions coming naturally as he secured it in place. The night was cool, and a gentle breeze swept across the field, rustling the tall grass around him. Izuku entered his tent, the small space offering just enough room to lie down comfortably. He slipped into his sleeping bag, letting out a deep sigh as he finally allowed himself to relax fully. His body was heavy with fatigue, and the quiet hum of the night lulled him into a state of calm. Before he drifted off, Izuku stared up at the tent ceiling, his mind racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. There were always more challenges waiting, more monsters to face, and more power to gain. But for now, he was content with this moment of peace. He closed his eyes, feeling the weariness pull him into a deep, well-deserved sleep. The last thing he heard was the soft rustling of the wind against his tent and the faint crackle of the dying fire outside. Tomorrow would bring new battles, but tonight he could rest easy, knowing he was one step closer to his ultimate goal. Meanwhile, back in the real world, 𝗬𝗁𝗂 was deep in a sparring session with 𝗕𝗓𝗁𝗧𝗄 at Ryuku's agency. The training room was expansive, with reinforced walls and floors designed to withstand the intense training of professional heroes and their sidekicks. The air hummed with energy as both heroes in training moved swiftly across the space. 𝗬𝗁𝗂, now wearing her new hero costume upgraded thanks to Izuku's guidance, stood opposite 𝗕𝗓𝗁𝗧𝗄. Her muscles tensed with excitement. Ever since arriving at Ryuku's agency, 𝗬𝗁𝗂 had been eager to prove herself, especially after hearing about how strong and capable 𝗕𝗓𝗁𝗧𝗄 was. Despite her nerves, she was determined to learn from her and Ryuku. 𝗕𝗓𝗁𝗧𝗄, with her usual boundless energy, hovered in the air with her long, wavy blue hair flowing behind her. She grinned at 𝗬𝗁𝗂, her eyes twinkling with excitement as her feet barely touched the ground, hovering through the force of her quirk, wave motion. This ability allowed her to produce spiral energy waves for both attack and flight, which she used with effortless grace. 𝗕𝗓𝗁𝗧𝗄 called out to 𝗬𝗁𝗂, her voice light and full of enthusiasm, encouraging her to not hold back. 𝗬𝗁𝗂 tightened her gloves, her heart racing, and responded with firm resolve. Her quirk, astral gravity, had grown immensely since the sports festival, but she still had much to learn. This sparring session was the perfect opportunity to test out some of her newly developed abilities. Ryuku's sidekick, who had been watching from the sidelines, kept track of their movements, occasionally offering pointers and feedback. Ryuku herself observed from a distance, noting how 𝗬𝗁𝗂 handled herself against someone as skilled as 𝗕𝗓𝗁𝗧𝗄. 𝗬𝗁𝗂 took a deep breath and activated her quirk. A faint glow surrounded her hands as she extended her gravitational field. Without hesitation, she launched herself forward, pulling herself through the air with a sudden burst of speed, aiming to land a quick strike. But 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝗧𝗏 was faster. With a flick of her hand, 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝗧𝗏 sent out a spiral energy wave that pushed 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗏 back in midair. The force was strong, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗏 had to reorient herself to avoid being knocked into the wall. 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗧𝗏 giggled, effortlessly dodging another incoming strike from 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗏, her spirals whirling around her like ribbons of energy, teasing that 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗏 would need to be faster. 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗏 narrowed her eyes, focusing. She had learned from her previous fights that rushing in recklessly wouldn't work, especially against someone as skilled as 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗧𝗏. Instead, she decided to use her quirk in a different way. Focusing her mind, she activated her telekinesis, lifting several nearby objects in the room, small weights and training equipment, and sent them flying toward 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗏 from multiple angles, hoping to catch her off guard. 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗏's eyes widened with excitement as she dodged and weaved through the incoming projectiles, clearly impressed by 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗏's control over her telekinetic abilities. Seeing that 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗏 was distracted, 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗏 seized the moment to strike. She extended her hand and pulled 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗏 toward her with a powerful gravitational pull, hoping to bring her opponent close enough to land a solid hit. But 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗏, ever the seasoned fighter, quickly responded. She released a burst of spiral energy from her feet, propelling herself backward at high speed, narrowly avoiding 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗏's gravitational pull. Then, in an instant, 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗏 retaliated with a series of rapid spiral energy blasts aimed directly at 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗏. 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗏 gritted her teeth and quickly conjured a gravitational shield, a shimmering barrier of energy that absorbed the blasts. The impact sent vibrations through her body, but she held firm, focusing on maintaining the shield. 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗏 called out, praising her defense and challenging her to see what else she could do. With a twirl, 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗏 unleashed a massive spiral wave, sending a concentrated beam of energy toward 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗏's shield. The force was overwhelming, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗏 felt the pressure mounting as she struggled to keep her shield intact. In a split-second decision, she deactivated her shield and used her telekinesis to push herself out of the beam's path, narrowly avoiding the blast and landing on her feet with a soft thud. Breathing now, her body covered in a light sheen of sweat, her eyes were filled with determination. Gathering her strength, 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗀𝗀𝗏 decided to use one of her newer techniques. She concentrated hard, feeling the familiar pull of her quirk as she tapped into her astral gravity in a way she hadn't before. Her hands glowed with ethereal energy as she focused on a single point in the room. Suddenly, the gravity in the area shifted. 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗏, still floating midair, felt the sudden change. She gasped as she was pulled down toward the ground by a powerful gravitational force. 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗁 marveled at 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗏's ability to control gravity, feeling a surge of determination. With 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗏 temporarily grounded, she rushed forward, ready to launch a close-quarters attack. But 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗏 was quick to respond. Just as 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗁 closed in, 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗏 spun around, releasing a massive wave of energy from her palms, propelling herself upward and out of the gravitational field. 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗏 cheered as she floated back into the air, praising 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗁's strength and expressing her excitement about the sparring session. Despite the intensity of their match, 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗁 couldn't help but smile, admiring 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗏's energy and enthusiasm. She knew she had to push herself even harder. As they prepared to continue their sparring match, Ryuku stepped forward, clapping her hands to signal the end of the session for now. She commended both of them for their efforts. 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗁 lowered her hands, her breathing heavy but her spirits high. She had learned a lot from sparring with 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗏 and felt herself improving already. 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗏 landed softly beside her, beaming with excitement and expressing her eagerness to train together. 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗁 nodded, her cheeks flushed from the exertion, and expressed her own excitement for their training sessions. The next day, Izuku found himself in a breathtaking, serene location, a appealing valley surrounded by towering, snow-capped mountains. Lush green forests spread across the slopes, leading down to a crystal-clear lake that reflected the towering peaks like a mirror. The air was crisp and cool, tinged with a faint scent of pine. Amidst this peaceful beauty, something stood out, a massive staff embedded near the lake. It radiated an intense aura of ancient power that Izuku could feel from a distance, sending ripples across the lake's surface as if the very energy it exuded disturbed the water. He narrowed his eyes, recognizing the challenge ahead. He murmured to himself about the ancient relic, feeling a shiver run down his spine. The mission was clear: retrieve the staff, said to hold immeasurable power. It wouldn't be simple, as relics like this were always protected by something, whether it be traps, guardians, or supernatural forces. Gathering his resolve, Izuku instinctively moved to the hilts of his trusted pistols, always prepared for the unexpected. As he reached out to touch the staff, a sudden and overwhelming force surged through him. His vision blurred, and the world around him dissolved into a vortex of light and shadow. Before he could react, the scenery changed entirely. Izuku now stood in a different place, another breathtaking location, though different from the serene lake. This new landscape was vast and awe-inspiring, with towering mountains shrouded in mist and lush green valleys dotted with vibrant flowers. The air was filled with the soft hum of ancient energy, something almost otherworldly yet calming. But amid this beauty, there was an unmistakable tension, an ancient, looming presence that made the hairs on the back of his neck rise. Ahead of him stood a towering warrior, adorned in intricate golden armor. The details were beyond anything Izuku had ever seen, ornate and gilded with symbols and carvings of beasts, dragons, and mythological creatures. In the warrior's hand was a massive staff, almost identical to the one embedded in the lake. His glowing eyes locked onto Izuku, unblinking and intense. Before Izuku could process what was happening, a familiar screen appeared before him, lighting up with a message from his quirk. The objective was clear: to retrieve the ancient relic, he must prove his worth by defeating the Guardian. Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized the name that resonated with power and legend. This wasn't just any ordinary Guardian, it was the embodiment of an ancient, legendary warrior. Izuku clenched his fists, steadying his breathing as he assessed the situation. He would have to fight this warrior, not just for the relic but to prove his strength and worth. The energy crackled in the air, tension building as he mentally prepared for the battle to come. But first, he needed to understand his opponent. Every detail would matter. The warrior stood silently, waiting for Izuku to make the first move, his presence commanding yet eerily calm. Wukong was no ordinary opponent, and Izuku sensed that right away. The message replayed in his mind: he would have to prove his worth by defeating this powerful guardian. The tension in the air was palpable. Wukong stood still, staff in hand, eyes glowing faintly, his ornate armor radiating with mythical energy. He didn't speak, his presence alone demanded respect. Izuku shifted into a fighting stance, his mind racing with strategy. He quickly assessed the battlefield, realizing that the wide-open area gave Wukong an advantage in mobility. Izuku knew he had to keep his wits about him, using his agility and thinking several steps ahead to counter the warrior's overwhelming strength. He thought about the challenge ahead, reaching for his trusted blade. Suddenly, they both vanished in a blink and appeared in the middle of the battlefield, their weapons clashing and generating a shockwave. The air trembled with the sheer force of their meeting. Izuku's sword collided with Wukong's staff, creating a loud, metallic clang that reverberated through the expansive, otherworldly landscape. The raw power behind the blow was unlike anything Izuku had experienced. Sparks flew from the point of impact as the two warriors locked eyes, both testing the other's strength in this critical moment. Izuku gritted his teeth, his muscles straining as he pushed against the legendary warrior's unyielding staff. Wukong remained stoic, his glowing red eyes revealing nothing, no effort, no strain. It was as if the warrior barely acknowledged the clash, as if Izuku's strength was an afterthought to him. Realizing he would need every trick in his arsenal just to keep up, Izuku pulled back his sword and immediately slashed downward with tremendous speed, aiming to catch Wukong off guard. But Wukong was faster, spinning his staff with the fluidity of a easily parrying Izuku's blow and countering with a powerful move toward his chest. Izuku barely managed to sidestep the attack, the staff whistling past his ear, missing him by mere inches. He launched backward, putting some distance between them, but Wukong followed immediately, closing the gap with frightening agility. His staff whipped through the air in a series of precise, rapid strikes. Izuku dodged and parried, his sword of omen meeting the staff again and again, but Wu-Kong's movements were so smooth and practiced that it felt as if Izuku was constantly one step behind. Thoughts raced through his mind as he deflected another blow, wondering how Wu-Kong could be so fast. He retaliated with a sharp slash aimed at Wu-Kong's midsection, only for the warrior to twist his body gracefully, narrowly avoiding the blade. The next attack came swiftly. Wu-Kong's staff slammed into the ground with a force that sent shockwaves through the earth, causing Izuku to momentarily lose his balance. The stone beneath him cracked, and before he could recover, Wu-Kong lunged forward again, swinging the staff in a wide arc. Izuku's EMS flared to life, allowing him to predict the attack just in time to leap high into the air, avoiding what would have been a crushing blow. Mid-air, he aimed ebony and ivory down at Wu-Kong and fired several rounds of mana-infused bullets, hoping to land a hit. But Wu-Kong was already in motion. With a swift motion, he twirled his staff, deflecting the bullets effortlessly as they ricocheted off the dense wood and metal. Izuku landed with a roll, coming up on one knee, his breathing heavy from the intensity of the fight. He muttered to himself, feeling frustration creep in. Every attack he threw at Wu-Kong was deflected with ease, as if his opponent wasn't even trying. The lack of effort on Wu-Kong's part was maddening, and Izuku knew he had to make a move that counted. Deciding it was time to SWH tactics, Izuku activated his doppelganger, summoning a perfect clone of himself. The two Izukus charged Wu-Kong from opposite directions, their swords raised high. They attacked in unison, their blades slashing down in perfect sync. For the first time, Wu-Kong seemed to regard the situation with mild interest. With a flick of his wrist, he spun his staff into a blur, deflecting both attacks with a single, powerful swing. The force of the parry sent the real Izuku skidding back across the dirt, struggling to maintain his balance. The doppelganger dissipated in a cloud of smoke after being struck. Izuku clenched his fists, frustration mounting. He couldn't land a single hit. Wu-Kong remained eerily calm, his yellow eyes never leaving Izuku. The legendary warrior had hardly used any of his abilities thus far, relying purely on his superior combat skills and mastery of the staff to keep Izuku at bay. It was as if he was testing Izuku, watching to see if the young hero could break through his defenses. Izuku whispered to himself, feeling the pressure build. He needed to slow Wu-Kong down, just for a moment. Enough time to make something happen. His target was clear, Wu-Kong. Focusing all his energy, Izuku activated his genjutsu. The air around them shimmered as the illusion began to take form, trapping Wu-Kong in a visual hallucination. Izuku sprinted forward, ready to take advantage of the moment of distraction. But as he closed the distance, Wu-Kong's body flickered and vanished. It was a decoy. Izuku's heart sank as he realized he'd been outplayed. Wu-Kong had used his mist decoy ability to escape the genjutsu entirely. The real Wu-Kong appeared behind him, his staff swinging down toward Izuku's back. There was no time to dodge. The staff collided with Izuku's shoulder, sending him sprawling to the ground. He pushed himself up quickly, wincing as he clutched his shoulder. The pain shot through him, but he couldn't afford to focus on it. His mind raced, strategizing. Wu-Kong was powerful, overwhelming even, but he wasn't unbeatable. If he could just land one good hit, he knew he could turn this around. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he summoned his strength and reached for his sword of omen again. This time, he activated one of its more devastating abilities. The air around the blade shimmered with energy as Izuku prepared his judgment cut, focusing all of his power on the next strike. Wu-Kong's eyes glinted, seemingly recognizing the energy shift. For the first time in the battle, Wu-Kong took a defensive stance, bracing himself for what was to come. Izuku dashed forward at blinding speed, his sword slicing through the air with such precision that it left glowing trails behind. He unleashed his judgment cut, sheathing his sword momentarily to let his mana sharpen around him. His eyes glowed with focus, reading every minute movement of Wu-Kong's stance, his breath, his posture. Time seemed to slow for a heartbeat. Izuku's hand blurred as he unsheathed his sword, slicing the air with impossible speed. Multiple slashes filled the air in rapid succession, too fast for the eye to follow. Each slash seemed to cut through the very fabric of space, leaving behind shimmering trails of energy. The wind roared from the force of the strikes, distorting the air around Wukong. But Wukong moved just as quickly. His staff twirled, deflecting the slashes with expert precision. The force of each deflection sent ripples of energy through the air, but Wukong remained unscathed. Every strike Izuku unleashed was met with a perfect counter, leaving the young hero breathless and frustrated. After another clash, the two warriors stood apart, breathing heavily. Izuku tightened his grip on his sword as he tried to catch his breath. He was giving everything he had, but Wukong barely seemed fazed. He muttered to himself, determination burning in his eyes. Wukong's expression remained unreadable as he twirled his staff once more, preparing for the next round. As Izuku steadied himself after their intense clash, the air between them seemed to still, as if the battle itself was taking a brief pause. Izuku, his chest heaving, calculated his next move. Wukong, however, had other plans. Without warning, Wukong slammed the butt of his staff into the ground, and before Izuku could react, the staff began to expand at an alarming rate. The once modestly sized weapon stretched impossibly long in the blink of an eye, its sheer size and speed catching Izuku completely off guard. His eyes widened in shock, instincts screaming at him to dodge. But it was too late. The enormous staff swung toward him with unstoppable force, striking Izuku square in the chest with a thunderous impact. The force knocked the breath from his lungs, and his vision blurred for a split second as he was launched backward like a rag doll. He tumbled through the air, crashing hard into the rocky ground several meters away. The shockwave from the blow reverberated through Izuku's body, sending ripples of pain coursing through his muscles as he checked his HP. It read 34,000 out of 50, the hit had taken a significant chunk out of his health, and the pain in his chest confirmed it. Gasping for air, Izuku slowly got back to his feet, one hand instinctively clutching his side. He could feel the bruising beneath his outfit, the dull throb of the injury echoing with each breath. His mind raced as he tried to process what had just happened. The staff could change size. He hadn't seen that coming. Wukong had more tricks than he thought. Wukong stood in the distance, his massive staff now back to its original size, resting effortlessly on his shoulder as if the move had required no effort at all. His red eyes glowed with an unreadable intensity, silently taunting Izuku, as if daring him to come at him again. Izuku's frustration boiled up. He was fast, but Wukong was faster. He was powerful, but Wukong's mastery of his abilities made him nearly untouchable. Every move he made was calculated and precise. Izuku realized he couldn't let Wukong keep doing this. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he glanced at his MP, still at full capacity. He needed to fight smarter. He forced himself to take deep, steady breaths, pushing down the rising frustration. With his sword of omen held tightly in his right hand, he raised his left hand toward Wukong and, in a fluid motion, summoned his ebony and ivory pistols, both weapons materializing instantly in a burst of light. Wukong, seemingly unfazed by the damage he had inflicted, stood tall, waiting. It was as if the battle had just begun again, despite Izuku's struggle to even land a single blow. This time, though, Izuku wasn't going to wait for Wukong to make the first move. He dashed forward with lightning speed, his pistols blazing. Ebony and ivory unleashed a flurry of mana-infused bullets, aimed directly at Wukong. Each shot was precise, meant to overwhelm the legendary warrior. Wukong, still calm, spun his staff with supernatural speed, deflecting the bullets effortlessly. The sound of metal on metal rang out as every shot was knocked aside. The warrior's defensive prowess was unparalleled, and Izuku knew that trying to win from a distance wouldn't work. As Izuku closed the distance, he reactivated his doppelganger, summoning another clone of himself. The two Izukis moved as one, the real one slashing with the sword of omen while the doppelganger aimed for Wukong's blind spot. But just as they closed in, Wukong's staff elongated again in the blink of an eye, catching Izuku off guard once more. This time, the expanded staff came from a sideways angle, sweeping toward both Izukis with terrifying speed. Izuku managed to dodge just in time, the staff whizzing past him, but the doppelganger wasn't so lucky. It dissipated into thin air as the staff tore through it. Izuku's eyes narrowed as his frustration mounted. He needed to hit back hard, but that staff made it nearly impossible to close the distance without getting punished. He realized he couldn't keep relying on brute force. He needed a plan. Breathing raggedly, he felt the bruises on his ribs from Wukong's earlier strike, and his chest was still throbbing. Knowing he couldn't afford to take another hit like that, Izuku quickly reached into his inventory and pulled out a healing potion. Its bright red liquid shimmered in the dim light, a welcome sight after such a grueling exchange. However, before he could raise the potion to his lips, everything around him stopped. A sudden, chilling sensation ran down Izuku's spine as his body refused to move. His muscles locked up, frozen in place as though he had been turned to stone. Panic crept in as he realized he was completely paralyzed, unable to even lift a finger. Wukong had activated his ability, immobilize. Across from him, Wukong approached slowly, his glowing red eyes fixed on Izuku with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. His staff rested casually across his shoulders as he stopped in front of the paralyzed hero, tilting his head slightly. Wukong's gaze dropped to the healing potion still clutched in Izuku's hand. For a moment, the ancient warrior merely stared at it. Then, without a word, Wukong reached out and plucked the potion from Izuku's frozen grasp, his eyes narrowing curiously. He held the bottle up to the light, shaking it a few times as though inspecting it. The liquid sloshed inside, glowing faintly with magical properties. Then, in a move that took Izuku completely by surprise, Wukong uncorked the bottle and took a sip. Izuku's immobilized form could only watch in shock as Wukong sampled the potion, tilting his head thoughtfully. His expression was unreadable, but a slight smirk played at the corners of his lips as he tasted the strange liquid. Without any warning, Wukong shrugged and tossed the potion back toward Izuku. As the bottle flew through the air, the paralysis wore off at the perfect moment. Izuku, his instincts still sharp, snapped out of the immobilization just in time, his body free to move again. His hand shot up, catching the potion midair, his grip tightening around it. Wukong stepped back, his smirk growing wider. He raised his hand in a gesture that clearly said to drink, then they would continue. For a brief moment, Izuku hesitated, unsure of what to make of Wukong's strange behavior. There was something almost respectful in the way the warrior had reacted. He didn't kill him when he had the chance. He didn't smash him into the ground or deal a finishing blow. No, Wukong wanted a fair fight. Izuku guessed he wanted to make this battle worth it. Without breaking eye contact, Izuku raised the potion to his lips and drank it in one smooth motion. The cooling sensation of the potion spread through his body, mending the bruises and healing his injuries. His HP quickly restored itself. Izuku wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, feeling the energy surging back into him. His muscles relaxed, the pain fading away, and his mind cleared. Wukong, satisfied, gave a small nod. Then, without warning, he spun his staff with a flick of his wrist, the weapon, making a whooshing sound as it sliced through the air. He pointed it toward Izuku, his yellow eyes glowing with the intensity of a true warrior ready for battle. Izuku grinned, gripping the sword of Omen tightly in his hand. The potion had restored his strength, but more importantly, it had restored his resolve. He whispered to himself that it was time for round 2. While Izuku battled in the dungeon, his classmates back at their internships were undergoing their own challenges and growth. At Present Mix Agency, Jiro stood in front of Present Mic, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she practiced the delicate control of her Quirk, earphone jack, with the loudest pro hero in Japan. The air around them buzzed with sound waves, and Jiro's heartbeat felt like it could match Present Mic's volume at any moment. They stood in a wide training room insulated to handle intense vibrations. Present Mic cheered, his voice booming across the space, encouraging Jiro to focus her sound waves more precisely while maintaining their power. If she could blast in a straight line, she would be unstoppable. Jiro nodded, plugging her earphone jacks into the amplifier connected to her belt. She closed her eyes, concentrating as she channeled sound waves into her earlobes. Her goal was to target a specific set of objects at varying distances without disturbing anything else. Present Mic had arranged several bottles and targets throughout the room, some close by and others at the far end of the training hall. Taking a deep breath, 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 focused. Her heartbeat was calm and steady. In an instant, she unleashed a concentrated blast of sound aimed directly at the first bottle in front of her. The bottle shattered instantly, the sound so precise that it didn't disturb the surrounding objects. Present Mike grinned widely, giving her a thumbs up and praising her progress. He encouraged her to keep pushing her range. The next bottle was farther back. Focusing again, 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 gathered her strength. However, when she released the sound wave, it overshot the target slightly, knocking over a stack of nearby crates instead. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 groaned, but present Mike laughed, assuring her that she was learning and encouraging her to keep at it. Meanwhile, at 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗁's agency, Kirishima and 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗃 were sweating not from intense training, but from the scolding they received from 𝗕𝗏𝗃 for a different kind of failure. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 towered over them, his voice booming as he expressed his disappointment in the lukewarm coffee they had brought him. Ijiro and 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗃 exchanged nervous glances, having rushed to make the coffee after finishing patrol. Somehow, the coffee had ended up weak and cold. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 demanded to know how they could mess up such a simple task, rubbing his temples in frustration. Ijiro, feeling the pressure, suggested they make another batch, to which 𝗕𝗏𝗃 insisted they would. He reminded them that heroes should be able to handle the small stuff, and if they couldn't make decent coffee, how could they handle villains? Determined, Kirishima and 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗃 exchanged looks, mentally gearing up to conquer this seemingly impossible task. They were resolved not to let 𝗕𝗏𝗃 down again. Whether it was coffee or a villain, they would give it their all. At Majestic's agency, Momo sat on a floating platform, patrolling the bustling streets alongside her mentor, Majestic. His quirk allowed him to create floating platforms from ring-shaped energy generated from his wrists. The pair moved with purpose, scanning the city for any signs of trouble. Majestic glanced at Momo, sensing her intense focus. He reminded her that patrols were often calm until they weren't, urging her to keep her senses sharp and always be ready to react. Momo nodded, absorbing his words. Her internship with Majestic had been eye-opening, helping her hone a deeper awareness of her surroundings and encouraging her to trust her instincts more in combat situations. As they walked through a quieter part of the city, Momo reflected on how much she had learned. Citizens waved at them, offering smiles and nods of gratitude. Moments like these reminded her of why she wanted to be a hero. Majestic remained vigilant, his calm yet focused demeanor something Momo admired deeply. Floating through the sidewalks, she thought of her classmates, determined to keep pace with them and ensure she was always ready to support her friends when the time came. In Hosu City, while many of his classmates focused on refining their quirks and learning from pro heroes, Tenya had a more personal mission. The atmosphere was tense after Stain's attack on his brother, Tensei. Tenya's mind was consumed with thoughts of vengeance, singularly focused on tracking down the hero killer. Standing at a high vantage point, Tenya overlooked the dark streets of Hosu. He had been following a trail, piecing together Stain's pattern. In every city, the villain had attacked 4 heroes before moving on. In Hosu, Stain had only attacked Tensei so far. Tenya gripped the edge of the rooftop with intensity, muttering to himself that Stain would show up again, and when he did, he would stop him and avenge his brother. He had mapped out likely locations where Stain might strike, his calculated mind running on overdrive. Deep down, he knew his motivations had become clouded. This was no longer about justice. It was about vengeance. Yet, the image of his brother lying broken in the hospital filled his mind every time he closed his eyes, consuming him. Izuku felt a surge of energy, knowing it was time to step things up. Wukong was a formidable opponent, and with his staff expanding and unpredictable movements, Izuku needed to go beyond his limits. His aura began to glow, a brilliant cyan light engulfing him as his hair spiked upward, turning from green to radiant blue. The intense power of Super Saiyan Blue flowed through him. His muscles tensed, and the ground cracked beneath his feet as his strength multiplied, a balanced fusion of raw power and precise control. Wukong's expression shifted slightly at the sight, a mixture of interest and perhaps a hint of respect for the first time. The world around Izuku slowed, and every heartbeat echoed with raw power. his narrowed eyes locked onto Wu-Kong, who stood waiting, twirling his staff with a smirk. Wu-Kong leaped into the air, his movements a blur as he disappeared into a cloud of mist. The air whipped around Izuku, the force of Wu-Kong's cloud step nearly disorienting him. But this time, Izuku was ready. With a single step forward, he shot off, his movements creating a sonic boom that cracked the ground around him, the air screaming in his wake as his blue aura streaked across the battlefield like a comet. In an instant, Izuku caught up to Wu-Kong, who barely had time to react as Izuku appeared before him, faster than he had anticipated. Wu-Kong's staff spun toward Izuku, but the hero was already a step ahead. He tilted his body just enough to evade the incoming strike and retaliated with a swift punch to Wu-Kong's side. The blow connected, sending Wu-Kong flying backward, his form crashing through a row of stone pillars. Dust and debris exploded into the air as Wu-Kong hit the ground, skidding back and kicking up a massive cloud of dirt. Izuku didn't hesitate, knowing Wu-Kong wouldn't stay down for long. He raised his hand, summoning his trusted dual pistols in a flash of light. In one smooth motion, he fired off a volley of shots, the enchanted bullets tearing through the air toward Wu-Kong. The loud crack of each shot echoed through the battlefield as the bullets rained down on Wu-Kong, forcing him to dodge. Just as the bullets closed in, Wu-Kong performed a somersault, spinning high into the air on a summoned cloud. Izuku's sharp eyes tracked Wu-Kong's every movement. With a flick of his wrist, his pistols vanished, and he summoned a sword into his hand. Not wasting a second, he shot forward, launching himself into the air in pursuit of Wu-Kong, who floated effortlessly on his somersault cloud. As they met midair, Wu-Kong swung his staff, expanding it with a crackling sound, aiming directly for Izuku's midsection. Izuku's reaction was instant. With a flash of blue light, he swung his sword in an arc so fast it left an afterimage. The sword clashed with Wu-Kong's staff, sparks exploding from the point of contact. The sheer force of the clash sent shockwaves across the battlefield, shaking the mountains around them. Wu-Kong tried to push Izuku back, but Izuku didn't relent. With a sudden burst of energy, he twisted his wrist and flickered out of sight, reappearing behind Wu-Kong in a split second. In the blink of an eye, Izuku unleashed 𝗔𝗵𝗃𝗁. He sheathed his sword momentarily, letting his mana sharpen around him. His eyes glowed with precision, reading every minute movement of Wu-Kong's stance, breath, and posture. Time seemed to slow for a heartbeat. Izuku's hand blurred as he unsheathed his sword, slicing the air with impossible speed. Multiple slashes filled the air in rapid succession, too fast for the eye to follow. Each slash seemed to cut through the very fabric of space, leaving behind shimmering trails of energy. The wind roared from the force of the strikes, distorting the air around Wu-Kong. For a split second, everything went silent. Then, Izuku's attack hit, the delayed effect of his sword strikes catching up with reality. Wu-Kong gasped, his body jerking as several glowing cuts appeared all over him simultaneously. He staggered backward, stunned by the sheer speed and precision of Izuku's strikes. But Wu-Kong wasn't finished. Despite the marks across his body, his eyes flared with determination. He plucked his hair and threw it at the ground, summoning a swarm of duplicates. Suddenly, the battlefield was filled with dozens of Wu-Kong clones, each identical to the original, each wielding a staff and charging toward Izuku from all directions. Their war cries filled the air as they closed in on him, surrounding him like a pack of wild animals. Izuku's eyes darted around, quickly assessing the situation. The clones were fast, too fast to track with normal eyes. But Izuku had an edge. Activating the power of his EMS, Izuku's eyes glowed a deep crimson, spinning with the telltale pattern of his bloodline ability. His perception heightened, allowing him to see every movement and shift in the clones' positions. He took a deep breath, the world slowing around him as he moved. Izuku summoned Gilgamesh, his gauntlets and greaves glowing with energy as they materialized around his arms and legs. The instant the first clone closed in, Izuku slammed his gauntlet into the ground, unleashing a shockwave of explosive force. The clones were sent flying back, but they quickly regrouped. Another came from behind, staff raised, but Izuku pivoted on his heel, dodging the strike and countering with a powerful kick to the clone's midsection. The clone shattered into mist. More clones swarmed him, but Izuku met each one head-on. He dodged, blocked, and retaliated with precision, each move fluid and powerful. His fists and legs struck with tremendous force, shattering the clones upon contact. Wukong, watching from a distance, narrowed his eyes, impressed. Suddenly, Izuku launched himself into the air, high above the battlefield. As the clones tried to follow, he summoned his cavalier, the massive, demonic motorcycle materializing beneath him. Revving the engine with a roar, Izuku spun it downward. It was time to end this. With a deafening crash, Izuku dived into the horde of Wukong's clones, the cavalier's massive blades cutting through them effortlessly. The ground shook as he drove through the horde, scattering clones left and right. The real Wukong, sensing the danger, finally descended from his cloud, prepared to face Izuku head-on once again. The battlefield cleared, with only the real Wukong standing amidst the ruins of his shattered clones. Both warriors locked eyes, their auras flaring, ready for the next round. Wukong, with his mischievous grin, somersaulted into the air, his cloud swirling beneath him as he hovered high above the battlefield. His staff twirled lazily in his grip as he soared effortlessly across the sky, his movements fluid and graceful. The clouds around him churned as if the very sky itself was under his control. Izuku narrowed his eyes, revving Cavalier beneath him while deactivating Super Saiyan Blue. The demonic motorcycle roared to life, the engine's guttural growl reverberating through the air. Without wasting a second, Izuku kicked off the ground, the massive tires leaving a deep imprint in the earth as he rocketed forward in pursuit. Cavalier tore through the battlefield like a rampaging beast, its dual blades spinning furiously on either side, cutting through rocks and debris as Izuku chased after Wukong. The wind howled around him, but he remained focused, eyes locked on his target. Wukong glanced back with a smirk, clearly enjoying the chase. With a flick of his wrist, he urged his cloud to move faster, zigzagging through the air in unpredictable patterns, always staying just out of Izuku's reach. The two raced across the landscape, Wukong in the air, weaving between towering cliffs and mountainous terrain, while Izuku sped below on his demonic bike, maneuvering through narrow passes and tearing through forests like a blue comet. It was a chaotic dance of speed and precision. Wukong would dart left, and Izuku would follow, his reflexes sharp and his mind calculating every move. The gap between them remained constant, Wukong always keeping just enough distance to tease Izuku, but never enough to escape. Izuku clenched his teeth, his patience wearing thin. He wasn't about to let Wukong keep this up. He needed an opening, a moment where Wukong would let his guard down, even for a split second. And then it happened. Wukong, in his overconfidence, swooped too low. His cloud dipped just a little closer to the ground, hovering over a narrow canyon. It was a mistake, one that Izuku was quick to capitalize on. With a fierce twist of the throttle, he surged forward, his eyes locking onto Wukong's position. He could feel the power coursing through Cavalier, its blades humming with energy, waiting to be unleashed. Timing it perfectly, Izuku veered left, cutting through a path of jagged rocks, his speed increasing with every second. Then, with a surge of energy, he launched himself off a ramp-like incline, sending Cavalier flying through the air. The force of the jump propelled Izuku straight toward Wukong. The demonic bike spun in midair, its blades gleaming with deadly precision as they sliced through the air. For a brief moment, Wukong's eyes widened in surprise as he realized the trap had been sprung. The blades of Cavalier struck hard, catching Wukong's staff mid-spin and knocking it out of position. The sheer impact of the strike sent shockwaves rippling through the air, throwing Wukong off balance. His cloud wobbled, and for the first time in their battle, Wukong faltered. Izuku wasted no time. Using the momentum of the strike, he flipped off. Cavalier, his body twisting in midair as he brought his sword down in a powerful slash. The blade shimmered with energy, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh as it descended upon Wukong. Wukong barely managed to raise his staff in time to block the strike, but the force of it sent him hurtling backward, crashing through the air. He tumbled through the sky, his cloud struggling to stabilize him as he skidded to a stop several meters away. Izuku landed gracefully on the ground, his sword gleaming in the sunlight, the wind howling around him as Cavalier roared beside him. He flicked his wrist, and the bike vanished. He replaced it with his dual pistols and aimed them directly at Wukong. 3 shots rang out, the mana-infused bullets slicing through the air with deadly precision. Wukong, now regaining his balance, deflected 2 of them with his staff, but the third grazed his arm, causing a thin stream of smoke to rise from the wound. Wukong's eyes narrowed, his playful expression replaced with one of determination. He spun his staff, the wind whistling around it as he prepared to retaliate. But Izuku wasn't done yet. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned Gilgamesh, his gauntlets and greaves glowing with power. He rushed forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. His fists moved like lightning, striking out with a series of rapid punches that seemed to blur with speed. Wukong blocked as best he could, his staff a whirlwind of motion as it deflected the strikes. But Izuku was relentless, his fists crashing down with the force of an avalanche, each blow sending shockwaves through the ground. Then, with a final surge of power, Izuku delivered a devastating kick, his greaves glowing with explosive energy as it connected with Wukong's side. The force sent Wukong flying, and he crashed into a nearby cliff with a thunderous impact. The ground shook as debris rained down around him, and the canyon walls crumbled under the force of the blow. But even as the dust settled, Wukong's eyes gleamed with defiance. He pulled himself from the rubble, his body bruised and battered, but his spirit unbroken. His staff twirled in his hand, and a grin spread across his face once more. The fight between Izuku and Wukong had reached an intense crescendo. Both warriors had tested each other's limits, trading blows, strikes, and tactics, but neither had managed to secure a decisive upper hand. The battlefield bore the scars of their relentless conflict, craters, shattered rocks, and the lingering energy of their clashing powers rippled through the air. Wukong rode on his cloud, darting around like a phantom, his staff swirling as it extended and contracted at will. He moved with unpredictable speed, landing the occasional strike against Izuku, but the Super Saiyan Blue transformation had elevated Izuku's power far beyond what he was used to. With his enhanced agility and strength, Izuku kept pace with Wukong, his eyes narrowing in focus. He knew it was time to end this game of cat and mouse. With a deep breath, Izuku's aura flared brilliantly, his hair blazing with blue energy, as the pressure of his ki created shockwaves that sent dust and debris flying in all directions. It was time. Izuku lifted his hand, the sound of Cavalier roaring beneath him as he chased down Wukong, but this time with purpose. He revived the demonic bike, flipping it into the air before dismissing it with a flick of his hand, replacing it with his dual pistols, which crackled with mana. With deadly accuracy, he fired at Wukong as he moved to close the distance, forcing the warrior to dodge each incoming shot. Wukong deflected a few bullets with his staff, but Izuku didn't let up, constantly changing his angles and pressing the attack. The high-speed chase continued, but this time, Izuku was closing the gap. Suddenly, Izuku came to an abrupt stop in midair as he activated Super Saiyan Blue. His aura surged around him, and his eyes glinted with determination as he raised both hands forward. Now, he used one of his ultimate skills, Starfall Barrage. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of energy blasts shot from his palms. Bright blue orbs of mana ripped through the air, hurtling toward Wukong with incredible speed. The first few blasts struck the ground around Wukong, exploding in bursts of power that rocked the battlefield. The next wave closed in tighter, hammering Wukong from all sides. Wukong was forced to use his cloud step to evade, but even with his speed, he couldn't dodge every blast. Several energy balls slammed into him, sending shockwaves through his body as he struggled to maintain control of his cloud. His staff whirled in his hands, deflecting what he could, but Izuku's relentless barrage continued. The ground shook as the energy blasts kept raining down. Explosions dotted the landscape, and the air shimmered with the intensity of the battle. Wukong's cloud flickered, struggling to keep its form as Izuku pressed the attack. But Izuku wasn't done. After the barrage, he pulled his right hand up, condensing his energy into a single, vibrant sphere of rainbow color. The ball of energy hummed in his palms, growing larger and more concentrated with each passing second. The energy crackled, warping the very air around it. With a loud battle cry, Izuku hurled the energy sphere at Wukong. The ball shot forward, tearing through the sky like a comet, leaving a trail of star-like particles in its wake. Wukong barely had time to react. He threw up his staff in defense, but the sphere collided with him, engulfing him in a blinding explosion of light. The impact was like the detonation of a star. Star-like particles radiated from the explosion, annihilating everything caught in the blast radius. The ground beneath them cracked and splintered, and the shockwave rippled outward, leveling trees and shattering boulders. A massive crater formed where Wukong had been standing moments before. Izuku hovered in the air, his chest rising and falling as he caught his breath. His starfall barrage had inflicted significant damage, but Izuku sensed that Wukong was far from finished. The warrior stood amidst the smoke and dust, battered and bruised, yet still resolute. His armor was scorched, and his movements had slowed, but the fire of defiance burned brightly in his eyes. He twirled his staff, preparing for another round. Izuku was ready to end the fight. His aura intensified, flaring around him like a blazing inferno of blue energy. Clenching his fists, he charged his mana, feeling the air crackle with power. He declared his intent to finish the battle, his entire body glowing as he activated his final move. His aura surged with cosmic energy, and his Super Saiyan blue form radiated brighter than ever. With a burst of speed, Izuku shot forward, faster than Wukong could react. The first punch connected with Wukong's chest, sending shockwaves through the warrior's body. Energy surged from Izuku's fist, penetrating Wukong's core and causing him to stagger. The second punch followed immediately, landing in the same spot. Another wave of energy poured into Wukong, causing his armor to crack under the strain. He was sent flying backward, but Izuku pressed on. Izuku pulled his fist back, infusing his mana into his arm, and delivered a final, earth-shattering punch straight to Wukong's torso. The impact sent Wukong hurtling backward, and before he could recover, Izuku kicked him upward, launching him high into the air. Wukong spiraled helplessly as Izuku pursued him, his energy crackling with intensity. Hovering in the sky, Izuku raised his arms and crossed them, his blue aura surging outward like a raging storm. His eyes glowed fiercely, and with a mighty roar he moved his arms upward, causing the energy to detonate within Wukong's body. The resulting explosion was cataclysmic. A brilliant blue burst of energy erupted from Wukong, tearing through the landscape with tremendous force. The sky turned white from the intensity of the blast, and the ground shook violently. The explosion expanded outward, consuming everything in its path and leaving behind a devastated wasteland. As the debris settled in a thick cloud of dust around the cavern, the only sound was Izuku's heavy breathing. He believed his cosmic meteor had obliterated Wukong. However, as he squinted through the settling dust, he saw no movement, no sign of life. He sighed, lowering his guard slightly, feeling a sense of relief. But then, a rumbling sound reached his ears. From the rubble below, movement stirred. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Wukong rise from the debris. The warrior's body was battered, his armor shattered and scorched, yet the defiant gleam in his eyes remained. The staff, still clutched in his hand, wobbled but held firm. Izuku murmured in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how Wukong was still standing after unleashing his most powerful techniques. Before he could process the situation, Wukong's body began to convulse, a strange energy rippling through him. His skin, cracked and bloodied, suddenly hardened, turning a deep shade of gray, almost like stone. The rumbling intensified, and with a sudden motion, Wukong's body exploded into a flurry of stone fragments. Izuku instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes as the stone shards scattered across the battlefield. A gust of wind followed, sending the debris swirling into the air like a storm of jagged rocks. For a moment, it seemed as if Wukong had been reduced to nothing but rubble. Then, in the center of the storm, something glimmered, a golden stone, shining brightly amidst the chaos. Izuku's breath hitched as the golden stone floated in midair, pulsing with raw power. The scattered shards began to retract, drawn back toward the glowing object. Slowly, the fragments swirled around the golden core, merging and reforming piece by piece. The stones, once jagged and broken, seamlessly fused into one another, reshaping into a humanoid form. The air crackled with energy, and as the last stone clicked into place, the figure that stood before Izuku was Wukong, but transformed. Gone was the playful grin and the mischievous light in his eyes. Now, Wukong stood tall and imposing, his golden fur gleaming, his eyes burning with unwavering focus. His staff, once a simple weapon, now glowed with the same golden hue radiating from his body. This transformation elevated him to a new level, and the pressure of his power washed over Izuku like a tidal wave. This was no longer a game. Wukong was serious. The warrior's posture was regal, his stance firm, and his gaze locked onto Izuku with deadly precision. He twirled his staff once, the sound slicing through the air like a thunderclap, before planting it firmly on the ground. Izuku clenched his fists, his mind racing to comprehend the magnitude of the situation. Wukong had undergone a transformation, shedding his previous form like a snake shedding its skin. This new version radiated power far beyond what Izuku had faced thus far. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Izuku activated Super Saiyan Blue once more, the brilliant blue energy dancing around him like wildfire. His muscles tensed, ready for whatever Wukong had in store. He acknowledged that Wukong was finally showing his true power. Wukong said nothing. He took a slow, deliberate step forward, the ground cracking under the weight of his presence. The atmosphere shifted completely. What had once been a fast-paced, high-stakes fight had now become a battle of wills, a test of true strength. Izuku's heart raced, but he was determined not to back down. He knew he had to give it everything he had to stand a chance against this new Wukong. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, hands at the ready. This was it, the true test of his strength and skill. The wind howled as the two combatants faced each other, the tension palpable. For a moment, everything went still. The world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. And then Wukong charged. Izuku barely had time to raise the sword of Omen before Wukong was upon him. Their weapons clashed in a flurry of sparks, the impact sending a shockwave rippling through the area. The force of Wukong's strike was immense, and Izuku gritted his teeth as he struggled to hold his ground. His arms shook under the pressure, muscles straining as Wukong pressed him further back. He had expected the battle to end, but this new Wukong was faster, stronger, and more relentless. Izuku ducked under a swing from Wukong's staff, pivoting on his heel as he aimed a precise slash at Wukong's midsection. The sword of Omen glowed with ethereal power as it cut through the air, but Wukong effortlessly parried the attack, spinning his staff with incredible dexterity. The two clashed again, exchanging blows with lightning speed. Each strike sent shockwaves through the cavern, the force of their battle threatening to bring the entire area down. Izuku spotted an opening in Wukong's defenses, a split second where the monkey's guard was down. With a swift, decisive movement, he lunged forward, aiming to end the battle in one clean strike. But as his blade closed in, Wukong's hand shot out with inhuman speed. Before Izuku could react, Wukong's hand clamped over his face with a vice-like grip. Izuku struggled against the unexpected hold, his arms flailing for a moment, but he quickly tried to pry it off. There was something unsettling about Wukong's touch, an invasive sensation that went beyond physical strength. Izuku felt a strange pull deep within his core, as if something vital was being yanked away from him. His vision blurred, and his entire body shuddered. Panic surged through him as he realized what was happening. The pull intensified, and for a moment, he couldn't breathe. It felt as if Wukong was siphoning something directly from his very being. Desperately, he clawed at Wukong's arm, trying to free himself, but the monkey's grip was ironclad. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. Wukong released his grip and, without hesitation, slammed his foot into Izuku's stomach. The kick sent Izuku flying across the cavern, his body crashing into the stone wall with a sickening thud. The impact left a massive crater in the wall, and Izuku crumpled to the ground, gasping for air. Pain radiated through his body, but something felt very wrong. Slowly, he pushed himself up onto his hands and knees, his breath ragged and uneven. A cold, creeping dread settled over him as he noticed the notifications flashing in his vision. His disbelief grew as he swiped his hand to clear the notifications, but they wouldn't go away. He tried accessing his inventory, only to feel an invisible wall block his attempt. He mentally reached for one of his skills, trying to activate EMS, but nothing happened. It was as if his powers had been sealed away. Frustration welled up inside him as he glared at Ryuku, who now stood calmly on the other side of the cavern, his golden fur gleaming ominously. His staff rested on his shoulders as he cracked his neck. Ryuku's aura was overwhelming, and Izuku could feel the oppressive weight of his presence. He gasped, trying to pull himself together, but his mind raced. Whatever Ryuku had done when he grabbed his face had effectively sealed off his powers. He was completely vulnerable, 𝗧𝗓𝗍 of his abilities and arsenal. This can't be happening. Everything was sealed. His skills, his items, his abilities, they were all locked away, leaving him defenseless. This wasn't a mere inconvenience. It was a death sentence in a battle of this caliber. Ryuku, with his newfound seriousness, advanced with slow, deliberate steps, closing the distance between them with unnerving calmness. There was no mischief in his movements now, only cold efficiency. He twirled his staff once more before bringing it down toward Izuku with terrifying force. Izuku barely rolled out of the way in time. The staff struck the ground where he had just been with a thunderous boom, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Even without his powers, his body's instincts kicked in, honed by countless battles. But how long could he last without his skills? Gritting his teeth, Izuku forced himself to stand, though every muscle in his body screamed in protest. His vision blurred, but he steadied himself, focusing on the immediate threat, Ryuku. He thought frantically, trying to come up with a plan. He couldn't rely on his usual arsenal, but that didn't mean he was completely helpless. He had to find a way to outsmart Ryuku, to find some kind of opening no matter how small. Ryuku, sensing Izuku's weakened state, lunged forward with blinding speed. Izuku barely managed to sidestep the attack, dodging the staff by a hair's breadth. The air crackled as the staff missed its mark, and Izuku retaliated with a swift punch aimed at Ryuku's ribs. The blow landed, but it was like punching a brick wall. Ryuku didn't even flinch. Ryuku's staff connected with Izuku's side, sending him staggering backward. Pain shot through his body, but he forced himself to stay upright, refusing to go down. Ryuku pressed the attack, his strikes becoming faster and more aggressive. Izuku dodged and weaved, using every ounce of his reflexes to avoid the onslaught, but he was getting slower with each passing moment. His stamina was draining rapidly, and without his skills to back him up, he was running on empty. A particularly vicious swing from Ryuku caught Izuku off guard, grazing his shoulder. The force of the hit sent him spinning to the ground, his vision swimming as he tried to regain his balance. His body ached, bruises forming under his skin where the staff had struck him. He knew he couldn't keep this up for long. Ryuku was relentless, and without his abilities, Izuku was fighting a losing battle. As Ryuku approached again, Izuku's mind raced. He needed a plan, a way to buy time or some means of regaining his powers. But the more he thought, the more his options seemed to dwindle. There was no easy solution, no quick fix. He was trapped in a deadly game, and Ryuku held all the cards. The sky above the valley had long since disappeared, replaced by a dense, swirling cloud of dust and debris that darkened the battlefield. In the center of the chaos, two figures stood locked in a furious struggle. Izuku, his clothes torn and his body battered, swung the sword of Omen with every ounce of strength he had left. Ryuku, still emanating that overwhelming aura of menace, countered every strike with precise, lethal efficiency, his golden staff crackling with energy as it deflected each blow. Their weapons met once more in a powerful clash, the impact sending a massive shockwave rippling through the air. The force was so intense that the very ground beneath their feet cracked, and a sudden burst of electricity arced through the space between them, illuminating the dim cavern for a brief moment. The electricity surged up into the sky, dispersing the massive cloud above them. For a split second, the battlefield was clear, both warriors standing in stark contrast to one another. Izuku, beaten and exhausted, versus Wukong, pristine and unshaken. The clash of their powers sent a wave of energy outward, rattling the walls of the valley and causing loose stones to fall from the ceiling like rain. Izuku gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body protesting against the strain. He was pushing beyond his limits, yet no matter how hard he fought, Wukong remained untouched, his strikes swift and formidable. Each hit Izuku landed seemed ineffective, while every counterattack from Wukong felt like it could shatter his bones. Another brutal strike from Wukong's staff slammed into Izuku's side, sending him skidding across the ground. He barely managed to stay on his feet, digging the sword of omen into the earth to steady himself. His vision blurred, and blood trickled from a deep cut on his forehead, running down his face and into his eyes. His breathing was ragged, and his arms felt heavy, too exhausted to lift anymore. He could feel his strength fading fast, his body succumbing to the relentless punishment. But Wukong showed no signs of relenting. Strike after strike rained down on Izuku, each one more punishing than the last. He raised his arms in a desperate attempt to block, but his defense was crumbling. His bones ached with every hit, and his vision began to narrow as the pain became overwhelming. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to move, to dodge, to fight back, but he was too slow, too tired, too beaten down. He was losing. Desperately, Izuku tried to think of a way to fight back. His powers were still locked, his inventory sealed. He had nothing. Yet, despite everything, he couldn't give up. Not here. Not like this. Wukong, however, was far from finished. Seeing an opening, the monkey closed the distance between them in an instant. Izuku, still dazed and struggling to catch his breath, could only watch in horror as Wukong's hand shot forward and seized the sword of omen, the very weapon that had been his lifeline in this battle. In a blur of motion, Wukong spun the sword in his hand and moved it forward, driving the blade deep into Izuku's torso. The pain was immediate and excruciating. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as the sword pierced through his body, blood pooling around the wound as well as from his mouth. His knees buckled as his health plummeted. His vision darkened around the edges, his legs giving out as he collapsed to the ground. His hands weakly grasped the hilt of the sword embedded in his abdomen, but his strength was gone. Wukong, towering above him, raised his staff for the final blow. This was it. Izuku knew it. He was moments away from death. But then, as the staff loomed over him, a flash of memories surged through Izuku's mind. The memories were sharp, vivid, and painful. Time seemed to slow down. As the staff began its descent, Izuku's mind was flooded with memories, flashing before his eyes like a broken film reel. He saw himself as a young boy, small and frail, standing in front of his classmates, who mocked him for being powerless. He remembered the tears of frustration, the sleepless nights spent wondering if they were right. He had always been weak, always the one falling behind. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he trained, it had never been enough. But then, another set of memories surfaced, brighter, warmer. He saw his friends from the ones who had stood by his side through every challenge. They weren't laughing. They weren't mocking him. They were standing by him, pushing him forward, helping him grow. And now he was here, standing on the edge of death, fighting for everything he believed in. A surge of emotion welled up inside Izuku's chest, a raw, primal force that burned through the exhaustion and pain. He wasn't going to die here. He wasn't going to let everything he had fought for be taken away by some valley boss. He was not weak. He was not powerless. He was not going to die here. As Wukong's staff came crashing down, Izuku's hand shot up, catching the weapon mid-swing. His fingers closed around the golden staff, stopping it dead in its tracks. The force of the blow reverberated through his arm, but he didn't flinch. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with newfound determination. With a roar that echoed through the cavern, Izuku tightened his grip on the staff and, with a surge of strength, snapped it in half. The staff shattered under his grasp, golden fragments exploding outward in a brilliant burst of energy. Wukong staggered back, momentarily taken aback, but Izuku was already on his feet. A blue aura surged, wrapping around him in a protective cocoon. The sword of Omen, still embedded in his gut, began to glow with the same blue energy. Izuku's hand gripped the hilt tightly as the aura infused the blade, and for the first time since the battle had begun, he felt a strange, exhilarating sensation. It was power unlike anything he had felt before. As the energy coursed through him, Izuku slowly pulled the sword of Omen from his abdomen, the blue aura healing the wound as it did. His sword vanished as he locked eyes with Wukong. His height began to increase, his body started to bulk up as it filled with unknown energy. His veins glowed with radiant blue and red streaks as the energy began to weave through his entire form, drawing from deep within his soul. The atmosphere around him twisted and bent as if reality itself couldn't handle the sheer force of the transformation that was about to unfold. Suddenly, his back erupted with light and power. Two massive wings, forged from a storm of fiery red and electric blue energy, burst forth, casting a massive shadow across the battlefield. Their edges were sharp, crackling with arcs of energy that scorched the air around him. His legs buckled as the armor that encased his body thickened and morphed. It was no longer the attire of a warrior, this was the exoskeleton of a monster. His arms grew denser as the armor formed over them, and jagged metallic ridges emerged from his shoulders, glowing faintly with energy. His fingers elongated into claws, each one capable of rending through the toughest materials. Then came the helmet. An angular, regal structure encased his head, the visor burning with a fierce crimson light. His perception expanded, he could see Wukong's every movement before they even happened, calculating the battlefield like a grand chessboard. As his transformation reached its peak, a bladed tail, segmented and wickedly sharp, burst from his lower back. It glowed with the same ethereal energy that powered his wings, swaying with a mind of its own, ready to strike at any given moment. His entire form now radiated immense heat, the fiery core of his transformation pulsing in sync with his heartbeat. A new notification flashed before his eyes, signaling that the Devil Hunter class skills had been unlocked. The first skill he activated was Devil Buster. Devil Buster's Sin Devil Trigger was an armored transformation that represented the pinnacle of demonic evolution, merging the most powerful attributes of various demonic forms into one ultimate state. This transformation not only amplified the user's physical and skill-based abilities but also unlocked formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. The armor of the Devil Buster was a sleek, metallic exoskeleton imbued with glowing red and blue energy veins that pulsed with immense power. Its design blended ancient demonic heritage with advanced combat technology, giving the user an intimidating and regal presence. The user gained a pair of large, sharp, ethereal wings crackling with fiery red and electric blue energy, providing exceptional aerial maneuverability and the ability to generate powerful energy blasts. The helmet featured a fierce, angular structure with a glowing visor that enhanced the user's perception and battlefield awareness. A long, segmented tail with a bladed end added versatility to combat, allowing for powerful sweeping and piercing attacks. The transformation granted several abilities. Overwhelming power boosted all stats to their maximum, turning the user into an unstoppable force of strength, speed, and destructive energy. Aerial supremacy allowed for unparalleled mobility in the air, enabling rapid maneuvers and devastating airborne strikes. Advanced regenerative abilities allowed the user to recover quickly from any damage sustained during battle. Energy projection enabled the unleashing of energy beams or waves from their wings, tail, or hands, overwhelming foes with raw power. The user could also manifest weapons from their armor, channeling fiery and electrical energy into them, transforming their body into a living war machine. Special moves included War Machine Mode, which allowed the user to summon an arsenal of high-tech weaponry from their body, turning them into a walking battalion capable of unleashing relentless attacks. Core Obliterator channeled energy into a massive beam of destructive force, wiping out everything within its radius. Heat Vision unleashed twin beams of concentrated energy from the user's eyes, capable of piercing solid structures. Skybreaker was a powerful dive attack that generated a massive shockwave upon impact. Abyssal Strike performed a powerful sweeping attack that released a wave of destructive energy. Infernal Vortex generated a twister of fire and electricity, pulling enemies into the storm while unleashing waves of destruction. Heaven's Guard created 2 circular energy shields capable of blocking and absorbing incoming attacks. Rocket Strike allowed the user to fire punches like projectiles, causing widespread destruction upon impact. Dragon Roar unleashed a massive beam of fire and electrical energy, creating a fiery explosion upon contact. With a boost in stats, strength, agility, vitality, intelligence, endurance, and skill power, Izuku clenched his fists, causing the ground beneath him to crack as raw powers surged through him. His aura exploded outward, sending a powerful shockwave that staggered Wukong. The boss stared him down, recognizing that Izuku had unlocked his ultimate form. He had become a walking embodiment of destruction. His glowing red and blue armor pulsed with power, and the ethereal wings crackled with electricity and flame. Sensing the monumental shift, Wukong spun the staff he summoned, bracing himself for the imminent clash. The 2 titans locked eyes, and in a heartbeat, the battle resumed. Izuku moved first. With a single beat of his powerful wings, he closed the distance in a flash, his body blurring as he delivered a devastating punch, glowing with fiery energy, straight toward Wukong's chest. The impact created a shockwave that sent debris flying in every direction. Caught off guard by the immense speed, Wukong was sent crashing back through some rocks but quickly retaliated by spinning his staff in a defensive arc. Izuku's reflexes were sharper than ever. His wings flared, and with a quick flip backward, he ascended into the air, dodging Wukong's staff strike by inches. His movements left a trail of red and blue afterimages in the air, making it nearly impossible for Wukong to track his next move. Seizing the moment when Wukong's guard was compromised, Izuku charged his right hand with blue energy and struck Wukong's side with a powerful punch, sending him skidding across the arena. Without hesitation, Izuku beat his wings, soaring into the air and hovering above the battlefield. His armor radiated heat as he gathered energy for his next attack. His wings flared outward, and bolts of electric blue energy shot down toward Wukong. These energy blasts, infused with the power of his energy projection skill, struck the ground with explosive force, each one aimed with pinpoint accuracy to keep the monkey on the defensive. The ground erupted in bursts of flame and electricity, tearing chunks of stone from the dungeon floor. Wukong spun his staff in a desperate defense, deflecting a few of the blasts, but the sheer number overwhelmed him. As he deflected one beam, another struck him from the side, sending him crashing to the ground. Before he could recover, Izuku descended with breakneck speed, performing his Skybreaker dive attack. His fist, glowing with fiery power, collided with Wukong's chest, sending a shockwave rippling through the battlefield. The force of the blow cracked Wukong's staff and sent him flying into the wall. The monkey growled in defiance as he pulled himself to his feet, his eyes burning with rage. But Izuku wasn't about to give him any time to recover. Izuku's body crackled with both fire and electricity as he spun rapidly, generating a swirling vortex of destructive energy around him. This was his infernal vortex. The twister of power expanded outward, pulling Wukong into its deadly grip. The swirling mass of energy burned with intense heat, and arcs of lightning danced across its surface, disintegrating anything that came too close. Wukong struggled, slamming his staff into the ground to anchor himself, but the force of the vortex was overwhelming. He was dragged into its center, his body buffeted by waves of fiery energy. His armor sizzled, and his skin felt the sting of the immense heat. Yet, even within the maelstrom of destruction, Wukong fought back. With a primal roar, he slammed his staff into the ground, using his raw strength to break free of the vortex. He swung his weapon in a wide arc, dispersing the energy around him in a shockwave that sent the remnants of the vortex dissipating into the air. Breathing, Wukong charged forward, aiming to take advantage of the small window before Izuku could recover. But Izuku had anticipated this. His wings spread wide, and with a quick motion he conjured 2 circular shields of glowing energy on both of his arms, Heaven's Guard. Wukong's staff slammed into the shields, but instead of breaking them, The energy absorbed the blow. Izuku twisted his body, using the force of Wukong's strike to his advantage, and slammed one of the energy shields into Wukong's face. The monkey staggered back, and Izuku didn't stop. He propelled forward, his fist igniting with a fiery blue glow as he launched a powerful punch, Rocket Strike. The punch exploded from his arm like a missile, slamming into Wukong's chest with tremendous force. The impact sent Wukong skidding backward, his body rattled from the blow. Before the monkey could recover, Izuku's hand reformed with swift regeneration. Izuku wasted no time in following up. His tail, charged with glowing energy, lashed out with a sweeping attack, Abyssal Strike. The strike released a wave of destructive energy that sliced through the air in a wide arc, cutting through the stone of the valley and knocking Wukong off balance. Despite the brutal onslaught, Wukong stood tall, his staff raised in defiance. The ground beneath him cracked as he readied himself for one final assault, raising his staff high above his head. But Izuku was already in motion. His wings flared out once more as he rose into the air, and his eyes glowed fiercely beneath his helmet. From deep within his chest, he summoned the raw elemental fury of both fire and electricity. With a roar that shook the trees, he unleashed Dragon Roar, a massive beam of pure destructive energy that shot forth like the breath of an ancient dragon. The beam tore through the air, engulfing Wukong in its path. The sheer intensity of the attack incinerated everything in its way, leaving nothing but scorched earth and molten stone. Wukong's staff shattered under the force, and he was consumed by the torrent of energy. A fiery explosion erupted as the beam reached its peak, lighting up the entire dungeon with its radiant glow. When the light finally faded, Izuku landed on the ground, his wings folding behind him. His armor continued to glow with residual energy, the battlefield around him scorched and torn apart. In the center of the devastation, Wukong's broken body lay still, his staff shattered and his aura gone. The intense power of the Devil Buster transformation slowly ebbed away, his armor retracting as the pulsating energy veins in his body faded. The wings of fiery red and electric blue dissipated into flickers of light, and his helmet dissolved, revealing his face beneath. His body returned to its normal state. He took a deep breath, feeling the rush of his restored health, the familiar screen of his inventory and skills settling back into his mind. His health, once dangerously low, surged back to half. The incredible abilities from his Devil Hunter class, now fully unlocked, buzzed within him, ready to be used at will. Izuku's gaze turned toward Wukong's motionless body lying on the charred battlefield. His staff lay shattered at his side, and the once mighty aura had vanished. Yet, even in defeat, Wukong's form radiated power. Izuku slowly approached, his boots crunching against the debris scattered around him. He knelt beside Wukong, staring at the body of the legendary warrior he had just defeated. There was no arrogance in his expression, only respect. Wukong had been a fearsome opponent, pushing Izuku beyond his limits, forcing him to grow and adapt in ways he never thought possible. As Izuku approached the fallen warrior, he came to a stop right in front of Wukong's body. There was a moment of stillness as he looked down at the warrior who had tested him so thoroughly. He acknowledged Wukong's remarkable strength, reflecting on how the warrior had withstood such power and fought with tenacity. It would be a waste for Wukong's strength to simply vanish, forgotten in the dust of the battlefield. Kneeling beside Wukong's lifeless form, Izuku's eyes reflected the admiration he held for the warrior. He had fought many battles and faced countless enemies, but few earned his respect in such a short amount of time. Wukong had proven himself to be a formidable opponent with his agility, creativity, and raw power. A smirk tugged at Izuku's lips as a thought formed in his mind. He realized he would be a fool not to turn someone like Wukong into an ally. At those words, Izuku's expression shifted, taking on a more serious and commanding demeanor. His eyes, once filled with admiration, now glowed with a cold, icy blue light as he prepared to call upon the power that had been bestowed upon him. The shadow extraction skill was an ability that allowed him to bring forth fallen warriors and turn them into his loyal shadows. The air around him grew heavy as the temperature seemed to drop, an unnatural chill spreading across the battlefield. Izuku stretched out his hand over Wukong's body, his fingers curling slightly as if he were grasping something unseen. The blue light in his eyes intensified, swirling like frozen flames as dark, shadowy tendrils began to rise from the ground beneath Wukong's body. The atmosphere became charged with energy as Izuku's voice resonated, powerful and commanding, cutting through the air with authority. With a single word, he commanded Wukong to arise. The shadowy tendrils wrapped around Wukong's body, seeping into his skin and pulling at his form. Darkness coiled around him like living chains, drawing him into the shadows from which he would be reborn. The ground beneath Wukong began to shift. His body twitched slightly, fingers curling into fists as he was pulled from the brink of death. The shadows engulfed him completely, and then, with a final surge of power, Wukong's eyes snapped open, glowing the same icy blue as Izuku's. Wukong slowly rose to his feet, encased in a dark and blue ethereal aura, his once golden armor now shimmering with a blackened hue. The staff in his hand remained, but its aura had transformed into one of shadow and destruction, ready to serve its new emperor. The name Black Myth Wukong didn't sit well with him. This wasn't just any shadow. The way Wukong had fought, the strength, the resilience, the unwavering spirit, reminded Izuku of ancient tales. Stories of a warrior who fought for freedom, not just for himself but for others. A symbol of rebellion and liberation. Izuku smiled, a thought flashing in his mind as he remembered those legends. He looked directly at the newly reborn warrior and softly expressed that Wukong reminded him of a legend from the past. A warrior who fought for freedom and his own destiny. A hero in his own right. He stepped closer, his gaze never leaving Wukong's, declaring that from that day forward, Wukong would be known as Sun Wukong, after the legendary monkey who defied the higher-ups for freedom. At that moment, something unexpected happened. A voice, deep and powerful, responded to him, expressing approval of the name Sun Wukong. Izuku froze, his eyes widening in surprise. It took a few seconds for him to register that Wukong had spoken. He had assumed that the shadow would be silent and obedient, but Wukong had broken that mold in an instant. Wukong let out a hearty laugh, his glowing blue eyes sparkling with amusement. He confidently tapped his chest, acknowledging that he could talk and teasing Izuku about his surprise. Izuku was momentarily speechless. It felt as if the warrior had truly returned, not just as a shadow but as something more. He asked Wukong why he hadn't spoken during the battle, genuinely curious. Wukong's expression darkened for a moment, a shadow of something personal crossing his features. He twirled his staff casually, thinking for a brief moment before explaining that he had been under a curse, a punishment from a ruler for refusing to serve his evil plans. He had been sealed in silence to guard the relic, trapped and unable to fully control his power. Izuku's brows furrowed in concern. He expressed disbelief that Wukong had been punished for standing up against someone. Sun Wukong nodded, his confident grin returning, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. He explained that a powerful individual had tried to use him for his dirty work, but he had refused to bow down. He had fought back, and when Izuku had defeated him, the curse had broken, freeing him. Izuku blinked, surprised that his fight had such a profound effect. Wukong waved a hand dismissively, stating that it didn't matter. The important thing was that he was back and ready to follow Izuku. He grinned, expressing excitement about the newfound freedom and the fun he had experienced in their battle. Wukong cracked his knuckles, indicating that he liked Izuku for his guts and skill with a sword. Izuku smiled back, relieved to have such a powerful ally. He expressed his gratitude for Wukong's presence, acknowledging that he could use someone with his strength and experience. Wukong smiled as he dissolved into shadows, ready to serve his new MSTR when needed. Izuku found himself back at the spot where he had touched the staff, which had returned to its original size, no longer towering or pulsating with uncontrollable power. It was now just a simple, elegant weapon, waiting for him. The faint glow emanating from it indicated that its true potential was far from ordinary. The most shocking part was that he felt rejuvenated, as if he had never fought the battle. His energy was full, and his clothes were clean, as if untouched by conflict. As he stepped forward, the ground began to tremble slightly beneath his feet, as if the world itself was reacting to the staff's presence. The air grew heavy with a strange energy that coursed through the surroundings, and the very earth seemed to pulse in sync with the staff. Izuku reached out, wrapping his hand around the staff's smooth, cool surface. The moment he tried to lift it, the ground beneath him rumbled violently, and a surge of power shot up his arm, filling him with an overwhelming force. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling as he summoned every ounce of strength to pull the staff from the ground. The earth resisted, holding the staff in place as if it were an extension of the land itself, but Izuku refused to back down. With a fierce cry, he summoned all his strength, his muscles bulging, his energy flaring wildly around him. His aura erupted in a brilliant display of blue as he pulled harder, every fiber of his being straining against the weight of the staff. The ground cracked beneath him, large fissures spreading outward as if the earth was trying to hold on to the staff. But Izuku refused to yield. His grip tightened, and with a final, monumental effort he pulled the staff free from the ground. The moment the staff came loose, the earth stopped shaking, but the power that surged through Izuku was unlike anything he had ever felt before. A massive shockwave of golden light exploded from the staff, radiating outward in a blinding burst that illuminated the entire area. The wind whipped around him, and the energy coursing through his veins felt almost alive, pulsating with raw, ancient power. Izuku gasped, his heart pounding wildly in his chest as he held the staff aloft. The energy from the weapon seemed to meld with his own, becoming one with his mana. His aura shifted slightly, taking on a golden hue that flickered and intertwined with his blue energy, as though the power of Wukong was now blending with his own. As the golden energy settled, the staff's glow faded slightly, becoming more subdued, though its presence remained palpable. Izuku took a deep breath, feeling his body calm as he adjusted to the new power flowing through him. The 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 staff, a legendary magical weapon, was now his. Known for its ability to change size, weight, and length at the will of its wielder, this staff was not only adaptable but could also fight independently, acting as a secondary combatant on the battlefield. With its unbreakable structure and overwhelming power, 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 was a force to be reckoned with. As he held the staff tightly, a determined expression crossed his face. He could sense the potential it held, the endless possibilities it could unlock. Izuku spun the staff in a wide arc above his head, feeling the air part around it like a whirlwind. With a precise downward motion, he slammed the staff into the ground. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the stone floor of the valley, causing the surrounding walls to crack and dust to rain from above. He leaped into the air, gripping 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 with both hands, and in a single fluid motion, extended the staff to twice its normal length. It responded instantly, growing as if alive. Izuku swung the now elongated weapon horizontally with enough force to shatter the pillars surrounding him. They crumbled under the sheer might of his swing, stone crashing to the ground as he returned the staff to its normal size with a flick of his wrist. Izuku spun on his heels and moved the staff forward. The motion created a burst of air pressure that shot out in front of him like a cannon, hitting an imaginary target with a sharp boom that echoed throughout the area. Satisfied with the power of 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃, he felt the staff respond as though it were an extension of his own body. The energy it contained, combined with his own strength, made it an unstoppable weapon. Then, almost instinctively, Izuku's Quirk interface appeared before him, displaying the familiar level-up screen. His eyes widened as he saw his current level. His status revealed his name, level, class, alias, and various stats, showcasing his impressive abilities. He had unlocked a new skill called Somersault Cloud, which allowed him to summon a mystical cloud that he could ride, granting him unparalleled speed and aerial mobility. This cloud could perform quick maneuvers and high-speed travel, making it an ideal tool for traversing vast distances or gaining an advantageous position in combat. Additionally, he had acquired the 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏, a formidable ocular ability that granted him enhanced vision to dominate the battlefield. With this skill, he could analyze opponents' abilities and intentions, identifying their strengths and weaknesses. It also allowed him to manipulate the battlefield by swapping the positions of two objects or individuals within a certain range. Izuku also possessed the domain expansion, Infinite Void, a reality warping technique that trapped targets within a boundless space of overwhelming sensory input. Enemies caught within this domain were rendered immobile, overwhelmed by endless information and stimuli, leaving them vulnerable to his attacks. This technique neutralized opponents' ability to fight back, creating an environment of absolute control. Lastly, 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗍, a defensive technique that created an invisible barrier around him, derived from his mastery of space manipulation. With these skills at his disposal, Izuku felt more powerful than ever, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Using the user's mana, Infinity forms an impenetrable shield by distorting space between the user and any external threats. Any object or attack approaching the user is infinitely slowed down, never making contact. This creates the illusion of an invisible force field, allowing the user to remain untouchable while observing the chaos around them. The core of Infinity is the barrier that stops any attacks, physical or magical, from reaching the user. By warping space, any threat slows to a halt as it approaches, unable to make contact with the user. Infinity can be set to activate passively, automatically deploying against incoming threats. This means the user doesn't need to consciously control the barrier at all times, giving them complete focus on offense or strategy. The user can selectively allow certain objects or people to pass through Infinity, offering a degree of control over what the barrier stops or lets through. This makes it highly versatile in combat scenarios. Izuku stared at the stats in disbelief, trying to absorb the full scope of his growth. He was now level in just one dungeon. He had made an enormous leap, his stats climbing to heights that seemed unreal. The Devil Hunter class had finally unlocked, granting him abilities that made him feel unstoppable. He had a new eye skill, 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏, that allowed him to process everything around him with razor-sharp precision. Despite all this newfound power, Izuku couldn't ignore the enormity of what he had just achieved. He was now capable of manipulating space through the instant swap ability and controlling a terrifying new domain with infinite void. As he reflected on the battle, a moment of gratitude swelled in his chest. Wukong had forced him to evolve, to fight beyond his limits. Izuku had thought he had reached his peak during the battle, but in truth, this was only the beginning. He couldn't believe how far he had come. His voice was soft, almost reverent as he clenched his fist, feeling the raw power he now wielded. He thought of everything ahead, the fights, the enemies, the challenges that would push him further. With a smirk, he decided it was time to leave the dungeon. Izuku activated his somersault cloud skill. A cloud formed beneath his feet in an instant, swirling with energy, its fluffy form solid enough to support him. The cloud hovered silently, and with a single thought, it began to ascend. Izuku felt himself rise gently into the air, the cloud following his will. He took one last look around the dungeon, the eerie silence and darkness feeling far behind him now. The valley began to shrink below him as the cloud carried him higher. The forest, which once felt like a labyrinth of challenges, seemed small now. Izuku was calmly sitting on a cloud as he propelled forward, soaring out of the dungeon with ease. Once outside, he quickly dismissed the cloud, which vanished into thin air. The thrill of defeating the dungeon's final guardian still lingered, who had become his strongest shadow, but his mind quickly shifted back to the normal world as he hurried toward the station. His body ached slightly from the intense battles, but nothing he couldn't handle. Glancing out the window, Izuku realized the train was passing through 𝗳𝗏 City. The tall buildings and busy streets blurred, the sun beginning to set over the horizon, casting the buildings in a warm orange glow. Something about the atmosphere felt unsettling, but he shrugged it off for a moment. Pulling out his phone, he sent a quick text to Tenya, checking in and suggesting they catch up when they had a chance. He waited for a reply, staring at the passing scenery of 𝗳𝗏 City, but his phone remained silent. A frown creased his brow. Maybe he was busy, he thought to himself, trying to shake off the unease that began to settle in his stomach. For a moment, everything seemed calm, an odd sense of tranquility after the chaos he had endured. But it was quickly shattered by a loud explosion. Izuku's eyes widened as he leaned toward the window, breath-catching as he saw smoke billowing from a nearby building in 𝗳𝗏 City, flames reaching toward the sky. The city was under attack. Before he could fully process the situation, the train jolted violently. A deafening crash echoed through the train car as the walls crumbled inward. Passengers scrambled for safety, and one of the doors exploded off its hinges, allowing a massive creature to storm in. A 𝗵𝗍 stood in the wreckage. The pro-hero who had been stationed to protect the train was thrown aside, unconscious. Izuku's instincts kicked in immediately. Without wasting a second, he leaped to his feet, his eyes locked on the 𝗵𝗍 as it roared, causing the entire car to tremble. He didn't hesitate. Charging forward, he shouted to the passengers to get to the back of the train immediately. Without warning, Izuku launched himself at the 𝗵𝗍, crashing into it with a full-body tackle. The force of his attack sent them both flying out of the train and into the chaotic streets of Hosu City. They landed hard, the asphalt cracking beneath their impact. The 𝗵𝗍 growled, trying to get back up, but Izuku was already in motion. He summoned Gilgamesh and channeled all his power into a single, devastating move. The veins of energy along his Gilgamesh gauntlet flared with fiery blue light as he charged forward, arm ped back for a punch. His fist collided with the 𝗵𝗍's chest. The sheer power behind the strike caused a shockwave, and the air itself seemed to tremble as the impact reverberated through the streets. The 𝗵𝗍 didn't stand a chance. Its body was overwhelmed by the force of the punch, disintegrating into nothing as the shockwave spread. Dust and debris flew everywhere, but Izuku stood unfazed, his breathing steady. His Gilgamesh gauntlet still radiated heat from the punch, but his focus was immediately drawn to the chaos unfolding around him. Multiple areas were engulfed in flames, with black smoke rising high into the sky. The sounds of civilians echoed through the streets, and the unmistakable sounds of battle filled the air. Buildings were crumbling, and several explosions in the distance suggested the attack was widespread. More 𝗵𝗍. More destruction. Izuku quickly assessed the situation, his eyes scanning for any nearby threats. He spotted more 𝗵𝗍s rampaging through the city, fighting off pro-heroes and endangering civilians. This wasn't just a random attack, this was coordinated. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his cavalier bike in a burst of light. The sleek, demonic motorcycle roared to life, its engines crackling with energy. Without wasting a second, Izuku revved the bike and sped off into the heart of the chaos, weaving through the burning streets of Hosu. He had no time to waste. As he sped toward the next threat, Izuku's mind was already formulating a plan. Hosu City was under siege, and the people needed a hero. No, they needed him. Meanwhile, Manuel and Tenya sprinted through the chaotic streets of Hosu City, their breaths heavy and the heat from nearby fires thick in the air. Destruction surrounded them as the 𝗵𝗍 attacks spread faster than they could contain, and every pro-hero in the area struggled to keep up. Manuel barked orders at the civilians, urging them to safety while keeping an eye on Tenya. He sensed a tension in his student that had lingered since the 𝗵𝗍s first appeared. Manuel called out to Tenya, reminding him to stay focused and emphasizing the need for evacuation. But Tenya was lost in thought, scanning the alleys and narrow streets as if searching for someone. Then, as he passed a narrow alleyway, Tenya's heart froze. There stood the hero killer, Stain. His ragged, blood-soaked bandages hung loosely from his scarred body, and his cold eyes gleamed with malice beneath the mask that covered half of his face. Without thinking, Tenya broke away from Manuel, his breath quickening as a singular thought overwhelmed him: revenge. Stain's blade was inches from Native's neck when Tenya leaped into the alley, the thrusters on his legs igniting with a bright blue light. He rocketed forward, positioning himself between Stain and Native, his body tensing as he glared at the villain. Tenya demanded that Stain stop. Stain's eyes narrowed, pulling back his blade slightly. His predatory gaze shifted to Tenya, recognizing the boy's desperation. Tenya's voice cracked as rage boiled inside him. He gritted his teeth, staring down the man who had shattered his family, the one who had nearly destroyed his brother, Tensei. He accused Stain of attacking his brother and declared him the hero killer. Stain sneered, lowering his blade slightly but maintaining an oppressive presence. He taunted Tenya, questioning whether he was there to avenge his fallen sibling and dismissing him as pitiful. Tenya's fists clenched, memories of his brother lying motionless in a hospital bed flooding his mind. He shouted that he was not seeking pity but was there to defeat 𝗧𝗵𝗃. With all his might, Tenya launched a powerful kick aimed directly at 𝗧𝗵𝗃's chest. The thrusters on his legs roared as he propelled himself toward his target, but 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was faster. 𝗧𝗵𝗃's katana flashed through the air, expertly deflecting Tenya's kick. The impact knocked Tenya off balance, sending his helmet flying from his head. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was on him in an instant, slashing again, but Tenya barely managed to dodge, the tip of the blade grazing his side. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 stood over him, his cold eyes unwavering. He questioned Tenya's strength, suggesting he should leave before becoming a target himself. Tenya staggered, breathing raggedly, but he refused to back down. His eyes burned with determination and fury as he steadied himself. He declared that he could not leave, that 𝗧𝗵𝗃 had attacked his brother, and that he would take him down to become the hero Tensei could no longer be. He vowed to carry on his brother's name and bring 𝗧𝗵𝗃 to justice. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 chuckled darkly, mocking Tenya's quest for justice and labeling it as mere vengeance. He warned Tenya that if he was there for revenge, he was no different from those he had already killed. He pointed his blade at Tenya, declaring that he would die there. Tenya's heart pounded in his chest as he charged at the hero killer, his face exposed, emotions laid bare, rage, desperation, and a longing for vengeance. He had trained endlessly for this moment, determined to bring down 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and avenge Tensei. But 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was faster than expected. As Tenya launched a high-speed kick, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 deftly dodged, moving with a fluidity that spoke of experience far beyond Tenya's own. Before Tenya could react, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 retaliated with a swift kick to his midsection, sending him crashing to the ground. The pain shot through his body, but it was nothing compared to the humiliation of being outmaneuvered. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 loomed over Tenya, muttering that he had allowed Ingenium to live not out of mercy, but so the world would hear of his exploits through him. Tenya gritted his teeth, pushing through the pain as he scrambled to get up. His vision blurred, but he refused to let 𝗧𝗵𝗃's words take root. Tensei wasn't weak, he was a hero, Tenya's hero. 𝗧𝗵𝗃's katana flashed in the dim alley, and before Tenya could react, the blade pierced his shoulder. A sharp gasp escaped him as he felt the pressure of 𝗧𝗵𝗃 pinning him down, his strength overwhelming. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 coldly declared Tenya weak, just like his brother, dismissing them both as false heroes. The words cut through Tenya's resolve, but he struggled, trying to free himself. The pain in his shoulder and 𝗧𝗵𝗃's presence kept him immobilized, yet his determination did not waver. Tenya insisted that Tensei was a splendid hero and that 𝗧𝗵𝗃 had no right to speak ill of him. He vowed to avenge his brother and make 𝗧𝗵𝗃 pay for what he had done. 𝗧𝗵𝗃's response was chillingly calm as he questioned Tenya's focus on vengeance instead of saving the man bleeding out behind him. Tenya's eyes widened in shock. He had been so consumed with his longing to defeat 𝗧𝗵𝗃 that he hadn't noticed the injured pro-hero native lying nearby, gasping for breath and barely conscious. Guilt and confusion washed over Tenya, but before he could react, 𝗧𝗵𝗃's blade swept across his tongue. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 liked the BLD from his blade, his eyes narrowing with sadistic intensity. Within moments, Tenya's body went rigid, his limbs refusing to move as he struggled against an unknown force. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 crouched beside him, his tone low and filled with twisted righteousness. He declared that Tenya was not a hero, acting out of selfishness and revenge, and that he did not care about saving anyone. Tenya lay on the ground, close to death, while 𝗧𝗵𝗃 stood over him, his expression cold and dismissive. Tenya's heart raced, and he felt a mix of panic and despair. He wanted to argue against 𝗧𝗵𝗃's cruel words, to prove him wrong, but he couldn't shake the reality of Native's dire condition. His longing for vengeance had clouded his judgment. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 looked down at Tenya with contempt, declaring that he would die there, nothing more than a sacrifice for a world he deemed more just, a world where only true heroes would survive. Meanwhile, Izuku found himself in the midst of chaos, where pro-heroes battled against three monstrous gnomes wreaking havoc in the city. The air was filled with the sounds of destruction and the terrified screams of civilians. Izuku's adrenaline surged as he saved a pro-hero from an attack, pulling them to safety. The hero, still in shock, recognized him from the sports festival and expressed gratitude for his timely intervention. Izuku barely registered the praise, his mind racing with worry. A name echoed in his thoughts, Tenya. He turned toward the source of a desperate shout, recognizing Manuel, the pro-hero who had been mentoring Iida. Manuel's voice trembled with concern as he called for Tenya, but the young hero in training was nowhere to be found. Izuku's heart sank at the realization that Tenya had gone after Stain. He cursed under his breath, knowing he couldn't stay and assist the heroes any longer. He had to find his friend before it was too late. Without hesitation, Izuku broke away from the battle, navigating through the chaos and crumbling streets. He sprinted past panicking civilians, searching for any sign of Tenya. The city felt like a war zone, and with each passing moment, his anxiety grew. On a nearby rooftop, Shigaraki observed the destruction with a twisted grin. His red eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he watched the chaos unfold. His 𝗵𝗵𝗃 were fulfilling their purpose, spreading fear and keeping the pro-heroes occupied. He spoke to 𝗬𝗁𝗎𝗄𝗃, expressing delight in the disorder below, noting how the heroes were caught off guard. 𝗬𝗁𝗎𝗄𝗃, materializing beside him, acknowledged the success of the plan but reminded him of the ongoing issue with Stain. Tamura's expression soured at the mention of the hero killer. He dismissed Stain as a nuisance, someone who pretended to be a righteous warrior while stealing attention from their true goals. His anger simmered as he reflected on Stain's growing influence, which he despised. He made it clear that the only reason he was dealing with Stain was to eliminate him. Once the 𝗵𝗵𝗃 finished the job, the hero killer's ideology would fade away. 𝗬𝗁𝗎𝗄𝗃 suggested they join the battle, but Tamura declined, still nursing an injury from their last encounter with Stain. He preferred to watch the chaos unfold, curious to see how long the heroes could endure. Izuku dashed through narrow alleyways, his heart pounding with urgency. He contemplated the connection between Stain and the League of Villains, realizing that Stain could be lurking in the shadows, targeting heroes unnoticed. He pushed deeper into the winding streets near Manuel's hero office, determined to find Tenya. As he turned a corner, he noticed a disturbing sight, blood smeared on the ground leading into a dark alleyway. His stomach churned as he followed the trail, hoping for the best. Approaching the alley, he was met with a chilling scene. There lay Tenya, immobilized on the ground, while Stain loomed over him, his blade glinting ominously in the dim light. Stain's disheveled appearance and fierce gaze were intimidating. He was poised to deliver a final blow, the blade aimed at Tenya's neck. Without hesitation, Izuku sprang into action, summoning powerful gauntlets that materialized around his hands. With a surge of strength, he launched a powerful punch at Stain's side. The impact echoed through the alley as Stain was thrown against the brick wall, momentarily stunned by the force of the blow. The wall cracked and splintered behind Izuku from the sheer power of his punch. He rushed over to his friend, kneeling beside him, and said they needed to get him out of there. Tenya's eyes were filled with frustration and helplessness as he revealed that he couldn't move since he had been cut and was now paralyzed. Izuku's mind raced as he processed the information. There was no time to waste. He activated EVOI, his Quirks analysis mode, and his vision shifted, data streaming across his sight as he focused on Stain. The villain was recovering, already rising to his feet, his blade still at the ready. Izuku's EVOI revealed critical information about the hero killer. The display vanished, and Izuku clenched his fists. He glanced back at Stain and realized that it wouldn't be easy. The hero killer had already recovered from the initial shock of the blow and was standing again, his crimson gaze locked onto Izuku with cold, unwavering focus. Stain acknowledged Izuku's speed but warned him not to interfere with his justice, stating he had no problem eliminating him too. Izuku firmly stated that he wouldn't let Stain kill his friend and challenged the villain's concept of justice, questioning how one could call themselves just while willing to take innocent lives. Stain's face twisted with fury as he proclaimed that children like Izuku didn't understand the world was rotten, filled with false heroes who only cared about fame and fortune. Izuku didn't flinch. His gaze remained sharp as he calmly replied that Stain's words were hollow and that he was just another obstacle in his way. Stain tensed, his grip on his blades tightening as Izuku called forth 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃. With a surge of dark energy, 𝗬𝗂𝘁 materialized beside Izuku, his eyes gleaming mischievously as he cracked his knuckles. He offered to play with Stain, expressing disdain for the villain. Izuku instructed 𝗬𝗂𝘁 to distract Stain and keep him occupied. 𝗬𝗂𝘁 taunted Stain, announcing that he was there to ensure the hero killer wouldn't interfere while Izuku cleaned up the mess. Stain's anger flared as he lunged forward, aiming to strike 𝗬𝗂𝘁 down in one swift motion. 𝗬𝗂𝘁 effortlessly blocked the strike with his staff, the blade rebounding off with a loud metallic sound. He smirked, stepping aside gracefully and remarking on Stain's speed. Izuku didn't waste any more time. He turned to Tenya, kneeling beside his friend's paralyzed form, and quickly pulled out a healing potion from his inventory. The vial shimmered with a soft red light as he uncorked it and gently poured the liquid into Tenya's mouth. The potion worked almost instantly, mending the internal damage caused by Stain's blade. Izuku muttered that it should stabilize Tenya and then glanced at 𝗕𝗵𝗃, who lay nearby, equally wounded. He swiftly administered the same potion to 𝗕𝗵𝗃, ensuring both of them would survive the encounter. Tenya groaned as his body regained sensation, his muscles loosening from the paralysis. His eyes flickered open, filled with shame and regret. He apologized to Izuku, admitting he acted out of anger. Izuku cut him off with a stern glare, reminding him that he almost got himself killed for nothing. Tenya flinched at the coldness in Izuku's voice, which was usually warm but now intense. He expressed his need to avenge his brother, but Izuku sharply pointed out that if he died, his brother's sacrifice would mean nothing. Tenya flinched again at the reprimand, guilt settling in as he lowered his head. Izuku's voice softened, though his eyes remained cold as he reassured Tenya that he was still a hero and had a job to do. Instructed Tenya to take 𝗕𝗵𝗃 and get out of there, urging him to find the pro-heroes and bring them back. After a brief moment of silence, Tenya nodded, his determination wavering but his sense of duty stronger. He promised to bring the heroes and urged Izuku not to get himself killed because of him. Without another word, Tenya helped 𝗕𝗵𝗃 to his feet and began guiding him toward safety. Izuku watched them go, his jaw set in determination. Stain noticed Tenya's retreat and snarled, his attention briefly flickering away from 𝗬𝗂𝘁. He tried to break away from the shadow soldier, but 𝗬𝗂𝘁 was relentless, taunting Stain and swinging his staff with incredible speed and precision. 𝗬𝗂𝘁 slammed the staff into Stain's chest, knocking him back before he could give chase. Stain grunted as his body slammed against the alley wall, his eyes burning with fury as he looked back at 𝗬𝗂𝘁. The shadow soldier smirked, effortlessly twirling the staff and challenging Stain's reputation. As soon as Tenya and 𝗕𝗵𝗃 were out of sight, Izuku turned back toward the fight. 𝗬𝗂𝘁 was still toying with an angry Stain, deflecting each of the hero killer's attacks with ease. 𝗬𝗂𝘁 called back to Izuku, asking if he was ready. Izuku nodded, determined to face Stain head-on. With a final taunt, 𝗬𝗂𝘁 faded into the shadows, leaving Izuku to confront Stain directly. The hero killer glared at him, blood dripping from a wound on his side, his breathing 𝗕𝗫𝗄. Izuku had no intention of dragging this out. In an instant, he activated one of EVO's abilities, Instant Swap. Without warning, Izuku vanished, and in his place stood a battered trash bin that had been behind Stain just moments before. Before Stain could react, Izuku reappeared behind him, holding the 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗆 staff. With a swift, fluid motion, Izuku slammed it into Stain's back with tremendous force. The blow sent Stain flying out of the alleyway, crashing through the stone wall of a nearby building with a thunderous impact. Debris scattered across the street as Stain tumbled through the rubble, skidding to a halt amidst the dust and wreckage. Izuku walked calmly out of the alley, his cold eyes never leaving Stain's crumpled form. He rested the 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗆 on his shoulder, his voice chilling and emotionless as he urged Stain to surrender before he met a fate similar to his former student, 𝗵𝗃𝗲. Stain's eyes snapped open, a flicker of rage passing over his face as he pushed himself up, trembling from the force of the blow. He demanded to know what had happened to 𝗵𝗃𝗲, his voice strained yet filled with fury. Izuku tilted his head slightly, his tone indifferent as he explained that 𝗵𝗃𝗲 had crossed a line, just like Stain. Stain's eyes widened, uncertainty cracking his stoic expression for a moment before it morphed into anger. He accused Izuku of being a fake hero, parading around in the name of justice. Before Stain could finish his speech, Izuku was upon him, moving faster than a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, swinging his 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 staff with deadly precision. Stain barely managed to block the blow with one of his blades, the sheer force pushing him back a few inches, his eyes widening in shock. There was no time to recover as Izuku unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, the 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 staff extending and contracting in rapid succession. Each hit was calculated and precise, forcing Stain to stay on the defensive. Izuku's cold, focused expression never wavered as he pressed the assault. Stain gritted his teeth, struggling to keep up with the blinding speed of Izuku's strikes. His blades moved in a blur, blocking and parrying, but the sheer force behind each blow made his arms numb. He acknowledged Izuku's speed, attempting to counter with a lunge aimed at Izuku's side. Izuku dodged effortlessly, pivoting to the side and bringing the 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 down with a thunderous impact. The staff struck the ground where Stain had been standing, sending a shockwave through the street and cracking the pavement. Stain leaped back just in time, his heart racing as he realized the true power of the weapon. Izuku coldly stated that he didn't need Stain's validation and remarked that he talked too much. Stain's eyes blazed with fury as he insisted that fake heroes like Izuku didn't deserve to exist, claiming that only those who lived and died for justice had that right. Izuku interrupted again, this time with a swift kick to Stain's gut that sent him staggering backward. He declared that he was done listening and extended the 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 to full length, swinging it horizontally with brutal force. Stain managed to parry the blow, but the impact sent him crashing into a nearby wall. His body trembled, and he struggled to stay on his feet, blood trickling from his mouth as he fought to maintain his resolve. Despite the pain, the fire of his conviction burned bright in his eyes as he vowed to cleanse the world of fake heroes. Izuku's expression remained unchanged as he tightened his grip on the 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃, the staff humming with power. He was ready to finish the fight. Both warriors moved at once, their bodies a blur of motion as they clashed in a high-speed duel that sent shockwaves through the air. Stain's blades danced through the air, striking at every opening, while Izuku countered with the power and precision of the 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃, his attacks relentless and overwhelming. The street echoed with the sound of their battle, and sparks flew as steel met enchanted metal. Izuku's cold eyes tracked every movement, analyzing Stain's attacks with surgical precision, his body moving with the grace of a predator hunting its prey. Stain was fast, his agility honed through countless battles, but Izuku was faster. His sense skill allowed him to predict Stain's movements, dodging each strike with perfect timing and delivering punishing blows that shook the very ground beneath them. Izuku landed a devastating blow to Stain's shoulder, the force sending the hero killer crashing into the pavement once again. Stain coughed, breath ragged, but his eyes still burned with the fire of his twisted sense of justice. He growled that Izuku could not stop him and vowed to keep fighting until every fake hero was gone. His eyes gleamed with an intense light as he pushed himself off the ground, moving faster than before. He lunged at Izuku, slashing wildly with his blades, aiming to tear through his opponent with unrelenting fury. But Izuku's eyes remained cold and calculating. He raised the 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 effortlessly, blocking Stain's wild flurry of strikes. Each of Stain's blows was met with an unyielding defense, the blades clashing against the magical staff. Sparks flew with each collision, but Izuku didn't falter. Stain's speed was astonishing, his movements a blur to the untrained eye, but to Izuku, every motion was clear. Stain was fast but predictable. Each attack came with a burst of reckless emotion, and Izuku could see through it all. With calm precision he blocked, parried, and sidestepped, the 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 staff moving like an extension of his body. Frustration mounted in Stain's expression as his attacks failed to land. He roared in disbelief, demanding to know how Izuku could block him so easily. Izuku did not reply. Instead, he pushed back with a quick move of the 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃, creating a shockwave that forced Stain to leap back, barely regaining his balance. The air around them trembled, and the force of their clash sent ripples through the surrounding buildings. Suddenly, a loud whirring sound cut through the chaos. But when they arrived, they found Izuku sitting in a trash bin. At his feet lay Stain, unconscious and completely defeated. The hero killer, who had terrorized and brought down so many, was now motionless, with his blade discarded on the ground beside him. Manuel and the other pro-heroes looked on in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief. One of them muttered that Midoriya had defeated the hero killer by himself. Manuel stepped forward, his voice thick with amazement, and called for an immediate response team, instructing them to get the police there now. Stain needed to be taken into custody. Before any more could be said, the last Nomu, having escaped Endeavor's earlier pursuit, swooped down from the sky in a desperate attempt to grab Izuku. Its massive claws outstretched, aiming to snatch him up. The pro-heroes shouted warnings, but Izuku reacted instantly. In one fluid motion, his body disappeared from where he stood, reappearing in a blur. His mirage edge gleamed as he unsheathed it in a swift movement. With a decisive strike, the Nomu fell, lifeless on the ground. The pro-heroes froze, eyes wide, stunned not only by the sheer speed but also by the precision and power of Izuku's attack. Manuel stood there, mouth agape, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Even Endeavor, who had just arrived on the scene, furrowed his brows in surprise. His eyes fixed on Izuku as he recalled their last encounter at the sports festival. This boy had grown even stronger, surpassing expectations and taking on a threat that even some pro-heroes would hesitate to face. Luckily, the news reporters couldn't capture this part due to the power of the script. Meanwhile, Shigaraki observed the chaos of the Nomu assault in Hosu City, which had left the streets in disarray. Buildings smoldered, sirens wailed, and the cries of the injured echoed through the city. As the fires slowly died down and the heroes began their recovery efforts, the full gravity of the attack became clear. Overlooking the devastation from a rooftop, Shigaraki clenched his fist, glaring down at the city through a pair of binoculars. His expression was a mixture of frustration and confusion, eyes flickering with irritation. The Nomu attack had gone according to plan, mostly. The damage was substantial, the heroes were scattered, and the city was in chaos, but something about it gnawed at him. With a sudden snarl, Tamura crushed the binoculars in his hand, decaying them into dust. The shards crumbled away into nothing as he growled under his breath. Kurohige, standing just behind him, tilted his head slightly, noting Tamura's dissatisfaction with the outcome. The next day arrived, and the bustling noise of Hosu General Hospital was a stark contrast to the ruins left by the attack. Inside one of the quieter recovery rooms, Izuku, Shoto, and Tenya rested. The three of them had survived the battle, but it had been far from easy. Shoto sat on the hospital bed, leaning back slightly with a few minor injuries. Bandages covered his arms where he had overexerted his quirk the night before, pushing himself to the limit to protect others. Despite the pain, Shoto's expression remained calm and collected. Ida, fully healed thanks to the potion Izuku had provided, sat next to the window, his body mostly unscathed, though his heart weighed heavily from the encounter with Stain. The weight of his decision to hunt Stain alone had taken its toll. Sitting between them, Izuku glanced around the room, his legs swinging over the side of the bed. He was physically fine but had stayed to keep his friends company. He looked between his two friends, his thoughts a storm of emotions. He gently asked Ida how he was feeling, not wanting to press too hard but needing to check on his friend's mental state. Tenya was silent for a moment, staring out the window before speaking. He expressed that he was fine, at least physically, but he regretted his actions. He had acted out of vengeance, not as a hero, and acknowledged that if it wasn't for Izuku, he would have been in serious danger. Izuku shook his head, reassuring Tenya that he didn't have to apologize. Stain was dangerous, and Tenya had been fighting for his brother. Shoto, who had been quiet for most of the conversation, chimed in, stating that Tenya had taken on a burden that no one should carry alone, but he was still there, and that was what mattered. They would face whatever came next together. Tenya looked down at his hands, his eyes glistening with a mix of frustration and gratitude, acknowledging that he had let his emotions cloud his judgment but vowed not to let that happen again. He would become the kind of hero his brother believed in. Izuku smiled softly, relieved that Tenya was beginning to move past the guilt. The atmosphere in the hospital room shifted as Manuel entered, his usually calm expression edged with discomfort. Trailing behind him was a figure Izuku recognized immediately, Kenji Tsurugami, the chief of the Hosu police force. Manuel gave the students a respectful nod before addressing them. Chief Kenji stepped forward, his expression serious, though there was no malice in his eyes. He commended them for surviving the events of the previous night, acknowledging that Hosu City was still reeling from the Nomu assault and that their actions had saved countless lives. However, he indicated that there was a serious matter to discuss. Izuku kept his expression neutral, anticipating this part. Kenji explained that the hero killer, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, was currently being treated for serious injuries sustained during his capture. However, there were numerous witnesses and video recordings of the fight. While some aspects of the previous night's events might be excused due to the extreme circumstances, laws prevented unlicensed individuals from using their quirks in public. His eyes shifted toward Izuku, focusing on him specifically. Kenji stated that due to the witnesses and recordings, Izuku, in particular, would have to face repercussions. Tenya's eyes widened in horror, pleading that Izuku had only stepped in because of him and that he had acted recklessly. If anyone should be punished, it should be him. Kenji raised his hand, silencing Tenya, and explained that while Tenya would have faced punishment had his actions been officially disclosed, the lack of witnesses and clear documentation of his participation meant his case remained off the official record. However, Izuku had been clearly seen and recorded using his quirk in public without a license, putting him in a more complicated position. Tenya looked devastated, his hands trembling as guilt overwhelmed him. He had been so consumed by vengeance that he hadn't considered the consequences, and now Izuku's future as a hero seemed to be at risk because of his actions. Shoto's eyes narrowed, understanding the gravity of what the police chief was saying. This could end Izuku's dream before it had even truly begun. However, Izuku remained calm, much to everyone's surprise. Instead of reacting with panic, he simply reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a neatly folded slip of paper. Without hesitation, he handed it over to Chief Kenji. The police chief raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. He unfolded the slip and read it silently, his eyes widening slightly as he absorbed the content. The document was an official authorization slip from High School, granting Izuku Midoriya permission to use his quirk in public only in cases of extreme emergency. Chief Kenji blinked, momentarily thrown off by the document. Unmistakable noise of helicopter blades slicing through the air. Above, a news crew had caught wind of the battle and hovered above the scene. A reporter, her voice crackling with urgency, spoke into the camera, her face illuminated by the flashes of explosions below. She announced that they were witnessing an intense battle between the infamous hero killer, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, and none other than Izuku Midoriya, the young hero who claimed the #1 spot in this year's sports festival. The streets were in chaos, and the battle between these two powerhouses was sending shockwaves through the area. The cameraman zoomed in, focusing on Izuku as he blocked another of 𝗧𝗵𝗲's frenzied slashes. Each clash created small explosions that echoed through the city. The reporter's voice rose with excitement as she noted that Midoriya was showing remarkable skill, effortlessly blocking 𝗧𝗵𝗲's attacks. She speculated that they might be witnessing the rise of a new generation's #1 hero. Below, Izuku had fully taken control of the battle. His eyes never left 𝗧𝗵𝗲, reading every subtle shift in his body. With each strike, 𝗧𝗵𝗲's attacks became more desperate and wild, but Izuku remained unyielding. He was faster, stronger, and more precise. With a swift motion, Izuku blocked another strike with the 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗆, then spun the staff in a wide arc, striking 𝗧𝗵𝗲 in the ribs with such force that the hero killer was sent skidding across the street. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 tumbled through the wreckage, crashing into a parked car. Breathing heavily, he pushed himself up, his eyes blazing with anger. He declared that Izuku was no hero, just another tool in the corrupt system. Izuku's voice remained cold as he tightened his grip on the 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗆, asserting that he was nothing like 𝗧𝗵𝗲. He pointed out that while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 spoke of justice, all he saw was a man blinded by his ideals, destroying lives. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 roared in frustration, his movements becoming more erratic as he dashed forward, blades flashing. He slashed at Izuku with terrifying speed, his rage fueling his unnatural strength. But Izuku was ready. As Stain lunged, Izuku spun his staff, deflecting the blades with a series of rapid blocks. The shockwaves from their clashes intensified, sending out waves of energy that cracked the concrete beneath their feet. The fight reached a fever pitch, both combatants moving at blinding speed. Their movements were a blur, clashing in a high-speed duel that left craters in the street and shattered windows nearby. Each strike sent out massive bursts of energy, rattling the helicopter above. The cameraman struggled to keep the two in frame as they zipped around the battlefield, clashing with lightning-fast precision. Suddenly, Izuku spotted an opening. As Stain brought his blade down for another powerful strike, Izuku sidestepped with a burst of speed, ducking under the slash. With a swift motion, he swung the 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 in a wide arc, extending the staff to its full length. The staff struck Stain with a thunderous impact, sending him flying through the air once more. Stain crashed into a nearby building, smashing through the concrete wall. Dust and debris filled the air as he lay in the rubble, breathing heavily. As the camera zoomed in on the wreckage, the reporter gasped, noting that Stain seemed down and that Midoriya had completely overwhelmed the hero killer with his incredible speed and strength. Izuku approached slowly, his cold eyes never leaving Stain's battered form. He warned Stain that this was his last chance to surrender, or he would end it. Stain coughed, blood dripping from his mouth, but the fire in his eyes hadn't dimmed. He forced himself up, wobbling but still standing, his expression twisted with rage. He vowed that he wouldn't stop until all the fake heroes were wiped out. Izuku tightened his grip on the 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃, ready to deliver the final blow, but he hesitated for just a moment. Meanwhile, chaos unfolded in the city as Endeavor, with his intense flames blazing, burst onto the scene where the pro-heroes were struggling against the 𝗵𝗄. The massive creature, with its grotesque muscles, was about to crush one of the injured heroes, but before it could, Endeavor's flaming fist smashed into its side, sending the 𝗵𝗄 staggering back. His eyes narrowed as he quickly assessed the situation. He realized the 𝗵𝗄 had regenerative abilities, but that wouldn't save it. Focusing on the 𝗵𝗄's head, he knew that incinerating it completely would prevent regeneration. With a growl, he raised his fist, flames spiraling around his hands, and grabbed the 𝗵𝗄's head. The 𝗵𝗄's head was engulfed in bright blue flames, and within seconds, it was reduced to ash. The headless 𝗵𝗄 collapsed, motionless. The pro-heroes nearby, battered and struggling, looked up at Endeavor in awe. One of them managed to thank him between gasps, but there wasn't time for rest. The last remaining 𝗵𝗄, sensing the shift in momentum, decided to flee. It grabbed a nearby injured civilian with its massive arm and took off at high speed, crashing through walls and buildings in its attempt to escape. Endeavor's fiery eyes locked onto the creature immediately. He growled in frustration and turned to Shoto, his voice firm but urgent, instructing him to help the other heroes and evacuate the civilians while he took care of this one. Shoto nodded and rushed off to provide support to the other pro-heroes still dealing with the aftermath of the attack. With a burst of flame, Endeavor took off after the fleeing 𝗵𝗄, his powerful flames propelling him forward like a rocket. He had to be careful. The 𝗵𝗄 was carrying an injured civilian, and he couldn't afford to strike recklessly. As he closed in, Endeavor focused his flames, forming a precise flaming lance in his hand. He aimed for the 𝗵𝗄's wings, ensuring he wouldn't harm the civilian. With a sharp move, he hurled the flaming lance, hitting its mark and piercing through the 𝗵𝗄's wing. The creature released its grip on the injured civilian as it stumbled. Endeavor moved with lightning speed, catching the civilian before they could fall to the ground. He cradled them in his arms and leaped away, flames flaring around him to cushion the landing. With damaged wings, the 𝗵𝗄 fell, and Endeavor carefully set the civilian down, checking to make sure they were stable before turning his attention back to the fallen monster. Meanwhile, Ida arrived at the pro-hero's base, carrying Native over his shoulder. He approached Manuel, his mentor, with a face full of guilt and worry. He expressed his regret for acting recklessly as he gently set Native down. Manuel's eyes widened as he quickly checked on Native's condition and asked what had happened. Ida took a deep breath and informed him that Midoriya was fighting the hero killer, Stain, right now. His voice was filled with urgency as he insisted they needed to send backup. He explained that while Midoriya was holding his own, Stain was dangerous, and they couldn't let him face Stain alone. Manuel's face grew serious as he processed Ida's words. He glanced at the other heroes nearby, who were still recovering from the Nomu attacks, and immediately took charge, instructing Ida to stay with Native while they sent reinforcements to help Midoriya. The scene shifted rapidly, the city still shaking from the intense battles taking place. The pro-heroes raced through the alleyways, the tension in the air palpable. They expected a fierce, drawn-out battle when they reached the location where Izuku had been fighting the infamous hero killer, Stain. Manuel, who had been standing off to the side, tilted his head in curiosity. Even Shoto and Tenya exchanged surprised glances. Kenji's lips tightened as he looked up at Izuku. He acknowledged the weight of the authorization, recognizing its significance. Izuku nodded, explaining that Principal Nizu had given him this slip before their internships, indicating that there might be situations where he would need to use his quirk outside of training or official hero duties, particularly in emergencies like the one they had just faced. Chief Kenji let out a low breath, clearly rethinking the situation. The document held considerable weight. While the law prohibited quirk use without a license, S authorization slip was a rare but legitimate exception for students in extreme cases. There was a brief moment of silence as everyone processed this new information. Tenya and Shoto stared at Izuku, a mixture of relief and admiration flashing across their faces. Tenya felt the tension in his chest ease slightly, though the guilt still lingered. Kenji confirmed that everything checked out. Midoriya's use of his quirk in this instance was permitted under 𝗧𝗓𝗏's authority, meaning there would be no legal consequences for his actions. A collective sigh of relief washed over the room. Shoto let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, and Tenya looked as though a massive weight had been lifted from his shoulders. But Izuku wasn't finished. He expressed that Chief Tsuragami should consider that Tenya had acted out of concern for his brother, wanting to prevent anyone else from suffering the same fate. They had all been trying to stop Stain from causing more harm, and he believed Tenya shouldn't be punished for that. Kenji's expression softened slightly as he looked at Tenya with understanding. He acknowledged Tenya's love for his brother but reminded him that a hero's path could not be one of vengeance. Tenya had endangered himself and others by chasing Stain alone, and he was fortunate to be alive. Tenya nodded, admitting that he realized his mistake and that he wouldn't let his emotions control him again. Kenji studied him for a long moment before sighing. He decided that no formal report would be filed against Tenya either, but he expected him to learn from this experience. The next time he was in the field, he needed to remember what it meant to be a hero. Tenya bowed his head deeply, expressing his gratitude. Chief Kenji gave a final nod, his posture relaxing now that the issue had been resolved. He commended all of them for their courage and reminded them that a hero's true strength lies not just in their power but in their ability to think and act responsibly. He hoped to see them continue to grow as heroes the next time a crisis arose. With that, the police chief turned to leave, his footsteps heavy but steady. The room fell into a brief moment of quiet as the three students reflected on the events that had unfolded. As the door closed behind Chief Kenji, Shoto glanced over at Izuku and Tenya, remarking that it seemed they had made it through another test and wondering what was next. Izuku smiled, glancing down at the slip still in his hand, feeling the strength of his friends around him. He affirmed that they would keep moving forward and get stronger, as they would need it for what was coming next. As news of Stain's arrest spread across the country, it was as though the entire nation had been ignited by the story. Headlines and broadcasts were dominated by one name: Stain, the hero killer. News anchors discussed his philosophy, his brutal methods, and his takedown at the hands of the young hero Izuku Midoriya. It was a victory that many celebrated, a beacon of hope in dark times, but not everyone was pleased with the aftermath. In every corner of Japan, newspapers plastered Stain's face across the front pages, detailing his infamous career of targeting pro-heroes and his twisted ideology of purging what he deemed false heroes from society. Every major news outlet praised Izuku, the student who stood up to the hero killer, his feats taking center stage. Even as a student, the headlines lauded him as the next generation of heroes. However, amid all the praise, there was an underlying tone to these reports. They highlighted Stain's impact on society, how his actions and philosophy resonated with people, and how his name would likely be etched into history for both his evil deeds and the disturbing influence he had over those who sympathized with his beliefs. The more these stories circulated, the more they fed into Tamura's growing anger. Far away from the bustling city of Hosu, in the shadowed corners of their hideout, Tamura sat slumped on a couch, his face twisted into an expression of bitter resentment. His pale fingers drummed impatiently on the armrest as he scrolled through news articles on his tablet, the headlines mocking him with their focus on Stain. Every article was about Stain and Izuku Midoriya. The Nomu, the devastating, bioengineered monsters Tamura had unleashed on Hosu City, were relegated to footnotes, barely mentioned. He growled, slamming the tablet down onto the table in front of him, the device cracking slightly under the force. Kurojirai, standing a few feet away, watched his young MSDR's frustration with measured calm. He noted Tamura's anger and asked why it bothered him so. They had accomplished what they set out to do, chaos in Hosu, with many pro-heroes taken out of commission and the city left in ruins. Tamura's hands curled into fists, his nails digging into his palms as he expressed that it wasn't the point. No one was talking about the Nomu, which were supposed to be the headline, the monsters that tore through pro-heroes like they were nothing. All anyone cared about was Stain, and that self-righteousness infuriated him. His hatred for Stain was no secret. He despised the way Stain's ideology had garnered attention and, worse, followers. The League of Villains was meant to embody chaos, destruction, and the dismantling of the current hero society. Stain, however, was merely a fanatic consumed by his distorted sense of justice. Now, the world seemed to embrace his notoriety. Tamura expressed his frustration, noting how even the media credited Izuku Midoriya, the white-haired boy, for the recent events. He felt as though their own actions had been forgotten. He slammed his fist into the side of the couch, stirring up dust from the worn fabric. He wanted Stain to fade from memory, to ensure that the League of Villains was recognized for more than just a single madman. Kurojirai stepped forward, his voice calm and steady. He reassured Tamura that in time, the public would remember the Nomu. While Stain's capture dominated the headlines now, the true threat lurking in the shadows would eventually be recognized, the real power behind the chaos in Hosu. Yet, Tamura's anger simmered just beneath the surface, ready to erupt again. Stain might have been a temporary focus, but Tamura was already strategizing for the future. He aimed to ensure that the League of Villains left an indelible mark on society, one that even Izuku Midoriya could not overshadow. Meanwhile, Izuku sat on the train, gazing out the window as he reflected on the events of the past week, the Nomu attack in Hosu, the confrontation with Stain, and the media frenzy surrounding his role in capturing the hero killer. His internships had concluded under extraordinary circumstances, and while other students remained in the field, he had returned to finish the dungeon assigned by his quirk. The rewards for completing the dungeon were worth the effort. Lost in thought, Izuku barely noticed the crowd forming around him on the train. One passenger whispered in excitement, recognizing him. Before he knew it, a group of fans, mostly girls, had crowded around his seat, their faces lit with enthusiasm. They bombarded him with questions, eager for his attention. Izuku, caught off guard, felt his face flush red. He stammered, overwhelmed by the attention, wishing to escape the situation. When the train pulled into the next station, 2 stops before his intended destination, he seized the opportunity to exit quickly. He muttered apologies as he pushed through the throng of fans and darted out of the train before the doors closed behind him. The moment his feet hit the platform, relief washed over him. He sighed, adjusting the strap of his bag and preparing to walk the rest of the way to high school. However, that moment of peace was fleeting. Within minutes of stepping onto the street, he was met with the blinding flash of camera lights. Reporters surrounded him, their microphones and cameras move into his face before he could react. He took a step back, searching for a way to escape. This was even worse than the train ride. How had they found him? Amidst the chaos, he had a sudden realization. He slapped a hand to his forehead, mentally scolding himself for not thinking of it sooner. The Sword of Omen had a portal skill that could easily help him evade situations like this. Quickly, he pulled his hood over his head to obscure his face and slipped into a nearby alleyway, escaping the crowd unnoticed. He muttered to himself about how he could have forgotten the portal skill. With a swift motion, he drew the Sword of Omen from his inventory, feeling its familiar weight in his hand. The blade hummed with energy as he held it aloft, focusing on the skill that would allow him to escape. A faint light shimmered around the sword as he activated the portal creation ability. A swirling, glowing portal appeared before him, just large enough for him to step through. Without hesitation, Izuku slipped through the portal, and in an instant, he found himself standing just outside the gates of 𝗬𝗓𝗏 High School. The cool, familiar air of the school grounds greeted him, and he let out a deep sigh of relief. The media, the fans, the chaos, it was all behind him now. For a moment he stood there, catching his breath and soaking in the tranquility. The afternoon sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm, golden glow over the campus. After taking a moment to collect himself, he made his way toward the school, chuckling at the absurdity of the day. First, being swarmed by girls on the train, then ambushed by reporters. At least he had managed to escape without too much trouble, thanks to the Sword of Omen. As he entered the main building, he headed straight for the principal's office. It was only proper to report his return to Principal Nizu, especially after the chaos that had just unfolded. When he arrived, Nizu greeted him with his usual warm smile, though his beady eyes sparkled with curiosity. He remarked on the eventfulness of Izuku's journey back. Izuku scratched the back of his head, offering a sheepish grin, explaining that he had to use his portal skill to escape a crowd of reporters and fans. Nizu chuckled softly, nodding in understanding. He noted that Izuku was becoming quite the rising star and advised him to prepare for more attention in the future. He expressed relief that Izuku had returned safely and encouraged him to get some rest, acknowledging that he had earned it. With Nizu's approval, Izuku headed for the dorms, finally feeling the weight of the day. It had been exhausting, not from physical battles, but from the mental strain of dealing with so many people and so much attention. Back in his room, he collapsed onto his bed. The day had been long, but now he could finally rest. His eyes slowly drifted shut, thoughts of tomorrow's training lingering in his mind, but for now, sleep was all that mattered. The return to 𝗬𝗓𝗏 High School was filled with excitement and exhaustion for Class 1A. After their intense internships, each student had their own stories to share, and the atmosphere in the classroom buzzed with energy. The students mingled, chatting about their experiences, what they learned, and the pros they had trained under. But amidst the lively discussions, one figure stood out with a gloomy expression. Izuku sat on his knees in the center of the classroom. His usual spark dimmed as he faced the stern looks of his classmates. A comically dark aura seemed to hover over him, making it clear that this was not a normal conversation. He resembled a boy caught sneaking out past curfew, while 3 classmates stood around him, arms crossed and frowns firmly in place. Momo expressed her concern, asking what Izuku had been thinking. She waved her hand in exasperation, emphasizing the danger he had put himself in. Kyoka chimed in, questioning the wisdom of his actions and reminding him that taking on a villain like Stain alone was reckless. Achiko added her frustration, worried about how they would feel if he got hurt, or worse, because of his choices. She urged him to think more about his own safety. Izuku looked up at the 3 girls with a sheepish expression, scratching the back of his neck nervously. He explained that he hadn't meant to worry them, he just couldn't let any pro get hurt and felt compelled to help. The girls continued their stern lecture, their voices overlapping in a mix of concern, criticism, and frustrated sighs, all laced with genuine care. The rest of the class watched the scene unfold, sweat dropping at the spectacle. It was rare to see their usually fearless and strongest classmate reduced to this state, and the dynamic between him and the 3 girls was both hilarious and awkward. Denki whispered to Ijiro, grinning as he watched from the sidelines, commenting on how Izuku was really getting it. Ijiro chuckled, acknowledging that while Izuku was brave, he hadn't thought things through with Stain. Kaminari leaned over to Mineta, expressing confusion about the girl's reactions, noting that Izuku had defeated Stain without a scratch. Mineta shook his head dramatically, insisting that Denki didn't understand. He shared his newfound perspective from his internship with 𝗵𝗃, claiming that all women were evil. Denki blinked, taken aback by Minata's bold statement, and asked what had happened with 𝗵𝗃. Minato sighed deeply, recalling the demanding nature of his experience and the unspeakable horrors he had witnessed. As Izuku continued to be scolded, Denki muttered that at least he had survived the hero killer, though he wasn't sure if he would survive this situation. Meanwhile, other students quietly discussed their internships, with Mina excitedly sharing her experiences with 𝗬𝗪𝗄 and Tsuyu. Eventually, the scolding session came to an end. Achiko, Momo, and Kyoka stepped back, their anger having transformed into concern. Achiko softly urged Izuku to promise he would be more careful next time. Izuku nodded vigorously, relieved that the lecture had concluded. He promised to think things through more in the future. Kyoka sighed but offered him a small, approving smile, expressing her longing to see him safe. Momo added that it was okay to rely on others and that he didn't have to do everything alone. Izuku smiled, feeling his spirits lift as he thanked them for their support. The classroom buzzed with chatter. Denki leaned back in his chair, reflecting on the intense experiences of his classmates during their internships. He noted that Midoriya, Todoroki, and Iida had faced the most challenging situations. Several students nodded in agreement, with Ojiro commenting on the danger Midoriya had faced against the hero killer and the unsettling thought of Stain being involved in the 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟 attack. Denki shrugged, suggesting that Stain was kind of cool in a way, despite his intense personality. The moment he spoke, Izuku's expression darkened as he turned sharply toward Denki, disbelief in his eyes. He passionately argued that Stain was a villain and a murderer, having hurt many people, including Iida's brother. Denki winced at the gravity of his words and quickly clarified that he hadn't meant to glorify Stain's actions. Before he could finish, Iida interjected calmly but firmly, acknowledging that while Kaminari's perspective wasn't entirely wrong, there was a significant difference between having strong beliefs and being a hero. He emphasized that Stain's actions were selfish and unjustifiable. There was a weight in Iida's voice, reflecting his own struggles and choices. He stood up, placing his hands on his hips in his usual formal stance, eyes gleaming with determination. He declared his commitment to returning to the path of a true hero. The path he should have never strayed from was now clearer than ever. Tenya lifted one arm into the air dramatically, his voice booming as he addressed the class. He called for everyone to take their seats and return to their studies, emphasizing that their experiences should not be wasted. They needed to press on for the sake of becoming true pro-heroes. The class groaned collectively, annoyed by Tenya's sudden burst of loudness. Mina sighed dramatically, flopping into her seat, noting that he was back to his old self again. Kirishima chuckled, recognizing the familiar Iida they all knew, loud as ever. Even Kyoko rolled her eyes, sticking one of her earphone jacks into her ear, expressing her enjoyment of the calm before Tenya reverted to his class rep mode. Despite the good-natured complaints, a shared sense of relief washed over the students. Seeing Tenya return to his usual boisterous self was a sign that he had moved past the darkness that had clouded his heart during the internship. He was no longer seeking revenge. He was back on the path of heroism, the path of ingenium. Izuku, watching Tenya with a small smile on his face, thought to himself that Tenya was back to normal. No, even better than before. He had grown stronger. The hero basic training class buzzed with anticipation as All Might stood before them, his larger-than-life presence commanding their attention. His usual smile gleamed as he delivered the day's challenge, announcing that today's lesson would test their speed, agility, and rescue abilities. Their task was to navigate through Field Gamma, a labyrinth of towering steel factories and metal walkways, to reach a distress signal he had sent from deep within the maze. Field Gamma stretched out before them like an industrial jungle gym, filled with narrow passages, sharp corners, and steep drops that made it difficult to traverse quickly. All Might continued explaining the rules, his hands on his hips. He announced that they would be divided into 4 groups of 4 and 1 group of 3, with each group racing separately. The first team to race was revealed: Izuku Midoriya, Tenya Iida, Mina Ishido, Hantashiro, and Masahiro Ojiro. As soon as the group was called, their classmates began discussing the race, with almost everyone counting on Izuku to have the upper hand. Kaminari leaned over to Kirishima, expressing his belief that Midoriya would dominate the race due to his exceptional speed and agility. Kirishima grinned, adding that Izuku's motorcycle made him like a speeding bullet. Achiko, sitting nearby, listened to her classmates and smiled softly, confident that Izuku would win. As the students lined up, 𝗧𝗏 focused intently, determined to get an early lead. He glanced at Izuku and grinned, encouraging him to keep up. Izuku returned the smile, feeling the familiar rush of adrenaline pumping through his veins. All Might shouted for them to get ready, and with a booming voice, he signaled the start of the race. 𝗧𝗏 took off quickly, using his quirk to zip between the metal structures, attaching his tape to beams and swinging like a human slingshot. Just as he thought he had the lead, he felt a rush of wind above him. In a blur, Izuku soared overhead, using the somersault cloud to fly effortlessly through the maze, leaving his classmates behind in awe. The students watching on the sidelines were stunned, with Denki exclaiming in disbelief that Izuku was flying. Momo, standing nearby, analyzed the scene, wondering if Izuku had acquired a new ability during his internship. Achiko, observing closely, recalled a legend about Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, who could summon clouds to fly through the sky, noting that Izuku's cloud resembled that. Her comment piqued the interest of the others, with Tsuyu asking about Sun Wukong and Achiko explaining that he had a magical staff and could fly incredible distances by riding a cloud. Izuku, riding his cloud, weaved through the maze with ease, the cloud responding to his every movement. He felt the wind rushing past him, the thrill of the race igniting his competitive spirit. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗏 pushed forward, determined to close the gap, acknowledging Izuku's lead but vowing not to give up. Back at the observation point, the rest of Class 1A watched with bated breath. Kirishima punched his fists together in excitement, marveling at Izuku's speed. Shoto, observing with an analytical gaze, noted Izuku's impressive control over the cloud, which gave him an aerial advantage. However, he recognized that the others were catching up. Sure enough, Ida was rapidly closing the distance with his reciprocal burst, pushing his legs to the limit and declaring that he wouldn't give up. Izuku sensed the challenge from his friend and grinned, feeling the determination surge within him. He urged the cloud forward, increasing his speed even further. Meanwhile, Mina slid and jumped across the metal platforms, using her quirk to corrode small gaps in her path, acknowledging Izuku's impressive lead. As Izuku neared the signal, he landed softly on the ground, the cloud dissipating as he touched down. A small smile spread across his face as he realized he had done it. All Might's voice boomed, signaling the end of the race, and as the rest of the group finally made it to the finish line, breathing and exhausted, they nodded in respect toward Izuku. 𝗧𝗏, filled with admiration, congratulated him on his victory. Tenya, still catching his breath, placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, praising his impressive progress. All Might clapped his hands together, clearly impressed, commending Izuku for his remarkable cloud technique. And to the rest of you, excellent work in adapting to the environment and giving it your all. The rest of the students nodded in agreement while Izuku simply acknowledged the compliment with a nod and walked away. As hero basic training came to a close, the students of Class 1A trudged back toward the school, still buzzing from the day's exciting events. Izuku, fresh off his victory in the race, became the center of attention as they walked, but he remained modest, smiling and thanking his classmates for their praise. Once they arrived at the locker rooms to change back into their school uniforms, the boys and girls split into their respective areas. Inside the boys' locker room, the atmosphere was lighthearted. As Izuku opened his locker, Minoru Mineta sidled up to him, grinning mischievously. He seemed excited about something, and Izuku looked at him, confused by Minoru's giddy expression. Minoru motioned Izuku closer and pointed toward a small, barely noticeable hole in the wall. The realization of what it led to hit Izuku suddenly. That hole went straight into the girls' locker room. Before Minoru could finish his thought, Tenya Ida rushed over, arms flailing dramatically in protest. He emphasized that such behavior was unacceptable, reminding them that as aspiring heroes, they must uphold the highest standards of conduct. Peeping was immoral and a violation of their classmates' privacy. Despite Tenya's authoritative scolding, Minoru shrugged, undeterred. He insisted that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fully intending to peek through the hole, he crouched down to get closer. But before he could even get a glance, Izuku stepped forward, his expression darkened by a sense of anger. His eyes gleamed with intensity, radiating a threatening aura that sent chills down Minata's spine. Izuku's voice was low but filled with fury as he confronted Mineta, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. The entire locker room fell silent, and everyone stared wide-eyed, feeling the oppressive force of Izuku's sudden outburst. Mineta froze in place, backing away from the hole, terrified. He stammered that he wasn't going to do anything serious, trying to defend himself. But before he could say more, Izuku's intensity increased, and Mineta felt the weight of his reprimand. Izuku firmly stated that what Mineta was doing wasn't funny or harmless, it was disrespectful and inappropriate. Minoru's legs gave out beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the force of Izuku's gaze. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he trembled under the weight of the reprimand. Meanwhile, the rest of the boys collectively held their breath, not wanting to get involved in the unfolding scene. Even Tenya stood in shock, realizing that Izuku's response was far more effective than anything he could have said. Mineta raised his hands in surrender, apologizing and promising he wouldn't do it again. Seeing Mineta's genuine fear, Izuku took a deep breath and released the pressure of his intensity, letting the tension fade. His expression softened slightly, though he remained stern, reminding Mineta that he was better than this. Minoru nodded vigorously, still on the floor, trying to catch his breath. As Izuku turned to walk away, the boys in the locker room collectively exhaled, relieved. In the girls' locker room, the atmosphere was much calmer. The girls were chatting as they changed when suddenly 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 popped out of nowhere, expressing curiosity about a commotion she had heard. Achiko, glancing around, asked what it was. Toru mentioned it sounded like someone was getting yelled at, and 𝗬𝗁𝗁 perked up, using her earphone jacks to listen. She scowled after a moment, noting that it was Mineta, clearly unimpressed and suggesting he was up to something inappropriate. Achiko sighed, acknowledging that it was typical of him. Momo frowned slightly, expressing hope that someone had stopped Mineta if he tried something inappropriate. Tsuyu spoke up, reassuring the girls that Midoriya would have handled it, knowing he wouldn't let something like that slide. The girls exchanged knowing smiles, confident in Tsuyu's assessment. Not long after, the boys started filing out of their locker room, and Mineta emerged, still a bit shaken from his encounter with Izuku, his head hanging low. Achiko called out to Izuku, asking if something had happened in there. Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly, downplaying the incident and saying he just handled something before it could become a problem. The girls exchanged glances and smiled, with 𝗬𝗁𝗁 nodding approvingly and Momo expressing their appreciation for Izuku's vigilance. Izuku chuckled slightly, insisting it was no problem and that he just didn't want any of them to feel uncomfortable. The next day, Class 1A sat in their classroom, listening to Aizawa warn them about the upcoming final exams. The tension in the room began to rise as the reality of the exams, only a week away, set in. Most of the class had been so busy with their internships, the attack on Hosu City, and ongoing villain activities that studying had taken a backseat. Aizawa urged them to prepare their minds and bodies, stating that both the written and practical exams would push them to their limits. Denki and Mina exchanged anxious glances, feeling the weight of their low academic rankings. Denki sighed, admitting he hadn't touched his notes in ages. Mina echoed his sentiment, lamenting the lack of time to study. Across the room, Tokoyami agreed, noting that he had been more focused on training than academics. Sato grimly predicted that if the midterms were tough, the finals would be even worse, emphasizing the need for every advantage. Sitting near the back, Mineta smirked, feeling a rare boost of confidence. He suggested that his classmates should focus on the practical part of the exams, which would be the real challenge for most of them, while he believed his high grades would carry him through. Denki and Mina groaned at Minoru's teasing, but before they could respond, Izuku, who tied for first place with Momo, and Ida, ranked second, approached them with encouraging words. Izuku smiled brightly and reassured Denki that he had a whole week to study. He encouraged him to break it down and focus, reminding him that they had faced tougher challenges before. Tenya chimed in with his usual authoritative tone, agreeing with Izuku and offering to help review some material if needed. Despite their good intentions, Shoto, ranked third, interrupted from across the room with a calm but firm voice. He stated that the written exam shouldn't be complicated if Denki had been paying attention in class. This matter-of-fact attitude only discouraged Denki further, causing him to sink deeper into his chair. He muttered that he felt doomed. At that moment, Momo stepped in with a kind and confident expression. She offered to help Denki study for the written exam by preparing study materials and explanations to simplify the concepts. Denki's eyes lit up with hope at her offer. Several other students nearby perked up at the mention of extra tutoring. Mina raised her hand, expressing her interest in joining, as she also needed help with the written material. Kyoka added that she could use a refresher on a few things as well. Momo smiled warmly, agreeing to prepare a session for everyone. They planned to meet at the dorms after class to study together. As the group formed their study plans, Yuga, ranked 16th, lazily stretched in his seat and remarked that it was too late for cramming, suggesting they accept their fates. Shoji, ranked 9th, raised an eyebrow at Yuga's nonchalant attitude, pointing out that he should join the study session too, as his grades indicated he could use some extra help. Yuga frowned but couldn't argue with Shoji's point. At lunch, the cafeteria buzzed with anticipation. Izuku and his peers, Shoto, Achiko, Tsuyu, Tenya, Momo, and Kyoka, gathered around their usual table, trays filled with food but minds occupied with thoughts of the upcoming practical exam. Achiko wondered what the practical exam would entail, while Momo speculated that it might be physically demanding and tactical, considering their previous experiences in the sports festival and internships. Shoto agreed, suggesting they might be tested on how well they had adapted since the hero killer incident. Tsuyu expressed her unease, emphasizing the need to stay alert for whatever challenges lay ahead. Izuku listened quietly, reflecting on the hero-killer encounter, which had left a mark on their group, especially Tenya. Tenya agreed that they needed to be prepared for anything. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind them as a tray clattered against a nearby table. Monoma approached with an exaggerated, smug grin, heading straight for their table, creating an immediate source of tension. Kyoka muttered under her breath, expressing her irritation at his presence. Before anyone could react, Nito sauntered up to Izuku and deliberately bumped into the back of his head, attempting to provoke him. However, Izuku smoothly leaned to the side, avoiding the bump entirely, his focus remaining on his food as if Nito's attempt hadn't registered. Nito froze for a moment, his plan foiled, but quickly covered it with a sarcastic laugh, pretending to apologize for not seeing Izuku. Nito then shifted his attention to the whole group, his voice dripping with mockery as he criticized them for always being in the spotlight and causing trouble. He referenced past incidents, suggesting they were just troublemakers who attracted danger. Momo calmly defended her group, stating they hadn't asked for those situations, while Nito retorted that they loved being at the center of them. Kyoka scowled, tapping her fingers on the table in irritation, insisting they weren't the ones seeking attention. Nito continued to rant, his words filled with jealousy as he accused them of being reckless and causing problems for others. Izuku had remained silent until now, but something inside him snapped. His calm demeanor shifted as he rose to his feet, causing the cafeteria to quiet around him. Nito, still oblivious to the change in Izuku's aura, laughed again, underestimating the situation. In a swift motion, Izuku grabbed Nito by the throat, lifting him off the ground with one hand. His grip was firm but not harmful, merely asserting control. Nito's eyes widened in shock, his earlier bravado replaced with genuine fear. Izuku's gaze locked onto Nito's with a cold intensity, and he spoke in a low, dangerous voice, questioning Nito's mockery of their struggles and sacrifices. Nito struggled weakly, his face reddening with a mix of fear and embarrassment, unable to respond as Izuku continued to confront him. He continued, his tone mocking, a sharp contrast to the usual kindness in his voice. He remarked on how Nito talked a lot for someone who had done nothing, calling him just another arrogant mouthpiece who was all bark and no bite. Izuku's words cut deep, and Nito's eyes began to glisten with the threat of tears, his bravado crumbling under the weight of Izuku's presence. Nito felt the sting of Izuku's confidence and questioned whether he thought he was better than him. Izuku replied bluntly, tightening his grip just enough to emphasize his point without causing harm. He asked how it felt to be the joke of the school, and Nito stammered that he was not a joke. Izuku urged him to stop acting like one, warning that he wouldn't be so patient next time. Nito's face paled, unaccustomed to such raw intensity directed at him. Izuku asked if he understood, and Nito nodded frantically. Izuku finally released his hold, turning his back and sitting down at the table as if nothing had happened. Nito staggered backward, gasping for breath, his face flushed with humiliation and fear. Without another word, he stumbled away from the table, avoiding eye contact with anyone as he hurried off. The group sat in stunned silence, all eyes on Izuku. Even Tenya was quiet. It was unusual for Izuku to be so aggressive, but they all understood why he acted that way. Finally, 𝗬𝗁𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗲 broke the silence, but Izuku simply sat back down, his expression softening slightly as he looked around at his friends. He suggested they focus on the exam, avoiding any further conversation on the matter. In homeroom, Denki and Mina cheered as someone from the upper class informed them about the practical test that would involve fighting against robotic villains. However, Izuku frowned, sensing that this would not be easy. The week leading up to the finals was a blur of cramming, late-night study sessions, and shared anxiety. Class 1A spent long hours in the library, their carefree energy replaced by intense focus. Izuku, 𝗬𝗁𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗲, Shoto, Tenya, and the rest of their classmates pored over textbooks, notes, and battle strategies, barely speaking except to compare answers or offer help. For 3 straight days, they endured the grueling written exams, each test pushing their mental endurance to the limits. Izuku answered questions confidently, thanks to his high intelligence. His classmates, though tired, shared in the silent hope that their hard work would pay off. When the 3rd day ended, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. But the real challenge was still ahead. The morning of the practical exam arrived, and the tension in Class 1A was palpable. They gathered in the training grounds, the crisp air buzzing with nervous anticipation. The usual chatter was hushed as everyone speculated about what lay ahead. Kyoka glanced around, her sharp eyes narrowing as she noticed something unusual. She murmured to herself about the number of teachers present that day. Aizawa, their homeroom teacher, stood in front of the gathered students, his usual tired expression unreadable. His presence alone was enough to keep most of them on edge. As Kyoka's words circulated, the students began to notice the other teachers as well, 𝗬𝗵𝗃, ectoplasm, and midnight. Momo quietly expressed her concern that this felt different, and Shoto agreed, crossing his arms as he scanned the area, sensing something off. Mina, standing nearby with Denki, was less observant. She cheerfully suggested that they had been through worse and that it was probably just a bunch of robots again. Denki chuckled nervously, agreeing that it had to be robots since they had done that before. Suddenly, Principal Nizu jumped out from Shota's scarf, startling the students. His small stature and oversized head made the moment even stranger as he stood proudly on Aizawa's shoulder. He greeted Class 1A, noting their guesses about the practical exam with a wide, almost unsettling smile. Mina and Denki exchanged relieved looks, with Mina confidently declaring that it was indeed robots. Nizu's grin widened, and he wagged a finger, explaining that this time they had prepared something much more exciting. A wave of uncertainty rippled through the class. Shoto, who had remained silent until now, felt a knot form in his stomach. He glanced at Tenya and 𝗬𝗁𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗲, who both seemed just as uneasy. Izuku, however, remained calm, anticipating what was to come. Tenya asked Nizu what he meant, his voice tinged with concern. Nizu explained that robots simply wouldn't provide a suitable challenge for heroes of their caliber, emphasizing that they had grown and needed to reflect that in their training. The class exchanged nervous glances, the excitement from before quickly giving way to trepidation. Momo cautiously asked what the practical exam would entail. Nizu grinned widely, pacing back and forth as he began. to explain that there had been a notable surge in villain activity recently. The attacks at the 𝗧𝗜𝗁, the sports festival, and the encounter with the hero killer had shown that they needed to adapt quickly to rising threats. The class listened intently, and the seriousness of 𝗍𝗁's tone made it clear that this was not just an ordinary announcement. He continued, stating that 𝗬𝗧 had always been at the forefront of hero training, but with the current state of affairs, it was time to increase the intensity of their training methods. From that point forward, their battle simulations would resemble real-life battles, where they would face not just the challenge of defeating an opponent, but also the unpredictability and danger that came with being a pro hero. Kyoka's earphone-jacks twitched, and her eyes widened slightly as she muttered under her breath about real-life battle simulations. Achiko leaned toward Izuku, her brow furrowed, asking what 𝗍𝗂 meant by real-life battles. Izuku, his expression colder than usual, simply nodded. Izuku understood that things were about to become significantly more challenging. 𝗍𝗂, noticing the murmurs among the students, smiled knowingly and informed them that Class 1A, being the exceptional group they were, would be the first to experience the new training methods. Their practical exam would involve a battle simulation designed to reflect the real-life threats they would encounter as heroes. This would serve as their final test before progressing to the next stage of their development. The class collectively tensed, sensing that the principal was about to reveal something significant. 𝗍𝗂 announced that for this practical exam, they would be paired with a classmate and tasked with defeating one of 𝗬𝗂's pro hero teachers in combat. The classroom erupted in shock, with Denki expressing disbelief and Mina's eyes widening in surprise. Even Shoto showed signs of unease, his arms crossed tightly as he processed the information. The thought of fighting their teachers, seasoned professionals with years of experience, was a daunting challenge. Izuku, however, remained silent. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for, a chance to prove himself not just against his peers, but against the very individuals who had shaped his understanding of heroism. 𝗍𝗂 continued, seemingly unfazed by the students' reactions. He explained that the pairs and the teachers they would face had already been determined, carefully chosen to challenge them and test their growth since entering 𝗬𝗂. Aizawa, standing next to 𝗍𝗂, appeared as disinterested as ever, yet there was a glint in his eyes that suggested he was eager to see how far his students had come. 𝗍𝗂 began announcing the pairings, and the students held their breath in anticipation. Momo Yaoyorozu and Shoto Todoroki would face Shota Aizawa. Momo blinked in surprise but quickly composed herself, while Shoto remained stoic, though a slight frown appeared on his face. Aizawa was someone they respected immensely, but his ability to erase quirks made him a formidable opponent, particularly for those who relied heavily on their powers. 𝗍𝗂 continued calling out names, each pairing eliciting various reactions from the students. Izuku stood waiting for his own pairing, his focus narrowing as he anticipated his opponent. Finally, 𝗍𝗂 paused dramatically before announcing that Izuku Midoriya would be facing All Might. The class fell silent, the weight of that announcement settling over them like a heavy fog. Izuku's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes gleamed with determination. His heart raced, not with fear, but with a mix of anger and excitement. He had long awaited this moment. His relationship with All Might, once filled with admiration, had been complicated ever since that fateful encounter before he gained his quirk. He recalled the question he had asked, could a quirkless person be a hero? The desperate hope in his younger self's eyes was vivid, and All Might's response had been crushing. A small grin formed on Izuku's face, cold, calculating, and filled with the confidence of someone who had learned to thrive without the support of those he once idolized. Finally, he could show All Might the true strength of someone who had once been powerless. Achiko, standing beside him, noticed the change in Izuku's expression and furrowed her brow in concern. She quietly asked if he was all right, but Izuku turned to her, his cold smile fading slightly. He reassured her that he was just thinking about the challenge ahead. Before she could inquire further, 𝗍𝗂 resumed his announcements, wrapping up his speech while revealing the remaining pairs. Denki Kaminari and Mina Ashido would face 𝗍𝗂, prompting nervous glances between them. Next, 𝗍𝗂 announced that Yuga Oyama and Rikido Sato would face 13, to which 𝗬𝗎𝗄𝗧 struck a dramatic pose, declaring that his dazzling light would lead them to victory. Sato nodded confidently, though he understood the challenges posed by 13's Quirk. 𝗘𝗁𝗁𝗍 and 𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁 would face present Mike, with 𝗘𝗁 recalling her teacher's deafening voice during internships. Koji offered her a reassuring nod, ready to use his animal communication to their advantage. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁𝗍𝗵 and 𝗬𝗂𝘃𝗁𝗍 were paired against ectoplasm, with 𝗬𝗂 masking her concern behind a calm expression. 𝗃𝗁𝗁𝗍, however, nodded confidently, trusting in Dark Shadow's strength. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍𝗵 and 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁𝗁 would face Midnight, with 𝗍𝗁 trying to maintain his composure despite the intimidating challenge. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁, on the other hand, was visibly distracted by thoughts of the R-rated hero. 𝗵𝗃𝗁, Shoji and Toru Hagakure were up against 𝗧𝗵𝗲, with 𝗵𝗃𝗁 already strategizing while Toru bounced in excitement, confident that her invisibility could provide an advantage. 𝗳𝗏𝗄𝗎 Uraraka and Ijiro Kirishima would face 𝗵𝗃𝗲, both determined and aware of the challenges that came with fighting someone who could manipulate concrete. Lastly, Tenya Ida and Masahiro Ojiro were paired against Power Loader, with Tenya focused and Ojiro ready to face the challenge head-on. After the pairings were revealed, Principal Nizu stood tall on the stage, hands clasped together. He explained that they would have 30 minutes to either handcuff their teachers or escape the facility. The goal was not solely to defeat their opponents but also to consider the strategic choice of escaping when necessary. The teachers would not hold back, and this would be as close to a real battle experience as they could get within 𝗧𝗏𝗧's walls. Aizawa, standing by the wall with his usual stern expression, nodded slightly and reminded them that some, especially Midoriya, Todoroki, and Ida, already understood the stakes from their experiences during Hosu. Shoto flinched at the mention of Hosu, recalling the night he had to work with his father to protect civilians. He glanced at Tenya, who looked equally reflective. Tenya resolved not to make the same mistakes again, clenching his fists in determination. All Might, who had been standing off to the side, stepped forward, his towering presence immediately easing some of the tension in the room. He knew some of the students might feel anxious about the idea of running, but he encouraged them not to worry too much. All of the teachers would be wearing ultra-compressed weights to give the students a fair chance. The students blinked in surprise, and a few murmurs rippled through the area at the mention of ultra-compressed weights. These weights were designed as a handicap, developed by Mei Hatsum from the support course. They were tough, but with them on, the teachers wouldn't be at full power. The students would have a real shot at taking them down or escaping if they worked together. The revelation that the teachers would be handicapped helped ease the tension, and Mina let out a breath of relief. She had been starting to think they wanted the students to be overwhelmed. Denki nodded quickly, expressing his agreement. He was all for taking things up a notch, but facing the pros at full strength was daunting. Shoto, still processing the lesson from Hosu's fight, gave a small nod of acknowledgement to All Might. The handicap didn't change the fact that this would still be one of the toughest exams they had ever faced, but it reassured him that there was a method to this madness. All Might caught Izuku's gaze, and for a brief moment, the two locked eyes. Izuku's expression was unreadable, cold, and distant, a far cry from the admiration he once held for the former #1 hero. All Might frowned slightly, sensing the shift in Izuku's demeanor, but he remained silent, knowing that the upcoming battle would reveal more than any conversation could. As the students dispersed to prepare, Izuku couldn't help but smile to himself. This was his chance, not just to pass the exam, but to show All Might that heroes weren't defined by quirks. As the practical exam began, the monitors in the observation room lit up with the first match, Ochako and Ijiro versus 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁. Izuku sat forward on the edge of his seat, his eyes fixed on the screen. This was Ochiko's first major test since her internship, and he was eager to see how much she had grown under the guidance of Ryuku. Kirishima had also shown immense progress, but Izuku was particularly interested in seeing how Ochako would adapt to her new techniques and apply them in real combat. The battlefield for Ochako and Ijiro's test was a vast concrete arena, littered with towering walls and obstacles, 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁's natural element. Izuku narrowed his eyes as the battle began, anticipating the strategies his classmates might employ against such a terrain-dementi opponent. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁 wasted no time, summoning cement walls from the ground to separate 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄 and 𝗓𝗫𝗄𝗁. Massive barriers rose rapidly, cutting off direct paths and isolating the students in different sections of the arena. Izuku thought to himself that 𝗵𝗲𝗃 was trying to split them up so they couldn't rely on teamwork. It was a smart tactic, but they must have seen this coming. Sure enough, 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄 and 𝗓𝗫𝗄𝗁 weren't caught off guard. They had discussed this exact possibility beforehand, planning for 𝗵𝗲𝗃's signature tactic. 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄 wasted no time, activating her astral gravity. With a swift motion of her hand, she used almighty push. A powerful gravitational force rippled through the cement walls in front of her. The concrete barriers cracked and groaned, fragments of cement flying away as the wall buckled under her pressure. 𝗵𝗲𝗃, controlling the terrain from a distance, quickly reinforced the walls, but 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄 was already on the move. While 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗁's gravity blast was creating chaos in 𝗵𝗲𝗃's defenses, Kirishima darted through the maze of barriers, his hardened form crashing through weaker points. His goal was simple: find an opening, get in close, and create a path for 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗁 to unleash her next move. 𝗵𝗲𝗃, realizing the pressure building on his defenses, tried to force them back with more cement pillars erupting from the ground. However, 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗁 was already prepared. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she activated universal pull. The pillars 𝗵𝗲𝗃 had just raised were yanked toward her with immense force, crumbling in midair as they collided with each other. She redirected the debris, sending it back toward 𝗵𝗲𝗃, forcing him to stay on the defensive. 𝗓𝗫𝗄𝗁 spotted his chance. As 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗁 created more pressure with her gravitational abilities, he barreled through a weak point in 𝗵𝗲𝗃's barricade. His hardened fists smashed through the cement walls, leaving an opening just large enough for him and 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗁 to slip through. Izuku thought to himself that they were pushing him back, but 𝗵𝗲𝗃 wasn't the type to go down easily. 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗁 and 𝗓𝗫𝗄𝗁 regrouped on the other side of the barricade, now facing 𝗵𝗲𝗃 directly. His face remained calm as he summoned more walls around him, layering the defenses. 𝗓𝗫𝗄𝗁 called out that they needed to break through his final line of defense and asked if 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗁 could handle it. She nodded, her eyes glowing faintly with the astral energy she had learned to 𝗕𝗫𝗧𝗔 during her internship. With 𝗓𝗫𝗄𝗁 guarding her, 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗁 took a deep breath, her aura shifting as she tapped into her astral energy form. A faint glow enveloped her body, and she extended her hands forward, announcing that she had a new move for this. From her palms, an immense surge of energy erupted, a concentrated beam of pure astral energy. It wasn't just a simple blast, but a high-intensity, focused stream that tore through the cement walls with terrifying efficiency. The energy blast was a brilliant pink, crackling with power as it cut through 𝗵𝗲𝗃's defenses like a blade through paper. The walls crumbled before 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗁's might, leaving 𝗵𝗲𝗃 momentarily vulnerable. Without hesitation, Kirishima charged forward, his body fully hardened. He leaped through the opening she had created and delivered a powerful blow, shattering the last of 𝗵𝗲𝗃's defenses. The pro-hero staggered back, caught off guard by their perfect synchronization and strategy. 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗁 wasn't done yet. As soon as 𝗓𝗫𝗄𝗁 had landed his hit, she activated telekinesis, lifting pieces of the broken cement debris and hurling them at 𝗵𝗲𝗃. Each piece was guided by her precise control, forcing 𝗵𝗲𝗃 to continuously dodge and defend, unable to fully regain his footing. Then, with a final flourish, 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗁 unleashed her new finishing move, taught to her by Nijire. She floated upward with her flight ability, her aura glowing with ethereal energy. She raised her hand high, summoning a massive sphere of telekinetically controlled debris and energy. This was the end. The sphere exploded outward in a controlled shockwave of gravitational force, pinning 𝗵𝗲𝗃 down and leaving him unable to summon any more of his cement walls. The immense pressure kept him grounded, and in the final moment, 𝗓𝗫𝗄𝗁 rushed in and cuffed him. The battle was over. Izuku leaned back in his seat, a smile tugging at his lips. He felt proud of 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗁's growth. She had come so far. Her abilities had evolved beyond simple gravity manipulation. She had become a true combatant with a versatile set of skills. As the battle ended and 𝗵𝗲𝗃 acknowledged his defeat, Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his classmates. They were all growing stronger, pushing their limits in preparation for the challenges they would face in the real world. But this was just the beginning. His own battle, the one against All Might, was still looming ahead, and he was ready. He hoped All Might was prepared because this time, he would show what a quirkless person could really do. In Match 2, 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗬𝗧𝗏 stood ready, fully aware that this test would be difficult. Their opponent, 𝗕𝗃𝗧𝗵, was a formidable hero known for his ability to overwhelm with numbers and strategy. The moment the exam began, 𝗕𝗃𝗧𝗵 wasted no time, instantly creating multiple clones of himself that surrounded them, forming a suffocating perimeter. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 noted how fast he was, her large eyes scanning their surroundings, and suggested they get to higher ground. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 nodded, summoning Dark Shadow with a determined look, agreeing that they would have a better chance from above. With a smooth movement, 𝗵𝗃𝗁 commanded Dark Shadow to grab 𝗬𝗧𝗏 by the waist, launching her into the air. As she soared, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 extended her tongue, grabbing hold of 𝗵𝗃𝗁 and yanking him up with her, the two of them rising to the upper levels of the arena. This maneuver showcased their impeccable synergy, as both understood their respective strengths and weaknesses. In the observation room, Izuku watched intently, his analytical mind already at work. He noted how 𝗕𝗃𝗧𝗵's quirk allowed him to overwhelm his opponents with sheer numbers, which he would use to exploit 𝗵𝗃𝗁's lack of close-range defense. Recovery Girl, who stood next to Izuku, nodded in agreement, pointing out that it was a bad matchup for 𝗕𝗁𝗁. His Dark Shadow thrived in wide spaces and at long ranges, but 𝗕𝗃𝗧𝗵's clones would pressure him up close. Izuku crossed his arms, confident that 𝗬𝗧𝗏 was excellent at support. She had no glaring weaknesses, so if they could stay mobile and use the environment to their advantage, they might pull through. On the battlefield, 𝗕𝗃𝗧𝗵's clones pursued the duo relentlessly. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 leaped from one beam to another, her agility allowing her to avoid capture. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 used Dark Shadow to strike down any clone that got too close, relying on its raw power and speed. However, as they reached the upper levels, it became clear that 𝗕𝗃𝗧𝗵 was still controlling the battlefield. More clones appeared, cutting off potential escape routes and closing in from all sides. 𝗬𝗏 urged them to keep moving, sensing the danger around them, while 𝗕𝗁𝗏 responded by pushing Dark Shadow forward to clear a path through the clones. With 𝗬𝗏's support, they managed to slip past the overwhelming number of 𝗕𝗃𝗧𝗵's creations, but it wasn't easy. As they continued their ascent, Recovery Girl spoke once more in the monitoring room, highlighting that 𝗕𝗁𝗏's strength lay in the speed and power of Dark Shadow, but in close combat, he was vulnerable. Izuku nodded, recognizing that 𝗕𝗃𝗧𝗵 would keep pushing 𝗕𝗁𝗏 into situations where he couldn't use Dark Shadow effectively. After a series of intense encounters, 𝗵𝗃𝗁 and 𝗬𝗧𝗏 finally reached the topmost level, only to find the real 𝗕𝗃𝗧𝗵 waiting for them, guarding the escape gate. His calm demeanor belied an undeniable presence, as if he knew exactly what would happen next. He remarked on their impressive progress, questioning how they would deal with what was to come. With a swift gesture, 𝗕𝗃𝗧𝗵 activated his giant bite detention technique, creating an enormous clone of himself that towered over 𝗵𝗃𝗁 and 𝗬𝗧𝗏. The giant clone surged forward, opening its mouth to capture the students. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 immediately summoned Dark Shadow, sending the dark creature forward to intercept, but the giant clone was too powerful. Dark Shadow collided with the clone but was repelled, unable to gain any ground. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 gritted his teeth, realizing that Dark Shadow couldn't fight it directly, it was too strong. 𝗬𝗧𝗏, maintaining her composure, revealed the plan they had devised beforehand. She had swallowed a set of HNDCFFs before the exam started and handed them to 𝗵𝗃𝗁, expressing her belief in his strength and Dark Shadow's power. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 stared at the HNDCFFs for a moment, then nodded resolutely, agreeing that they would have one last shot. With the HNDCFFs in Dark Shadow's grasp, 𝗵𝗃𝗁 and 𝗬𝗧𝗏 made their final push. Dark Shadow rushed forward, but 𝗕𝗃𝗧𝗵's giant clone was ready. The two collided again, and though Dark Shadow fought fiercely, it was clearly outmatched by the larger clone's overwhelming power. In a desperate bid to create an opening, 𝗬𝗏 leaped into action, using her agility to distract 𝗕𝗃𝗧𝗵. She hopped from beam to beam, lashing out to tangle the giant clone's legs. Her distraction worked, but only briefly, as ectoplasm's clone quickly broke free and grabbed Dark Shadow, pinning it down. It seemed like the end, but in that moment of struggle, Dark Shadow made one final, desperate move. As it was pushed back, it stretched out, using the last of its energy to clasp the HNDCFFS around ectoplasm's leg. The click of the cuffs locking into place echoed through the arena. There was a brief silence before the giant clone faded, and ectoplasm looked down at the cuffs on his leg with a mixture of surprise and approval. He acknowledged their cleverness with a rare smile. Exhausted but victorious, 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍𝗵𝗄 breathed a sigh of relief. They had passed. As the test ended, Recovery Girl turned to Izuku, asking for his thoughts. Izuku smiled faintly, noting that Tsuyu's support was critical. Without her, they would have been overwhelmed. While Tokoyami's strength was undeniable, Tsuyu's planning and versatility made the difference. Recovery Girl agreed, emphasizing that sometimes, the best support could turn the tide. Izuku nodded, realizing that the exam was proving to be more than just a test of power. It was a true test of strategy, teamwork, and understanding of one's own strengths and weaknesses. In the third match, Tenya Ida and Masahiro Ojiro stood at the edge of the field, surveying their opponent, Power Loader, who was known for his ability to create elaborate traps using his quirk. The dirt field around them was deceptively simple, but both students knew better than to underestimate Power Loader's tactical expertise. Power Loader smirked from across the field, already beginning to manipulate the ground beneath them. Power Loader grinned as he urged the two students to be quick, his hands digging into the soil, causing the earth to tremble. Suddenly, pits began to form, craters emerging like hidden mouths ready to swallow them whole. Tenya and Masahiro exchanged a glance, knowing they had to rely on their teamwork and speed to succeed. Ojiro asked what the plan was, and Tenya replied that they would have to move fast, adjusting his engines. Masahiro nodded, understanding the plan, and swiftly climbed onto Tenya's back, wrapping his arms around his shoulders while keeping his tail ready for balance. Tenya activated his quirk, and his engines roared to life as they rocketed forward, the ground collapsing beneath them. The dirt field quickly transformed into a minefield of pitfalls, but Tenya's speed was unmatched. They darted across the unstable terrain, the collapsing earth always one step behind them. The wind whipped through their hair as Tenya pushed them to incredible speeds. As they neared the exit gate, Power Loader anticipated their strategy. He burst up from underground, blocking their path with a well-timed leap, debris flying around him. He exclaimed that they were not going to get through that easily, slamming his fist into the ground. The earth beneath them rumbled once again, threatening to give way. Tenya reacted instantly, shouting for Masahiro to hang on. Just before the ground collapsed beneath them, he used the engines in his legs to propel them upward. The sudden jump gave them a brief reprieve, but they were still trapped in midair, with Power Loader poised to stop them once they landed. He instructed Masahiro to wrap his tail around his leg. Masahiro didn't hesitate. He extended his muscular tail, coiling it securely around Tenya's right leg. With his engines still roaring, Tenya shifted his weight and initiated 𝗓𝗔𝗔𝗄𝗏. The force from the engines caused him to spin rapidly, using his momentum to turn into a living slingshot. His leg, with Masahiro's tail wrapped tightly around it, swung in a wide arc. He yelled for Ojiro to go just as the centrifugal force reached its peak. He released his hold on the ground, and Masahiro was launched across the field, soaring through the air. Power Loader, surprised by the sudden tactic, tried to intercept, clawing at the ground to pull himself up in an attempt to block Masahiro's flight. But Ojiro was too quick, using his tail in midair to shift his body and expertly dodge Power Loader's swipe. He called out that it was a nice try, but he was getting through, twisting his body to perform a mid-air somersault. With a final flip, he extended his tail once more, using it to brace himself for landing. The momentum from Tenya's throw carried him all the way across the field, where he landed just in front of the escape gate. Without hesitation, Masahiro crossed the threshold, breathing heavily but grinning with satisfaction. Power Loader stood up from his defensive position and let out a deep sigh. His expression softened with approval as he dusted the dirt off his hands, complimenting them on their speed and use of the environment. He noted that this was exactly the kind of teamwork they were looking for. At the other end of the field, Tenya stood tall, catching his breath as he deactivated his 𝗔𝗫𝗄𝗧. His engines hissed softly as they cooled down. He gave a thumbs up to 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗄𝗧, proud of their flawless execution. Power Loader confirmed that they had passed, giving both students a nod of respect. In the monitoring room, Izuku watched the entire battle unfold on the screen, smiling as he saw Tenya and 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗄𝗧's teamwork and creative strategy. He muttered to himself that they worked perfectly together, impressed by how they managed to adapt under pressure. It was great to see them apply everything they had learned. As the fourth match began, Shoto and Momo sprinted through the urban city-like environment, the air heavy with tension. Their opponent, 𝗕𝗿𝗪𝗎, better known as Eraserhead, was somewhere in the shadows, a relentless predator hunting them down. Shoto calmly scanned the surroundings for any sign of their teacher and suggested that he would come up with a plan. Momo nodded, already nervous but trusting Shoto's quick thinking. He instructed her to start creating objects continuously, so she would be ready when Eraserhead found them. Momo was slightly taken aback by his confidence in her abilities. She bit her lip, holding back her thoughts, but after a moment, she nodded in agreement. She decided to create matryoshka dolls, small and innocuous objects that could easily blend into the cityscape. As they ran through the streets, she began producing them one by one. She praised Shoto for his great idea, expressing that even though they were both recommendation students, she felt like she hadn't done anything exceptional like he had. Shoto paused, but before he could respond, he noticed something was off. Momo had stopped producing the dolls, and his eyes narrowed as he scanned their surroundings. He sensed danger and warned her that something was wrong. Before they could react, Aizawa descended from above like a shadow, his scarf already in motion. He moved with startling speed, binding Shoto in an instant. Shoto struggled against the restraints, trying to create ice to free himself, but Aizawa's quirk had nullified it. Aizawa effortlessly swung him up onto a light pole, binding him in place, and beneath him, caltrops littered the ground, preventing any escape. Aizawa coolly remarked that burdening oneself with everything wasn't a smart plan and that Shoto should have communicated better with his partner. Momo, shaken by the sudden attack, darted away, but doubt gnawed at her. She had agreed with Shoto's plan without question, but now she wondered if it had been the right choice. She kept running, glancing over her shoulder every few seconds, feeling Aizawa closing in on her. Panic set in as she questioned whether she was making the right choices. Aizawa, with his scarf ready to strike, was almost upon her when she instinctively used her quirk to create a small explosive. The makeshift bomb burst just as Aizawa tried to bind her, forcing him to back off momentarily. Taking advantage of the opening, she ran back toward where Shoto was restrained. In the monitoring room, Izuku watched the entire sequence unfold with concern. He noted that Momo was still struggling with her confidence, recalling how she had wrestled with self-doubt during the sports festival. He wished he could somehow reach out to her and help her regain her confidence. As Momo reached Shoto, Aizawa was close behind, and the pressure of the situation caused her nerves to spike even more. She could feel herself freezing up, unsure of what to do next. Shoto, hanging from the light pole, noticed Momo's hesitation and spoke to her, trying to calm her. He asked her if she had been about to share something earlier and encouraged her to tell him her plan. Momo blinked in surprise. She had kept quiet about her own ideas, thinking they couldn't possibly work if Shoto's hadn't. She expressed her doubts, but Shoto interrupted her, insisting that it didn't matter. He had voted for her to be class president because he believed in her abilities, stating that she was better at this than she thought. His words resonated with her, and memories of Izuku's encouragement during their training flooded back. Izuku had always believed in her, reminding her of her potential even when she couldn't see it. Taking a deep breath, Momo felt a wave of clarity wash over her and smiled slightly as she shared that she had a plan. Her mind sharpened, and with newfound resolve, she began creating a series of matryoshka dolls, each filled with a flash grenade, which she threw into the air as Aizawa closed in. She warned Shoto to close his eyes. Aizawa struck at the dolls with his scarf, knocking them away, but they burst open, and a brilliant flash of light erupted in the air. Aizawa recoiled, momentarily blinded. Seizing the opportunity, Momo rushed to free Shoto, carefully avoiding the caltrops and using her quirk to create small tweezers to unbind him. Shoto complimented her as he landed gracefully beside her. Momo smiled, though there was no time for celebration. She revealed that she had been planning to defeat Aizawa-sensei since the beginning but hadn't been confident enough to voice it. The two of them ran, putting distance between themselves and Aizawa, who was recovering from the flash grenades. Momo glanced back at him and noted that Aizawa's quirk was weaker now after the USJ incident, meaning he couldn't keep his erasure active for long. Shoto agreed that they could use that to their advantage. As they continued running, Momo was already creating something new, a cloth similar to Aizawa's capture weapon. Shoto raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her creation. Momo explained that it was made from a special material, nitinol, a shape memory alloy that returned to its original shape when heated. Shoto's eyes widened slightly as he realized her plan involved using his fire to heat it up. Momo confirmed that they were going to capture him instead of escaping. They moved stealthily behind a large ice wall that Shoto created once he regained the use of his quirk. As Aizawa pursued them, they left behind decoy mannequins draped in robes to negate his quirk. Aizawa fell for the ruse, quickly binding the mannequins in his scarf. By the time he realized his mistake, it was too late. Momo launched the cloth using a small catapult, and Shoto ignited it with his flames. The nitinol cloth wrapped around Aizawa, constricting as it heated, tightening with every second. Aizawa struggled briefly but managed to smirk despite his predicament. He acknowledged their cleverness as the metal tightened around him, rendering him immobile. Shoto and Momo approached and quickly placed 𝗕𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 on Aizawa, officially ending the match. Breathing slightly, Momo couldn't help but smile with relief, whispering that it worked. Shoto glanced at her, affirming that they wouldn't have passed without her plan. Momo's eyes welled with tears as her self-doubt finally broke. She had succeeded, not just in the exam, but in trusting herself again. In the monitoring room, Izuku smiled proudly, acknowledging her success. Recovery Girl remarked that Aizawa seemed to have a soft spot for his students, noting that it was part of why they all looked up to him. As the fifth match between Aoyama and Sato against 13 reached its 𝗕𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫, the air was thick with tension. The two students had been working hard to outmaneuver their opponent but now found themselves mere steps away from the escape gate, with 13's terrifying black hole quirk closing in on them. The gravity of the situation was impossible to ignore. 13, a pro hero specialized in rescue operations, was using her quirk with deadly precision, creating a vortex that seemed to pull everything into it with relentless force. The gravitational pull of her quirk was powerful enough to tear apart anything. Both Hyuga and Rikido clung to a railing with all their strength, struggling against the immense force of the black hole. Rikido shouted for them to hold on, his powerful muscles flexing as he tightened his grip. Hyuga, hanging beside him, gritted his teeth, his usually flamboyant demeanor replaced with fear and desperation. His naval laser had proven to be more of a liability than an asset, as every time he fired at 13, the beam was absorbed into her black hole. Hyuga cried out, expressing that he couldn't hold on much longer as his arms trembled violently under the strain. 13's calm but firm voice echoed through the vortex, stating that they had done well to come this far, but in a real-life scenario, their level of teamwork and strategy would not suffice. Rikido clenched his jaw, feeling his strength waning as the powerful force of 13's black hole pulled them closer. They had no more time. Rikido urged Hyuga to try something else, suggesting he use his laser again but aim behind 13. Hyuga's eyes widened in confusion, questioning the effectiveness of that strategy. Rikido insisted he should just do it, gritting his teeth as he tried to reposition himself against the force pulling at them. With no other option and time running out, Hyuga nodded and activated his quirk. His naval laser shot out, a brilliant beam of energy cutting through the air, aimed just past 13 in hopes of disrupting her concentration. But 13 didn't flinch. The black hole absorbed the laser as it had before, and she advanced steadily toward them, her quirk pulling them closer like a black hole drawing in matter. The closer they got, the more they could feel the destructive force emanating from her, the very air vibrating with intensity. Hyuga screamed in despair, realizing it wasn't working as his hands slipped on the railing. Rikido muttered that they were out of options, his vision blurring as his strength faltered under the gravitational pull threatening to tear him from his grip. As they struggled against the inevitable, the realization that they were about to fail sank in. Sato's muscles began to weaken, and Yuga's fingers slipped further from the railing. Both of them, exhausted and out of ideas, were moments away from being pulled into 13's quirk. Suddenly, Sato's grip gave out. The force of the black hole yanked him into the vortex, and he expressed his frustration as he was lifted off the ground. Yuga, already at his limit, couldn't hold on any longer either, and with a final gasp of fear, his fingers slipped from the railing. Both students were drawn into the powerful pull of 13's black hole, their bodies helplessly caught in her quirk. However, 13 controlled her ability with immense precision, ensuring they wouldn't be harmed. As soon as they came close enough, she deactivated her quirk, catching both of them before they could be pulled in too far. 13 calmly noted that it was over, her voice carrying both pride and concern. She acknowledged their effort, stating that in such situations, it was crucial to remain calm and think through all possible strategies. Yuga and Sato, breathing heavily and covered in sweat, lay on the ground, defeated. They had given it their all, but ultimately, they had failed the exam. In the monitoring room, Izuku watched with a serious expression. He understood how challenging it was to face 13. Her quirk wasn't designed for direct combat, but its destructive potential made it nearly impossible to counter. He admired Sato and Yuga's determination, but even he recognized that they had exhausted their options long before the match concluded. Recovery Girl sighed softly, her eyes sympathetic. She remarked on how difficult 13's quirk was to deal with, noting that even the best students would struggle against her, especially with the risk of being drawn in. Izuku nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they had tried everything they could, but 13's experience and control over her quirk were overwhelming. Recovery Girl affirmed that they would learn from this experience, emphasizing that failing didn't mean they weren't capable, it simply indicated areas for improvement. Despite their defeat, Sato and Yuga received praise for their teamwork and effort. They had come closer to escaping than many might have expected, but 13's mastery of her quirk proved to be an insurmountable challenge that day. As the match ended and the next pair prepared for their turn, Yuga and Sato sat together, both disappointed but determined to learn from the experience. Sato quietly encouraged Yuga, expressing confidence that they would succeed next time. Yuga, still catching his breath, nodded, his usual confidence returning, and expressed optimism about their future performance. As the sixth match was about to begin, Momo and Ochako entered the monitoring room. Izuku turned to them with a small smile, filled with pride. He congratulated both of them for their amazing performance, which brought a warm smile to Momo's face, replacing her earlier nerves with confidence and relief. Ochako, feeling shy from the praise, blushed slightly. Izuku continued to express his pride in how they handled themselves, noting their calmness and smart decisions under pressure. He complimented Momo's genius plan and praised Ochiko's impressive new abilities. Ochako, still modest, acknowledged that she had a long way to go but appreciated the encouragement. Momo felt a deeper connection to Izuku, who had always motivated her, and expressed her gratitude for their success. The three of them, now in good spirits, turned their attention to the screens as the sixth match was about to begin. This time, it was Kaminari and Mina against the formidable Principal Nizu. The group settled in to watch, curious about how the match would unfold, especially since Nizu's quirk was far from conventional. At Field Gamma, a vast industrial maze filled with metal structures and towering buildings, Denki and Mina stood ready. They both looked confident, discussing their strategy before the match officially started. Denki, with his electric quirk, was sure he could take down the principal without much difficulty. He remarked that Nizu was just a small animal, grinning as he charged electricity in his hands, believing that a single zap would end the match. Mina, equally optimistic, agreed, stating that they just needed to corner him and attack. However, Principal Nizu, hidden from view in a large crane, had already begun executing his plan. Using his high-spec quirk, which granted him superhuman intelligence and the ability to predict complex outcomes, he manipulated the battlefield to his advantage. He knew exactly how to control the environment to outsmart Denki and Mina at every turn. With a flick of a lever, the crane came to life, and the sound of creaking metal echoed through the area. From his vantage point, 𝗫𝗍 began knocking down buildings and causing debris to fall strategically across the field. As the structures toppled, Denki and Mina found their paths obstructed, the wreckage creating obstacles that made it difficult to reach the escape gate. Denki expressed his frustration at 𝗫𝗍's tactics, bewildered by the destruction around them. Mina, also confused, dodged a falling piece of metal and grimaced, realizing that 𝗫𝗍 wasn't fighting them directly but was instead destroying everything around them. Denki, caught off guard, fired off an electric discharge, hoping to locate the principal and stop the crane, but it was ineffective. His electricity was absorbed by the rubble, and he had no clear target. 𝗫𝗍 remained hidden, observing their every move with a calm, calculated demeanor. 𝗫𝗍's strategy was straightforward. He didn't need to engage them directly. Instead, he used his superior intellect to control the environment, predicting their every move. The more Denki and Mina ran, the more they found themselves trapped in dead ends or forced to dodge falling debris. Every path they attempted was meticulously cut off by 𝗫𝗍's machinations. Back in the monitoring room, Izuku and the others watched with growing concern. Izuku muttered under his breath, recognizing the severity of the situation. Principal 𝗫𝗍's quirk provided him with such high intelligence that he could predict how everything would react. Kaminari and Ishido were unwittingly playing into his hands. Momo, standing beside him, nodded in agreement, noting that 𝗫𝗍 was using their lack of foresight against them. They were too focused on attacking and hadn't realized that 𝗫𝗍 was controlling the entire field. As the match continued, Denki and Mina became increasingly desperate. Each time they thought they were getting closer to the escape gate, another building would come crashing down, blocking their way. 𝗫𝗍 had manipulated the environment so precisely that only one path remained open to them, a path they didn't even realize they were being herded toward. Denki's energy was running low, and Mina's movements were becoming sluggish as they tried to figure out a way to outsmart their principal. But by the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. The timer ran out, and the loud buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the match. Denki and Mina had failed. In the aftermath, Denki sat on the ground, his hands on his head in frustration. He expressed his disappointment, feeling that they hadn't even come close to beating 𝗫𝗍. Mina, equally disheartened, slumped beside him, unable to believe they had fallen for his traps so easily. Back in the monitoring room, Achiko's shoulders slumped in disappointment as she watched her friend Mina's defeat. She had hoped they would succeed. Momo sighed sympathetically, her eyes filled with understanding, noting how difficult it was to fight someone like Principal 𝗫𝗍. He was not a physical opponent, he was a mental one. Izuku, though proud of his classmates' efforts, couldn't hide his own sense of disappointment. He knew Denki and Mina had the strength to win, but facing someone with 𝗫𝗍's level of intelligence had exposed a critical weakness, one they would need to overcome if they wanted to become true heroes. Izuku reflected on how tough it was to battle an opponent who was always 2 steps ahead, something they could not have prepared for. The next match featured Present Mic facing 𝗘𝗁𝗅 and 𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁. Izuku, Momo, and Achiko shifted their focus to the screens, eager to see how 𝗘𝗁𝗁 and 𝗁𝗁𝗁 would fare against their loud, energetic teacher. The battle began in a dense forest, with 𝗘𝗁𝗁 and 𝗁𝗁𝗁 quickly realizing that they had to be strategic if they wanted to succeed. Present Mic's quirk, voice, was a direct counter to 𝗘𝗁𝗁's abilities, and his booming voice reverberated through the trees, creating powerful sound waves that shook the environment. 𝗘𝗁𝗁's earphone jack quirk could control sound, but Present Mic's sheer volume overwhelmed her from the very start. She winced as the sound waves assaulted her eardrums, making it nearly impossible to move forward. Despite her efforts to maintain her composure, the pain was evident on her face. She quickly turned to 𝗁𝗁𝗁, who stood beside her, wide-eyed and frozen in place. 𝗘𝗁𝗁 urged 𝗁𝗁𝗁 to move, shouting over the roar of Present Mic's attacks, insisting he needed to ask the birds to attack. It was their only chance. 𝗁𝗁𝗁, still struggling with fear, hesitated, expressing his doubts about the birds being able to get close with all the noise. 𝗘𝗁𝗃 bit her lip, realizing she had anticipated a difficult match but hadn't expected to feel so powerless. Her own Quirk felt like a weaker version of 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍, and no matter how much she pushed herself, he was always one step ahead. The trees around them quivered from the constant bombardment of sound waves. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍's voice echoed across the forest, challenging them to push harder if they wanted to pass. 𝗘𝗁𝗃 clenched her fists, feeling frustration build. Her ears were starting to bleed, and every pulse of sound felt like a hammer to her head. But even so, she refused to give up. She had learned new moves during her internship with 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍, and she wasn't going to back down. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, she noticed something. An ant scurried across the ground, unaffected by the deafening sound waves. An idea began to form in her mind. She called out to Koji, asking if he could control bugs, suggesting they could help them. Koji, who had been cowering slightly behind a tree, peeked out, his face turning pale at the mention of bugs. He stammered about his fear of creepy crawlies. 𝗘𝗁𝗃 gritted her teeth, trying to stay calm. She insisted that there was no other way, explaining that Mike-sensei's sound couldn't travel underground. If Koji could get the bugs to dig up from underneath him, they would have a chance. For a moment, Koji was frozen in fear, but as he saw the BLD dripping from 𝗘𝗁𝗃's ears and the determination in her eyes, something inside him shifted. He remembered his entrance exam, where he had barely made it through by running away. This time was different. He couldn't let 𝗘𝗁𝗃 down. His heart pounded in his chest as he thought about what it meant to be a student. The words plus ultra echoed in his mind, reminding him of the meaning of going beyond his limits. He took a deep breath, steeling his resolve and affirming to himself that he could do this. He knelt down, placing his hands on the ground as he began to focus on his Ani voice quirk. His voice trembled at first, but gradually it grew stronger as he called for the bugs to help them. 𝗘𝗁𝗃, still holding off the sound waves with her quirk, watched in surprise as Koji began to talk to the insects with newfound determination. She hadn't seen him use his voice like this before, and for a moment, she smiled despite the pain in her ears. In response to Koji's command, insects began to crawl out from beneath the ground, dozens of them emerging from the earth. The bugs moved swiftly and silently, burrowing their way through the dirt, untouched by 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍's sound waves. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍 remained unaware of the approaching swarm, continuing to send out wave after wave of sound, focused entirely on keeping the students at bay. But the bugs had a different plan. They emerged in a sudden burst, crawling up his legs. Hundreds of ants, beetles, and other tiny creatures overwhelmed him in seconds. Caught completely off guard by the onslaught, 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍 yelped in surprise, his quirk faltering as he tried to swat the insects away, but there were too many. 𝗘𝗁𝗃 seized the opportunity, urging Koji to go as she grabbed his hand and they sprinted toward the escape gate. With 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍 distracted, the continuous barrage of sound finally ceased, giving 𝗘𝗁𝗃 a moment of respite. Her head pounded, and her ears still rang painfully, but they were so close to victory now. As they neared the gate, they could hear 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍's voice filled with disbelief, expressing his surprise at their unconventional strategy. 𝗘𝗁𝗃 let out a small laugh despite herself, explaining that sometimes creativity was necessary. The two students crossed through the escape gate just as 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍 managed to swat away the last of the bugs. The buzzer sounded, marking the end of the match. They had passed. Back in the monitoring room, the watching students let out a collective breath. There was a mix of amusement and relief in the air, with many impressed by how 𝗘𝗁𝗃 and Koji had turned the tide. Recovery Girl shook her head with a disappointed sigh, noting how embarrassing it was for Mike to be defeated by a group of bugs. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle, clearly amused by the turn of events. He remarked that it worked, and Koda really stepped up. Momo nodded in agreement, her voice soft but warm, expressing her happiness for both of them. Achiko smiled, leaning back in her chair, commenting on the tough match and how they pulled it off. She noted that Jiro had really gotten stronger since her internship with 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. The group watched as Koji and 𝗘𝗁𝗃 returned to the sidelines, both breathing from the intense match. Koji trembled slightly, but there was a newfound sense of pride in his eyes. 𝗘𝗁𝗃, despite her discomfort, managed a grin as she gave him a thumbs up, praising him for doing great and thanking him for stepping up. Koji blushed, scratching the back of his head sheepishly, expressing his relief that they made it. The next match was set to begin, and the monitoring room became silent as the three students focused their attention on the screens. Shoji and Toru were up against the renowned sharpshooter, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, in a tense battle of strategy and stealth. The battlefield was a large corridor filled with thick pillars that provided ample cover, making it an ideal space for their opponent to showcase his deadly accuracy. Izuku, Momo, Achiko, and the others watched as the match began. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was known for his ability to hit targets from long distances with near-perfect precision, and his quirk, 𝗕𝗵𝗃, allowed him to lock onto his target without needing to see them directly. This was going to be a tough challenge for 𝗲𝗄 and Toru. Achiko leaned forward slightly in her seat, wondering if they had a chance. Momo contemplated the situation, acknowledging that 𝗧𝗵𝗲's quirk was incredibly dangerous in an open area like this, but they might have a chance if they could outmaneuver him. Izuku nodded, emphasizing the need for caution, as 𝗧𝗵𝗃 could lock onto them even if they were hiding. As the battle unfolded, 𝗲𝗄 and Toru ducked behind one of the large pillars, using it as cover. The sound of gunfire echoed through the corridor as 𝗧𝗵𝗃, positioned at the far end of the arena, took aim. The students barely had a moment to breathe as they tried to figure out their next move. 𝗲𝗄's multiple arms extended outward, feeling for any sign of 𝗧𝗵𝗃's next attack. He used his duplicated arms to increase his awareness, hoping to anticipate where the shots were coming from. He muttered to his floating gloves and boots that they couldn't stay there for long, as 𝗧𝗵𝗃 would eventually break through their cover. Toru nodded in agreement, acknowledging the need to get closer while recognizing that 𝗧𝗵𝗃 had every angle covered. Before they could make their next move, a smoke grenade flew into their hiding spot, filling the area with gas to disorient them. The corridor quickly became engulfed in thick smoke, obscuring their vision. 𝗲𝗄 warned Toru to stay low, crouching even lower behind the pillar as it began to crumble from 𝗧𝗵𝗃's shots. Without warning, the pillar they were hiding behind was hit directly, shattering into pieces. The sudden blast forced the two students to scatter. 𝗲𝗄 moved quickly, using his arms to propel himself toward another pillar, while Toru vanished from sight after removing her remaining costume. Through the haze of smoke, 𝗲𝗄 glanced around and quickly realized what Toru was planning. She had made herself completely undetectable to the naked eye, even to someone as skilled as 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Now, it was up to 𝗲𝗄 to create a distraction to buy her enough time. He muttered to himself, bracing for what was coming next, knowing what he had to do. He darted from behind the pillar, deliberately moving into 𝗧𝗵𝗃's line of sight, making himself an easy target. As expected, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 immediately locked onto him. The sound of bullets ricocheted off the walls as 𝗲𝗄 narrowly dodged the incoming shots, using his arms to shield himself. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 confidently called out that he had him in his sights. One of the bullets clipped 𝗲𝗄's arm, causing him to stumble. Despite the pain, he kept moving, focused on the plan and whispering to himself to hold on for just a few more seconds. Meanwhile, Toru crept silently through the smoke, completely invisible to both 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and 𝗲𝗄. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she stayed focused. This was her chance to shine, and she wasn't going to let it slip away. She maneuvered behind 𝗧𝗵𝗃, careful not to make a sound. As 𝗲𝗄 made a final dash toward another pillar, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 fired another shot, hitting 𝗲𝗄's leg and causing him to fall to the ground. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 calmly remarked that it was the end for him. Just as 𝗧𝗵𝗃 pulled the trigger, Toru made her move. Out of nowhere, she appeared behind 𝗧𝗵𝗃, completely invisible. She lunged forward and, with swift precision, clamped the 𝗕𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 around 𝗧𝗵𝗃's wrist. The metallic click echoed through the corridor, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃's eyes widened in surprise as he realized what had just happened. He exclaimed in disbelief, turning his head to see that he had been caught off guard. Toru, still invisible, let out a triumphant laugh, declaring that she had got him. 𝗲𝗄, still lying on the ground, sighed in relief, grateful that the plan had worked. He pushed himself up with his remaining strength, limping over to where 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and Toru stood. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 chuckled, clearly impressed despite having lost the match, acknowledging their teamwork. Toru celebrated their victory with 𝗲𝗄, who was relieved they had succeeded. The buzzers sounded, signaling the end of the match. They had passed. Back in the monitoring room, the watching students erupted into cheers and applause, clearly impressed by the strategy and coordination. Momo expressed her admiration, noting that 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄's invisibility was the perfect counter against 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Ochako agreed, praising Shoji for keeping his cool under pressure and acknowledging the risk of his distraction that ultimately paid off. Izuku smiled warmly as he leaned back in his chair, recognizing it as a great plan where both had showcased their strengths. The ninth match began with an unusual pairing, 𝗬𝗫 and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 against Midnight, 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧 pro hero known for her somnambulist quirk. Her ability to emit a sleep-inducing fragrance was a formidable tool in close-quarters combat, and both Minoru and Hanta knew they had to keep their distance to stand any chance of winning. In the monitoring room, Ochako glanced over at Izuku as the match started, concern evident in her voice. Ochako reminded Izuku that he should be preparing for his own test with all might, noting that it would be the toughest fight yet. However, Izuku seemed more captivated by the remaining matches, his eyes glued to the screen as he watched his classmates face off against Midnight. He promised he would get ready soon, but he wanted to see everyone fight until the end first. They had all worked so hard to reach this point, and he doubted All Might would pose a significant challenge. Just as Izuku finished his thought, the sound of 𝗵𝗃𝗲's panicked screams filled the room, drawing everyone's attention to the monitors. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was seen fleeing from Midnight, his voice high-pitched with fear, and he appeared to be in distress. He lamented that it should have been him in the spotlight, declaring it was totally unfair. Izuku murmured to himself, wondering what 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was thinking. Hanta's 𝗬𝗫 had already been taken out early in the match while bravely trying to save Minoru from Midnight's initial attack. 𝗬𝗫 had used his tape quirk to fend her off briefly, but the sweet fragrance of her somnambulist quirk had overwhelmed him, putting him to sleep almost instantly. He lay peacefully on her legs as she gently placed him down. Now, Minoru was alone, running for his life through the empty streets of the test area. Recovery Girl sighed from her seat beside the monitors, observing Minoru's frantic retreat. She softly remarked that he might not belong at 𝗬𝗏, lacking the long-term goals or motivation that drove most students. It seemed all he wanted was to impress girls. Meanwhile, Minoru's panicked sprint came to an abrupt halt as he gasped for air, his small body shaking from exertion. Desperately glancing around, he tried to figure out his next move. Midnight's teasing voice echoed from behind him, taunting him as she closed the distance, asking if he was tired already and reminding him that he couldn't outrun her. Minoru gulped, realizing the truth in her words. There was no escaping her. But at that moment, a memory resurfaced, one he hadn't thought about since the 𝗬𝗏𝗁 attack. He recalled Izuku, Shoto, and others fighting against villains, not because it was easy, but because it was right. Heroes were defined not by their quirks or power, but by their actions. He muttered to himself that wanting to be a hero just to impress girls wasn't enough. Clenching his fists, he turned to face the approaching Midnight. His fear hadn't vanished, but something inside him shifted. He had to prove to himself that he could be a hero too. Seeing Minoru stop running, Midnight smiled coyly and asked if he was finally giving up. Minoru shook his head, a grin forming on his face. He confessed that he had been a fan of hers before coming to 𝗬𝗏, and because of that, he knew a way to beat her. Midnight's eyes narrowed in intrigue as she asked what his plan was. Instead of answering immediately, Minoru revealed that Hanta's tape was wrapped tightly around his face, covering his nose and mouth, effectively protecting him from Midnight's sleep-inducing fragrance. He had been faking his panic all along, luring Midnight away from the escape gate while keeping himself immune to her most dangerous weapon. Midnight's playful demeanor shifted to genuine surprise as she realized he had planned this. Minoru admitted that he figured she would be too focused on chasing him to notice the gate, so he had led her far away from it. Midnight countered that she still had her 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏, flicking it in his direction. Minoru grinned and activated his pop-off quirk, launching a barrage of sticky grape-like ball at Midnight. The projectiles clung to her 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏, her clothes, and the ground around her, immobilizing her movements. Midnight struggled against the adhesive force, but the more she pulled, the more stuck she became. Despite her predicament, she laughed, clearly impressed. Minoru felt a surge of pride as he declared that, while he may be small, he was full of surprises. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed over to 𝗵𝗃's unconscious body, still wrapped in tape from their earlier encounter. With great effort, Minoru hoisted 𝗵𝗃 onto his back and began dragging him toward the escape gate. The scene in the monitoring room was filled with surprise. Even Recovery Girl, who had doubted Minoru's commitment earlier, smiled as she watched him drag his partner to safety. She admitted that she might have misjudged him, noting he had more spirit than she thought. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle, acknowledging that 𝗵𝗃 had really pulled it off. With one final burst of energy, Minoru crossed the escape gate, dragging 𝗵𝗃 with him, ensuring their victory. The buzzer sounded, marking the end of the match, and the monitors switched back to a neutral view of the arena. Exhausted and barely able to stand, Minoru collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. He had done it, defeated Midnight, one of the toughest teachers at 𝗧𝗂𝘁. This time, he hadn't fought for the girls, he had fought to prove something to himself. As the match concluded, the atmosphere in the monitoring room shifted. The students buzzed about Minoru's unexpected victory, but there was a looming tension as the most anticipated battle of the day approached. Izuku versus All Might. Achiko turned toward Izuku, a soft smile on her face, though her eyes revealed a hint of worry. She gently reminded him that it was his turn now. Izuku took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the challenge ahead. He acknowledged that it was time and stood up slowly. As he began to leave the room, Momo and Achiko approached him. Momo, her expression soft but supportive, wished him good luck, expressing that they were all rooting for him. Achiko nodded enthusiastically, her cheeks slightly flushed, encouraging him to be careful. Izuku smiled at both of them, feeling his nerves calm slightly from their encouragement. He thanked them and promised to do his best. With that, he left the room, his mind now fully focused on the upcoming battle. He arrived at the large training ground where his exam would take place, and it was eerily quiet. The area was designed like a cityscape, with tall buildings, alleyways, and streets that could be used to his advantage. His resolve was as strong as steel. It was time to show his true power. As the tension mounted and anticipation filled the air, the monitor room quickly filled with the remaining members of Class 1A. The injured students were absent, but the rest eagerly gathered, their eyes glued to the large screens. Displaying the battlefield where the ultimate showdown was about to take place, Izuku versus All Might. This was the final exam, and it promised to be a spectacle no one would forget. Kyoka, Momo, and Achiko sat together on one side of the room, their faces tense but determined, clearly rooting for Izuku. Kyoka leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, and expressed her confidence in Izuku's abilities. Momo nodded thoughtfully, noting Midoriya's strategy and resourcefulness as his strengths. Achiko chimed in with determination, believing that Izuku would pull through, her hands clenched tightly in her lap, a mix of nerves and excitement clear on her face. Meanwhile, some of the others were less certain. Denki shook his head, leaning against the wall as he remarked on All Might's legendary status. Siro agreed, nodding as he peered at the screen, acknowledging All Might's experience and raw power. Even Aoyama, with his usual flair, added that All Might was unstoppable and would shine brighter than all the stars. In the back of the room, Todoroki remained silent, arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the screen. The tension in his posture revealed his interest in the upcoming battle. He had witnessed Izuku's growth firsthand but was acutely aware of All Might's overwhelming strength, leaving him hesitant to make a prediction. As the students continued to discuss the match, several staff members entered the room, taking their seats to watch. Aizawa, Recovery Girl, 𝗬𝗵𝗃 ectoplasm, and even the elusive Principal Nizu had come to witness what promised to be an intense and high-stakes fight. This wasn't just an exam, it was a battle of legends in the making. Recovery Girl observed the animated debates among the students, hoping no one would get too carried away. Aizawa, seated beside her, acknowledged the significance of the match, noting that it would be a true test of Midoriya's growth. Nizu, standing on a chair to see over the students, expressed his fascination with the match, emphasizing that Midoriya needed to balance his intellect with his growing power against All Might's formidable presence. The entire room fell silent as the screen flickered, showing both Izuku and All Might standing at opposite ends of the replica city arena. The tension was palpable, and even the students who were unsure about the outcome felt the weight of what was about to happen. Ijiro muttered in anticipation, his hands clenched into fists as he leaned forward in his seat. Izuku stood firm in the center of the street, his eyes cold and calculating. He radiated confidence, his calm demeanor surprising some of the students who were used to seeing him more nervous. All Might, on the other side of the city, cracked his knuckles, a grin tugging at the corners of his mouth despite the serious nature of the exam. His towering presence sent ripples of anticipation through the air. The match began with a thunderous roar as All Might launched a powerful Texas smash. The shockwave rippled through the streets, sending debris into the air. The sheer force of the attack was a declaration of power, an unmistakable warning to Izuku and the rest of the world. However, amidst the chaos, Izuku stood calmly, unflinching. As All Might's attack reached the invisible radius around him, infinity took effect. The wind, debris, and shockwaves from the Texas smash slowed to a crawl, creating a surreal scene as the destructive force approached but never made contact. The students and teachers in the monitor room gasped, their faces filled with shock as they watched the overwhelming attack fizzle out before it could touch him. In the calm that followed, Izuku's eyes narrowed coldly, and his voice pierced through the destruction. He questioned All Might's intentions, who stood tall and undeterred, grinning defiantly and challenging Izuku to give his best shot. With a deep sigh, Izuku vanished in an instant, reappearing directly in front of All Might. The number one hero barely had time to react, raising his arms just in time to block Izuku's punch. The force was immense, far beyond what All Might had expected, creating a deep crater in the ground and causing the remaining buildings around them to crumble. All Might slid back several feet, his powerful legs digging into the street as he absorbed the blow. The air crackled with energy, and the city, already in ruins, seemed to collapse further under the pressure of their clash. Izuku stood still, his stance casual but his aura intense, taunting All Might as he questioned if this was all he had. All Might grunted, muscles tensing as he threw his first punch, aiming directly for Izuku's chest. But Izuku vanished again, the punch missing entirely and crashing into the ground, sending a shockwave that demolished anything still standing. The nearby skyscraper crumbled under the sheer weight of All Might's raw power. Izuku's voice cut through the chaos, mocking and calm, as he noted All Might's speed. All Might whirled around, delivering a rapid flurry of punches, each one powerful enough to pulverize stone. Izuku effortlessly dodged every strike. His movements were a blur, fluid and impossibly fast, leaving afterimages that even confused All Might. Each missed punch sent shockwaves through the air, further damaging the city's already wrecked infrastructure. Another dodge. Crush. A missed punch obliterated a building. Every time All Might attacked, he encountered nothing but empty air, followed by destruction. The replica city, once a training ground, was rapidly being reduced to rubble by their clash. All Might growled, his teeth grinding in frustration. He declared that he was not done yet and swung his fist again, aiming for Izuku's chest. Tum! But Izuku sidestepped, letting the punch sail past him as if he had seen it coming from a mile away. With a flash of speed, Izuku struck back, his fist meeting All Might's side with a crushing blow. The impact sent All Might flying, crashing through several buildings in the distance. The ground shook beneath them, the sheer force of the attack sending shockwaves that reverberated for miles. As the dust settled, Izuku stood tall, his cold, taunting gaze fixed on All Might's position. He commanded All Might to remove his weights, wanting to fight him at his best. All Might, still recovering from the powerful blow, slowly rose to his feet, his once playful demeanor now serious. His eyes met Izuku's, filled with respect but also concern. He warned Izuku that it would be too dangerous for him, stating that the weights were there for a reason and that even as a villain, he did not want to break him. Izuku narrowed his eyes, unimpressed by the concern. He scoffed softly, stating that he did not come for a lecture and that if All Might did not give his all, he would lose. Without another word, Izuku's aura surged with raw power as he raised his hand, summoning the Sword of Omen in its katana form. The sleek blade gleamed under the flickering light of the ruined city, its energy pulsing with an ominous glow. Izuku held it with precision, his fingers wrapping tightly around the hilt, the katana radiating a cold, predatory energy, eager to be unleashed. All Might raised an eyebrow, acknowledging Izuku's stubbornness. Izuku said nothing, his focus entirely on the task at hand. In a blur of movement too fast for the human eye to follow, Izuku disappeared from sight, the sound of his step leaving a sharp whoosh through the air. When he reappeared behind All Might, the judgment cut was already complete. The itself seemed to split apart, creating a rift of energy that surged forward. In a single, fluid motion, Izuku's katana sliced through the weights on All Might's legs and arms, the metal falling to the ground with a metallic clang, perfectly severed in an instant. The cut was so precise that All Might barely felt the blade, only realizing the weights were removed when he saw them drop to the ground in pieces. For a moment, silence filled the air, the realization dawning on All Might. Izuku stood a few meters away, his sword still raised slightly, the wind carrying the last echoes of the cut. He declared that there were no excuses now. All Might glanced at his arms, flexing them slightly. Without the weights, the full extent of his power was now unshackled. His muscles bulged, and a more intense aura of raw strength began to radiate from his body. The ground beneath him cracked under the sudden shift of his immense power. A smile spread across All Might's face, more dangerous and excited than before. He muttered that if that was what Izuku wanted, he would show him what real power was. With a low rumble, All Might's energy skyrocketed, the pressure in the air shifting as the symbol of peace unleashed his full potential. His body began to crackle with power, the city shaking under the sheer force of his presence. Dust swirled around the area, and the destroyed buildings groaned under the pressure of their clash, barely standing after the earlier exchange. Izuku stood still, unmoved by the shift in power. His expression remained cold and calculated, his eyes never leaving All Might's imposing figure. With a flick of his wrist, he effortlessly dismissed the Sword of Omen, allowing the katana to vanish into shimmering particles of light. All Might clenched his fists and grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He challenged Izuku to show him what he was really made of. Without a word, Izuku vanished from sight in an instant, his speed far beyond anything All Might had ever encountered before. The air crackled with electricity as Izuku blurred out of existence, leaving nothing but a gust of wind in his wake. All Might's eyes widened in surprise, but his years of battle experience allowed him to react just in time. The ground shattered beneath All Might's feet as Izuku reappeared directly in front of him, aiming a powerful punch toward his abdomen. All Might barely managed to block it, crossing his arms in front of him as the impact sent a shockwave through the air. The force of the blow was so intense that the street below them cratered from the sheer pressure, and nearby windows shattered from the shockwave. Izuku's fist collided with All Might's block, and the impact sent a wave of energy rippling through the city. The sound of the impact echoed through the replica city, like thunder in a storm. All Might grunted as he slid back from the force, his boots leaving deep grooves in the street. He muttered to himself that Izuku was fast, his heart pounding with adrenaline. Izuku's cold eyes narrowed, not giving All Might a moment to recover. He vanished again, his body blurring out of sight, leaving nothing but the faintest whisper of movement. All Might turned his head slightly, sensing the sudden shift in the air. Another strike came from Izuku, this time aimed at All Might's side. All Might spun with incredible speed, just barely catching Izuku's fist midair with his own massive hand. The force of the impact created another shockwave, causing the surrounding debris to fly outward in every direction. All Might roared in excitement, acknowledging Izuku's skill. He swung his other arm with all his might, aiming for a devastating blow to Izuku's torso. But just before All Might's fist could make contact, Izuku activated Infinity. The air around Izuku shimmered as the invisible barrier formed, slowing All Might's punch down to a crawl. All Might's fist hovered inches away from Izuku's body, never making contact. It was as if time itself had slowed around him, rendering All Might's immense strength useless. The pressure from the punch, however, created a gust of wind that ruffled Izuku's hair. All Might's eyes widened as he felt the invisible force field blocking his attack. He questioned what was happening. Izuku glanced up at him coldly, calmly stating that it was pointless and that he would not be touched. With a flicker of speed, Izuku broke free from All Might's grip and darted backward, putting some distance between them. The invisible barrier of infinity flickered briefly around Izuku before dissipating, leaving him to process what had just happened. All Might observed the young hero, noting the seriousness in his demeanor. He acknowledged Izuku's growth, recognizing his increased strength and challenging him to maintain it. Without warning, All Might lunged forward with incredible speed, his fists a blur as he unleashed a rapid barrage of punches, each one powerful enough to level a building. The shockwaves from each punch ripped through the air, creating miniature sonic booms with every strike. However, Izuku stood firm, activating his infinity skill once more. An invisible barrier surrounded him, slowing every punch All Might threw. Each blow hovered inches away from Izuku's body, trapped in the endless void between them. The street around them couldn't withstand the strain. The concrete cracked and exploded beneath All Might's feet, and nearby buildings that had barely survived their earlier clash crumbled under the pressure of his relentless attacks. Dust and debris filled the air, swirling around them like a storm, yet Izuku remained untouched, standing perfectly still amidst the chaos. All Might shouted his admiration, sweat dripping down his forehead as he continued his onslaught, questioning how long Izuku would hide behind his shield. Izuku's eyes flashed with determination. In an instant, he vanished again, using his speed to evade All Might's latest barrage. This time, he appeared behind All Might, arm raised for a powerful blow. But All Might was ready. With a quick spin, he countered, his elbow coming down toward Izuku's head. The force of the attack sent a shockwave through the air, but Izuku dodged with a lightning-quick sidestep, leaving All Might's elbow to slam into the ground, creating a massive crater. Izuku reappeared in the air above All Might, floating momentarily before launching a powerful kick toward his shoulder. The blow connected with a crackling sound, sending All Might skidding across the ground, plowing through the remains of a building before finally coming to a stop. Without hesitation, All Might surged forward again, his fist ped back, ready to deliver his next attack. His speed was monstrous, his body nearly invisible as he tore through the air. Izuku calmly held his ground, his demeanor unchanged. As All Might's fist neared, he activated Infinity once more. The punch slowed, unable to breach the barrier. But All Might wasn't finished. With his other hand, he reached out, grabbing a nearby chunk of concrete and hurling it at Izuku with lightning speed. Izuku's infinity skill caught the debris in its tracks, but it provided the perfect distraction. All Might's other fists finally made contact, grazing the edge of Izuku's shoulder with immense force. Izuku grunted as the blow sent him flying backward through the air, crashing through a series of walls before he landed on his feet with a graceful flip. The impact caused a slight rip in his hero's suit that quickly fixed itself, but otherwise, Izuku remained unscathed. Wiping a bit of dust off his sleeve, Izuku straightened up, his eyes sharp and focused. The battle was far from over, and he wasn't going to let up. Without a word, he vanished again, the air crackling with his speed as the city continued to crumble around them. As the fierce clash between Izuku and All Might escalated, the students and teachers watching in the monitor room suddenly saw the screens flicker before turning to static. The cameras that had been broadcasting the intense battle moments ago were now completely offline. Denki blinked in disbelief, leaning closer to the monitor as if proximity would somehow fix the situation. Momo whispered, her voice full of concern, noting the loss of vision felt like being moved into darkness. Aizawa muttered that it was bound to happen, his voice low, betraying the worry he tried to hide. His instincts told him that whatever was happening beyond their sight had reached a dangerous point. The room filled with groans and complaints as the monitors remained stubbornly black. No one had anticipated that the sheer force of the battle would be enough to knock out the surveillance system. The students shifted uneasily, half expecting the screens to come back to life at any moment, but nothing happened. Meanwhile, in the corner of the room, Principal Nizu sat quietly, a rare look of intensity in his small, beady eyes. While the others were busy staring at the broken cameras, Nizu tapped into the feed from a drone that had been flying overhead, silently observing the battle. He had anticipated something like this and had made sure there was a backup plan in place. His sharp eyes followed every movement as Izuku and All Might continued their fight, even though no one else in the room could see it. As the fight raged on, the dust and debris from their previous clashes swirled in the air like a storm, settling briefly before being disrupted by another round of earth-shattering blows. Both All Might and Izuku moved with a blur of speed, their sheer power warping the environment around them. The replica city groaned and cracked under the weight of their battle, but amidst the destruction, Izuku's mind was elsewhere, fixated on questions that had been simmering beneath the surface for years. Izuku's chest heaved as he came to a halt, glaring at All Might. His eyes, normally filled with determination, were now burning with something much deeper. He questioned whether he was strong enough now, whether he had proven to All Might and everyone else that he belonged there. His feet pressed forward, crunching the shattered asphalt beneath him. The cracks that spiderwebbed across the ground seemed like a mirror to the fractures in his own heart. He wondered if All Might would still say those words if he were quirkless, emphasizing that he hadn't used any of his skills except the invisible barrier. The destruction around them, the torn streets and broken buildings, was a testament to his strength. But this is all physical. In a flash, Izuku launched himself at All Might, his fist drawn back, glowing with raw power. The ground shook as his punch struck, creating a shockwave that sent cracks rippling through the earth, and chunks of debris flying into the air. Izuku thought about how heroes were physically strong, but they were also mentally strong. With a powerful kick, he sent the debris and dirt flying toward All Might's face. Anticipating the move, All Might quickly clapped his hands together, creating a gust of wind that blew the dirt away before it could reach him. He smiled slightly, acknowledging Izuku's determination. All Might responded, recognizing the young man's passion, but he also felt the weight of his own past mistakes. Izuku's roundhouse kick struck All Might's right arm, interrupting his thoughts. All Might braced himself against the force, feeling the raw power of Izuku pushing him to his limits. He grunted but managed to maintain his balance. Izuku's voice cracked with emotion as he expressed his frustration. He felt anger bubbling to the surface, recalling how he had been brushed off like an afterthought. All Might's face reflected a mix of regret and pain, but before he could respond, Izuku's voice turned colder. He questioned why All Might was talking instead of fighting head-on, as he usually did with villains. Taking a deep breath, All Might explained that talking could sometimes be a way to make a villain give up, to connect with them and get them to stand down. Izuku narrowed his eyes, his voice sharp as he challenged All Might's understanding of his struggles. He felt overwhelmed by memories and emotions, frustration coursing through him. All Might, sensing the intensity of Izuku's turmoil, took a cautious step forward, hands open and non-threatening, recognizing that Izuku was on the edge. But Izuku wasn't ready to back down. He lashed out, throwing a powerful punch aimed at All Might's upper right shoulder. The impact sent All Might flying backward, crashing into a nearby building. He grunted as the force reverberated through him, realizing that every hit from Izuku had been careful, aimed away from his weak point. Izuku shouted about the pain of being quirkless, expressing how he had been abandoned by friends and looked at with pity or disgust after losing his parents. He recalled the harsh words he had faced as a child, feeling the weight of his experiences. All Might froze, the full impact of Izuku's words sinking in. Izuku continued, detailing the verbal abuse he had endured, the teachers who had done nothing, and the students who had turned against him. He refrained from mentioning Katsuki, unwilling to undermine the boy's potential to be a hero. He then revealed the physical scars he bore, pointing to his collarbone, broken shoulder, and ribs, explaining how he had learned to run for his life. All Might's eyes widened as he absorbed the reality of Izuku's suffering. The young hero had kept getting back up, patching himself up, and forgiving those who wronged him. Tears rolled down Izuku's cheeks as he spoke of the betrayal he felt from someone he had once called brother. All Might's heart clenched, guilt and regret washing over him as he realized the depth of Izuku's pain. Without hesitation, All Might moved forward and embraced Izuku tightly. the towering symbol of peace, who had always stood tall against adversity, now found himself shaken as tears welled in his eyes. He whispered an apology, expressing his sorrow for not providing the hope and safety that he had strived for since his own days as a student. He admitted to being distracted and dismissive, failing to notice Izuku's pain. Izuku's bottom lip trembled as he processed the genuine emotion from the man he had once idolized. He could see that All Might was not asking for forgiveness but rather a chance for redemption. The young hero felt his strength drain, his gaze lingering on All Might, who remained still, waiting patiently for a response. All Might dared not move, tears still trickling down his face as he watched Izuku. Then, faintly, he heard the softest "okay" from Izuku's lips. Relief flooded through All Might, but before he could respond, he felt something cold snap around his wrist. Izuku looked up at him with a weak, teary smile, acknowledging that sometimes talking could help. At that moment, Nizu's voice crackled through the drone, lacking its usual cheerfulness. He announced that Midoriya Izuku had passed his final exam. The silence that followed was heavy, filled with the weight of their shared experiences and newfound understanding. Izuku looked up, noticing All Might's eyes, red from crying, softened as he gazed down at him. All Might expressed his gratitude quietly, his voice filled with emotion, thanking Izuku for giving him the chance to make up for his past mistakes. A small, tender smile broke through the lingering sorrow on his face. Izuku wiped his cheeks, still visibly shaken. He didn't hate All Might, he was just angry because he felt let down, like everyone else had done before. His voice cracked, but slowly his posture straightened as he buttoned his shirt, concealing the scars he had shown. He realized he was wrong. All Might was different. All Might shook his head, remorse evident on his face. He admitted that he had dismissed Izuku just like his teachers had, and he felt he had failed him. Izuku stood tall now, but his expression softened as he extended a hand toward All Might. He acknowledged that All Might was the first person to hug him and genuinely apologize, not for himself, but for Izuku. He expressed his gratitude for that. For a moment, All Might stared at the outstretched hand before clasping it tightly, a tearful smile on his face. He insisted that he should be the one thanking Izuku for giving him this chance. As the moment of reconciliation settled between them, Izuku's gaze shifted, noticing something strange. Smoke began to billow around All Might, and within seconds, the towering figure of the symbol of peace deflated, revealing a frail, skeleton-like man. Izuku's eyes widened in shock and confusion, his mind racing to comprehend what he was seeing. All Might, now in his weakened form, let out a small, tired sigh and explained that it was a long story, offering a weak smile. His once powerful presence now looked fragile and human. Izuku, still processing this unexpected sight, nodded quietly, understanding that now wasn't the time to pry. Whatever the reason, All Might was clearly more complex than the symbol he portrayed. He expressed his respect for the boundaries being set. All Might's expression softened again, this time with a touch of pride as he looked at his student. He paused for a moment, then, as if a bright idea had come to him, his eyes lit up. He invited Izuku to an event called the 𝗧𝗍𝗄, held on Island, where advanced hero support items and technology were showcased. Many powerful heroes and great minds attended, and he thought Izuku would find it interesting. Izuku's face brightened almost instantly, his exhaustion from the intense exam momentarily forgotten. He eagerly accepted the invitation. All Might chuckled softly, his usual warmth and charm returning even in his smaller form, and assured Izuku that they would make the arrangements soon. As Izuku stepped out of the replica city, his shoulders heavy from the emotional and physical toll of the exam, he was immediately greeted by a warm embrace. Achiko, Momo, and Jiro rushed toward him, wrapping their arms around him tightly. They expressed their relief and concern, worried about him after the exam. Momo, still holding on to him, softly remarked that he looked like he was carrying a heavy burden. Izuku felt warmth in his chest. He had always tried to handle things on his own, but seeing his classmates genuinely care about him reminded him that he wasn't alone. He smiled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck, assuring them that he was fine. Before he could finish his sentence, The rest of Class 1A quickly gathered around him, bombarding him with questions. Ijiro excitedly asked what happened during the exam, while Mina chimed in, expressing their concern when the cameras cut out. Denki leaned in with a wide grin, asking if he had beaten All Might. Even Ida couldn't contain his curiosity, urging Izuku to explain what had transpired in the battle. Izuku chuckled nervously, glancing back toward the replica city. The sight of the ruined landscape greeted them. The once elaborate urban setting now lay in shambles, buildings toppled, streets torn apart, and debris scattered everywhere. The entire class stared in disbelief at the level of destruction left in the wake of Izuku and All Might's battle. Izuku scratched the back of his neck again, his sheepish smile widening as he admitted that he may have gone a little overboard. For a moment, silence enveloped them as everyone took in the sight of the ruined city, and then, all at once, a collective sigh rose from the group. Shiro exclaimed in surprise, gesturing toward the carnage behind them. Izuku could only laugh awkwardly, trying to deflect the attention, while his classmates continued to question him, a mixture of awe, disbelief, and admiration in their voices. After the intensity of the final exams, Izuku found himself retired to his bed. His body demanded rest, and before long he drifted off into a deep sleep. But it didn't stay dreamless for long. The world around him shifted. Izuku blinked, trying to make sense of his surroundings. The space was vast and dark, yet eerily clear, like a night sky without stars. It wasn't the endless void that unnerved him, but the presence he felt within it. Several presences, each more powerful than anything he had encountered before. Izuku found himself standing in a vast, cold expanse that seemed to stretch infinitely in every direction. The ground beneath his feet was polished obsidian, reflecting a distorted version of himself as he took in his surroundings. The air was thick with an overwhelming sense of power, pressing down on him like an invisible weight. This wasn't a place that existed in the real world. It was something beyond, something otherworldly. Before him stood a towering, imposing throne made of dark, jagged stone. It looked ancient and indomitable, as though it had withstood countless ages of war and strife. Seated upon this throne was a man whose presence commanded the very space around him. His sharp, chiseled features were framed by black hair that fell in strands down to his intense gray eyes, which seemed to pierce through Izuku with a gaze that held both wisdom and untold power. The man's muscular frame was relaxed, yet there was an undeniable sense of readiness about him, as if he could spring into action at any moment with devastating force. Izuku's eyes were drawn to the three figures kneeling in front of the throne. Each one radiated immense power, and the aura they emitted made Izuku's instincts scream in alarm. The first was a knight, a giant clad in jet-black armor that absorbed the surrounding light, giving him an ominous glow. The armor was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with inner energy, and a tattered black cape hung from his shoulders, swaying slightly in the still air. A long, red hair-like ornament extended from the back of his helmet, enhancing his fearsome appearance. His left eye bore a deep scar, a mark of countless battles fought and survived. This was no ordinary knight. He was a being born from the very essence of war and conflict. Next to the knight stood a creature that sent chills down Izuku's spine, a massive humanoid ant. Its body was covered in a dark exoskeleton that shimmered with a light purple glow. Its neon eyes sparkled with an intelligent, predatory gleam, and its sharp claws looked capable of tearing through anything in their path. The creature's smoky wings fluttered lightly, creating a barely perceptible hum in the air. This being exuded a regal yet terrifying presence, as if it were both a king and a warrior, ready to crush any who dared oppose it. The final figure was, perhaps the most intimidating of them all, a giant warrior with two pairs of black, jagged wings that spread menacingly behind him. His armor was jagged and dark, covered in spikes that seemed designed to rend and tear. His skin glowed with a faint purple light, and his blank, white eyes contrasted starkly against his armored face. Atop his head was a single-horned helmet, and in his hand he held a massive blade that resembled a monstrous centipede. The weapon seemed almost alive, its segments moving with a sinister fluidity as if it were both a WHP and a sword. The sheer malevolence radiating from this being was enough to make Izuku's heart race. As Izuku stood there, his breath quickening and his muscles tensing with fear, the man on the throne raised a hand. The simple gesture commanded silence and attention, and the oppressive aura in the air seemed to ease slightly. The man's voice resonated through the expanse, deep and powerful, yet surprisingly gentle. There was a weight to his words, a commanding presence that could soothe even the most troubled soul. His tone alone seemed to ease the pressure on Izuku's chest, allowing him to breathe more easily. Izuku forced himself to take a deep breath, his green eyes wide with a mix of awe and caution as they locked onto the man's gray ones. He asked who the man was. The man on the throne slowly stood, his movement as graceful as it was powerful. His presence filled the entire space, commanding respect and awe. He glanced down at the three kneeling figures, his shadows, before shifting his gaze back to Izuku. A faint smile appeared on his lips, one that spoke of recognition and familiarity. He introduced himself as 𝗓𝗵𝗲, stating that he was from another dimension, one very different from Izuku's world, yet not so different in its struggles. His gaze softened slightly as if recalling memories of a distant past. He gestured to the three kneeling shadows, naming them Igris, the knight, 𝗬𝗲, the ant-like creature, and 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗔, the winged warrior. The names echoed in Izuku's mind like distant thunder, carrying with them a sense of ancient power and legacy. Each of them exuded an aura that was nothing short of legendary, titans carrying the weight of countless victories and unimaginable strength. Izuku inquired about the place they were in. Sung replied that they were standing in the shadow of his domain. Izuku's mind raced. That name sounded vaguely familiar, but there was no time to place it as Sung continued. He revealed that he was the shadow monarch of another dimension, the ruler of shadows, commanding an army born of darkness and loyalty. He had fought wars beyond imagination and triumphed over forces that could scarcely be comprehended. Izuku felt a shiver crawl down his spine. It was Shadow Monarch. It was just like his alias. But what did this have to do with him? Sung explained that he had chosen Izuku to continue the fight against a threat that endangered not only his world but all worlds. The weight of Jinwoo's words sank in, and Izuku felt his heart skip a beat at the mention of a threat. Sung's expression darkened as he named the threat, the Monarch of Destruction, Antares. 𝗓𝗵𝗲 began to walk, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked out into the void. His voice was calm and measured, but beneath it, Izuku could feel the weight of history, of battles fought across time and space. He elaborated that in Izuku's world, there were villains, people who used their powers for selfish gain. But beyond his world, there were beings of unimaginable power known as monarchs and rulers. The monarchs sought to conquer, destroy, and subjugate the multiverse under their control, while the rulers aimed to maintain balance and protect the natural order. Izuku listened intently, trying to piece together this new information. He had always thought of his world in terms of quirks and heroes, but now, the scale had expanded far beyond what he had ever imagined. Sung continued, explaining that the rulers and monarchs waged war against each other, a war that devastated countless worlds. Among the rulers, there was one who was different, Ashbourne, who became the first Shadow Monarch. Unlike the others, Ashbourne desired peace and was weary of the endless war. He saw potential in humanity, in their will to survive and protect one another. Jinwoo's expression grew somber as he recounted Ashbourne's choice to stand with humanity, which came at a great cost. His overwhelming powers earned him fear from both sides, leading the 9 monarchs to turn on him. Ashbourne was alone, fighting a war on 2 fronts, until he found someone worthy of inheriting his power, himself. Izuku's eyes widened in awe as he realized the implications. He asked if Jinwoo was Ashbourne's successor. Jinwoo gave a slight nod, a shadow of a smile crossing his face. He confirmed that he was once an ordinary human, much like Izuku. Through a series of trials and battles, he inherited Ashbourne's power and became the Shadow Monarch. With that power, he fought against the monarchs, including Antares, and eventually brought an end to the war. Izuku, still processing the information, asked if Jinwoo had defeated Antares. Sung replied that he had, for a time, but 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧 was a being of unimaginable power who had found a way to cross dimensions. He had escaped and would soon enter their world. Izuku's fists clenched at his sides, feeling a surge of anxiety. Jinwoo turned to face him, his gray eyes locking onto the young hero. He explained that Izuku had already begun his journey, revealing that the power he thought of as his quirk was not a quirk at all, but a gift, a piece of Jinwoo's power that he had bestowed upon him. Izuku's breath caught in his throat, realizing the implications. Jinwoo confirmed that he had given Izuku his power because he recognized the danger facing their world. He had designed a system for Izuku to grow stronger, to fight, and to survive the threats ahead. Suddenly, everything clicked into place for Izuku. The dungeons, the S-rank weapons, the legendary armor he wore as a hero suit, it was all part of a larger plan that Jinwoo had initiated. Memories of every trial and triumph flashed through Izuku's mind, from the endless dungeons to the monsters and impossible rewards, all stemming from Jinwoo's influence. Izuku questioned why he had been chosen for this responsibility, his voice trembling with uncertainty. Jinwoo smiled, though sadness lingered in his expression. He explained that Izuku had the heart of a hero, just as he had been chosen for his potential to protect and fight for others. Jinwoo saw that same strength in Izuku, believing he could bear the weight of the coming conflict. As the truth settled in, Izuku understood that his power was not random, it was a carefully crafted system meant to prepare him for the fight of his life. Jinwoo continued, noting that while Izuku did not yet have full access to his power, he could control up to 10 shadows, which would be more than enough for the battles ahead. Izuku felt the enormity of his task crashing down on him, but a spark of hope ignited within him. He could still protect his world and fight for those he loved. Jinwoo reassured him that when the time came, he would send his own shadow army to assist Izuku, emphasizing that he would not be alone in this fight. However, he warned that 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧 was not just a monster, he was the embodiment of destruction, having sought to obliterate everything in his path in Jinwoo's world. Izuku's hands trembled with rage as he demanded to know what 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧 wanted with his world. Jinwoo's eyes flashed with anger as he explained that 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧 viewed Izuku's world as a ripe battleground, intending to use its heroes and villains as pawns in his war to conquer the multiverse. He would twist their powers and corrupt them, turning them into an army that would sweep across dimensions. Yet, Jinwoo reminded Izuku that he was not defenseless. He had been granted power and had grown stronger than anyone in his world could have imagined. When the time came, he would face 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧 and stop him. Izuku's resolve hardened as he recognized the responsibility he had been given. He could not allow 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧 to destroy everything he cherished. Jinwoo stepped closer, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder, affirming his belief in him as his successor. Izuku vowed that he would not let Jinwoo down. He would protect his world, no matter the cost. Jinwoo's smile returned, warmth shining through his stoic demeanor as he prepared to send Izuku back. He urged Izuku to wake up, reminding him that he had much to prepare for. As the dream world began to fade, Izuku's vision blurred, and he caught one last glimpse of Jinwoo, standing tall with shadows looming behind him. Jinwoo's voice echoed in his mind, assuring him that he was not alone and that they would fight together when the time came. With those words, everything went dark. Izuku awoke with a start, his heart pounding in his chest. The familiar surroundings of his dorm came into focus as he wiped the sweat from his brow, the remnants of the dream, now a memory, lingering in his mind. He was no longer just preparing to be a hero, he was preparing to save his entire world, and perhaps even more. Taking a deep breath, Izuku swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood up, his resolve stronger than ever. He had to get stronger, to train harder, and prepare for the battle that was coming. When the time came, he would be ready. Sung Jinwoo had passed the torch to him, and Izuku Midoriya would not fail. For now, he had a little time left to grow, to hone his skills. He would continue to level up and gather strength, knowing that the monarch of destruction was coming. As the sun set over California, casting Los Angeles in a golden hue, a tense situation was about to unfold. In the midst of the evening's serenity, the largest casino in the area was suddenly rocked by chaos. Two villains, each radiating power and malice, stormed through the building, sending customers and staff alike running for their lives. One was a beastly figure with blue skin, towering over everyone with bulging muscles and jagged claws. The other was clad in sleek red armor, his eyes glowing with an eerie intensity. Both were determined to leave the casino with more than just a large sum of money. They wanted to spread fear. The villains ripped through the vault, sending metal shards flying and alarms blaring. Bags of cash and priceless chips were scooped into their arms as the casino staff watched helplessly. The blue villain sneered, his sharp teeth flashing in the dim light, reveling in the ease of their heist. As they made their escape, screams echoed in the streets. Cars screeched to a halt as civilians scattered to avoid the two monstrous figures. The red villain, clearly enjoying the panic, unleashed a barrage of missiles from his armored suit, creating explosions that rocked the block. Flames liked the sky, smoke billowed into the air, and the already busy streets of Los Angeles descended into chaos. Within moments, police sirens wailed, and a squad of American heroes arrived to contain the situation. Leading the charge was 𝗓𝗏𝗏, a hero capable of manipulating and growing plants with electrical energy, alongside 𝗕𝗁𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗆, a muscular woman with the strength of an ox and the ability to harden her body like steel. The two heroes wasted no time engaging the villains, determined to prevent further destruction. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 shouted for them to stop, sending tendrils of electrified vines toward the foes. 𝗕𝗁𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗆 transformed into her bull form and charged at the blue villain, aiming to deliver a powerful blow. However, he sidestepped her with surprising agility, a cruel grin on his face as he swiped at her, causing her to skid backward. 𝗓𝗏𝗏's vines latched onto the red-armored villain, crackling with electricity. But before he could deliver a knockout shock, the villain unleashed a barrage of missiles, severing the vines and throwing 𝗓𝗏𝗏 off balance. The heroes were clearly outmatched. Just when it seemed things could not get worse, the blue villain picked up a nearby car. Inside was a terrified family, including a little girl no older than 6, her tear-streaked face looking up at the towering figure in horror. The villain growled, raising the car higher, ready to crush it like a toy. The crowd screamed, frozen in terror. A booming voice cut through the chaos, declaring that there was no need to fear because help had arrived. Before anyone could process what had happened, the blue villain was sent flying through the air, crashing into a nearby building with enough force to shatter windows. The crowd looked up, stunned by the sudden intervention. Standing in the middle of the street was a young man no one recognized. A foreigner, tall and lean, exuding quiet confidence. The red-armored villain, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, turned toward the newcomer. He demanded to know who he was. The young man smiled, his hair slightly disheveled and his clothes singed from the explosions, and simply stated that he was a hero from Japan. Without waiting for a response, he charged at the red villain, who fired another volley of missiles. But the hero moved too fast, weaving between the explosions with ease. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the villains, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent them crashing into the side of a building, creating a crater in the concrete. For a moment, everything was still. The blue villain staggered to his feet, shaking off the rubble and growling that one punch wouldn't stop them. He launched himself at the young hero, but the hero dodged with fluid precision. The battle was intense, but the young man was clearly faster and stronger than either villain had anticipated. As the blue villain snarled in frustration, the red-armored villain rose, his suit sparking from the damage. He raised his arm and fired a barrage of rockets, filling the sky with smoke and fire. The hero glanced back at the chaos and then up at the villains, muttering to himself that he really didn't have time for this. Realizing they couldn't overpower this mysterious hero, the villains decided to retreat, dashing down the street in search of an escape. The young man cursed himself for taking too long to boast after his initial victory, allowing the villains to slip through his fingers. But help was on the way. A sleek, futuristic vehicle suddenly skidded to a stop next to him. The all-mobile, driven by 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗍𝗔, arrived at the perfect moment. David shouted for Toshinori to hurry, reminding him that he would be late for class. Toshinori, revealed as the young man, grinned and assured David that he had everything under control. He leaped into the passenger seat, and David floored the accelerator. The all-mobile tore through the streets of downtown Hot on the trail of the villains. David's high-tech drones whirred above, tracking the villains as they weaved through the city, trying to avoid capture. As they closed in on their targets, the red-armored villain turned and fired more missiles at them. But the 𝗵𝗲𝗶𝗍's advanced tech countered with a series of energy bubbles that enveloped the explosions, rendering them harmless. Toshinori complimented David on his impressive tech, while David urged him to finish off the villains soon to avoid being late for Dr. Anderson's lecture. Toshinori smiled again, ready to end the confrontation. He leaped out of the all-mobile, soaring into the sky. The villains had begun climbing up the side of a skyscraper, desperate to escape. But Toshinori wasn't about to let them get away. With a mighty burst of energy, he propelled himself higher, his shirt and jacket burning away from the heat of the missiles, revealing his hero costume. In mid-air, Toshinori unleashed a powerful, earth-shaking punch, calling it the California Smash. The sheer force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air, launching the villains from the skyscraper and crashing them into the streets below with enough impact to leave craters in the ground. Bystanders, including 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 and a growing crowd of civilians, watched in stunned silence as the battle concluded in an instant. The crowd gathered in awe, watching as the dust settled. Heroes 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏, and the many bystanders stared in shock at the hero they didn't recognize. He was unlike any they had seen before, strong, confident, and utterly unstoppable. David approached the crowd, smiling proudly as he stood beside his friend. He declared that this was All Might, who would one day become the world's symbol of peace. Onlookers exchanged glances, whispering among themselves about the hero who had single-handedly defeated two powerful villains and saved countless lives. All Might's dreams of his youth, a time of endless ambition and unwavering strength, slowly faded. The images of a younger, more invincible version of himself drifted away like mist. He sighed, half asleep, savoring those memories until he heard the unmistakable voice of young Midoriya calling out to him. Izuku excitedly urged All Might to see the view, pulling him back to the present. All Might blinked and looked over to see Izuku practically bouncing in his seat, his excitement barely contained. They were soaring high above the vast blue ocean, with the golden glint of Island visible on the horizon. Izuku pointed out the plane's window, eyes wide with awe, exclaiming how amazing Island looked from up there. All Might chuckled, his tiredness forgotten in the face of Izuku's boundless energy. He agreed that it was indeed a marvel of modern engineering. Izuku turned to him, his smile brighter than the sunlight pouring in through the windows, thanking All Might for bringing him along. All Might replied that he deserved it and thought it would be a great opportunity for Izuku to see some of the most cutting-edge research on quirks and hero technology, hoping he might learn something new to aid him on his journey. As the plane began its descent, All Might's expression grew more serious. He shifted in his seat, preparing to take on the larger-than-life persona that the world knew him for. With a quiet grunt, he expanded into his muscular form, his once frail and lean body replaced by the towering figure of strength everyone expected. All Might asked if young Midoriya had his permission slip for his hero costume. Izuku nodded, patting the side of his bag with a smile, confirming that he had double-checked before they left. All Might emphasized the importance of following the rules closely since they were guests. The plane touched down smoothly, and the two heroes disembarked, stepping onto the bustling tarmac of Island's airport. Izuku, fully dressed in his hero costume, followed closely behind, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. As they passed through immigration, they were greeted with cheerful smiles and friendly nods, the island's security clearly honored to have the world's greatest hero among them. As they walked, All Might casually asked young Midoriya what he knew about the place. Izuku's face lit up as he explained that Island was an artificial moving island built by the world's top scientists as a hub for research on quirks and hero technology. It was designed to be a neutral ground for all kinds of research, free from government regulations, allowing scientists to push the boundaries of innovation. The floating island's constant movement helped protect it from villain attacks. All Might smiled, impressed by Izuku's knowledge. He expressed that he wanted to bring Izuku there because there was so much for him to learn from the brightest minds on the planet. As they walked deeper into the airport, They noticed signs and banners everywhere advertising the 𝗕𝗏𝗶𝗿. Although the event hadn't officially opened to the public yet, it was in an early access stage, allowing those with special invitations, like All Might and Izuku, to attend ahead of time. Large TV screens broadcast news about the various showcases of hero technology and Quirk research. Robots and AI-guided assistants wandered the halls, directing people and providing information about the event. Residents and tourists seemed to be in high spirits, many using their quirks openly as they strolled through the lively airport. Izuku, wide-eyed, marveled at the futuristic technology surrounding them, exclaiming that the place was even cooler than pictures. All Might agreed, his deep voice filled with pride, explaining that the 𝗕𝗏𝗶𝗿 would showcase the latest creations from the world's top innovators, offering inventions and technologies that could change the approach to hero work forever. As they stepped outside the airport, Izuku was greeted by a breathtaking view of Island. The cityscape was a blend of gleaming skyscrapers, lush parks, and sleek, futuristic architecture. The island's unique design allowed it to seamlessly blend urban and natural elements, making it feel both advanced and inviting. The gentle hum of machinery and the distant sounds of people enjoying the attractions filled the air. Izuku stood at the edge of the walkway, taking it all in, whispering in awe at how amazing it was. Before he could get too lost in the scenery, they were suddenly swarmed by a group of adoring fans. A woman rushed over with her phone held high to snap a photo, while another fan yelled in excitement, quickly followed by cheers from the crowd. Within moments, a gathering formed around them, people of all ages eagerly trying to get a glimpse of their hero. Some waved hero merchandise, hoping for an autograph, while others shouted their admiration. A young boy tugged at his mother's sleeve, declaring All Might to be his hero. All Might smiled, waving to the crowd with his trademark grin, expressing his gratitude and assuring everyone that it was an honor to be there. He asked the crowd to remain calm, reminding them that there was enough of him for everyone. Eventually, the throngs of fans began to dwindle, but not before All Might's patience had been tested. He loved his fans, but there was a reason he didn't often show up in crowded public spaces. Meanwhile, Izuku slipped through the crowd using his stealth skill. A while later, All Might's face was dotted with lipstick marks, and Izuku couldn't help but snicker at the situation. All Might chuckled while wiping them off, expressing surprise at how long they had been held up. He noted that they were in real danger of being late. Izuku, now curious, asked what they might be late for. All Might grinned, revealing that he wanted to drop in on an old friend, hoping Izuku wouldn't mind coming along. Izuku agreed, excited at the prospect of seeing something the public didn't. He inquired if the friend knew about All Might's condition. All Might confirmed that his friend did, but his daughter did not, requesting that Izuku keep it between them. Izuku gave a thumbs up in understanding. Suddenly, a figure bounced energetically toward them, drawing both All Might's and Izuku's attention. Bounding on an advanced pogo stick, 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝗍, the daughter of All Might's old friend David, grinned widely, her blonde hair bouncing in time with her movements. The device she rode looked as futuristic as anything else on Island. With grace, she hopped off and landed right in front of the duo. 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝗍 greeted All Might with youthful energy and affection, wrapping him in a warm hug. All Might chuckled as he lifted her, expressing pride in how she had grown into a fine young woman. 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝗍 beamed, sharing her excitement about inviting All Might to the 𝗕𝗏𝗶𝗿 as a surprise for her dad, eager to see his reaction. All Might chuckled, imagining David's stunned expression and assuring her that he would be overjoyed. Just as All Might was about to introduce Izuku, 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝗍's eyes lit up with recognition. She exclaimed in excitement, realizing that Izuku was Midoriya Izuku. Izuku stiffened slightly as she looked directly at him, nodding in confirmation. She recalled seeing him at the sports festival, praising his incredible fight against Todoroki and Bakugo, as well as his bravery against the hero killer. Izuku blushed a little, feeling flattered by her enthusiasm. 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝗍 giggled, her cheeks slightly pink. She mentioned that people around the world were paying attention to Izuku, who was becoming a real hero. All Might observed their interaction with an amused grin, but before he could join in, 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝗍's nervous energy bubbled over. She stepped forward shyly, holding out a small notebook she had taken from her bag, asking if she could have his autograph. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise at the request, clearly not expecting it. He hesitated, feeling flustered, but eventually agreed and signed his name in her notebook. As he handed it back, their fingers brushed, causing both of them to blush. Melissa thanked him excitedly, her voice bubbling with joy. All Might gently interrupted, playfully reminding Melissa that they had other plans. She straightened up, grinning sheepishly, and suggested they go surprise her dad before it was too late. With a quick wink at Izuku, who blushed even more, she stowed her notepad away. As they began walking through the bustling airport, they were unaware of a group of mysterious figures nearby. A man in a long coat spoke quietly into his phone, confirming that they had infiltrated the expo and that everything was in place for their plan. Inside David Shield's laboratory, David was engaged in a deep conversation with his assistant, Sam. The lab was filled with state-of-the-art technology, and the atmosphere buzzed with activity as scientists worked on groundbreaking research in Quirk studies. Sam approached David with a smile, noting that Melissa had been doing incredible work lately and was making waves in the scientific community. David felt proud, acknowledging that Melissa was truly coming into her own. Just then, the doors to the lab slid open, and Melissa entered confidently, her face beaming with youthful ambition. She playfully remarked that she was her father's daughter, for better or worse, with genuine warmth in her tone. David smiled at her, tapping his phone absent-mindedly, surprised to see her that day. Sam greeted Melissa with a smile, and she returned the sentiment, teasing her father about needing to get out more since he was always cooped up in the lab. David chuckled, but Melissa insisted that she was there to fix that. She revealed that she had invited someone special to celebrate with them. David raised an eyebrow, curious about who it might be. Melissa teased that it was someone he dearly loved, glancing toward the door. The room fell silent with anticipation as the door swung open, and a booming voice filled the lab with energy. All Might entered dramatically, his iconic colors seeming to explode around him. He struck a series of exaggerated heroic poses, filling the lab with his larger-than-life presence. Izuku, watching from outside, couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and embarrassment at his mentor's antics. All Might declared his excitement for their heartfelt reunion, leaving David stunned and Sam equally surprised. All Might charged forward, lifting David off the ground in a massive bear hug, spinning him around with ease. David laughed, caught up in the joyful chaos. As All Might set him down, David steadied himself, grinning widely. Melissa stood proudly off to the side, sharing a knowing look with her father. All Might greeted David warmly, and Melissa teased her father about his surprise. David took a moment to gather himself before nodding, admitting he was completely astounded. He playfully accused All Might of not informing him about the visit. All Might laughed, explaining that Melissa had wanted to surprise him and that he had brought someone else along for David to meet. David turned to see Izuku, who was starstruck and wide-eyed. All Might introduced Izuku as one of his protégés, and David recognized him as the boy from the 𝗬𝗧𝗏 sports festival, expressing that he had heard quite a bit about him. Izuku eagerly launched into a flurry of facts about himself. You won the Nobel Peace Prize for your research on quirks and were All Might's sidekick during his early career. You also designed all of his hero costumes. It was such an honor for Izuku to meet him. He expressed his admiration and excitement, and David laughed heartily at Izuku's enthusiasm as he shook his hand. David acknowledged Izuku's dedication, pleased to see a student so committed. However, as their conversation continued, David's smile slowly faded. He noticed something unusual. A slight wisp of steam began to rise from All Might's body, a sign that his time in his muscular form was running out. David then asked Melissa to show Izuku around the expo while he caught up with All Might. Melissa smiled, unaware of the seriousness in her father's eyes, and eagerly agreed to show Izuku the coolest exhibits. As they exited through a side door, the corridor opened into a brightly lit hallway leading to the heart of the expo. David dismissed Sam as well, and the door closed behind him. All Might sighed deeply, the facade of strength he had maintained slipping away. His body began to shrink, and with a soft grunt, he reverted to his frail form. David stood still, stunned by the sight before him. He expressed his concern, realizing the extent of All Might's injuries. All Might sat down, covering his mouth to prevent any signs of distress from escaping. He admitted to David that the injury he sustained was more severe than he had let on and that he was running out of time. David sighed, running a hand through his hair, acknowledging All Might's stubbornness. All Might chuckled weakly, recognizing David's intelligence. Meanwhile, Melissa and Izuku exited the sleek corridor leading away from David Shield's lab, entering the vibrant atmosphere of the 𝗳𝗍𝗄. The halls were bustling with inventors, heroes, and spectators, all marveling at the cutting-edge technology on display. The artificial island seemed to hum with energy, with every corner revealing new innovations and fascinating, quirk-enhancing inventions. Melissa glanced at Izuku, her curiosity piqued. She playfully asked him about his hero name, and Izuku proudly shared that it was the gamer hero, 𝗧𝗪. Melissa found the name unique and asked about its origin. Izuku smiled slightly, reflecting on his journey. He explained that he wanted to represent starting from nothing, emphasizing that no matter where one begins, it is possible to grow and achieve greatness. He liked the idea of having no limits, being able to help anyone regardless of the odds. Melissa smiled at his explanation, sensing the depth behind his words. It was clear that Izuku took his role as a hero seriously, believing in constant improvement and overcoming challenges. She admitted that his hero name suited him but decided she would stick with calling him Izuku. He felt relieved and happy that she chose to call him by his real name. As Melissa guided Izuku through the bustling expo, the scale of the event was impossible to ignore. They encountered new sights, sounds, and displays of cutting-edge technology, each more impressive than the last. Melissa enthusiastically pointed out different exhibits, explaining how each invention worked and its purpose. Izuku, wide-eyed and in awe, struggled to keep up with her pace. The air was charged with anticipation and energy. The 𝗳𝗍𝗄, one of the most prestigious events in the world, gathered scientists, inventors, and pro-heroes from all over to witness the latest advancements in quirk-related technology. As they navigated through the crowd, Izuku's sharp eyes spotted several pro-heroes from around the world, marveling at the high-profile sponsors who had invited them. One figure stood out, 𝗬𝗪𝗏, a towering, reptilian hero whose presence turned heads. His enormous frame seemed almost out of place among the sleek, futuristic designs of the expo, yet he was a living legend, well-established as a pro-hero globally. Melissa noticed Izuku's starstruck expression and grinned, sharing her excitement about the event. Izuku expressed his amazement at seeing so many pro-heroes in one place. Melissa explained that the sponsors invited them every year, showcasing the latest inventions and technologies that could help heroes in their work. Just as Izuku was about to ask another question, an announcement over the loudspeakers invited everyone to a grand reception party at the end of the night. Melissa turned to him, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. She explained that the reception was a significant event where real networking happened, and he would get to see even more heroes up close. Izuku nodded, still processing everything, feeling overwhelmed by the experience. Melissa then led him to the pavilion, one of the largest areas of the expo. As soon as they entered, Izuku's eyes widened in amazement at the array of inventions on display. It was a treasure trove of innovation, featuring high-tech devices and new hero costumes with built-in support gear. Melissa guided Izuku through the displays, explaining each invention with a level of expertise that left him in awe. It was clear she had grown up surrounded by scientific genius, and her passion for the work being done on the island was evident. They continued exploring the expo, stopping occasionally for Melissa to elaborate on certain inventions. She even demonstrated a small energy-based shield she had developed as part of her research, which intrigued Izuku. Before long, Izuku began asking questions about her father, curious about his status as one of the top scientists at the expo. He had done so much for the hero community. Melissa's eyes brightened at the question, and her usual confident smile softened into something more personal. She expressed her admiration for her father, who had dedicated his life to helping heroes. Growing up surrounded by that passion inspired her to follow in his footsteps. She paused for a moment, taking in the surroundings. As a third-year student at 𝗳𝗏𝗡 Academy, she had been studying to become a scientist, just like him. Her goal was to help heroes by creating technology that could make a difference. Izuku smiled, recognizing the same spark in her eyes that he often saw in the mirror. Hearing Melissa talk about her dreams reminded him of his own journey, back when he was quirkless and filled with the overwhelming longing to become a hero, no matter the odds. He had faced countless obstacles, but his determination had never wavered. He saw that same determination in Melissa's eyes now. It was a bittersweet feeling, as he remembered what it was like to be powerless, dreaming of something greater. Her words brought those memories flooding back, and he found himself smiling. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a familiar voice. Izuku froze, his heart skipping a beat. He had been enjoying his time exploring the expo with Melissa, almost forgetting about the outside world. But now, faced with the sudden appearance of his best friend, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He slowly turned around to face her, trying to keep his expression calm, but the knot in his stomach tightened when he saw her standing there in her hero costume. Ochako smiled, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. Izuku blinked in confusion, realizing she had already said that. He glanced over at the other two girls who had arrived with her. Momo and Kyoka stood slightly behind Ochako, both watching the scene unfold with interest. Momo wore a polite smile, while 𝗔𝗀𝗁 had her arms crossed, one of her earphone jacks lazily twirling in her hand. Izuku whispered their names, trying to take it all in. Momo cleared her throat before speaking in her usual formal tone, noting that he appeared to be having a good time. Izuku sighed, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. He muttered that he was, but he could already tell they weren't going to answer his question directly. He asked why they were there. Kyoka chimed in, teasingly suggesting that he had been keeping secrets. Panic flashed across Izuku's face as he scrambled for an explanation, realizing how the situation must have looked. Here he was on 𝗳𝗏𝗡 with Melissa, a girl none of them had met before, walking around and chatting as if they were on a date. He could sense their curiosity, even jealousy, bubbling beneath the surface. Melissa, standing beside Izuku, looked between him and the girls, sensing the tension. She hesitated, unsure of what to do. Izuku quickly interrupted, assuring her it was fine and that they had just misunderstood something. He explained that Melissa was simply showing him around the expo, nothing more. The skeptical looks on their faces lingered, and sensing the awkwardness, Melissa decided to speak up. She mentioned that she was helping Izuku look around because he was there with all might. Izuku's eyes widened, and he urgently cut her off, pleading with her not to mention all might. He didn't want them to pry further into why all might was there, especially considering the real reason for the visit. Melissa looked confused but nodded, stopping herself from saying more. The girls, however, didn't seem convinced, especially at the familiarity with which Melissa addressed Izuku. He knew he needed to defuse the situation quickly. Suggesting they all go grab some tea, he pointed out a cafe just around the corner where they could sit down and talk properly. He promised there was nothing unusual going on. Ochako hesitated but eventually nodded, though the tension in her shoulders didn't ease completely. Momo and 𝗔𝗀𝗁 exchanged a glance before shrugging, deciding to go along with it for now. Kyoka smirked, teasing that he owed them some answers. Izuku smiled nervously, agreeing to the plan. The group made their way to the nearby cafe, the awkwardness still lingering in the air. Izuku felt his heart pounding in his chest as he led the way, hoping to avoid any further misunderstandings. Once they found a table, the five of them sat down, and Melissa ordered tea for everyone. Izuku felt the weight of their stares as they waited for him to explain. Taking a deep breath, he felt relieved that they were at least sitting down calmly. Now came the hard part, ensuring they understood without revealing too much. Ochako started softly, probing about Melissa showing him around. Izuku nodded quickly, confirming that she was knowledgeable about the expo and had offered to show him some inventions. Melissa agreed, smiling kindly as she mentioned her studies to become a scientist like her dad, which excited her to show Izuku around. Momo asked if they were just friends, narrowing her eyes as if piecing things together. Izuku's face turned red, and he quickly nodded, insisting they were just friends and had only met that day. Ochako stared at him for a moment before finally sighing, her shoulders relaxing a little. Ochako expressed her belief in Izuku, who sighed with relief, though the tension in the air lingered. As tea arrived, the group began sipping their drinks, and the atmosphere gradually shifted to a more relaxed state. Melissa shared more about the expo, discussing some of the inventions they had seen earlier, while the girls exchanged stories about their internships. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the chatter, asking if anyone needed more tea. Izuku recognized the voice and looked up to see Kaminari approaching, dressed in a worker's uniform and holding a coffee pot with a smirk. He replied, feeling both tired and amused, that he could use another cup. Ochako, filled with disbelief, pointed out Mineta, who was nervously hiding behind Kaminari's legs, peeking out like a frightened child. Izuku sighed internally, anticipating the headache that was sure to follow. Kyoka, clearly not thrilled to see them, questioned what they were doing there. Kaminari shrugged, grinning as he explained that they had applied to work as extra wait staff for a free trip to Island. Mineta, puffing up his chest, stepped out from behind Kaminari, avoiding eye contact with Izuku, and claimed they would get to explore the expo on their breaks and make some money. His eyes gleamed as he looked at their female classmates, landing on Melissa with a mischievous grin, hinting at the possibility of exciting encounters. Before he could finish, Jiro and Momo shot him glares that could freeze anyone in their tracks. Momo crossed her arms, while Jiro rolled her eyes, clearly used to his antics. Mineta, undeterred, nudged Kaminari again, his gaze still fixed on Melissa, whispering in awe that he thought he was in love. Without warning, both Kaminari and Mineta wrapped their arms around Izuku's shoulders, pulling him down to their level. Kaminari, with a wicked grin, asked about a girl across the room, while Mineta excitedly urged Izuku to introduce them. Izuku stared ahead, his expression blank, feeling overwhelmed by their antics. He thought to himself that he needed a vacation. Just then, Ida charged toward the group with his usual enthusiasm, questioning why they were slacking off. He scolded them for not working hard if they wanted to make more money. Kaminari and Mineta let out startled yelps as Ida zoomed past, causing them to tumble backward onto the ground in a heap. The cafe patrons paused to watch the scene unfold, while Ida straightened his glasses, preparing to lecture the two boys. Izuku called out to Ida, feeling relieved that his overzealous friend had taken the spotlight off him, even if just for a moment. Meanwhile, Momo explained to Melissa that she had been invited because her family held stocks in several of the expo's sponsors. She had received 3 invites and brought Ochako and Kyoka with her. Melissa inquired about the rest of the class, and Momo confirmed they would join once the expo opened to the public, explaining that they had held a rock-paper-scissors tournament to decide who would attend the early access event. Melissa laughed, impressed by the group's close-knit dynamic, and promised to show them around once the expo opened. Just as Izuku was enjoying the warmth of Melissa's hospitality and the chaotic energy of his classmates, a loud explosion echoed through the air, causing him to tense up. His instincts kicked in, and he turned toward the source of the blast, moving before fully processing the situation. He muttered to himself about the explosion and quickly calculated the distance before darting away from the cafe, leaving his friends exchanging worried glances. Melissa called after him, knowing he would rush to help. The rest of his classmates, except Mineta and Denki, watched as he ran toward what he believed to be an emergency. As Izuku closed the distance, his heart raced, not with fear but with determination. He wondered if it could be an attack. When he finally reached the source of the commotion, confusion replaced his sense of danger. Before him stood a massive arena filled with cheering spectators. The explosion had been part of the villain attack attraction, where pro heroes and students could test their combat skills against automated villain bots. Izuku watched as his friend Kirishima, clad in his hero gear, delivered a powerful punch to one of the villain bots, showcasing his quirk, hardening, in full effect. The crowd erupted in applause, and Kirishima gave a sheepish grin, rubbing the back of his head as the announcer declared Eijiro Kirishima's time of 33 seconds, placing him in 8th place. Kirishima noticed Izuku and the others watching from the stands and waved, clearly excited. He called out to them, expressing his enthusiasm about the event. Momo, a little confused, asked what 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗲 was doing there so early. 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗁 scratched the back of his head sheepishly and explained that he was there because of Midoriya, who had won the sports festival and had an extra ticket. He shared how much fun he was having at the villain attack event. Izuku, feeling a bit awkward under his classmates' curious gazes, managed a sheepish smile and acknowledged that he thought 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗲 would enjoy the expo. 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗁 beamed and encouraged Izuku to give it a try. Before Izuku could protest, the girls chimed in with their encouragement, urging him to participate and assuring him he could beat 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗲's time. Izuku hesitated for a moment, as his goal for the trip had been to relax and avoid showing off too much. However, with his friends cheering him on and Melissa watching curiously, he felt compelled to accept the challenge. Something about it ignited his competitive spirit, and he decided to give it a shot. As Izuku entered the combat zone, the crowd quieted, and the announcer hyped up the audience, introducing him as the sports festival champion. He positioned himself, narrowing his eyes as the countdown began, quickly analyzing the positions of each robot and their weak points. His hand hovered over the sword of Omen, and he steadied his breath. When the signal went off, Izuku's body vanished, his speed overwhelming. In an instant, he unsheathed the sword of Omen, moving so fast it seemed like time itself had frozen around him. The blade shimmered with faint energy as he executed a series of rapid, precise slashes. The villain bots didn't react at first, but then the sound of metal slicing through metal rang out as they crumbled to pieces in perfect unison. Sparks flew in every direction, and the bots fell apart as if they had been expertly cut without a single wasted movement. Izuku stood back, calmly sheathing his sword with his back turned to the falling wreckage. His face remained impassive, but a small smirk appeared as he whispered a single word, "Jackpot." The crowd erupted into cheers, but Melissa was speechless, processing what had just happened. Izuku had taken down every bot in the arena in less than the blink of an eye, his movements so fast and precise they seemed almost otherworldly. The scoreboard flashed, showing his completion time, 2 seconds. He had completely obliterated the previous record. The announcer shouted with excitement, declaring Midoriya Izuku the winner of the villain attack with the fastest time ever seen. 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗲 whistled from the sidelines, clearly impressed, while J.ro chuckled in disbelief, noting that Izuku hadn't just beaten the first-place time, he had obliterated it. Melissa finally managed to speak, expressing her awe at Izuku's incredible performance. Flustered by the attention, Izuku rubbed the back of his neck and downplayed his achievement. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, a sudden chill filled the air, causing everyone to turn toward the arena entrance. Standing there, calmly surveying the destruction Izuku had left behind, was Shoto. His expression was stoic, but the faint shimmer of ice gathering on his right side hinted at his intent. Hachiko gasped in surprise, recognizing Todoroki, while Izuku's eyes widened, a small smile creeping onto his face as he realized Todoroki must be invited too. Shoto stepped forward into the arena, his hands slipping into his pockets, and without a word, he asked the announcer to activate the villain attack event once more. The tension in the air was palpable as everyone wondered how Shoto would respond to Izuku's incredible 2-second record. As the countdown began, Shoto stomped his right foot into the ground, causing a massive wall of ice to erupt from the earth beneath him, surging forward at an alarming speed. The ice engulfed the villain bots, freezing them solid before they had a chance to react. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, Shoto summoned a small but sharp burst of flame from his left hand, sending it across the ice-covered battlefield. The heat from the flames melted the ice just enough to shatter the villain bots in a simultaneous cascade of ice and steam. The entire event took only a few seconds, and as the last bits of ice and metal fell to the ground, the scoreboard flashed, 13 seconds. Second place. Shoto calmly walked out of the arena, his expression still calm and collected as he approached his fellow classmates. Izuku, impressed by his friend's swift and efficient technique, gave him a nod of approval, acknowledging that Todoroki always made it look easy. Shoto glanced at Izuku with his usual neutral demeanor but offered a small smile in return, noting that Izuku had set a high bar, but he was not complaining, it was good practice. Melissa, who had been silently watching the scene unfold, was in awe of the incredible talent displayed by the 𝗬𝗏 students. She expressed her admiration, likening it to watching a live-action hero movie, but all too real. Momo nodded in agreement, her eyes lingering on the scoreboard. She remarked on 𝗬𝗏's reputation for producing exceptional heroes, noting that witnessing it in action was something else entirely. Before they could dwell too much on the praise, Izuku's focus shifted as his senses tingled. From the corner of his eye, he noticed something odd, a group of men lurking near the exit of the arena. They wore uniforms that blended in with the expo staff, but something about their demeanor set off alarm bells in Izuku's mind. They didn't seem interested in the event or the spectacle unfolding before them. Instead, they appeared to be communicating through earpieces, and their movements were deliberate and calculated. Izuku thought to himself that something was off as he narrowed his eyes, observing the group. Before he could finish his thought, the mysterious group quietly disappeared into the crowd, their leader receiving a phone call as they exited the arena. His voice was low but confident, carrying an air of danger. The leader informed the person on the other end that the goods had been delivered. After a brief pause, he smiled slyly, acknowledging that All Might was on the island but assuring that their plans would not be hindered. Meanwhile, in the Central Tower lab, the mysterious group continued their covert operations, unnoticed by the island's security. All Might, or rather Toshinori Yagi in his frail form, lay on a medical bed deep inside 𝗵𝗏𝗄𝐿's laboratory. He was hooked up to various machines, with wires and sensors monitoring his body as a high-tech scanner analyzed his physical and quirk levels. David, standing over his friend with concern etched on his face, stared at the results on his computer screen. The numbers were terrifying. All Might's quirk levels had dropped drastically. The power that once radiated from the symbol of peace had faded significantly, revealing David's worst fears. All Might was dying, and he didn't have much time left in his heroic form. David quietly expressed his worry, noting that Toshinori was in worse shape than he had thought. He looked at his friend with desperation, questioning why Toshinori hadn't shared how bad it had gotten. Toshinori, still lying on the bed, sighed deeply. His once powerful frame seemed small and fragile now, a far cry from the mighty hero the world knew. He glanced at David, offering a vague, almost evasive smile. He explained that it was complicated and that he didn't want to burden David with the full truth about All for One. He reassured David that as long as he was there was nothing to fear. David remained unconvinced, expressing his concern for Japan's reliance on Toshinori. He warned that if something happened to him, the country's low crime rate would plummet and villains would be emboldened. Toshinori sat up slowly, placing a reassuring hand on David's shoulder. He declared that he wasn't done yet and promised to protect the peace as long as he could still stand. David's concern didn't waver, but he knew better than to argue with All Might once his mind was set. Still, a nagging worry gnawed at the back of his mind. All Might was hiding something, and David feared it was only a matter of time before the truth would surface in the worst possible way. As the sun began to set over Island, casting a golden glow over the futuristic skyline, Melissa regrouped with Denki and Mineta, who were still recovering from their earlier work. Seeing them approach, Melissa smiled warmly and held up 2 golden envelopes, catching the boys' attention immediately. She handed them the invitations she had prepared for the reception party that night. Both Denki and Mineta stared at the invitations in disbelief, their eyes widening in awe as tears started welling up. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and they knew it. Denki exclaimed that Melissa was an angel, practically hopping in place, while Mineta added that she had saved them, cradling the envelope like it was a priceless artifact. Both boys were overwhelmed by the idea of attending such a prestigious event, surrounded by pro-heroes and world-class scientists. They began fantasizing about all the possible encounters they could have at the party, prompting an exasperated sigh from their classmates. However, their enthusiasm was quickly dampened by Izuku, who crossed his arms and gave the two a stern look. He warned them that while Melissa had kindly given them the invitations, any inappropriate behavior would result in consequences. Kaminari and Mineta straightened up immediately, saluting Izuku as if they were soldiers under orders. Denki promised to be on his best behavior, while Mineta, still starstruck by the idea of being surrounded by appealing women at the party, nodded rapidly, vowing to behave. Satisfied, Izuku gave a small nod. Soon after, Ida cleared his throat, stepping forward to remind the group of their schedule, emphasizing the importance of punctuality for the event. With their plans set, the group began to disperse, each looking forward to the night's festivities. Just as Izuku was about to head off, Melissa approached him with a curious expression. She asked if he would mind coming with her to her lab to show him something before the party started. Izuku blinked in surprise but nodded, intrigued by the offer. As they made their way through the island's impressive research district, Izuku felt a strange sense of anticipation. What could Melissa be working on? And why did she want to show it to him specifically? Back in 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝐻𝗫's lab, All Might had returned to his muscular form, the familiar strain of maintaining it beginning to settle in. He gave David a firm handshake, his usual confident grin in place, reassuring him that he would see him later at the party. David nodded, watching as his old friend left the lab. But as soon as All Might disappeared from view, David's expression darkened, his thoughts drifting back to their earlier conversation. He couldn't shake the growing concern he had for Tashinori, nor the grim reality of his friend's declining power. Despite Tashinori's confidence, David knew that the symbol of peace wasn't invincible anymore, and that scared him. As David sat back in his chair, he allowed himself a moment of reflection, remembering the first time he had met Tashinori Yagi. It was years ago, back when David was still a university student conducting an experiment at the school's research facility when something had gone terribly wrong, leading to a critical error that caused chaos. Trapped inside, David and several of his colleagues were moments away from disaster. Then, through the smoke and flames, Tashinori appeared, bursting into the burning building without hesitation. Despite not yet being a full-fledged hero, he saved everyone trapped inside, carrying each person to safety one by one. David was the last person rescued, and as he stumbled out of the wreckage, coughing and covered in soot, he saw Tashinori standing there, completely calm amidst the chaos. In that moment, David recognized that Tashinori was special. He wasn't like the other aspiring heroes. His strength and determination were different. He had a dream that transcended personal glory. David introduced himself to the young man who would one day become All Might, and they quickly became friends. From that day forward, David devoted himself to supporting Tashinori's dream. He designed Tashinori's first hero costume, which allowed him to fully embrace his role as a symbol of justice. Together, they fought against villains, and David witnessed firsthand how Tashinori's vision of becoming the symbol of peace took shape. Years later, David watched with a heavy heart as that same dream seemed to be slipping away, little by little. Tashinori was no longer the invincible hero he once was, and David felt helpless as he watched his friend slowly succumb to the injuries and battles that had taken their toll over the years. But David wasn't ready to give up. He would do whatever it took to help Tashinori, whether his friend wanted him to or not. As David stared at his computer screen, the wheels in his mind began to turn. There had to be something he could do. Something to restore All Might to his former strength. If Tashinori wouldn't tell him the full truth, then David would find the answers on his own. As masked villains moved swiftly through the shadowed corridors of 𝗓𝗏, their leaders signaled for silence. They had just received their shipment of high-tech weaponry and equipment, which would allow them to subdue the island's advanced security system. Each villain equipped themselves with restraint devices, taser guns, and enhanced quirk nullifying cuffs, which gleamed ominously under the dim lights. The main villain, clad in a sleek black suit, pulled his mask over his face. With a sharp nod to his team, they began their mission. The island's security guards, trained to handle even the most dangerous threats, were quickly overwhelmed by the sheer speed and efficiency of the villain's attack. Quirk suppressants and high-powered restraints incapacitated the guards in moments. With the entire security force neutralized, the villains made their way deeper into the island, confident that no one could stand in their way. On the other side of the island, completely unaware of the looming threat, Melissa continued to show Izuku around 𝗓𝗏 Academy. They had just arrived at her personal lab, a sleek, high-tech room filled with various tools, gadgets, and blueprints. The walls were adorned with numerous awards, certificates of recognition, and photos of Melissa standing proudly beside her father, 𝗕𝗏𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄, at various events. Izuku was in awe as he looked around the lab. He expressed his admiration for Melissa's accomplishments, noting how impressive her awards were. Melissa chuckled, though there was a hint of modesty in her smile, admitting that her grades had been slipping recently. She shared her dream of becoming a heroine in her own way. Izuku nodded, his admiration for her dedication growing, and asked if she wanted to become a pro heroine too. Melissa paused, her smile fading slightly as she turned toward her workbench. For a moment, she seemed lost in thought, and when she finally spoke, her voice was quieter, more introspective. She revealed that she used to aspire to be a pro heroine, but felt she couldn't because she was quirkless. Izuku froze, his eyes widening in shock at this revelation. Melissa explained that she was born without a quirk, just like him. At first, she thought it was fine and believed she could still be a hero in her own way, like her father. She wanted to design support equipment to help pro heroes in the field and ensure they had everything they needed to keep people safe. Izuku listened intently, understanding the pain and struggles of being born without a quirk, especially in a world where so much depended on it. Melissa continued, sharing how her perspective changed after witnessing Izuku at the sports festival. She had heard his speech about not giving up and how a quirkless person could still be a hero. For the first time, she felt hope for herself, believing she could still be a hero even without a quirk. Izuku was deeply moved to learn that his words had inspired Melissa, someone so intelligent and hardworking. Melissa walked over to her workbench and picked up a set of blueprints, unfolding them to show Izuku. She explained that she had been working on something to fight alongside heroes, despite being quirkless. The pieces of armor she designed were still prototypes but aimed to enhance mobility and strength for people like her. Izuku's eyes scanned the designs, and he felt his throat tighten with emotion. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he didn't try to hide them. Melissa's expression softened as she saw his reaction. She told him that she hadn't given up because of him. He had shown her that being quirkless didn't mean she was powerless. Now, she had a new dream, to be a heroine even without a quirk, and to fight alongside people like him. Hearing those words, Izuku could no longer hold back his emotions. He wiped at his tears with the back of his hand, a broad smile forming on his face. He expressed his belief that Melissa would be an incredible heroine. They shared a moment of silent understanding, both standing as proof that even without a quirk, anyone could still fight for what was right. As they continued to share their thoughts and dreams, Izuku suddenly noticed something strange, a faint, glowing blue aura surrounding Melissa, something he had never noticed before. His 𝗕𝗏𝗍 skill had automatically activated, scanning Melissa as if detecting something unusual. The information displayed her name, abilities, and a hidden power that had previously been unrecognized. Izuku blinked in surprise, his breath catching in his throat. Hidden power. That couldn't be right. Melissa had just told him she was quirkless. Yet, the data indicated that something dormant within her was stirring. Before he could process this revelation or ask her about it, his phone buzzed. He fumbled with the device, glancing down to see Ida's name flash on the screen. Tenya's voice boomed the moment Izuku answered the call, expressing his frustration over Izuku's tardiness. Izuku winced, knowing how seriously Tenya took their arrangements. He quickly apologized, explaining that he had lost track of time and promised to head back right away. He glanced apologetically at Melissa, who smiled sympathetically and encouraged him to go get changed for the party. Izuku smiled back, though his mind was still spinning from what he'd seen with his 𝗕𝗏𝗍. As he hurried back to his hotel room to change, he wondered about the blue aura and whether Melissa had hidden potential she wasn't aware of. Whatever it was, he knew he had to investigate further, but first, there was a party to attend. At Central Tower, Izuku walked through the doors, closing them behind him with a calmness that contrasted with his late arrival. His white shirt under a black suit jacket was neatly buttoned, and his bow tie was perfectly knotted, giving him a polished appearance. Adjusting his collar, he glanced around, expecting to see more of his classmates. He began to apologize for being late but stopped abruptly when he noticed only 4 friends standing around. Well, it seemed he wasn't the only one running late. Ida, already standing rigidly near the window, sighed in exasperation, questioning the lack of punctuality among them. Izuku shrugged casually, dismissing Ida's frustration. He acknowledged Shoto, who stood quietly at the side, complimenting his appearance. Shoto, dressed in a cool gray suit with navy blue lapels and a dark red tie, returned the nod, his attire sleek and understated. Before the conversation could continue, the lift opened, and Momo entered with her usual elegance, dressed in a stunning light green gown that accentuated her regal bearing. She smiled warmly at the group, apologizing for their tardiness and explaining that 𝗔𝗂 was feeling a bit shy. 𝗔𝗂 lingered behind her, looking uncomfortable in her sleek black dress with a leather jacket. Kyoka, clearly uncomfortable with the attention, muttered about feeling more like she was in a costume than formal wear. Kaminari gave her a thumbs up, expressing his relief that she wasn't in a t-shirt. Mineta chimed in with a grin, commenting that even the jacket couldn't ruin 𝗔𝗂's look. Before they could say anything more, 𝗔𝗂's ear-jacks extended with a snap, hitting both boys hard enough to send them reeling. Kyoka, embarrassed, turned away, her face flushed. Denki complained about the reaction, insisting it was meant as a compliment, while Kyoka firmly disagreed. Izuku looked at the two girls, feeling a sense of familial bond with them. He sincerely complimented both, telling Momo that her dress suited her perfectly and that Kyoka's style was enhanced by her outfit. Kyoka blushed, fidgeting with her ear-jacks and insisting he was embarrassing her, though a small smile betrayed her. Momo graciously thanked him, and Denki groaned, wondering why Izuku could get away with such compliments. The doors slid open again, revealing Ochako, who stepped into the room nervously. Her blush deepened as she approached the group, wearing an appealing pink dress that highlighted her charm without being overwhelming. Izuku turned to her, about to respond, but the sight of her in formal attire left him momentarily speechless. His expression froze, and he struggled to regain his composure. Just then, Melissa entered the room, dressed elegantly in a simple yet classy blue and white gown. She waved cheerfully at the group, her presence lighting up the room. Izuku's brain short-circuited again, overwhelmed by the sight of two appealing girls smiling at him. After a moment, he managed to blurt out a compliment to both, his face burning with embarrassment. Ochako giggled at his flustered state, playfully teasing him, while Melissa thanked him, adding that he looked good as well. Kaminari and Mineta were visibly excited, their enthusiasm reaching new heights as they admired the girl's beauty. "I think I might die." Meanwhile, in the tower's reception hall on the second floor, the grand event was already in full swing. Pro-heroes, tech moguls, and scientists from around the world mingled under the high chandeliers, while the representatives of the 𝗳𝗏𝗄 prepared to ask the #1 hero to give a speech for the crowd. Tenya anxiously checked his phone, trying to contact Kirishima. He wondered where Kirishima could be, muttering to himself that he should have arrived by now. Shoto suggested that perhaps Kirishima was just running late. Tenya shook his head, expressing his growing concern. He had been calling for the last 30 minutes without any response and couldn't understand how Kirishima could lose track of time at such an important event. Unbeknownst to Tenya, Ijiro had left his phone in his hotel room and was wandering the vast Island Tower, completely lost as he tried to find his way to the party. Back at the reception, the crowd began to hush as the host took the stage, microphone in hand, ready to introduce the keynote speaker, the symbol of peace himself, All Might. As All Might stepped up to the stage, the room filled with an anticipatory silence. His towering presence commanded the attention of every guest at the party. He adjusted the microphone, his usual smile brimming with confidence, ready to deliver words of hope and peace. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and the entire room was bathed in a sinister red glow. A shrill alarm pierced the air, making everyone tense. The sound echoed across the island. Izuku felt a surge of alertness as he wondered what was happening. Before All Might could continue, the massive screens in the room flickered, replaced by the flashing red of Island's security system. A robotic voice rang out over the intercom, announcing that an explosive device had been discovered somewhere on the 𝗳𝗏𝗄 grounds. Island would now be in high alert mode, and residents and tourists were instructed to return to their lodgings. Anyone remaining on the street after 10 minutes would be violating the law. In the central tower, the atmosphere turned darker. The party came to a complete halt as the security systems sealed the tower's doors with thick steel barriers. The representatives of the expo scrambled in confusion, and the pro-heroes present, including All Might, tensed as they realized something was horribly wrong. That was when masked villains barged into the hall. The group leader stepped forward, dressed in combat gear and wearing a gray mask. He strode with confidence, followed by a legion of armed criminals who stormed in with weapons drawn. The partygoers screamed in terror, and several heroes attempted to protect the guests, only to be restrained by a volley of bond shots fired from hidden traps on the floor. The restraints wrapped around the heroes' limbs, pulling them down to the ground with enough force to suppress even All Might. The leader revealed himself to be 𝗵𝘃𝗲, a notorious villain known for his brutal tactics. His gaze swept across the room, locking onto the restrained heroes and terrified civilians. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 announced that everyone should stay calm, his voice cold and calculated as he smirked. They were now in control of the island, and if everyone cooperated, no one would get hurt. However, if they resisted, they would regret it. His villains raised their weapons, ensuring no one dared to move. All Might, still bound by the powerful restraints, struggled against them, his muscles tensing as he tried to free himself. But the bonds were too strong, even for him in his weakened state. From the side, David watched in horror, his heart racing as he saw the symbol of peace subdued. He turned to All Might, his voice shaking with desperation, urging him not to do anything rash and promising to find a way to get them out of this situation. All Might's eyes flicked to his old friend, his expression grim. On the upper floor, Shoto frowned as he tapped his phone screen, his expression growing more serious by the second. He noted that he wasn't getting any signal and looked up at the others, who were also checking their phones, the realization slowly dawning on them that their service was completely blocked. Denki freaked out, pacing slightly as his eyes darted around the room. Jiro headed toward the elevator and pressed the button a few times before turning back to the group, announcing that the elevator wasn't working either. Minata's anxiety spiked as he softly cried out, trying not to draw too much attention to their small group. Izuku's mind raced, his instincts told him something was off. This wasn't just a random technical failure. He remembered the people he had seen earlier in the day who had given him bad vibes. He glanced at Melissa, who had lived on Island for years and would know the protocols better than anyone. Melissa stated that it was strange for the system to go on high alert like this, explaining that there was a specific lockdown procedure for when explosives were discovered. This felt wrong. Izuku's eyes widened slightly as his suspicions were confirmed. He clenched his fists, whispering under his breath that he knew something was wrong. Turning sharply to Tenya, he took charge, insisting they needed to go to the party. Tenya questioned the reason for their urgency, crossing his arms despite the growing tension. Izuku explained that All Might was in there, and if something was going wrong, they needed to be where he was. Ochako's eyes widened in surprise, while Kaminari expressed relief, thinking they had nothing to worry about with All Might present. Minato sighed in relief, leaning against the wall, but Izuku wasn't as optimistic. He knew better than to rely solely on the presence of a single hero, no matter how powerful. Turning to Melissa with determination, Izuku asked if she had any way they could get down there. Melissa nodded, though her face betrayed a hint of worry. She pointed to a door near the edge of the room, explaining that they could use the emergency stairs to get close to the reception hall. Izuku nodded, grateful for her guidance, and they prepared to move. As the group made their way, the scene shifted back to the reception hall on the second floor of the tower. The grand party, once filled with laughter and conversation, was now tense and filled with fear. The guests sat quietly, their movements restricted, while several pro-heroes lay tied up, their heads bowed in defeat. 𝗵𝘃𝗲, the masked leader of the villains, stood among them, overseeing everything with a sinister smirk. One of the heroes, a tall man with gray hair and red gloves, tried to speak up, his voice filled with righteous anger, questioning the villain's motives. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 didn't hesitate. With a swift motion, he kicked the hero, sending him sprawling to the floor. He taunted the fallen hero to stay down. Just then, 𝗵𝘃𝗲's phone rang. He touched the earpiece in his ear, listening intently for a few seconds before nodding. His eyes scanned the room, landing on a name tag worn by a man trembling near the back. He called out to the man, identifying him as Sam, a researcher. Sam leaned back slightly, his eyes wide with fear, confirming his identity. Wolfram's smirk grew as he ordered his henchman to take Sam away. Sam pleaded, backing away slowly, but before the henchman could reach him, David stepped forward, calm and composed despite the danger. He asserted that Sam was his assistant and questioned Wolfram's intentions. Wolfram turned, eyeing David with curiosity and amusement. He recognized David's shield and ordered his men to bring him too. David stood firm, asking what would happen if he refused. Wolfram's grin widened as he ominously hinted at a threat involving a blonde girl, causing David's calm demeanor to falter for a moment. Realizing the weight of Wolfram's words, David quietly resigned himself to the situation and agreed to follow. As David and Sam were led away by Wolfram's men, All Might, bound tightly to the ground, strained to get a clear view of what was happening. His heart raced, consumed by the growing danger and the knowledge that his power was limited. He couldn't fail now, not with so many lives at stake. Suddenly, All Might noticed a small, flickering light from above. His eyes darted upwards to see Izuku, signaling him from the 3rd floor of the tower. In the shadows, �𝗫𝗀 pressed her ear jack against the railing, using her quirk to amplify sound from the reception hall below. She could hear the slight struggle in All Might's voice as he explained the situation, revealing that the villains had taken control of the island's defenses and captured David's shield. Kyoka, pulling back her ear jacks, turned to the others with a grim expression, confirming their fears about the villains' control over security. Izuku insisted they had to do something, trying to come up with a plan. Tenya stepped forward, reminding everyone that they couldn't legally engage in combat with the villains and that escaping should be their priority. Before Izuku could respond, Melissa chimed in, explaining the severity of the situation and how the security system was on par with a maximum security prison, making external assistance impossible. Shoto, maintaining his calm demeanor, argued that if they didn't try to help, All Might and the others would remain in danger. Kyoka agreed, emphasizing that they couldn't just run away. Meanwhile, Mineta trembled with fear, expressing his concerns about the dangers they faced. Momo, though hesitant, acknowledged the reality of their situation. The group fell into an awkward silence, the tension thick in the air. Just when indecision seemed to take hold, Izuku stepped forward, his eyes glowing with determination. He proposed that they didn't have to fight the villains head-on. Instead, they could disable the security system, giving All Might and the other pro-heroes a chance to regain control. Minoru groaned in frustration, reminding Izuku of the dangers they faced. Izuku firmly interrupted, asserting that they could save people without direct confrontation. He turned to Melissa, confirming that there was a way to reset the security system from the top floor. Melissa nodded in agreement, her eyes shining with hope as she explained that reaching the top floor would allow them to disable the entire system. Izuku attempted to access his inventory for equipment to assist with the mission, but the interface remained locked. His quirk had been acting strangely, but he pushed those thoughts aside, focusing on the skills he had at his disposal. Melissa's words inspired the group. Even Denki, who had been hesitant earlier, now looked determined. He expressed concern for Melissa's safety, suggesting she stay behind, but she resolutely insisted on joining them, wanting to help save everyone. Her conviction made Izuku smile, admiring her courage. He rallied the group around his plan, and they prepared to move. They faced a dangerous journey ahead, but with their combined strength and Melissa's knowledge, they had a chance to save the day without confronting the villains directly. Izuku stood in the shadows of the 3rd floor, watching All Might closely from the party hall below. He knew that their only option was to act, but All Might needed to understand their plan. Steeling himself, he used the hand signals they had been taught in their rescue training, quickly signing out their strategy to disable the security system and save the hostages without directly confronting the villains. All Might, still restrained by the powerful bonds holding him on the stage, caught Izuku's gestures out of the corner of his eye. His heart sank a little, knowing full well that the situation was beyond what his students should be dealing with. He narrowed his eyes, watching Izuku's determined face as the message continued. Izuku indicated that they would reach the control room without fighting and urged All Might to trust them. For a moment, All Might's instincts screamed at him to stop them. The idea of his students taking such risks without full protection against actual villains armed with weapons and the island's own security system was something he couldn't easily accept. His fingers twitched, wanting to signal for them to stand down and wait for the professionals. But then he saw it, the unshakable resolve in Izuku's expression. The boy who had trained himself to fight evil, the boy who had enough power to stand toe-to-toe with him, was not backing down. And as much as All Might wanted to protect him, he knew in his heart that a true hero would never back down when innocent lives were at stake. With a sigh, All Might's stern expression softened just slightly as he thought that sometimes heroes had to act, even when the situation seemed impossible. He decided to trust his students with the task and urged them to be careful, expressing his belief in them. As the group continued their exhausting climb up the tower, each floor seemed to stretch on forever. Tenya and Izuku, still leading, stopped to catch their breath while the rest of the group trailed behind. Tenya finally stopped, his usually unshakable composure slightly rattled by the long climb. Izuku, sensing that the group needed a moment, also came to a rest and turned toward the others. Everyone was clearly fatigued. It suddenly hit Izuku and he called out to Melissa, asking how high the tower went. Melissa, trying her best to stay composed despite her breathlessness, answered that it reached the 200th floor. A collective groan rippled through the group. Denki exclaimed in disbelief, gripping the railing as if for dear life, while Minoru, hiding behind Momo, trembled in fear. Mineta lamented that he couldn't do it, calling it torture. Momo, despite also being winded, tried to keep the group calm, reminding them that it was still better than running into the villains and encouraging them to keep pushing forward. Their journey pressed on, floor after floor. By the time they hit floor 50, everyone's legs were burning. Ochako, noticing Melissa trailing behind and visibly struggling, slowed down to check on her. She offered to use her quirk to make Melissa weightless, so she wouldn't have to carry herself up all those stairs. Izuku slowed down to listen, worried about Melissa but impressed with Ochako's thoughtful offer. Melissa smiled gratefully but shook her head, insisting she would be fine and would save Ochako's power for when they really needed it. Izuku couldn't help but smile at her determination. Despite being quirkless, Melissa had a resolve that reminded him of himself when he was struggling at the bottom. It was inspiring. He watched as she tried to catch up to the group, her bare feet moving across the cold, hard steps. Without saying a word, he subtly activated his somersault cloud ability, creating a soft, floating cloud beneath Melissa's feet. Startled, she yelped as her feet were suddenly lifted off the ground, the cloud swirling gently beneath her and holding her weight effortlessly. Izuku grinned, telling her she had been keeping up really well and that there was no need to wear herself out before they reached the top. The rest of the group looked over at Melissa's now effortless ascent, a mixture of awe and envy in their eyes. Denki shouted that he could use one of those clouds too, reaching out dramatically, while Mineta nodded vigorously in agreement. Melissa, now gliding smoothly on the cloud, looked up at Izuku with gratitude, thanking him for helping her conserve energy. Izuku felt his cheeks warm slightly but quickly nodded, keeping his focus on the mission ahead and reminding everyone to make sure they reached the top. The group's rapid climb came to a halt as they reached floor. Tenya, Izuku, and Melissa, the first to arrive, were met with a large metal barrier blocking the way to the next set of stairs. Tenya called out that the route was blocked. Shoto caught up with the two leaders, breathing lightly, and asked if they should break through it. Izuku considered the option, but Melissa quickly intervened as the rest of the group arrived. She explained that if they broke through, the security system would alert the villains that someone was tampering with the tower, and they couldn't risk it. Everyone nodded in agreement, except for Mineta, who was already fidgeting with the door leading to the main section of the floor. Before anyone could stop him, he pulled it open. Melissa panicked, urging him not to, but it was too late. The sound of the door creaking open echoed through the corridor, and immediately, a sharp beep filled the air as the security system's warning lights flashed red. Izuku's eyes widened in alarm, his frustration boiling over as he clenched his fists, struggling to stay calm. The rest of the group froze, realizing the gravity of the situation. In the control room, the henchman monitoring the security system raised an eyebrow as an alarm quietly beeped on his monitor. A villain with a rough demeanor, 𝗧𝗏𝗪𝗀, walked over, cigarette in hand. The henchman muttered that a door on one of the higher floors had just opened, noting that they had cleared all the levels and no one should be there. 𝗧𝗏𝗪𝗀's eyes narrowed as he pulled the cigarette out of his mouth, irritated that the henchman hadn't scanned every floor. The henchman rolled his eyes and pulled up the security feed, revealing the group of students and Melissa running through the hallways of floor. 𝗧𝗏𝗪𝗀 growled in annoyance, realizing they had intruders. Suddenly, Wolfram commanded from the reception hall, where he was keeping All Might hostage, to use the barriers to trap them on the 80th floor and not let them escape. He waved his pistol dismissively at the two henchmen standing near him, signaling them to move. One of the henchmen complied, leaving the room with his partner as All Might, visibly struggling to maintain his muscle form, silently prayed for the students' safety. Back on floor 80, the shutter doors slammed down at both ends of the corridor, trapping the group in the hallway. Thinking quickly, Shoto stepped forward, determined to keep one of the doors open. He slammed his right hand onto the ground, releasing a burst of ice that halted one of the doors in its tracks. The temperature dropped instantly, frost creeping up the metal barrier as Shoto strained to maintain the ice. Tenya shouted for everyone to hurry as he charged toward the other side. With a powerful kick from his reciprocal burst, he forced a door to buckle, creating an opening to a nearby room. Izuku called for everyone to follow him through the gap Tenya had created. In the plant factory on floor 80, Izuku muttered under his breath, aware that the villains knew they were there. He fought the urge to strangle 𝗵𝗃𝗲, who had nearly compromised their position once again. Clenching his fists, he held back, knowing that 𝗵𝗃𝗲's quirk might still prove useful if they encountered serious trouble. The group would need every advantage they could muster. Jiro surveyed their surroundings, taking in the tall, exotic trees and lush plants. Kyoka asked what this place was, her voice filled with curiosity. Melissa explained that it was a plant factory where they researched the effects that quirks have on fauna. Some plants responded differently depending on the kind of quirk used nearby. Suddenly, Jiro stopped, her eyes locking on the elevators across the room. Kyoka sharply instructed everyone to hold on, realizing the elevator was coming up. Izuku's expression tightened as he processed the situation. He whispered to himself that the villains had moved quickly, meaning fewer were watching downstairs. They needed to hide and let the villains pass. Engaging them could lead to trouble. The group nodded in silent agreement, quickly scattering to hide behind thick bushes and oversized plant leaves in the dome. They crouched low, keeping their eyes locked on the approaching elevator. Kaminari leaned in closer, whispering that they might be able to use the elevator to get to the top floor once it was clear. Melissa crouched beside him and shook her head, explaining that only authorized people could use the controls. It was built like a bomb shelter, so breaking in wouldn't be an option. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 whimpered, trembling with fear as the elevator dinged and the doors slid open. Two henchmen stepped out of the elevator. One was a tall, thin man towering over his smaller companion, both dressed in the same villainous attire they had seen at the reception hall. Izuku thought to himself that he was right. They had sent two from the reception. Quietly snapping pictures of the two men, he noted that their clothes and faces matched the villains he had spotted earlier, marking them as potential threats in his mind. He whispered to the others that their clothes matched those of the villains from downstairs. One of the villains, named 𝗕𝗏𝗏, grumbled that they said the kids came in here, his nasal voice grating on the nerves of the students hiding behind the plants. Multiple students clenched their teeth in frustration at the thought of being hunted like prey. The taller henchman, named Nobu, scanned the room and grumbled about the kids picking a place with so many hiding spots.